Is there something about females that you wanted to know but could never figure out? Are you struggling with relationships? Do you feel like you're being taken advantage of by the women in your life? Do you want to know how to leverage the playing field to your favor? Well, did you know that the female mind and the female psyche are mysterious and unexplored regions like the dark web of the internet? For this reason, men need a method of decrypting or hacking the manipulative psyche or dark web of the female mind. Once a man has a deep understanding of true female nature, he will then be able to hack her programming.
Access granted.
The purpose of this book is to help grown males evolve into men so that they can treat the women in their lives accordingly.
You win.
What is going on? Shout outs to everybody here. What is going on, Aaron B? How you doing this morning? Sheila in the building. Shout outs to everyone here. How are you guys doing this morning? Well, I think it's probably going into the afternoon. Late morning, almost afternoon for everybody. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Make sure you guys like, subscribe, especially on the way in. Got a great show for you guys today. On today's show, we're going to be going over this crazy ass lady that was on the Valuetainment show not too long ago. You said afternoon for you already? Okay. Yeah, it's nighttime here. It's nighttime here, definitely. Check this out. So we talked about back in the day, a lot of women infiltrating the manosphere. And infiltrating, a lot of manosphere spaces and stuff like that. All up until now, how we have women fucking it up for other women. What's going on, Chris G? Fucking it up for other women and doing whatever, and doing all kinds of debauchery and shit like that, and basically killing, the manosphere, and their side of the manosphere at least, and we were talking about two women. Like the androids. We were talking about two women that came into the space and that has, infiltrated the space. One just Pearly Things. Another one is another girl that goes by the name of Allie. You know what I'm saying? And shout outs to Red Sings the Blues. He know where I'm about to go with this, right? But recently they were on this show called Valuetainment. And there was, when both of them weren't on the show. So if you don't know, just Pearly Things, she's single. But I think she has more success when it comes down to it. And this girl, Allie, also known as Femme Sapien or the Femme Sapien. I don't know why she would put the word femme in her name, but okay. She's married. And she's married to an older guy. You understand what I'm saying? Slight lisp, little kind of weirdy, nerdy looking chick. Slight lisps and all that other shit. Whatever. She was on a show recently. And she is called Boss Babe and Housewife Heated Debate. So apparently I only saw a little bit of this. And I said, oh, man, I got to do a show on it. And this was a minute ago before we got sidetracked by buffoonery here in the space. I said I was going to break this down. This is going to be a good show. Make sure you guys like on the way in. Subscribe to the channel. And most definitely hit the super chat or the Cash App, which is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. As you guys know, fair use. Let's get into this video and let's get into this game and let's chop it up. Let's cook. Let's player talk. Let's get it.
This is where finance meets romance. Ooh, and we got some romantic stuff coming your way today. My name is Adam Sazek. You can call me Saz, right? Yes. And we are here for one reason, to help you men out there and women get paid, laid, and do it your way. Now, there's some shows that gravitate a little bit more towards finance. There's some shows that gravitate a little towards romance. It's a balance. Everything in life is balance. But with today's guests, I feel like it's going to be pretty sexy out there. All right. So what am I saying? Hide your wives, hide your kids, hide your nephews, hide them all. If you're with your wife and your girlfriend, one's got to go because today's show's might be all encompassing. But we're going to get into it today. And what we do here on Thursday's show in this
So what we're gonna get into is a little bit of the mindset, because we do have a lot of clueless people in this space, and they don't know what's going on, brother love. They don't know what's going on. And it's funny that when we were reviewing the show yesterday with Jason Whitlock and a whole bunch of other people, it's funny that now mainstream has all of our jargon and all of our our sayings and all of our lexicon. They have our vocabulary in their mouth, and they don't even know why or what any of these things mean. Even feminists. Oh yes, even feminists, staunch feminists. Feminists, oh, I don't like the manosphere and all this other shit, and the manosphere this, the manosphere that, has our vocabulary and our lexicon in their mouth. So all of the work in this and the stuff that we put in the past, yes, has come into fruition, and now mainstream media definitely wants to be us. They have the budget to be us. They have the audience. They have the audience to be us. Nobody's going to say, hey, that came from the manosphere. People that know will say it, but people that are transitioning from television to the internet won't say it. So a lot of these shows are going to become popular, but a lot of people are going to be speaking on behalf of things that they don't know shit about. If you haven't been in the space for more than 2-3 years, because even if you've been in the space for 2-3 years, you may know a little something, but you don't know where the origins of a lot of this stuff is coming from. So here you have a woman that is married, allegedly in the manosphere. You know what I'm saying? And here you have a woman that's not married and not in the manosphere. Yeah, bro. I'm telling you that this woman was crazy. This woman was batshit crazy. So if you wondering why dudes are putting up the wall of silence, jumping on jets, doing anything that they're doing right now other than dating, you will see why. And it's so unrealistic. This is why it's if you look at that saying that I was talking about, it's better to be thought of a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. This is one of those times. This is one of those times. This is one of those shows where you hear this woman and it's like, bro, what? But see, they believe in it, and this is their itinerary. This is what they want, So when we talk about guys trying to make women see how it is for men or where men are coming from, they don't want to see it. They know that's where you're coming from, and they don't care that if it's at the expense of men, because men are supposed to be disposable, and to them, men are disposable. They don't give a damn. They don't give a shit. But let's play it. What's going on, Brownie Ellie? Welcome to the show. Welcome everybody to the show. 27 people in the building. Let's get the like and support up. It's Player Talk Austin. I said Player Talk Austin. I was looking at Tampa. You said you saw playback clown in Austin and Floyd. No, I did not see that. If you could put that in the chat, we'll take a look at that too. It's Player Talk Radio. Make sure you guys like and support. Make sure you guys hit the Cash App. The Cash App is PTV888, PTV888. Let me take you into the afternoon today with this great show. It's Player Talk. Let's get it. Let's go.
Sozcast is we have the best of the best, no better than the rest, the best in the West. Okay. The freakiness on your chest. What else we got here? I hope you don't get obsessed. And here's the deal: we're bringing the best of the best to have an open discussion on life, money.
Now they trying to rhyme and shit. All right, come on.
So they say, and how to get freakier in the bedroom, how to take turn. They say, can you turn a hoe into a housewife? Can you turn a housewife into a hoe? These are questions that need to be answered. So we're talking money, making money, game, confidence, dealing.
Notice she was the only one that said woo. Okay, let's go. Shout outs to Young Jay in the building. You said they roasting a brother who be on Anton's panels, who went to Anton Daniels panels. God damn it. Who went to Kendra G's show, got a little girlfriend, and only knows the girl for 7 months. She's for the girl for 7 months. She's pregnant, and he's gonna marry her. This brother is only 22, and that brother is tripping bizalls. What's going on, Link? Shout outs to everybody here. Like on the way in, support the channel. Let's get it. Let's go.
With women, appealing with women, approaching women, rejection, modern day rejection, pornography, how much you spending, how much are you watching, other addictions, body counts, feminism, and maybe you will have a little money advice here intertwined. With that being said, let's meet our amazing panel today. We usually start with the ladies, but today we've got a gentleman that has graced many silver screens out there. I don't know what kind of movies you guys are watching. I know what you're watching, Joe. But we got Sterling Cooper in the house, current male self-help guru, former ex-male porn star, and just overall amazing dude. Can we get a close-up on Sterling, by the way? Running for president 2024, apparently.
Vote for Sterling. You know it's the right decision.
Sterling, how great does that feel right behind you?
I love this shot so much.
Shout outs to Tampa. What's going on, Jay Shine? Shout outs to Link. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Let's get it.
Okay.
Yes. But now apparently I'm going to run for president.
That looks great. We also have my friend Allie Drummond in the house. I would say as
shout outs to JR in the building. Let's go.
And as amazing a housewife you will find. You are 5 months pregnant now. What is it?
Oh, 6.
6 months pregnant.
Yeah, we're cooking. We're making it. Baby's growing exponentially. Very uncomfortable.
Give a shout out to the father right now.
Oh, yeah,
shout outs to Underrated in the building. Let's go.
She misses you. Okay, and then newcomer on the show, Miss Kiona Vinay. Kiana or Kiona? Kiana.
White people can say like the most complicated white names, Skavowski and Patowski, but as soon as they got to say a black person's name, Kiona. What's going on, Doug? Shout outs to you. You said she with that housewife dress is cringe. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Her and Just Pearly Things is somewhat cringe. Like their style, but Tampa, were you saying yesterday that Just Pearly Things might be sick? I hope she's not sick. I hope that young lady is doing well. You said it's the old fourth directive. Hey man, I'm saying, and let me tell y'all something too. Yeah, it is a front. JR, let me know if we on for today still this afternoon, okay? What's going on, Antisocial Socialite Podcast? Welcome everybody. And let me tell y'all something, man. What is up with, because like this is the thing that like because these like women be very disingenuous when they talk about shit. They try to make it seem, and they've been doing this for a long time, and they don't know how stupid and dumb they sound when they do this, okay? And sometimes you dudes are stupid and dumb right along with them because you fall for it. Today's man, I want y'all to have this in mind while we listen to this, okay? Today's man never existed back in the 40s or the 50s or the 60s. You know what I'm saying? So when we ask for cooperation and different things like that, shit, Kevin Samuels wasn't even alive in the 40s or 50s. But that's the barometer that they use to try. Oh, you want women to be submissive. You want women to be feminist. You want women to act like they got some sense. That's what they go for. And they lose every single time because a lot of you guys, it just never, some of you guys, it just never clicked to y'all like, I don't want no woman from the fucking 40s. You know, I mean, shit, that's a start, but nigga, I wasn't alive in the 40s. You know, you said niggas was simping in the comment section, called this broad a 10. Yeah, man, look at her arms. Very masculine. And wait until y'all hear the list of demands. And this is in 2023, y'all. Okay, this is in 2023. All right, so I don't know who wants to. I don't even know. You know who wants to. What's going on, Just the T? What's going on? I don't know who wants to become a millionaire and super successful and have to deal with this. But I'd rather show you than tell you. Okay, make sure you guys get the likes up on the way in, and definitely support the channel by either utilizing the super chat or the Cash App. It's Player Talk. Let's get into it. Let's go. Check this out.
Kiana, look at that. Gorgeous. Are you kidding me? Entrepreneur, model, influencer. Of those three, what are you? Put them in order.
Entrepreneur, model, and influencer. Okay. You said this chick is the one who dissed her father. Oh yeah. So that's what I was talking about the other day when we have people that be, oh, I have a daddy. Yeah, but let's examine it. Let's examine it. What's going on, Beat Boss? Sometimes, your parent being there can make or break the situation. So let's go. Let's player talk. You said Adam Sippin saying she's gorgeous.
Influencer.
They let her get away with murder.
Entrepreneur, model, and influencer.
All about that money, girl.
All about
I like that. Entrepreneur.
Business person first.
Love that. So here's what we're going to do today. Before we get started on the range of topics, introduce yourself, 20 seconds or less. Tell us your relationship status and how you make your money. Go ahead, Miss Drummond.
Well, your girl took the easy way out. So I am married. I am a housewife. I make my money by loving my husband, but I make supplemental income on YouTube. But really, you just have so much free time with all these machines. Why wouldn't you stream? Why wouldn't you have a YouTube channel? So yeah, sorry, I'm a dependent woman.
Wow. Not independent, a dependent woman.
Yes.
And notice what she said, gentlemen. She makes her money by supporting her husband.
Oh yeah. I mean, why wouldn't you want to, make your income being the best cheerleader in the world? But yeah, there is a lot of love in the marriage as well. People neglect that part. It's just, I'm not one to turn down, some kindness. If he wants to support me staying home, why would I say no?
All right. We're going to get into that today. Kiana?
Yes.
How you feeling? What's your relationship status and how you making your money?
I'm single and I am making propositions for my brand.
Ooh.
Just to make it better for myself. I'm really not looking for anyone else. But if it comes within the flow, I'm open.
So we need to address two things you said, propositions and flow.
Right.
So what kind of propositions and what kind of flow?
It's a business proposition that aligns with what I want to do in my life. It might graduate. It might help me.
Ooh.
But I'm not looking for anything. So.
Business proposition.
A business proposition.
Reminder to follow up on that topic, Adam. Interesting.
Okay.
Sterling Cooper in the house, running for president, whether it's America or Australia. Relationship status, how you making your money, brother?
Running for global president.
God bless America.
Relationship status, it's complicated. How I make my money these days, I teach men how to improve their performance in the bedroom.
Nice. Okay, it's complicated. Is there an option on Facebook to say it's complicated?
I think there is now.
Okay. Well, if there's anybody that would qualify for it's complicated label on Facebook, it'd be Sterling Cooper.
Thank you.
Before we start the show, let's give a beautiful shout out to the princess of Valuetainment.
Hello.
Looking right over there, glowing, those teeth.
Hello.
No, I'm not gonna lie. She bad as hell. I probably be simping a little bit too. She's cute as hell. Shout outs to Dollar Washer. Shout outs to my girl Nicer kicking it off with the first super chat of today's show. Dropping a huge $5 on today's show. Yes, we're gonna review dating, and we're gonna be reviewing some stuff this afternoon. Shout outs to JR in the building. Yes, you said the host of the show knows how to pick them. Yeah, this girl, she's cute. I like her. She got her pod mic. She got a little setup going. I like it. But here's the thing too, because we do want to start 2023 off right. If the space claims to want to have, functional relationships, we do got to look at people's relationships that are married. What type of marriage do you want? Do you want a marriage where you can retire your wife? What's going on, CJ? Do you want a marriage where you can retire your wife? Is your wife working? Can she work? Do you want her to work? Do you provide her with a job or allowance or anything else, right? Or yeah, she is cute. She's definitely cute, or do you want to have a quote unquote partnership, because that's kind of what women are trying to aim for today, but they want it on their terms. Famous David said she qualifies for the, oh man, I ain't even gonna read that. Famous, you tripping. But man, you said she reminds me of the chick that was on FNF recently called Jillian. Okay, I gotta check that out, because we gotta check out Charleston White's appearance on FNF. You said this space doesn't care about relationships. Those ninjas want the puss. Right, exactly. But long term, What if you get a woman like this? You know, obviously you guys are placing this woman more in the relationship category, right? Is this a smash and dash or relationship category? Is this a relationship category? I think this is a relationship category. Thank you, JR. JR said I'm sharing your stream right now on my channel. Thank you, bro. Definitely. I gotta turn my notifications on for your channel because you have a lot of good content and a lot of people haven't seen it yet. So definitely. Shout outs to everybody here. We will be doing a show later on, JR and myself. We just got to figure whose channel we're going to do it on. Should we do half here or do another half over there? We'll figure it out. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get into it. Now let's check it out, okay? You said she's not a virgin, though. She don't have to be, but okay. Dollar Washer said depend on her attitude. I'm saying, you know, looks like the ideal wife. You know what I'm saying? Just saying. But you do have a woman here, Allie, you know, Femme Sapien. She is, I would say, representing her husband well and doing her thing. And compared to this other girl that's sitting on the couch, we're gonna see who represents their husband and their father well. Brownie Ellie says she's pretty. Music Therapy said, I don't want no virgin. Hey, man. Aaron B said, niggas in the manosphere want a virgin, but smash hoes at the same time. Well, it's a double sword because women do want a sexually experienced man. You know what I'm saying? Women do want a sexually experienced man. Antisocial said, like this, what? You don't know these women. No. What I'm saying is that when men see certain women, to a certain degree, we put them in a category. Just like when certain women see and deal with certain men, you know, okay, is this person, even though you don't know this person more of the boyfriend type? Is this person more of the you know, husband type? Is this person what material? That's another thing that should be going through people's head when they're dating, and not when they're dating, when they're dealing with certain people. What you know, what material is this person made of? Because somebody could be a boyfriend type, and then it's like, okay, you said fuck that, hell, I'm married and I refuse to walk around ill lifting fitting trash bag. I rebuke it. You're married, Shatera? You said you can have that good girl shit. I like a clean, nasty bitch. Thai City via the underground. Laugh out loud. I agree. Antisocial said I'm gonna keep silent. Well, I mean, look, there's a difference between cute. There's a difference between fine. There's a difference between very beautiful. There's a difference between gorgeous. There's a difference between a lot of different stuff. So we'll see. I didn't know you were married. Okay, we'll talk about it. You said her IG tells me she belongs to the streets, always showing her ass off. She has an IG. Maybe we have to investigate that. I don't know this lady, but every time I've seen her, she has some really good input and she's cool. So let's get it.
Natalia Del Valle, how you feeling? Relationship status? How you making your money? What you want people to know? You're selling your bathwater for $18 a month. What you got, baby?
Well, hello everyone. Welcome to Saucecast. Happy Thursday. Before we get started, make sure you guys like today's videos, comment, subscribe, and share. I'm super excited. Today's podcast should be really entertaining and very interesting. So make sure you guys do all that. And I see you guys in the chat. I'll be reading your super chats. So make sure you guys give us some good super chats. And Beaten Cheeks, I see you in there. All right.
We've got two sponsors this week. First sponsor, we got to give a shout out to Hooked on Phonics. Work for me. It's working for Nat. When I found her, she could barely read. Now she's doing super chats. She's writing novels.
Yes.
She's glowing over there.
Can't
By
you
the way,
tell?
Nat, if you would quick, let's not keep the camera on this gentleman too long. We don't want to get.
And that's true. That's true what you said, Young Jay. You said Natalia is a chameleon, an undercover feminist, and dudes are going crazy over her. Yeah. Well, you got a lot of trad cons. You do have a lot of undercover feminists and stuff like that. And it's kind of weird, too. Well, it's not really kind of weird. I can actually explain to you what's really going on. But a lot of women nowadays, they're turning into pseudo-feminists because there's other things on the table nowadays. The actual feminists, staunch feminists don't look like Natalia. You know what I'm saying? Staunch feminists don't look like Natalia. Natalia really doesn't speak for the real women that's behind feminism, which is funny as hell. But we'll see. You said as long as a chick gets a man's D hard, she could be a whole demon and men will still be flocking, I guess. So I'm gonna let this play for a little bit. I'm gonna run downstairs and go grab some food, and we're gonna be up for the duration of today's player talk. Let's get it.
Canceled, but slide this gentleman in here.
Hello.
This
Come
is
inside.
SBJ, special guest in the show, in the house today. My high school friend. He was the what's it called when you win the homecoming king? He was the hottest dude in high school. Guys, good things take time. That's the hottest dude in high school. Look at him now. Joe, how you feeling?
I feel great. Nice to be here. I have a lot of dirt on Adam, so I'm happy to share that at any time.
Thank you. All right, let's get him canceled. He's off. Anyway, thank you for being here. Looking good. Joe, we'll get into your stories later. Anyway, second sponsor, we'd love to give a crazy shout out to Goldco. This we give them a shout out from time to time. Here's the deal. You know, my slogan, my saying, my phrase that I always tell people is save that money. I'm all about saving that money, being smart with your money, save to invest. And when you can do that, your future will look bright. Speaking of bright, Goldco is all about bright, shiny objects, commodities known as silver and gold. You see how that's worked. So if you want to save that money, here's a little strategy for you. The reason that you have a strategy is to combat certain things that are happening in the economy, whether that's inflation, whether that's money printing, whether that's new money creation. We all know that 40% of all the money that's ever been created in the history of America was printed since COVID. So things are kind of bleak out there. But a lot of people are turning to gold and silver through Goldco to help inflate their savings and retirements. And the key element to that is what we call diversification. Why would you want one girl when you can have two girls? Why would you want a housewife? Why would you want a model when you can have both? That's diversification. Why would you want a white girl, a black girl separately when you can have a brown girl in the middle? That's how things work here, gentlemen. This is diversification.
Hey, it's like
I know
ice
you've
cream.
done, I know you do not discriminate. Okay, Sterling, I've seen you do scenes with black, white, left, right, up, down. Diversify your portfolio, diversify the women in your life, diversify the content that you're doing. So anyway, Goldco, I'm all about them because you can diversify your financial portfolio and sprinkle in a little bit of silver and gold into your portfolio. So we did a whole sex reference right there, analogy, metaphors, but this is where romance and finance intersect. So that's what we're talking about right here. And if you sign up today with Goldco, you will be eligible to win $10,000 in free silver. Make it rain, baby. Free silver, 10,000. If you call Goldco, that's 855-966-0109. Goldco, 855-966-0109. That's gold. That's silver. That's diversification. We all know how to do math here. Black, white, brown girls, we love them all. Diversify. Anyway, with that being said, let's get this show started. And Sterling, I want to start with you, brother, because one of the things, whenever I'm asking women some of the traits, the attributes that they're looking for in a woman, we're looking for in a man, women, sorry. The attributes that women are looking for in a man, they talk about being masculine. They talk about having ambition, being good looking, having status, having wealth. But the underlying most overarching terminology that I hear is confidence, whether that's in business, whether that's in the bedroom, whether that's in the boardroom. Women like a confident man. Nobody likes a wallflower that's just afraid to talk and voice themselves. Women are all about confident men. And what I always say is that competence, getting good at something, will lead to competence. And that comes with experience. So I know that you've had a lot of experience in the bedroom, also out there in the business world. So, you know, the knock on men these days is they're kind of feminine or beta. And there's not the traditional alpha masculine men out there. And I would put you in that camp as a real dude, as a top G, as some may say. So how do you boost your confidence, and what recommendations, advice do you have for men out there to level up their confidence?
Well, just personally for me, like my self-esteem always increases when I'm doing the right things, when I'm doing the things that I know I should be doing daily. Like, okay, so have I hit the gym today? Have I eaten like a pig, or have I eaten like stuck to, you know, a healthy diet, right? Have I made a good business investment today, or have I worked on my business, done something effective in my business today? These little micro actions every day, for me at least, they compound over the course of weeks and months and years into building up my self-esteem and building up my confidence in all areas of my life, right? And so, and confidence bleeds over too. So if you're a guy who's really competent, say, with finances, that tends to allow you to walk around a bit more cocky, you know, in when you're in the bar, you got a bit more swagger to you. Or if you're a guy who knows what he's doing in the bedroom, you'll definitely walk around the bar with a lot more swagger to you, right? So confidence isn't just isolated to one particular field. If you're competent in one thing, that can bleed over into at least having the self-belief to pursue other things and get better at those as well.
Yeah, you talked about walking in the bar. So one of the things I always say about money, and the reason that this show that talks about intersexual dynamics, dating men, women, is on Valuetainment Money, is because money is a major factor within your life. Obviously, men don't just make money and then do nothing with the money. Money doesn't live in a vacuum. Money enhances your life, which enhances your lifestyle, which allows you to go buy things, do things, meet different people. Money's a tool to use to your advantage. It doesn't just live independently by itself.
You just can't save it.
Exactly. If you could save it. One of the things I always tell people, and it's funny you talked about walking into a bar, is, 2/3 of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. What I always say when I talk about save that money, you need to have a rainy day fund, an emergency fund, a cushion. My life changed forever when I went from broke as a joke when I was 25, 26 to actually starting to make money and being more conscious about money. And for the first time ever, and luckily to say it's never decreased from here, I had $10,000 in my bank account. If you've never had $10,000 in your savings account, your checking account, I highly recommend you get there. The stats are 50% of Americans don't have $500 for an emergency. 2/3 of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, yada, yada, yada. But when you walk into a bar, to your point, when you walk into a bar and you know that you've got 10 grand in the bank, no problem.
And that's the cut.
Whatever
You don't get lower
drink
than that,
you
baby.
want to buy, whatever girl you want to meet, whoever you want to talk to, you're good. There's never we've all walked into a situation where you meet a girl at the bar, but she's with two friends, let's say, and it's you, and it's like you want to talk to the girl, but you don't want to buy drinks for two of her friends. That's awkward. Now it's weird. Now you don't want to be cheap and but if you have 10 grand in the bank account, as an example, confidence will enable you to just kind of make the best decisions in that account. So I totally understand the confidence. Now let's go back to young men. That was my advice to young men.
Okay, just like the guys and people that was on Jason Whitlock's show. My bad, y'all. I'm back. I'm out of breath and shit. Just from the guys or the people that was on Jason Whitlock's show, they got a lot of these stats from the manosphere. Okay, a lot of these stats came from the black manosphere. Now, let me tell y'all something, though, that goes along with stats. A lot of the stats will be true, but you can't take the stats for face value. You have to break certain things down. So when you break certain things down, then the raw numbers will start to show, and it will start to make sense when you start when you start unpacking things. Okay, so a lot of times stats are just a rough estimate for the most part. Now, is the rough estimate true? Yeah, but you can't take it for face value. You got to see where you fall in line too with those stats. So that's why we tell a lot of guys, hey, don't be breaking your back or be stressed out over certain stats and stuff. Kind of know the stats, but actually it's more important knowing why it's that way than the actual numbers and stuff like that. What's going on, Javon? Javon said Adam advocates for spending $300 to $400 on dates for casual sex. Yeah, which is dumb as hell. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of guys that do make a lot of money and do have money, they're fucking up also. Okay, so for real, if you really break certain shit down, some of those people that have money are living no better than people that live paycheck to paycheck, bro. It's really a mindset thing. You know what I'm saying? Whereas some people that's living paycheck to paycheck, they're waiting for another big break to get to change their financial status. Do you understand what I'm saying? But yeah, a lot of people don't have $500 to $2,000 put away for a rainy day and stuff like that. Hence why a lot of people are telling you guys to go buy insurance. Just saying. All right, so let's get into it. It's player talk. Let's go.
The more money you have, the more.
And let me tell y'all something too, which I'm gonna go right back off of what shout outs to Nick Tao, Javon said. You don't have to spend no goddamn nigga, I'm sorry, for real, fucking around with me, nigga. If we really want to have a rough estimate to how much a goddamn date is, nigga, dates should start at like $30 to $60. I don't know about no goddamn 200, 300 something. For both of y'all to have fun, you included, it should be around $30 to $60. Women aren't dumb, and men that know some aren't dumb too. The reason why a lot of people are paying, what's going on, Broke Genius? Shout outs to you. The reason why people are paying a lot of that like a bunch of money, and women aren't stupid neither, is because a lot of you guys aren't entertaining. You guys are not fun. And the thing is that that money covers the fun, and it misguides the women. It misguides the woman also and shit like that. Like, oh well, if you're my wife, you get to work yourself up to me spending $1,000 a day. No, it don't work like that. Never did, never will. I don't know what's wrong with niggas. Yeah, first date, nigga, y'all better go to the store and go get some ice cream or some shit and feed ducks in the park or some shit, and you get to sit there and talk to this woman and know who the hell you have beside you. You don't crack your wallet open like that on the first date. I don't give a damn who you are. Now, if you're a rich man and you got it like that and you're going somewhere expensive and you're like, hey, yo, come with me, it's on me, and you already had that money set aside to spend because you're celebrating something or something like that, then cool. But shit, 300 to 600 on the first date. And then y'all are dumb as hell to fall for women shaming y'all. That means you broke. That means you ain't got it like that. Yeah, that means you ain't going on no $300, $400 date, bitch. All right, anyway, let's go.
Or that you'll be able to do with your life. What advice do you have for men out there to develop that confidence? Because I see what you're saying you're doing. Small things you do every single day. It's a compound effect. What are you seeing out there? Because you do a lot of coaching, men getting better in bedroom. What are you seeing out there, and what tips do you have for men to specifically develop their confidence?
Don't expect it to happen overnight. Like, realize that you're on a long enough time, especially if you're younger.
And see, that's the worst way to look at confidence. Confidence, let me give y'all the game on confidence in a nutshell. Confidence is nothing but a repeated behavior. So that means if you do something a lot and all the time and frequently, you will have confidence doing it. So if you keep doing something that you're not confident at, over time, you'll start getting confident at it because you're doing it, okay? When you first get on ice, let's say if you want to learn how to ice skate, when you first get on the ice, you're not confident because you don't have a style. You don't know how the ice is going to how you're going to react versus how the ice is going to react if you do something you don't know. But then the more you go skating every weekend and you get used to it and you start to develop your skills and stuff like that and start to become more familiar with it, that builds confidence. So a lot of these guys can't tell you how to build confidence. In a nutshell, go read this book called The Confidence Gap. Really great book. But definitely confidence is something that is done over and over and repeatedly. That's the best way to build confidence. All right, let's go.
Guy, realize you're on a long enough time frame where, like, those small compounding things are going to make sense. You're going to eventually, if you're doing these daily things consistently for years on end, it's inevitable that you're going to be successful. I think a lot of guys, especially young guys these days, and older guys, to be honest, beat themselves up because, I'm not a millionaire by 22. They see some like crypto guy or some dude, whatever, flashing cash on like Twitter or Instagram, and he's like 21, 22 years old, and they think, I've failed because I'm not that guy. That is not the reality of building success and wealth for 99.9% of people on the planet.
Those are the exceptions, not the rule.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Exactly. So,
okay, Ali Drummond in the house. I know that your dude, in order to get you, there's an age difference of 20 years?
23, yes.
23 years.
Yeah, but
that dude must have had some major confidence.
He looked good, though. He fertile.
Well, clearly, you're pregnant right now. Give me your take on a men's confidence and what women, can women help men with their confidence? I know that there's women out there that actually hurt men's confidence. Give me your take on being a woman, being a traditional woman, and dealing with a man and enabling his confidence.
Thank you, Queen.
Well, I would say I have traditional values. Definitely a modern woman. I was born in 95. So, what can you do? But in terms of men building confidence, I see a lot of men that are downtrodden in their early 20s.
Shout outs to everybody that's in the building. Shout outs to Black Man Travels. Shout outs to everybody here. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. And share the channel. Support the channel. Let's go.
Feel like losers, and it's like, no, you're supposed to feel like a loser. I felt like a loser in my early 20s. I was scrubbing toilets as a private in the United States Army.
What's going on, Ism?
My husband, he used to be a janitor. Right now he does military medicine, but he used to be a janitor, and he worked at an...
Jermaine, what's going on? Tech Rel, what's going on? You said this bitch fucking sucks. I don't know, y'all. Y'all might be on her side on this one. Once the other sister opens her mouth and remove all doubt. Let's go.
Ice factory. So your 20s are supposed to suck. It's supposed to be a humbling experience, but you can definitely put them to good use and set up a foundation for yourself. I think my husband got a little bit lost in the women for a time, so he ended up picking back up his professionalism at 35. Which you have time as a man. We don't have the same amount of time as women, but to give a man confidence, I don't think that's something that a woman can do. But what you can do is inspire a man, and I think that that's something.
Well, look at how she's talking about him. Look at how highly she speaks of him. Okay, Tampa said he believes she's gonna leave that old man. You know, I mean, some old men they. I hate to say it like this, but they die, and you know the mother's widowed. She's still young, can date still, and have a kid. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys believe that she's gonna leave her old husband, or is she gonna be content and be a wife with him and see it out? Let's see. She speaks highly of him. I think she'll stay.
Something that's lost on a lot of women. Because when I think about money, and when I think about my husband's money, our money, this pool of money, he worked so hard in his 20s, in his 30s, and his 40s, and he's willing to share these things with me. So that's just humbling for me. So he literally like inputs the money, and we have a new reality. He's the architecture of my life, right? We have a house, we have a puppy dog, we're in the Midwest. That's where we want to live. That's a lifestyle. I'm having a baby, and we're having a baby. So literally, if you think about it, like my husband goes and makes the money turns into food. I eat the food, and it makes the baby. You know, so it's a.
What's going on? Gervais says she's still in the honeymoon phase. Taylor said she'll stay. Music Therapy said 2. Shatera said no. For what? Exactly. The dating game is fucked up right now. Now is a great time to be married. You said statistically the odds are that the relationship will end, but who knows? But they have a different dynamic. Yeah, she's married to an older man. Red flag. Some women are kind of a slower speed, and you know, old man's more of their speed. Shout outs to War Master 7 in the building. War Master say 2, she'll stay. Okay, we'll do it. We'll do a poll. All right, we'll do a poll because maybe you might think otherwise, but the more you hear her speak about him, you know, we'll see.
It's a good frame to be in if you think about it. I think a lot of women just take that for granted if they find themselves in that position. And I do want to be clear, my husband is not a millionaire. So you guys out there, you can definitely achieve it. We live a pretty conservative lifestyle in the Midwest. That's definitely sustainable. I have like a weekly allowance of $100 because that's all I need in the Midwest. So you can definitely pursue something like that. But women take it for granted because they don't know how much a company is making off of their man. That I asked my husband on purpose. I said, okay, you know, per the clinic, how much do they make off of you? And he told me the number. And I said, how much do you make an hour? He told me that number. And I was like, damn, that sounds painful. So that really put it into perspective for me and allowed me to be more grateful and also appreciating the blood, sweat, and tears. It's not the money that he's making now. Like this man has spent decades to get to where he is. So it's like, oh, you're gonna share that with me? Like, thanks, man.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask Kiana. So let me get your take. So
Yes.
Woman who loves her husband and is proudly number 2 in her household.
Mm-hmm.
You're a beautiful girl. You're an entrepreneur. You're a model. When you hear a woman talk like this, does it aspire you to get a man? Does it make you realize, listen, that's great for you, beautiful girl. I kind of got my own thing going on here. When you're hearing a woman talk like this, how are you processing
I'm kind of start off by saying my mom is still married to my dad for 35 years. So I understand what it takes to be that woman.
Mm-hmm.
But for me to be that woman, I can't be in society now, modern.
Mm-hmm.
And modern
can't
nowadays, I can't be that woman that my mother was modern. I see my mom do cook, clean, bath water running, everything for my father.
Okay.
And she's still with him. So for me now, it's like something greater than that. So it's not saying that I won't get married, but if I do get married, it's going to be what I want and not what the man want.
Really? Okay, so number two things. Your parents are still married.
Still married.
35 years later, respect.
Yeah.
Give your mom a shout out real quick and daddy.
Hello.
You also talked
Queen
about
is still here.
we out here. You said something that
Y'all heard that? Y'all heard that? He said, and there you have it. It's gonna be what I want and not what the man wants. Yeah, modern. Yeah, modern. It's gonna be what I want and not what the man wants. This is what happens. This is what happens when you let a lot of them speak. This is why you need to let them speak. Let her talk. Now, what man is going to be a millionaire? And wait till you hear our criteria. What man is going to be a millionaire, work his ass off, and do all of that shit to be with somebody like this? She must have forgot that men propose. Men propose. And it's funny that if you're saying, okay, it's funny that if you're saying, okay, if you're thinking like this, then why don't you propose? But no, because it's okay for women to propose. They just act stupid when somebody brings that to their attention. So it's like you want him to propose, but you want him to willingly sign up for something where he gets nothing. And then believe that you're supposed to respect him after you told him this, and he go on ahead and do it. Go on ahead and do it. You know? You said Russell Wilson type. Like, come on, man. I'm telling you, hey, it gets worse, y'all. It gets worse.
I have to address. You said, when I get married, it's going to not be something the man wants. It's going to be what I want. Please explain what that means. Because I already know in the comment section, they're going to be like, this chick don't get it, bro.
I get
What
it.
is she talking about right now? So what do you want, and why won't you do what your man wants?
It's kind of deep to say that, but for me, I'm not gonna sacrifice life now because there's so much going on in life. It's not like back in the day where we didn't really have much, where you have to have kids and be married. It's so much that I can do within my life to where what I do, it should make sense equally together. So my mom was in a generation where all she knew was him at that point. And for me, I just feel like I can bring more to the table than being her. A person that cooks and clean, run bath water. We understand we can be that. I could do that all day. All day I could do that for you. But if you want to see something different, you want to bring more to the table. In that, I could do it.
Okay, so
it's not that I'm like degrading a woman for doing that.
Yeah. So
the simple fact is greater than that plus that. That's like double.
So explain what you would like to bring to the relationship. If you're saying, hey, listen,
what I want and not what I'm bringing.
Stuff is cooking, cleaning, doing the bath, take care of the kids. I got that.
I just want
been
peace.
Doing that for 35 years.
I want a peace.
What do you want to bring to the relationship?
Peace. I want peace.
What does that mean?
Peace is just being confident about what you want in life, because a lot of people don't know what they want in life. They could be married and still struggling with themselves.
Okay.
I want, if you want to, this.
You want to let them talk because low key, high key, they describe themselves. That baby girl, that's not what peace means. I want peace. I want peace. What's going on, Let's Troll? What's going on, my brother Travis in the building? She wants cats. Antisocial said babbling goofy. Oh man. She wants peace, y'all. Better be thoughtful than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. That's the theme for this week, y'all, apparently.
This is what we do. This is what we're working on. This is what we're doing. Is people don't know their self.
Okay.
I don't know how I can break that down, but peace is is something that I really dig for.
Okay.
So what is your lifestyle of peace? Like if you were to explain like, okay, I found this guy, I really like him, and he provides me peace. What is that lifestyle? What's your role and what's his role?
Somebody, okay, so we bring it back to confident.
Yeah.
And confident can be somebody waking in the morning, just ego. Confidence to me is just knowing.
She can't even talk right. Somebody waking in the morning, just ego. Okay, so we bring it back to confident. Confident. You said she can't even. Right, RG3. Shout outs to RG3 in the building. Hold on, man. Shout outs to RG3 in the building. Toya said, oop. Toya, y'all wouldn't be the best of friends. I'm telling you. Look, even Queen said, what? Yo, I lost brain cells. So come hang with us today. Let's lose some brain cells together. You said she talks like she's sucking deep, bro. This is what they want you to grind your whole life for and get with. You said she's hustling backwards and don't even know what she wants. Yeah, and listen to how she breaks this down, because honestly, she's describing herself. And to tell you the truth, it's so backwards how she thinks. But I don't know. I'm gonna let y'all be the judge. Y'all go easy on her, man. Make sure you guys like on the way in. 40 likes. Let's get it up to 47 likes. Let's see if we can get at least 3 people to support today's show. 3 people. Let's go.
What you want and what I do don't affect you. You still gonna be the man when you wake up tomorrow. I don't know. It's just
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, let me ask you a couple questions, then I want to open it up for everybody.
And the host of the show, he's taking it easy on her. They treated her with kid gloves, but I wonder where she snaps. Because at first I thought she was chasing clout. I don't know, y'all. I'm gonna let y'all be the judge.
You're picturing a dude out there that you'll settle down with. Go ahead, go there right now. Go with me. By the way, everyone in the audience, picture who you're gonna be with the rest of your life. Go think about
visualize
think about where you're at. By the way, baby girl, I'm right here with you right now. So think about where you're at. Now that he's in your head, obviously, I hope you're thinking about your husband. I know that your situation's complicated, Sterling. Nat, there's a lot of dudes sliding in the DM. I get it. Jojo, obviously, you're happily married. Kiana, this dude, how tall is he?
I don't know. I don't even look at the person. I don't look at the
Give me a basic number.
It gotta be
Let's just answer these things rapid fire.
6'1",
He's 6'1". Gotcha. Shape, ripped, big, dad bod,
big
skinny, huh? Big.
And not big, but big enough.
Like a football player big, like Sterling big, Sterling 6'1". Big or smaller? Okay,
big.
Muscular.
Just can go to the gym like me, not lazy.
Hell
in the
yeah.
house.
Okay, so this gentleman, black, white, Latino, doesn't matter. Asian, persuasion.
It don't matter.
The whole thing. Got it. And how much money would you like him to make a year?
Over 60 million. Over.
We're
gonna go to 5 million.
Wait, you say 60 million?
Yeah, we're gonna go to 5 million.
I'm about to have a heart attack right now.
5 to 60. 5 to 60.
5 million.
5
minimum.
Cut 5.
Wait,
60.
million with an M.
Million.
Okay, got it. Sterling,
because you can make 1 million.
Can't make 1 million. Lose my number, obviously.
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, this woman is slow as hell. Just wait, y'all. This woman is slow as hell. Okay. Nick Tao said, "What is Natalia's Cash App? I know I'm down bad, but chill." Shout outs to Nick Tao, J Vaughn. Listen to these numbers, y'all, okay? And basically what they're doing is stealing from the manosphere, because he's asking her, he's going to go down to Kevin Samuels. He's going to go straight down to Kevin Samuels' rabbit hole when asking this woman these questions, okay? So y'all already know the line of rhetoric he's going to ask, and let's see if she horribly fails. Look at Femme Sapien laughing, because she's on her show doing the same thing. Manosphere meets mainstream, y'all. Okay. Shout outs to my brother RG3 again. RG3 dropping the huge 20 on the Cash App. Shout outs to RG3. You guys are keeping the show going. Oh yeah, we're gonna kick it on today's show. So listen to her rhetoric. Listen to, because this is why I said you gotta be this millionaire. You're a whole multi-millionaire, y'all. And she says you gets nothing. She doesn't even respect her future husband that's gonna hear this. How are you gonna hear a woman speak like this? And then think that you can get with her after this has been said, and then now it's floating around that this is what your wife now said before. And you got to work very hard to deal with a woman like this. Must be nice, y'all. Must be nice.
Well, you said
What,
5 million.
500K? What?
Baby, you answer the question.
I'm just saying we could go.
And she has the audacity to kind of chest up. Yeah, 500 what? It's like, all right, shorty, you don't even understand the questions that I'm throwing at you. Answer a question. All right. Shout outs to my brother Chris G, dropping the huge 3 on the Cash App. Let's go. So watch this, y'all.
You can do it this way to make it common. 500K to 5 million.
Gotcha. So minimum
Let's
half
make
a
it
million.
easy. Yeah.
Now, what percentage of men do you think make 500,000 a year? Give me a
That's-
number. What percentage of men make a
2%.
$500,000 a year? Close. It's 1%.
Right. But
What
I just want
percentage
to
of
put
men-
an extra 2.
Okay. So got it. And when you meet this man of your dreams who's 6'1", black, white, yellow, Puerto Rican, or Haitian, doesn't matter, from the Zulu Nation, shout out to Tribe Called Quest. How much are you going to contribute to the
That shit is cringe, y'all. I'm sorry, that shit is cringe.
overall family income? So, for instance, you contribute maybe 10%, right?
think
Allie, 20, I don't know, whatever you're making.
Oh, yeah, that's probably close.
Sure, but you're a housewife, proud.
Yeah.
How much would you like to contribute?
I think I wouldn't even contribute until I got it there yet.
You wouldn't say?
I wouldn't contribute until
Okay.
I'm there yet. I
So
wouldn't
it's-
want a man until I'm there
It's
yet.
all on the man.
No,
Okay.
it's not on the man. It's on me. I will not contribute until I'm there.
So you're saying
I'm
you're paying your own
getting there.
bills?
Yeah, I'm going to be at that level to where if I do be there,
She just say, fuck she just say fuck the rest of the world. I ain't even gonna contribute until he contribute.
you can't
Okay.
talk about it. You have to be there when I'm there, because
Got
if
it.
not, I'm dragging you like a dog.
Last couple questions for you. Have you ever been married and do you have any kids?
No.
Okay, got it. So here's the complicated question. You ready?
Right.
Buckle up, everybody. This man who on a bad day is making $500,000 a year. On a
That's
good
fine.
day, he's making somewhere between 5 and 60 million. Respect. He's 6'1". He's a multitude of different colors. Let's just say looks like
Right.
Sterling, good looking guy. Why? Don't be offended. Why would he pick you?
He don't have to.
No, but he's going to. Tell us why he would.
I wouldn't know why he would. I guess it's a
So as y'all can see, imagine being in a relationship with this hot ass mess. She makes, if Natalia's a feminist, she makes her look like a church girl. Imagine being in a relationship with this hot ass mess. It's like pulling teeth to get her to answer random, easily answered questions. What color is your ideal man? What color is your ideal man? Like, what? This is high talk. You know, what's this thing about colors? It's like, ma'am, just answer the question. God damn.
attraction,
Mm-hmm.
my drive, my determination. I guess that, because I feel
Then they name all of this shit that nobody gives a damn about. Some vague shit. My drive, my willingness to get up every morning, my talent, my ambition. What?
feel like I can become that image, but maybe I'm not that yet.
All right. So here's the follow-up. You're saying your drive, your ambition, your
Mhm.
attraction. If he's
Or
making that much
determination.
money, why does he want your drive? Wouldn't he just want you to be a pretty housewife? Now you're back to playing the same role your mother's playing if he's making that much money. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, baby, I'm gonna be it now. If you give me a
All
capsule
of a sudden,
with a wedding dress now, baby. Listen.
all of a sudden, baby knows
Now
how to
listen.
change some diapers and do some bath
No,
water
I don't
now.
need the diaper change,
Okay.
but if you can get, I just listen.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Let's open it up for Allie
Mhm.
and Sterling. Now, you guys are friends. You guys know each other?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Allie,
Mhm.
when you hear her say these things,
Uh-huh.
what comes to mind?
A lot of people like to think hypergamy is trading up and up and up for a man, but I think sometimes hypergamy is choosing to be alone. Like, I wouldn't say that Kiana, correct?
Yes.
I wouldn't. You're welcome. I wouldn't say that Kiana's particularly interested in a relationship. I mean,
yeah, that's the thing.
You know, I think
I've been in one my whole life with my father and my mom, so it's like I've
What
been
if-
in one
But that's not a relationship
It's a
because you have
relationship.
parents.
Mhm.
relationship.
What's your longest relationship aside from your parents?
I've been in two, and both there were 8 years.
Oh, okay.
So
And
I know
how
how
old
to
are you?
be
Give or take
long.
30, give or take? Do you mind?
How old am I?
Yeah.
Oh, you should never ask a woman her age now.
I know, but I'm kind of
not
hosting a
gonna-
show. All right.
Google,
You're
you gotta
young,
Google
you're
that
young.
now if I put
Okay,
it out
gotcha.
there.
Got it.
Mhm.
See, sometimes I break the rules
Sorry,
around here. All right. Natalia's still somehow 21 when we hired her 4 years
Hello,
ago.
I'm still
She was
24.
21. So continue. She basically agreed with you. She's saying she's not ready for a relationship.
Yeah.
well, I wouldn't say like not ready. I just don't think she wants one. I think you'd rather just do your own thing.
Until I
Mhm.
create who
Mhm.
I am, because I don't want to feel like I'm begging someone to take care of me,
Mhm.
or I don't want to feel like a user, or I just want to be
Okay.
at
Yeah,
my
that's
standard as
so-
a woman.
That's
you-
interesting.
You think
And
that
then
if you were
you come.
uh-huh.
So you
She want to be at her standard. She want to be at her standard as a woman. You said 0.2% men. She's weird. Right. Or she's just trying to be right. Broke Genius said she will get with Herschel Walker. Now, this is the thing, fellas. What's going on, Shane? Now, this is the thing, though. They will get up here and say all this stupid shit, but these women are actively in the dating game. And I'm going to tell you the truth. A lot of these women would rather be a side woman or a side fling or like the pump and dump type, because you kind of really can't attach no strings to them, and they themselves want strings attached. So women will get on here and lie about the type of guy they want, but they're not going to tell you about the type of guys that they're currently dating right now, because even a woman is not going to let quote unquote coochie go to waste. So keep that in mind, okay? Keep that in mind. And then, like I said, you have women like this that go their whole lives not being told about themselves because dudes just want to hit. And it's sad when being told about yourself or sometimes being warned about yourself could help you, okay? But let's see if she contribute to this conversation, okay? Let's see if she's confident.
you feel like you need to reach a certain level of success
Before I get the high value man, I should say.
Oh, well, I
my
wouldn't say
level.
For your own self
My own self of what
Yeah.
I want, because this is what
Got
I'm
it.
asking for. 5 million.
Yeah.
I gotta be there.
So
I have to be there.
can I ask
Got
a
it.
question, Adam?
Smart.
Sure, go ahead, Sterling.
So okay, let's say you want to reach a certain level of success to before you would feel comfortable and confident
Even
in
dating.
in even settling down, right?
Yes.
Like how would you feel if you settled down before you'd reach that level of success? What would be sort of holding you back from that? What's holding you back from
It's not holding me back.
jumping
It's
in there?
about the building. Now,
Oh, look at this fool. All right. Anyway, shout outs to Prime Time. I was thinking that exact same thing. She's probably cheating in those relationships. And yeah, music therapy, she could be a swirler, Because when women were here talking about, oh, I'm going to divest, white men have a certain type. They have a certain type of sister that they get with. And she, to a certain degree, mouth closed, because she kind of just is kind of embarrassing. But she, to a certain degree, fits the stereotype. Yeah, white men, definitely, she'll get a bunch of white men. White men will go for her. Most definitely. Now, can she stay with them or will they stay with her? That's to be determined.
we can sit there and make a plan and create the plan, and we're working towards the plan, but would you stay on that plan?
Like you and your partner,
Me and a
your
partner
man,
now.
right?
We
You're gonna work towards
not
something.
there. We're building and creating.
So
But
is it
is it up to you to stay on that path? Because that's what I do. I want to be there.
Well,
So
it
you-
sounds
so
like
you're
you
kind
want
of-
to be financial equals. You don't want to make less than him. Do you want him to make more than you?
I would love that, but who wants to take care of someone for the rest of their life.
Lots of
A lot of successful
men
men are
comfortable
definitely
with that.
signing up for that.
Oh, definitely. Like
I
I'm
love
allowed
that, but
to.
I don't want to feel like a
But the difference
baby.
is,
Yeah, it's just a
Someone's taking
mentality
care
kind
of
of
me.
thing. So it's actually very endearing. There's a whole other side of masculinity that doesn't get talked about. I mean, obviously, Rolo knows about it. Rolo got a whole like wife and a daughter, so don't play me. I hope you're watching. So there's like this whole other side of masculinity. These men like taking care of women. So they wouldn't really look down on it. But the thing is like if you wanted to take that route, if you want, these quote unquote high value men, they're normally making that much money to turn that money into things like a house and a family and babies. And basically the problem with that is there's young women out there who already know the game. So they would just scoop those guys up. I did it. I was 27.
My thing is my father has houses from Compton, Inglewood, Culver City, as a low value man. To me, I'm getting more than what he can bring, but what he brought to the table, I will enjoy. It's enjoyable to do that. It wasn't forced. He enjoyed taking care of our family, 5 kids.
Bruh. Imagine your daughter getting on the fucking internet and you raised her and she calls you a low value man. Kevin would have had a field day with her. She called her father a low value man. Baby girl, you around a whole bunch of white people, so there's no black people in that room that's going to call you on that. She called her daddy a low value man. Young Jay said, there it is. Yeah, music there. She just called her father low value, bro. It's everybody's fault but hers. And she said, oh, I make more than him and all this other. Well, if he has a family to raise and got other obligations and you're just single, duh. I would hope you, well, I don't know. This motherfucker just called her dad a low value man. Right, War Master, the question was addressed to her, not her parents. So I thought she was trolling because I only heard a little bit of this. Some of y'all seen more of it than I did, but damn. I didn't really catch that at first. Shout outs to Ed. He said, dang, I thought I was the only one that caught that. I tried to ignore her calling her dad low value. Yeah, man. And then this is the fucked up thing. They steal so much from the manosphere. When the fuck was regular people running around calling high value, low value? There's a lot of things I do blame Kevin for, but these people don't know what the hell they're talking about. And they have all this manosphere rhetoric in their vocabulary. And don't know what the hell they're talking about. When just a couple of years ago, they would call dudes in this space trash. And then now you have women using dudes in this space to get in this space only to get a manosphere following and then to call themselves not manosphere. Still got the jargon in their mouth, but that's to be determined. Fools will expose themselves in due time. Okay? You said chocolate tits, by the way. Yay, right. They take our talking points, man. All right, let's go.
He enjoyed it. Yeah. So it's not like no one enjoyed it. It's just that's not what I'm accepting. That's middle class for me. I already lived that. I already lived that life. It's not that I'm looking to be married and live in a Inglewood or Hollywood or and live off a 9 to 5 or it's something greater than that in life for me.
Because you were kind of born
already there.
You were raised in this in this certain
Hollywood. It's like it's a whole nother level.
You're trying to make sure that you go up one step further.
I don't need to get married.
Question for you, but believe me, I think we're just spending some time on you because we don't. I know Sterling's story. I know Ali's story. We don't know much about you.
I'm sorry.
You've said no. You're on the show for a reason. So my point is, don't think that we're picking on you.
No.
Well, you are saying things that like antennas going off. So you're saying that you want a high class lifestyle, meaning you've done the low class lifestyle.
Not low,
you've done the middle. You've done the middle class
yeah.
thing. You're like, listen, I ain't settling for no BS. I only want the best of the best.
I just want
and I'm willing to
I feel
become the best version of myself so I can attract that man.
Because I'm not going to ask for something lower than what I'm
now,
asking
what
for.
if I were to tell you that man making $500,000 a year or $5 million a year, let's just say, gives zero fucks about your drive, your ambition, your career. Zero. He's basically saying, hear me out. I got this, baby girl. Don't hassle me. Don't annoy me. I just want to have peace. Your words. So here's what I need you to do. Accept the lifestyle that I'm bringing to you.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna.
That's the whole point, sir. God forbid you make all of that money. He said she's been pooped on in Dubai. God forbid you make all that money and ask this of your quote unquote lady. If it's a lady.
Retweak that little attitude. You are good enough. Now you're going to be in my world. I have no interest in our worlds combining.
Right.
You're going to get on my page. It's almost like what Ali said about her husband.
Well,
is that something that turns you on or off?
I
that
love
lifestyle?
it. Well, I better have a black card in my name, credit, but it be in good enough, and trade lines and just different things need to be for me to not to work.
Okay. So you heard what Ali said about her life.
So she accept what she accept a week. My weekly is totally different.
Okay. So when Ali says I get $100 a week as an allowance, keeps in mind she lives in Kansas. How likely are you?
And I live in LA, born and raised
live
in
in LA.
Hollywood.
Yeah, you would need a bigger allowance.
How likely are you to take $100 a week allowance?
It would have
And
worked.
if the answer is hell no, which I'm gonna allow you to answer,
No, I'm right.
what is your ideal weekly / monthly allowance, Kiana?
What I gotten already?
What have you gotten, and what would you like to get? That bag, the proverbial bag.
I
Go ahead.
don't want to talk too much, so I might stop my money flow. But
or you might attract more.
Hey,
So $100 allowance, is that acceptable to you? Why or why not? And what are you looking for?
no, because that's my weekly will be over 2 already. That's just weekend money.
Over $2,000.
That's just weekend money.
Weekend money, play
That's not
money.
monthly.
Okay.
Monthly will be over 10.
Okay, gotcha. So
That
for
was
a man to wife you up,
I'm not saying what I
10
wife up, but what he would wife up, but what I was offering me coming to the table, how I look, and I don't know. It's like you gotta have a mouthpiece to ask what you want. It's kind of like my where I'm from is closed mouth don't get fed. It's like you have to say what you want, and somebody gonna say.
See, that's why I told y'all, think before you hear the rest of this goddamn show. She making Allie look like a dime right now. You go right back to the Femme Sapien. And what you say your name was? Femme Sapien? Hey, man. My name is such and such. You dig? My name is such and such. And then she said it. You got to have a mouthpiece. Uh-oh, don't say that. Niggas get butt hurt when you say that. You dig? She said, where's the hole in month, right? What's going on, Larry Legend? And dudes are out there hitting this. Hell yeah. Travis Rogers says she looking more like the Golden Showers type of chick. These girls be nasty as hell. She says she spends $2,000 on the weekend. Bitch, on what? On what?
No, well, it's like you double up your price
Mm-hmm.
and then you lower it.
Right.
So when she's saying closed mouths don't get fed, how are you processing that? Because in my opinion, for a pretty girl in your house living with you, you better not be talking too much. You might want to close that yap to keep that money coming.
Yeah,
that's my perspective.
If you know your position.
What do you know your role?
Yeah.
How do you process what she's saying?
I mean, so she said closed mouths don't get fed.
Correct. And
so you have to ask for things in order to get what you want.
Squeaky wheel get the grease. I get that.
Yeah, that's true, Shang. She probably does have a bunch of purses and stuff, little walk-in closet, unnecessary, like a closet just for shoes, just a lot of unnecessary shit. They build themselves up to go get the next guy. And women like this, they will actually get some paper. They actually be around paper. Who needs to know all your words when you rich? They be on Mayweather time, y'all.
Yeah, I mean that's fair and that's standard because men are not mind readers. So if you want something from him, you should verbalize it, but just be reasonable. So the $100 allowance is my idea, just because I saw locally how much a cup of coffee costs, and all I want to do is be able to go into some coffee shops a couple of times a week, and then maybe I want to get my nails done, and maybe I want to buy a dress or something because I can go shopping at Ross. But if I lived in Orlando or something like that, I think it would have to be more than that.
Yes.
But that was something that I was interested in because it's just good habits. Because my husband gave me this credit card, and it felt like I was swiping it into the ether, and I really couldn't keep track of it just because my mind couldn't connect. You know how Disney does the fast pass on the wrist so that you spend more money?
Out of sight, out of mind. Just keep swiping.
Yeah, pretty much. And so that's what it was like for me. And I was like, can I please just get this prepaid thing? And he ended up doing it, and I like it. It's good for me.
All right. Well, let's talk. Let's move on. Let's talk about financial goals as a couple. That's a topic that we're going to discuss right now. So you're married, you're single, you're complicated. Shared bank accounts, splitting expenses, allowances, splitting of the bills. How do you process what's going on here with everything we're discussing about allowances? I've been in relationships where I've given girls quote unquote allowances, right? Some of them were working for me, girlfriends at the time, need you to get to work. On top of that, I know how costly it is to be a woman, hair, makeup, nails, tanning, this, that, the other, clothes. I get it. So for me, I was giving a girl a couple grand a month just to do you, baby. When you hear this, what have you done? And what are you willing to do for the right woman?
I mean, in my situation, it's always been a case of, look, anytime she's around me, I pay for everything. I'm not gonna let you pay for like a taxi. I'm not gonna let you pay for
dinners, drinks, Ubers, movies, basic stuff.
Basic stuff. So when she's around me, it's all paid for by me. If I want to fly her in, if I'm on business somewhere and I'm like, she's a few countries away or whatever, okay, come. Yeah. Like, I'll pay for that shit. Like, take the weekend off, come over. But obviously, I'm not at that stage yet. But if I had a child with said lady, right, then that's a case of like, okay, everything's.
Whoa, what? He said, DJ Kuda, Jess Pearly thinks wears her mother's old dresses. Femme Sapien roasted her. I thought they were friends. What happened? Please, if that happened, can you produce a link? I definitely would like to see that. But shout outs to Jess Pearly things, man. I heard she's sick. I hope it's not terminal. I hope nothing crazy is going on. I hope she's okay. But yeah, man, that's funny as hell.
Covered. Don't worry about it. Like I take care of it. I take care of it all, right?
Man being the provider.
Yeah, exactly. But it would be a situation where I'd give them an allowance, but it wouldn't be outrageous. It would be within reason. I'm not a sucker.
What would you say is not an outrageous number and is acceptable?
Wow.
For example, if hypothetically, if I had a lady who lived in Eastern Europe who was having my child, I would say, okay, well, I'd look at the census and be like, how much does it cost to raise a kid in this country? All right, let's
$20 a year.
It ain't okay. You're not gonna famoosh me for like $1,000 if it costs you $5 a week to feed the baby. Gotcha. You're not gonna famoosh me.
You're automatically going to Eastern Europe. Why?
Not automatically.
Because you would only have a kid with a girl out there.
Because they're
what about a modern American woman that lives in LA that wants
don't do it. Don't do
it. I think it depends on the
when
person.
everyone's speaking, nobody speak. Let Sterling do his thing, and I'll come to you.
I would be against the idea of having a child in America.
Really? Is it because you're Australian? Is it because you're Mr. International worldwide? It's because you've been girled on 7 continents? Or is it because there's something about women in the West that are just not what you're looking for?
It's not even the women. It's the legal system here.
Ah, gotcha.
It's just the laws here.
Gotcha.
I think they take it. I think they're
number one.
The incentives are wrong, and they're incentivized wrongly to try and to try and make the women break up with the dude and take money and get child support, right? I would much rather a situation where the government is not involved at all. Right. For example, I would happily get married in a church and keep it a purely religious ceremony. The government has no involvement in it whatsoever. Just me, you, and a priest. Cool. Done. No, I'm not signing a paper or anything. Because then the government gets involved. Then the government gets involved, right?
Are you getting a prenup signed?
Well, if there's in the USA, you get either way you get screwed. Even if you have you'll still end up paying child support even if you're not married. You know what I'm saying? Like you're gonna get screwed over either
child
way.
support. I think you're totally okay with. You want to pay for the kid regardless.
Yeah, but I don't want.
It's paying for a woman that divorce you and there's no kids and you're still paying for
that
it.
too. But here's my argument against like, maybe it's an idealistic one, but I should want to take care of my kid.
Of course.
And I would, right?
It's a
That's the whole
no-brainer.
point.
Of course.
To me, it's a no-brainer.
Right.
I shouldn't have to have a government put a gun to my head and force me to pay for my child.
Mhm.
That's the problem. That's what I have a problem with.
Yeah.
Right. I'm going to take care of the kid no matter what, but I don't like the idea of big daddy government putting a gun to my head and saying, pay this or you're going to jail.
Yeah. It's choice versus force. Nobody likes that.
Yeah.
Get back on the subject of splitting expenses, paying bills. You know, you're balling out with $100 weekly allowance. Gang.
I am though.
How does it work in your house, and what do you recommend for most couples to work?
I mean, oh goodness, you have to talk about this stuff yourselves. I have just found that it's harder to have the finances separate than they are together. But I have your average marriage. Well, women are not marrying average men, but you know, for the folks that are married, a lot of husbands don't trust their wives with the money because if they were to put them together, the woman would overspend.
Mhm.
Whereas I don't really think that's a concern in my situation. It's just if I can't see how much money is in the pot, then I can't accurately spend the money. Because I'm not like a minimal spender. I'm like, what's my limit? Okay, we're gonna it's $99.99. That's where we're at. So I found that it's easier to just have them joint, have that separate card, just prepaid. And my husband kind of does most of the finances. I do make supplemental income, and I would say that that's where the utilities come from. But my husband is paying the bulk of it, you know, mortgage, home insurance,
Mhm.
taxes, things like that.
You said, you know, there's this concept of like the man making the money, the woman kind of being the bookkeeper, keeping track of the money.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not very comfortable with that. So, you know, like in relationships especially with sex, the men are the gas, the women are the brakes.
Mm-hmm.
We've heard that before. The men want to go, you know, sex. Women are like, not so fast, not so fast, not so fast. With money, it's a little bit different. Okay. The men kind of have to be the brakes,
Mm-hmm.
where the women want to go on trips. They want to spend. They want to get this. They want to shop. They want to get makeup. Where men are like, not so fast, honey. So this gas brakes analogy, I think, is a little bit of a different metaphor when it comes to the spending of the money.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's Western women. That's American women. Because there's Eastern cultures where the man makes the money and the women just manage it, but they manage it well. So that's just a problem that we have here with.
No, I think she does probably pay the some of the utilities though, Shatira. I think she probably does. I mean, the guy's like, okay, well, if you're gonna be home running up the electricity bill for your YouTube shows, it's kind of like, okay, makes sense.
Consumerism.
Yeah.
I mean, women own majority of credit card, consumer debt, and then the student loan debt. So that's our problem with insatiable women because you know, passport bros, y'all are up. Yes, these Eastern women get it. So
yeah, I don't know if like I work in finance. I'm a money guy. I don't know how comfortable I would be turning over the bank account, the millions, the whatever, to be like, hey, you're a gorgeous, hot young girl. Now you're my fucking accountant. I don't know if that sits well with
you are
me.
not getting those login details.
Yeah,
honey.
exactly.
Exactly.
But I'm gonna tell y'all the truth though. As Americans, our perception of Eastern or women in other countries are actually not too accurate. It's not too accurate. Definitely not too accurate. It's not. It's stereotypical. So some of it's true, but it's not like a spot on thing where it's like, oh, that's that. No, that's not fully true. And sometimes you can get with a woman from the East and she'll save that Western shit for you. We'll talk about that later. Let's go.
So how are you processing that? You'll pay for the bills, but she ain't getting access to your accounts,
You're
right?
not getting access to my bank account for a start.
Right.
That ain't happening.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Like to me, that's just common sense. Like I like the idea of, okay, we have a joint account, or I fund an account that you have access to, whatever. Like you said, to put the brakes on things occasionally. Ironically enough, with my parents, it was actually the other way around. My dad said this. My dad actually said, if it wasn't for your mother, I would have been broke a long time ago.
Really?
He actually confessed that to me. But he was the workhorse, and but my mum's, she's like super accountant bookkeeper kind of personality. So she did all that stuff anyway.
Mm.
So for her, she was actually the breaks, and he was like the earning the money, and she was like, we have to put money here for this mortgage and that mortgage and blah, blah, blah. Normally it is, however, the other way around. Normally it is the guy making all those kind of big, big level financial decisions. So, well, if you spend, if you get this bag, honey, then it means we miss our mortgage payment this month, right? And we're out of a house.
Exactly.
So it's like those
how
kind of.
How important is that bag? Well, at the end of the day, as much as I can, I try to smash in and equate.
But see, what they do is they flip it on black men. Because let a black man say that, oh, he broke. And then now she on a whole different tangent now. Now she on now I got to find a man that can get me that particular bag. When number one, he's not broke. And number two, hold on. Okay. Yeah, number one, he's not broke. And number two, he's right. You don't need that goddamn bag. Don't need no goddamn bag. Who you trying to impress?
Finance and romance, right? And I use terms like you want a woman to be an asset, not a liability. Right. We've all been in relationships where the woman has been a massive liability, whether that's financially, emotionally, socially, and it's just like the juice ain't worth the squeeze. We've also been in relationships, or at least seen relationships, where the woman is just such an asset. It sounds like your mother was a major asset and enabled your father to reach success. And I think that's what every man would want at the end of the day. It's like for you, you've been very open. You're like, yeah, my husband's not a millionaire, but I'm helping him get there. I'm an asset, not a liability, right?
Yeah, well, I'm giving him, it's not giving, okay? We do this stuff together, but my husband spent a long time being a bachelor. He was a bachelor until he was 48. And come to find out, you're allowed to date younger women. So there you go. So I get to have this legacy with him. I get to be a witness to his life. I'm going to be taking care of him in old age. People act like if he was my age, that wouldn't be the situation. No, like you get old together, you take care of each other. And we're also going to have children, and that's going to occupy his time. He looks very forward to being a father. But I understand that a lot of women tend to be a drain. But you know what I think? I think that women push their luck when they know that they can with a man, right? You should have a healthy fear of your man. Like if you spend a lot of money behind his back, you should be like, oh, maybe that's not the move. I have seen grown women in their 50s get their credit cards taken away because they're spending money behind their man's back. That is so disrespectful. I want for nothing. To deceive my husband in that way is like disgusting, reprehensible. So stop doing it.
I have
ladies.
a friend that is getting a divorce right now, shall remain nameless. I have a friend that's getting divorced because he found out that his wife was spending money on the credit card behind his back. Not once, not twice, 3 strikes, you're out. And it wasn't 2,000, 4,000, 5,000, 10,000. It's 6 figures of credit card debt that he was not aware.
Right. They definitely only understand when the white men are talking. I mean, white men get respect out the jump. So that's how you got to look at it, fellas, too. It's better your woman respect you and then build love from respect than to love you, because a woman can love you and still not respect you. A woman can have love for you and still not respect you.
Aware of.
Oh, Lord.
Wow. Let's move on to the next topic, and then we'll get on to some super chats. And we'll open it up for a roundtable discussion. You talked about the age gap in dating and taking care of your man as you get older. You said there's a 22-year age gap?
23.
Okay, so I want to hear from Sterling's perspective, my perspective, and you ladies. What is an ideal age gap these days? Because, it's no secret men like younger women, but it's sometimes like we had a friend on recently who's almost 40. He says he wants an 18-year-old.
Oh.
I said that's a little aggressive. If you want to take her on a date, have some fun, but to be your wife, but that's 22 years, but that's a different mindset. You're 25-ish. Okay, sure. But that's a different mindset. So what do you think is an appropriate age range? What do you think is an appropriate age gap? What are the ages that you see yourself with a woman settling down with? Go ahead, Sterling. What do you think is appropriate for men, for women? What are you seeing out there?
I think it just works out better when the guy's older. In general, like always the case. Typically, like with that is like a couple of years, 5 years, 10 years, like whatever. I don't really see a limitation on it. Like if a dude's in his 40s, if a dude's in his 50s, and he meets a girl who's like 18, 19, 20, 21, and they genuinely hit it off and they genuinely want to like have a relationship and have kids together, I don't see why the hell anyone should be chiming in and stopping it. Whatever happens between two consenting adults is no one else's business as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, like Dane Cook just literally got engaged. I think you want to say he's 50.
Yeah.
She's like 21.
Yeah.
She's hot.
Okay, very hot. Well,
I mean, look
clearly.
at,
I mean,
like
that's-
everyone getting upset about Leonardo DiCaprio's
Yeah,
dating
he turns them
history.
in when
To
they're
me, that's hilarious.
25.
Like every year, bang, just turns it in for a new model. Let's
So-
go.
look, full disclosure, I've been 18, 19 plus. Okay, like, but these are not women that I'm going to be serious with just because of the mindset
Mm.
and where you're at in life is totally different. If I go into so when I'm not doing this show here, I run a financial firm and I travel a lot and I do a lot of public speaking and I'm having meetings. I can't be a 40-year-old man, 42-year-old man to be exact, showing up with my 18-year-old girlfriend to a financial conference. It's just not a good look.
Yeah.
So how long you guys been
Okay.
married? Well, I just graduated high school and I'm enrolling in college and I would
No,
love
it
for you
won't
to
be
take me
18.
seriously, Mr. Business Person, Mrs. Business
That's
Person.
actually funny as hell.
It's not a good look.
All right.
That's for me.
Is it a bad look though? Because all these other guys are just jealous of you.
I don't think that they're jealous. Okay, how about this? Would I rather be with a hot 19-year-old girl at 42 or would I be with a hot 49-year-old girl? Give me the fucking 19-year-old girl all day long. I believe that a man should be older. Certain people here around here have much younger husbands. That ain't the episode. That ain't the
not
vibe
you.
I'm looking for.
Yeah.
That's me. But what different strokes for different folks. But at some point, there's a weird age situation
Yeah.
mindset.
Mhm.
Like, how does it work? Like, was it ever weird for you? 22 years age difference?
Oh my gosh. It was a little bit weird, right? Because I had cognitive dissonance. I was like, this man is fine. And I was like, oh, but he's older. I'm not supposed to be looking. But I was like, I can't stop looking. He's so handsome.
Silver Fox.
Yeah. So I had to get over that. And I'm glad that I did because society makes it look really bad and like it's predatory. The reality is I was 25,
Yeah.
you know, and I've also lived
Sounds like you were the one being the predator.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, well, you know
But
what?
there is a big difference, Allie, between being 25,
Yeah.
7 years removed from high school,
Yes.
3, 4 years, 5 years removed from college, have a job, working world,
Mhm.
then yeah, I'm really studying for my SATs right
Yeah,
now. And
no.
it's like that.
No.
That's a little predatory to me.
Yeah.
And I've hooked up with girls who are 19 years old. So,
Yeah.
but that's a big different from dating that girl, being serious with that girl.
Mhm.
But 25 and 45, 47,
Mhm.
it works.
Mhm.
What's the best part about that? And what's the biggest challenge with that age gap?
Oh man, to the pick-me's that are out there, look, girl, you got leverage. They don't want these women their age. If you're going for a silver fox, they don't want the women their age. So go ahead and get you one. These older men are good. They are good. Stop it. And you know, if you play your cards right, you get to have like
Look at the black girl. She looking down. Everybody else enjoying their conversation. Yeah, she's pregnant now. And he said, Beat Boss said, Allie trapped him. Well, this is what I would say. I was saying it the other day because there's really nothing wrong with it. I think some women should approach their man, you know. Shout outs to War Master. Yeah, she's 6 months pregnant. Shout outs to War Master in the building. Oh, War Master, I got another beat I gotta run by you that I'm gonna put out soon. I gotta reach out to you for that. But shout outs to Nicer. I got a beat named after Nicer that I gotta put out. I gotta reach out to her for that. I was talking about it too on the old Player Talk radio playback that we had back in the day where I was talking to Jessica. I was talking to another young lady. I was talking to 3 young ladies. Beth was here. I haven't seen Beth in a long time or heard from Beth in a long time. But I was talking to them about approaching like a basketball player. And I brought up this concept like, okay, Steph Curry's right there. He's not married. He's in the VIP room. You right there beside him. He's not on his phone. He's not on distracted. You have a clear shot to basically introduce yourself and shoot your shot. They couldn't even do it. So they talk about a lot of stuff pertaining to men and approaching and learning how to talk to women and all this other stuff, basically telling you how to treat them when in all actuality they have no power over that. So that's why Patrice O'Neal and guys like myself and everybody's like, okay, well, Women are trying to make a movie, hosting them, featuring them. They're the good guy. They're the villain. They're everything. They're trying to direct their movie a little bit too much. No, you will win in a lot of cases, ladies, if you initiate contact or conversation first, and you will get your man. So that's what I was talking about in that episode. I'm like, wow, if that man was your husband and the man for you to ride off in the sunset, you would really let that man go or fall wayside just because you didn't want to run up to him. Not even run up to him. You didn't have to run or nothing. You just have to approach him and say, hi, my name is such and such, and extend your hand to get him to shake it and stuff like that. Because they were trying to say, oh, well, after they you know what I'm saying, after they introduced themselves to him, okay, now he's supposed to get the talking. It's like, oh, well, after I say hi, he's supposed to try to attract me. It's like, it don't work like that. You need to be able to talk to a man, be able to do small talk about a little bit of things. See, women never had to walk up to men and speak to men, and whether she's interested in what he's interested in or not, had to learn how to approach that man. And as a man, we have that skill. I have the skill to get a woman that wasn't attracted to me initially attracted to me, and that is a skill, and it actually is pretty cool. What's going on, Blackground TV? You're right, Link. So this is something that women don't know because they don't do their research on it. They really don't care, and they just don't understand that's what it is. It exists. But see, in this case, to a certain degree, she went after what she wanted, and now she got it. And yeah, that's the thing, primetime women will have more success doing that. But see, women, like I said, to a certain degree, are lousy opportunists. Depends on, their character. Women are on some, I'm not going to change for the most part. I'm not going to change what I'm selling to appease you, whether it's good, bad, right, or wrong for myself. Women are, I'm selling what I'm selling. Are you going to buy it or not? That's the type of attitude they have. Well, if he doesn't see any reason to talk to me, then we're just not going to talk. I'm selling what I'm selling. Are you going to buy it or not? It's like, come on, man. So you really understand that a lot of women really don't know how to talk. A lot of women, isn't that not about no real shit? A lot of women really don't know how to pull a man other than looks and stuff like that. And it's funny how everything I'm saying goes right back into women are to be seen, men are to be heard. Anyway, the irony.
Like the hot one. Get out of here. My gosh. So I would say that
I'm going to put you on the phone with the girl I'm seeing these days. You let her know.
I got a 22-year-old for you. Don't worry about it. We'll talk.
22. Oh,
no, one of the things about it is that you kind of get that instant security. You can build with a man your age. And don't get me wrong, I would have. But to be frank, a lot of men don't feel comfortable being men these days. Like millennial men, Gen Z men. I don't think I would have ever been able to have a functional relationship with a man who was within my age range, unless he was, very mature. So there is something about Gen X men where they understood how to be men because they either sank or they swam when it came to game. And if you were bad with the girls, you got made fun of, and you had to make plans and take risks and make phone calls and like take the risk on like the party line. Somebody could hear you spitting game. So I found to be an advantage. I don't know what's going to happen to America when Gen X men phase out. That's not going to be a good thing for us. But I would say on the downside of it is that these men are very set in their ways. They want not they. Okay, my husband, he wants like a presentation from point A. This is what I would like changed. This is why I would like it changed. And this is how I think we can accomplish this goal. And he'll like look it over and consider. It's like a boardroom meeting. He's like, all right, I will consider this.
Sounds like he's a very logical, practical actor.
Right. Yeah, it's a good thing. But some women don't know how to handle that, how to be in a man's frame. It would be very intimidating for, I would say, a younger woman, like younger than 24. I mean, and 24 would be the earliest you could mature in America, I think.
You think 24 is the magic number for a woman?
Well, that's the youngest you could be and maybe not be as narcissistic as other women. I think that you should be ready.
Where are you getting that number from, by the way?
Oh, I talk to women every day. So it's like the ones that have got it together, if they figure out the game and they're logical and they're smart and they understand hypergamy in a good way to use it for, common sense things like women used to. The youngest I've seen it is 24. Younger than that, no.
They don't get it. Kiana, we're talking this age range. You're a beautiful girl. You're getting wooed from all types of men. What type of age difference, maximum age range, even younger men would you consider?
I won't date young, but my age group in 40 plus or 30. And
40 plus?
we can be 30.
Was a big difference between 30 and 40.
It's
now.
only 10. So I'm just trying to think about the age I was when
You
I
prefer
had
an older man,
older.
ideally
older.
40.
No, 60.
60.
When I was 20, I dated a 63. 63.
Oh,
Now I was
we have a
with him
new
for 8
world record
years.
right now. Sorry, Allie. You just got blown out of the water.
Yeah.
When you
it
were
makes
20,
sense.
you were dating a
I
63-year-old.
was 23,
Okay, you were 23 and he was
63.
okay. So there's a 40-year age gap.
And we were together for 8 years.
Oh wow, wow.
Yeah.
So I don't know how this happens, but women can get into these weird, goofy crevices. She was dating a man older than her dad. Now, if she talks a little bit more, will we find out that this is that this is out of spite? Is this out of spite? Because she called her dad a low value man. I'm gonna go get a real dad. He's my real daddy. Did she date this man out of spite? You dig? Shout outs to Nicer. Nicer said, I'm selling what I'm selling. You gonna buy it or not? That's exactly what it is. It's like, I'm gonna sell what I sell. Is you gonna buy it or not? You know? Yeah, she is weird. Shout outs to Nicer. Nicer, what do you think about her dating a man older than her daddy? Older than her pappy? Shout outs to Nicer. Shout outs to Nicer dropping a huge $5 on the super chat. Huge $5 on the super chat. War Master said, I told you she's weird. Hey, man. Daddy issues. Hey, man. I don't know how that worked. Shout outs to Andre in the building. What's going on? You said, I told y'all she's an old white man's sugar baby. Uh-oh. Ooh-oh. And that would be crazy, like, if you have a black dad, which I'm obviously sure she has a black dad, but she's dating an old white man. Uh-oh. Did he meet the daddy? Gemini said, worse than the MILF manner. Uh-oh. Shout outs to Gemini 605 in the building. Broke Genius dropping a huge $4.99 on the super chat. Hold on. Broke Genius says, I can't wait till my daughters have that conversation and tell them your mama didn't DM me. If your mama didn't DM me, you wouldn't be here, right? Right. That's gonna make mama look like a champion. That's gonna make mama look like a champion. Tech Rel said, horny daddy issues. Uh-oh. You know, and then you never know. I hate to say this, y'all, but some of these young girls have probably been touched by something that's not an angel. All right. Primetime VA says these women have deep-seated hatred for black men, like we've been saying. Yeah, stick to your guns. Stick to your guns, because you stick to your gut feelings, because you could be right, and most likely you end up turning out right. Tech Rel says she's a ghetto gagger. Uh oh. Let's see how much she's gonna talk and let the cat out the bag. Let's see if she's gonna let the cat out the bag. Let's see.
And it was, so I assume when you were 23 and he was
So my best
63,
friend.
he had money and you weren't bringing much to the table
No, I was just
other than hotness
yeah.
and youth.
I
and
just don't
fidelity.
understand how he even find me interesting. That's the thing. He kind of helped me start my whole life. And it's like a blessing in a sense, because someone can kind of see that type of person is that person, but they just need a little help. And I'm only blessed that he kind of put that step behind me. So
That's true.
Did he ever meet your parents?
well, when he had to come pick me up, no.
Wow. And you know what I was about to say, y'all? I was about to say she probably ran away. He said when he came to pick her up. Nope. Wow. Shout outs to my brother JR, the Knight in the Bishop channel. Make sure you guys like and subscribe to his channel. Definitely gonna put his link in the chat. We'll be doing another show over at JR's spot very soon. JR, if you are in the building, let's let me know how do you want to do this? Would you like to start the show here and then go to your place, or vice versa? It's all good. Nicer said, to each his own, Kuda. To each their own. I'm just blessed to avoid crazy dating relationship situations. I know. And it's crazy when people are openly talking about it like it's I wouldn't say like it's cool, but like it's normal. But then again, you know, a lot of those people may think, I mean, it may be normal in their lives. And then they get invited to a show and then they talk about it. And it's like, that's not normal, you know. But then again, you do have another married woman here, Allie, saying that she's married to an older man. So maybe this was information that she thought that was okay to share. And maybe she thought that people wouldn't kind of look down on it or feel no type of way, since we're talking about the idea of older men dating younger women. And then you have someone here that's clearly smart, showing you guys how it can work and that it's working for her. And she's carrying a baby. And hey, you never know. Shout outs to Gold P. Gold P said, okay, I'm late to the party. What are we talking about today? Well, we're talking about these two young ladies that's on the Valuetainment show. You're not too late to the party, but you can jump in. Shout outs to War Master. War Master said, old dudes, we up. War Master said, old dudes, we up. Right. Well, hey, man, it is what it is. Let's go.
Well, no. So, and he's how many years older than dad? And we're not using any names. so
Okay,
don't
my
feel-
dad is 50 now. And I was dating him. Yeah, so he was way older than my dad. Yeah.
That's got to be awkward for dad.
But dad,
Like-
no,
like-
dad, you know how you are, so it is what it is. So
But what
he
did
already
you
knew what it
find?
was.
What did you find attractive? To a guy
His
like that?
mind.
Shout outs to War Master. Thank you guys. Dropping another huge Dubsky Wubsky on the Cash App. Hold on. War Master said, old dudes, we up. Uh-oh. All right, so now everybody's looking at this young lady. She said that he was older than dad. Dad just hit 50. Uh-oh.
My mind's telling me
He was a
no.
gentleman, and he was very I love a grown man that know what he want. I feel like my age, they were still looking for what I was looking for, and it was kind of too much. Like it's feel like we like blind leading the blind.
Okay.
War Master said he'll be home on the 2nd. Most definitely. We're going to be gaming on the 2nd of March. Hold on. Okay, 2nd of March. Okay, cool. And War Master said, told you dad was a Gen Xer. So dad was a Gen Xer. This channel is called Valuetainment, Gold P. Dad was a Gen Xer. Wow. So this girl is probably young. She probably, well, or she could still be a millennial. Okay. So dad was a Gen Xer. Okay, yeah, Gen Xers, damn. That sounds about right. Gen Xers, damn. 50. Shit. Damn, that makes sense now. Okay.
At that
Yeah.
point. So
Right,
like
so I got a guy who's decisive.
you're right. So for me to have an older man in my life, it was like I need a mentor. I always wanted someone that I can learn from. I'm a learner. I want to learn. I love to read. I love to if I can learn
That no, that's I don't believe that. That's straight up cat. That's straight up cap. The way her vocabulary is set up, I don't believe none of it. Read. Nothing about this woman says anything about reading. Okay. Shout outs to Tony. He said, I got your email, Kuda. Appreciate the sound banks. Yeah, I sent it from my phone the other day, so I didn't know if it was gonna send, because I'm not gonna lie, I got like 60K plus messages I gotta read. So she wanted another daddy. That's what I'm saying. So she probably was feeling some type of way about her own dad. And let me tell y'all something. Younger women go after older men because even younger men, they're indecisive in their youth too. And just, they're not going to pick you up in a Corvette, in a drop top, and can go in the liquor store and get you some liquor. And they probably smoke some weed with you. That's probably it. Shout outs to Clue. He said, you need a daddy, you can FK legally. There we go. And some of these girls meet these guys at like 16. Don't let them lie to you. Some of these girls meet these dudes at like 16, 17. And then by the time they're 18, oh, wow, I'm just magically dating an old man. Yeah, okay. Gold P said, no, sir, DJ Cootie. He said, I'm asking you about your other channel where everybody else is on your live. Oh, it's DJ Kuda. There's 2 DJ Kuda channels. Actually, 4 of them. They got DJ Kuda Topic. That's my music channel. And there's DJ Kuda artist page that is out too. But this is the other DJ Kuda channel. Shout outs to War Master. He said 2 to 8 year relationships. She was underage for one of them. That's what I'm saying. Like it's not making sense, you know? But some people, after they turn 18, they get a little bit older. They kind of just, oh, well, I'm 18 now, so it doesn't matter. But nah, it did matter. So this woman probably was groomed. And honestly, that old man was probably all she knew. And you know, old people, they mispronounce shit. So that's probably where she got her vocabulary from. Because she said she liked to read books. I don't know. You know? T. Riddler said, what happened to the Indian girl from the other night? I bid her a a good night. I had to clean beer off my lap. She was cool. I bid her a good night. You know, wasn't gonna do anything anyway. It was cool. It was just a cool, conversation that we were having. Shout outs to Nicer. Nicer said, check out my music channel, y'all. Yes, make sure you check out Nicer's music channel. We're gonna be working on her artist page very soon. Okay, so I want y'all to look out for her artist page very soon. Okay. Yeah, Clue. That's what I'm saying. I think more so he was a groomer. 8 years? Like, come on, man. 8 years. You did? T. Riddler said, wise man. Look, man, I mean, look, it happens. You know? Everybody wishing Nicer a nice day. Tech Rail said, pedo. Hey, that's what I'm saying. You dig? Make sure you guys check out Nicer's channel. If you guys are new here, there's a lot of new subscribers. We got 30 new subscribers between the beginning of the month and the late last month. So we got 30 plus new subscribers on the channel. So make sure you guys check out Nicer's music channel. She is doing music streams also very soon, and she puts out a lot of free gems of beats that she should be charging for, but she puts out a lot of free beats that are dope. So definitely check out her channel, and I'm gonna start showcasing her beats and my beats on the channel while I'm speaking and while we're doing these shows in the background. So you know, if you guys want to know what beats I'm using, it's usually going to be a Nicer beat, my beat, or something Tony made, or Star P or Curlin. Okay, that is free. Shout outs to my brother New in the building. Hold on. Don't it look like she's saying reciprocity with that freeze frame? And she looks like a man, baby. I hate to say it, there's a lot of women that got these profiles on OkCupid and all these other D-League and E-League websites, and even on Facebook and Snapchat and all these websites that you guys love. You know, yeah, I got some bass. I got some bass on the latest shit I've been working on, hip hop shit. The black women nowadays, and just women in general, I've seen a lot of women do it, have to state, I am not I'm not a you said lady boy, not lady boy, but you know, they gotta announce that, you know, I'm a woman. I'm fully a woman. You dig? And that's kind of embarrassing. Nicer said music streams. Wow, Kuda, you want to let me know first before you announce it? Yeah, we're gonna get everything together. Give me about a week. We all gonna get everything together, and we're gonna build up Nicer Spotify. We building everything. I have a Spotify and everything, but I'm putting stuff together. He said, "Get out of there, helicopter." Okay, all right. I'll get out of there, Tony. Yeah, you know they got to put that on their profiles now, man. Shout outs to my brother Mace in the building. Macy Mason in the place. Wash your face, man. Y'all need to head over to Mace's channel and like and subscribe. He is the sports guy of the Manosphere and beyond. Okay, so if you guys are following sports and you guys are gonna be, if you guys are gonna be watching the Super Bowl and stuff like that, you do not want to miss the gems and the conversation that he has on his channel. And definitely contribute to the conversation. Like, subscribe, and support his channel. Mace is in the building. This is his page right here. So all you have to do, which is very easy, y'all, is click on his name, press go to channel, and yeah, like and subscribe. Okay. Do the same thing also for Nicer right here. Just click on her name, hit go to channel, and hit the bell. This the white subscription button and the bell, and hit the bell and get all the notifications on their channel when they go live. So these are consistent. These are consistent content creators that you can hit the bell for the notifications because they always go live and they're always putting out content. Okay, so they're not dead channels at all. Shout outs to my brother. Speaking of channel, shout outs to my brother P in the building, aka the no name narrator, narrating things with no names. Make sure you head to his channel also and like and subscribe. Okay, give me 1 second. I will try to get the links and put them in the chat so you guys can easily like and subscribe to their channel. Shout outs to my brother Ray. Is Raven in here? I think I saw Raven. I don't know if I saw Raven in here. Shout outs to my brother JR. He said I was creating a community post for this show. We could review it here, Kuda. Okay, no problem. Okay, definitely. Definitely. Do you want to review it on this same show, or do you want me to go down and come back up? Because we can do a double header. Okay. Let's get the support up, y'all. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here. You said stop playing, run this channel up. Definitely am. It is. It is up. You said I need more than a week, Kuda. I'm not going live. Okay. No, I'm saying a week to get your Spotify and your artist channel up. Just give me about a week from today. Okay. You said you have all the tech set up. Let's rock here. I got a medium setup, but okay, cool. You said the mods can share my channel name when I'm in the passenger seat. Okay, no problem. Okay, cool. Okay. Shout outs to Go P. Said I'm only here to troll and talk stuff to y'all today. PSA. It's not personal. Go P. Right. Shout outs to everybody here. Music Therapy says online dating is dead. It has become literally Russian roulette when it comes to verifiable gender. Y'all can have it. Keep your original rotation. Yeah, I tell people most people, to really get the most out of your dating, you have to get rid of your social media and revive your social life. Okay, so you have to have a social life and deal with people in your social life that you can confirm these things. But then again, online dating really isn't dead, but there's no mystery to people. You know what outfit she wore? She probably wear the same outfit you saw on her channel out on a date with you. You know what food she ate last night? They post their kids. You know her kid's name. You know their birthdays. You know what she ate last night. So dating is fucked up because a lot of people don't know how to handle online dating. Online dating is still fairly a new concept. Okay. He said online dating is the same as up close and personal, not dead. It's a little bit different though, because it is a persona. The most lies are in a relationship is told on the first date. You did. Clue said facts. Date like it's the 90s, right? Date like it's the 90s. Yeah. Cause remember in the 2000s and in the 90s, they were like, oh man, you met that person at the club. Oh man, that's the worst place to meet somebody to date. Whoop de whoop, blah blah blah. That's the worst place to meet somebody to date. And then it became normal. And then I ain't gonna lie, the worst place to date is meeting people on the internet. It's kind of like, it's kind of like you're not playing with the odds in your favor. So lo and behold, going back to, dating like it's the 90s, like Clue right here said, you know what I'm saying? That's the best way to date. Date people that you meet in your day-to-day life. And if you're not meeting people in your day-to-day life, when you get off of work, head to the bar and grab a drink before you go home, or chill at the bar before you go inside the house, or go bowling, or pick up another hobby which will put you in a public vicinity where you can meet other people. So you don't necessarily have to go to the club. You don't necessarily have to go to the bar. But instead of going home and watching the game, you can go to a bar and watch the game. Phone number is king, but it is what it is, Yeah, phone number is king, but it's actually easier to walk up to a girl and get her socials. Yo, follow me on Instagram. It's less risk, right? Phone number is more personal and stuff like that. So, Shout outs to Nicer. Thank you too. Nicer, we got to make a Nicer topic channel. You know what's funny? I thought it was you. Somebody on Instagram followed my Dollars Lo-Fi channel, and his name was Nice. His name was Nicer, I think Lo-Fi or Music. So I thought it was Nicer, but it was a young gentleman. So I'm like, oh shit. All right, y'all. Give me 1 second. Let's get into it. It's Player Talk. Let's go. Let's get back into the show.
From you, from you, I don't need nothing else from you. No money, no nothing. If you got
Mhm.
something I can learn from, because I'm the type of person, you just got to bring me to the water, baby. I'll go fishing.
Sounds like you need to start begging
I bring it
professors.
home now. I'll cook it. So
Okay.
Did you date him for
This bitch will burn down your house. You ain't cooking shit. Cook it at your house and then bring it to my house. Cause you nope.
like to marry him, or did you date him to get that mentorship?
I didn't know it. I didn't know what I was hoping for, whatever it was. If he said it, I was going to do it.
All right.
So you
I
were
like
in love
that.
with him.
I was in love.
Real quick.
It was money. It was love, money. I don't know. I'm
But
a
that's
kid. I got
part of it.
everything.
Yeah, that's
I just got
definitely
everything
part
I
of
wanted.
it.
Real quick, next topic. By the way, let's get to some super chats, Nat, if you want to do that now. Are you ready for that?
Yes.
Before we do that, let's just get a close up on Sterling right now. Quick word from the future president of the United States.
Yes.
Sterling, how you feeling right now, brother? What do you want to say for the people
Look,
out
I'm
there?
optimistic about the future of America. I think we're going to do great things together. You and me, we can change this planet. We can change this country. We can put things back together again.
Talk to the
Vote
ladies for a
Sterling.
second.
Vote Sterling.
Talk to the ladies for a second. Go get that female vote real quick.
Right.
Well,
Hey, lady.
this gets the
Them
female votes.
shoulders.
What more do you need, Adam? Come on.
Correct. That's how Barack did it.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Yeah.
you for future president of the United States, Sterling Cooper, right there. Natalia, go ahead, rapid fire with some super chats. We'll move on to the next topic.
All right. Thank you for the super chats, everybody. We'll start off with Edgardo Campos. Nat's always glowing. Thank you. Trey, hey Nat, your beautiful smile. I'm shooting my shot. Check your IG. We've got beaten cheeks.
Is the super chat just dudes sipping over you? Is that all this
Not
going
all
on?
the time. I get some hate, which I appreciate, but not all the time. But those are the first two,
Cutie
so we
over there.
appreciate you guys
Boy.
too. Then we have beaten cheeks. He said, "I'll sponsor the podcast if I get love back when I stand mine up in the mouth." Shout out to Adam, Sterling, Ali, and Nat. Sorry to the new girl. You're hot though. You're doing great, Mr. Disease Freeze. Then we have being chased again. Kiana, what do you offer for my wealth? I worked 15 years.
Oh, excuse
for
me.
if you cannot even pick up a dish to wash before I decide to take my past hoship. Then we have we coach, mental health check. Unresolved trauma is a reason why her expectations are unreasonable and unattainable. Seeking therapy will heal you completely. Zoro lost 11. I also see you a lot of the time, so we appreciate you. She's a prime example of why Myron is writing the book Why Women Deserve Less. The delusion is real with the masculine oozing out of her. Akeda Porter, love you, Ali. Hope you're doing great time in Florida. Lemon Pepper Wing, 69. Oi, Adam, this woman spends $2,000 on her cats and tell her to stop the cat. Then we have the last one, New Horizons. Sterling, what's the update with your friend AU that could turn hoes into housewives? He's out of jail yet. That man needs to write a book. Always a pleasure.
He is out of jail now, actually.
And then I have a last one that just came up from Chris.
Not who you're thinking.
He said, damn, she spent 8 of her most fertile years with a man who obviously didn't want marriage and children.
I'm learning. I'm growing.
And then last one again, pop
I
up
don't know if it's
from RR8. Sterling, you and Jay Waller have to come by the Chicago sometimes. I got to meet y'all. Much love, man. And that is for the super
Nice.
chats. Make sure you guys
Shout out.
like today's video and subscribe.
Yeah.
We appreciate all of you. And let's get into the rest of the
Yeah.
episode.
Boom. What do you like to say? Make sure you like, subscribe.
Oh, like the video, subscribe down below, and hit the notification bell. That way you can be notified of Adam's daily videos.
Wow. Nat, go ahead and give that one a shot.
Make sure you guys subscribe.
Anyway, Jorge, real quick, close up on Nat. Show those teeth.
Show my teeth.
Oh.
They are real teeth. They are not whitened.
Close up on Allie, looking beautiful and pregnant.
Oh, thank you.
Hey.
Smile, smile. Yeah.
Girl, no, I ran out of my whitening
Kiana,
toothpaste.
let's go. Oh, seductive look into the camera.
Bananas' eyes in them.
Oh,
Girl. You know what's funny though? I'm not even gonna lie. Allie actually is carrying her pregnancy well because I've seen women blow the hell up, pregnant. I've seen women blow the hell up pregnant. I'll put Aaron B going off in the chat.
Veneer.
and back to the president of the United States if we
Do
can.
a wave. Do a wave. Oh, okay. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Have your vote.
And
Anyway,
you too,
back-
Adam. Adam, you're in a new suit. You get okay.
Yeah, by the way, real quick for the suit, people want to know.
Oh,
Shout out to my boy Hafiz Baku, roommates. This is the standard, by the way.
Oh, you're
Came and gave me a
kidding.
gift.
Yes.
Adam got on the simp zoot suit. You know, I knew he looked a little bit different this episode. He got on the simp zoot suit.
Shout out to him and Joseph. Respect. If you want to get dope suits, it's a free plug. Hafiz, the standard. Great group of guys. Respect. Thank you guys for making me look good. Pure respect going out their way.
Yes.
With that being said, I want to bring up something because we all met almost a year ago at the CME, right? The Conference for Masculine Excellence, a networking event, right? A self-improvement event. So one of the things I always say is, and it took me years to realize this, I've been in the nightlife world. I did stand-up comedy. I've done finance. I've done business relationships, biz dev. I host podcasts. Am I like a money guy? Am I a nightlife guy? Am I a podcaster? And more than anything, I'm a networker. I enjoy getting out of the house, putting on a nice suit, looking good, feeling good, smelling good, acting good, get it right, get it tight, and meeting people. Network is your net worth. That's how I met you guys. This is great. Yeah. So I want to have a conversation on the power of networking. So we met at the CME. You were with Justin Waller, Fresh and Fit were there. Tate wasn't there, but I know that he's part of that crowd. I met you in an elevator, I'll never forget, with Pearl, right? We're coming up the stage. You're like, hey, I know you. I'm like, oh, who are you? Boom. The power of your network. So you hang out with an elite group of dudes, right? Jay Waller was here last week, whether it's Rolo, Fresh and Fit, Tate. Tell me your experience rolling with these guys, with this network that you've created, and how that's helped shape your business and personal life.
I mean, it just creates like a level of abundance, really. Like when you're around guys who, you know, have their finances in order, who are very well networked themselves, who have a lot of status and influence.
They steal so much from the manosphere. You would never, the way they steal so much from the black manosphere, you would think they never talked the shit they talked back in the day. Like I'm pretty sure 2 years ago, I don't know Adam and shit like that, but I'm pretty sure 2 years ago, if you were to ask him some of this shit, he would probably think you're an incel in the manosphere or say some type of make some type of comment, you know, post-pandemic. So if we ever go on any of these shows, or if I ever get invited on any of these shows, first of all, the conversation would need to start off with a thank you. Thank you. They steal all of our shit. And then talk down on us like nigga, like this dude called the dude a simp. Even though we didn't make up the term simp, but come on now. Anyway, continue.
It just creates this overall level of abundance that seeps off into every other level of your life, right? So you're going to learn things off everybody else, like surreptitiously learn through osmosis. Okay, how does this guy behave around like a waitress? How does this guy behave around like a bank manager? How does this guy behave in the club when he's talking to the table manager or whatever, right? And all these, you sort of just by surrounding yourself with people who are doing better than you are. And I'll flat out say all these guys that you just mentioned are all doing better than I am. Like, so I kind of like the
maybe
fact,
in the boardroom, if you know what I mean.
Right. But I kind of like the fact that I'm you know, surrounding myself with guys I can look up to and be like, okay, I can learn this, and this off of you.
Yeah, of course.
Right? And maybe I can add in, you know, my value here and there. But by being the quote unquote dumbest person in the room per se, you just give yourself that overexposure to how you can improve your life on every level.
Right. If you're the smartest person in the room, you need to find better rooms, is what they say. Yeah. So if you're the poorest person in the room, that's not necessarily a bad thing. You just got to find, you know, the type of person that can basically motivate you. If you're the richest person in the room, you might need to find a better room.
You'd be surprised at how easy it is to network with guys who are doing better than you if you're just fun to be around. Seriously, it's people like feeling good. It's not rocket science. Yeah, obviously a lot of people will network with you because you can have a fantastic business opportunity together. Cool, great. Or you can introduce them to someone important. Great. But you can, if you don't have any of that stuff, right? Let's say you're a young guy starting out, you've got none of that. What can you offer? Enthusiasm, energy, positivity. just making a dude laugh
Yeah.
can get you a long way.
100%. The what do they say, that you know who your true friends are when you can't provide anything other than your friendship?
Right.
You find out who's there for you.
Yeah.
So, you know, we talked about, to just shift topics real quick, we talked about the network that you've created, and the centerpiece of that, in my opinion, is Tate. Obviously, he brings you guys together, everything that he's put together. What's your take on what's happening with him these days?
Well, they recently were videoed being going in and out of the DICOT headquarters in Romania. There's a reason. Obviously, I think the allegations are ludicrous. Obviously, I think these guys are innocent. They're my friends. I don't need to wait for any more evidence or anything to come out to know that these guys are innocent. I know these men, right? But what's becoming more and more obvious to the international stage as everyone's watching this case, they aren't, for example, as one of many examples, they're not using the CCTV footage from within their house that the police have had for about 9 months from the previous time they were arrested, right? Or charged, right? Allegations, right? They're not using any of that in the case because the police know that it'll prove them innocent. They're just abusing the Romanian legal system to keep these guys in detention, to try and look tough. The prosecutor specifically to try and look tough, so he gets the DICOT position that's up for election in like 2024. That's all it's about. It's just about them abusing the Romanian legal system to try and make themselves look tough so they can get elected to a position.
Let me ask you, and I'll go on the record and I say a lot of this is just trumped up BS charges. I don't believe any of it until you show me that what he's guilty of. I'm on team innocent, team Tate camp, no doubt. How much though do you think it was the fact that he was like, listen, every country's corrupt. Every country's corrupt. You've heard him say this thing. He's like, the difference in Romania is I'd rather be able to pay the person to get off and just keep it moving because every country's corrupt. I'd rather be able to just cut a check, give some cash, keep it moving. You've heard him ever say this? How much do you think that there's some prosecutor or some legal person in this country's like, well, I don't think so, my friend. I'll tell you, we'll show you. How much do you think that had an effect on him getting arrested?
Like some guy with a chip on his shoulder, basically.
100%. You're like, you're talking shit about the legal system. And this is pure speculation, but how much do you think that played a role?
I mean, it's entirely possible. I don't know, but it's entirely possible that this guy's like, felt personally attacked maybe because he's in the legal system and he's like, all right, well, I'm going to try and prove something.
Yeah, I mean, because I think that's probably a component of it.
But if you look at the history of this DICOT, DIICOT, right? That's the department that's currently investigating them, right? If you look through the history of their leadership, it's just corruption all the way down for like the last few years, just corrupt. So do I suspect that this prosecutor is probably being corrupt? Well, it's obvious he's being corrupt because he's not presenting any evidence to prosecute them. He's abusing the legal system to just detain my friends.
Abuse of power. You've got pretty strong opinions on this situation. As a woman, how do you process what's going on with our friend Andrew Tate over there in Romania?
I have a couple of opinions. So here's the thing. I feel like I'm just going to wait because one time Kanye said something and I gave my take way too soon after he said some things. And then he said way worse things the next day. So I've just learned to be patient, and investigations are good. Hopefully the Romanian government does the right thing and does what they're supposed to do, because investigation is to find somebody innocent or to find them guilty, right? So I think due process is good in that way, but it's Romania, so that's a little bit different. But he did make himself an enemy of the matrix, right? So let's say the Romanian government did hate him and needed to win, a political game. He's an excellent target for that. Let's just get rid of this. What they want to call him, like alt-right or something. Let's just, let's mess with this guy so we can look good to, I guess, the Romanian liberals, right? I mean, I guess it would look good in that context. And also, you can not like what he did with the website.
Shout outs to Brother Love.
Say that maybe these women weren't, that intensely manipulated. Like, oh no, boo-hoo, woe is me. I get to stay in $1 million mansion. This is so sad. Like, you can be critical of both sides. It's my opinion, though, that he's this is what I thought. He was on his way to turning over a new leaf, basically like a new chapter of life, more focusing, I think, on the women in his life and his children. That's my perspective. I have no idea, but hopefully the Romanian government does the right thing. Like, leave him alone,
We'll see.
I think perhaps him converting to Islam might have rubbed up some Romanian officials the wrong way, because
Really?
Romania is the most orthodox Christian nation on the planet, as far as I'm aware.
That's also another component from what I've heard, is that because he's bragged about how Christian and Judeo-Christian values that they have in Romania, and they kind of viewed that as a slap in the face that he converted to Islam.
That is entirely possible.
That is one of the theories out there.
The thing is, his brother Tristan is Orthodox.
Yeah, they going in on the Tate brothers. The Tate brothers are looking crazy. They doing all kinds of shit, putting them in solitary confinement. You said Tom Likas stole. The only thing Tom Likas stole was Rush Limbaugh's speaking style. Yeah, and then at the same time, what you call it? Tom Likas and Howard Stern were kind of bouncing off each other too. So Tom Likas and Howard Stern was also bouncing off each other too. So there was a lot of stuff going on back then. But Tom Likas is the godfather of a lot of stuff, you know. They call him hating on Kevin too, you know. So Tom Likas jumped on the hate Kevin bandwagon also too, if y'all haven't remembered. But yeah, shout outs to everybody here. Thank you guys for liking and supporting the channel. Keep the support coming. Let's go. It's Player Talk Radio. You can either hit the super chat or you can hit the Cash App. Shout outs to Music Therapy. He said, yeah, they're using the term the Matrix, right? The enemy of the Matrix, right? I wouldn't use the Matrix anymore because they done messed up the series. But that shit is funny as hell. You said the story about Kanye trying to steal Eminem's drum sounds in a studio session. All I have to say, that's funny as hell. All right, y'all. Give me 1 second.
Orthodox Christian.
Yeah,
like his brother's extremely Orthodox, and they've donated continuously to the Romanian church the whole time they've been in Romania. They've done so much charity work in Romania. They don't ever talk about this, by the way, because they like to keep charity private. Right. Well, they like to keep it private. They don't believe they should. You know, it kind of defeats the point of charity in the first place. If you feel like you need to get some kind of
don't brag, let others do it for you.
Yeah, some kind of bragging rights about it. Okay, but they've donated to like massive amounts to orphanages. Like sheltering homeless dogs, donating to the church. They even personally drove up to the Ukrainian border to like give clothes to children fleeing Ukraine when the conflict started.
You know what I will say? I don't think the Romanian government is being transparent enough. That I can say for certain, because there's way too many conflicting things. There have been 2 women that have already come out that apparently knew him and his brother well, and they're saying what they're saying is not true. I'm supposed to be one of the victims. But here's the thing, because they're not transparent, we can't see if these women are on the dossier or not, because they could just be talking out of their mouths and not even be relevant to the investigation. So that they're at least being secretive. I'll say that.
All right.
Do you think anything with Greta Thunberg had to do with part of that arrest?
I think that's just timing. I don't think that has any. I think they were building their case for a while.
Yeah.
I just think that just happened to be like the whole pizza box thing. It's like, you don't need to track that. You know where he lives. He posts about it all the time. The pizza box bullshit.
He has this thing called a passport.
Yeah.
You can tell he's in the country because he has a passport.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm a firm believer that the guy is more good than bad. I'm a firm believer that he is a net positive, not negative for society. I'm a firm believer in the judicial and justice system, and innocent until proven guilty. So unless they make their case and actually prove that he is in fact a criminal, I'm on Team Tate. All good. Moving on. Let's get into some conversations about dating women and everything that kind of comes with that. Now, one of the things I always say here is that success will lead to better things in your life, all aspects of your life. So making more money, having career goals, having things that lead to your success and good things in life will enable you to get more women. Women are attracted to success. Men are success objects, whereas women are beauty objects, right? So when it comes to getting of the women, said women, Sterling, I know this is very much in your wheelhouse. You know, there's a stat out there that 20% of men are getting 80% of the women. So the top men are getting the lion's share of women. And I'm not even sure what the bottom 20% of women would even look like. Not interested in finding that out. But 1/3 of men, so there's the top 20% doing great, getting a lot of the women. The bottom third of men have had, so I think it's the stat is 1/3 of men under 30 have not had sex in a year. So in that case,
or are a virgin.
or are virgins. So God bless all you strippers, sex workers, webcam girls out there, OnlyFans girls. Some of these dudes kind of need you. So what's the best advice that you have for these men out there that are not getting any action, or these virgins, as someone who's had a lot of experience and a lot of confidence? What advice do you have for the men out there looking to get paid and laid?
Specifically, if they're virgins, or specifically if they've had a rather long 12-month dry spell, like the last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess everybody was kind of in that position at some point. I think like there's basically never been any dude. I mean, maybe there's been some guys, but most guys who are successful now, who are perhaps in this top 20% that you're talking about, right? At some point in their life, they weren't getting laid. At some point in their life, they weren't making money. At some point in their life, they weren't jacked.
Yeah.
Right. So especially if they're a younger guy, realize you've got to actually put the effort in to get there in the first place. Like when I turned 30, it was this weird thing. Like magically getting women was in like 50% easier. Like the day I turned 30, it was weird. I couldn't rationalize it at the time. I kind of understand it now.
Yeah.
But then I was like, wait a minute. Like from 25 to 30, it was like I was putting in twice as much effort for the same results. And the moment I turned 30, it was magically easier.
What do you think you owe that to?
I mean, just getting better in business, hitting the gym more, all these things compounding.
Yeah.
Over years, eventually, bang, I'm seen now as a mature, successful man by my potential dating options, right? By all these women out there. So if you're younger, especially, don't beat yourself up over it. If you're younger, dude, not getting laid, go for the cougars is like a practical piece of advice.
Right.
Seriously, that's what I did in my early 20s. Go for the cougars, man. Like they're thirsty. They're looking for dudes, and you're the guy they're looking for. Like
that's a blue ocean strategy. I've never heard one. If you're 24 and you can't get any girls who are 21, 22, 23, 24, go after a 42-year-old chick. She'll teach you the ropes.
Right.
She'll pay for all your dates.
Hello?
You're not going to end up with her. Boom. Now you get experience.
See?
Now you got confidence. You got confidence. The cougar mentality. Those shout out to the MILFs out there. Interesting. So that's your advice.
Now, if you're an older guy, I would have to say you're going to have an honest look at yourself in the mirror and be like, okay, I'm 30, I'm 35 plus, whatever I'm at. Why am I not getting attention from women? And it's one of two things, right? It's either a product problem or a marketing problem. Simple as that, right? So there's probably a lot of guys out there who are actually a good product on paper, right? They're actually in decent shape. They're relatively charming. They're making decent money, but their marketing sucks. They have a trash Instagram or a trash dating app profile. Pure, and 99% of that can be fixed by having a friend who's a good photographer. That's it. You just need to dress a bit. To fix that marketing problem, all you really need is to dress a bit better and have somebody take some good photos of you and teach you how to pose well. That is literally it. If you genuinely are a good product, right? So you have to look in the mirror honestly and be like, am I a shit product or is my marketing shit? And if it's the latter, that's a super easy fix. You can fix that in like a week.
Yes.
A few good outfits, a little bit of tailoring. Hire some kid off Airbnb, that thing they can do on Airbnb where you can get people to take photos of you around a town.
Okay.
Hire some kid off that to go walk you around, pose you up, and get some great shots. Bang, your dating profile is now 1,000,000% better.
Awesome advice. You got a great product, horrible at marketing. Dude, what a powerful statement. Now give me the flip. Let's say you're great at marketing, but have a shit product. What's your advice?
Okay. So if a dude is actually great at marketing, but his product shit, that they get laid all the time. They do.
Fake it till you make it.
We hear women in this city complaining about it all the time.
Yeah.
Right. He had on his Instagram like a flashy Lambo. He's on a boat. Blah blah. Blah. It's all rented. It's all fake.
Right.
He's broke. Right. And she got famoosed on the date, and she slept with him. That happens all the time. So the marketing will trump the product.
Kiana's like, oh man,
it's Miami.
I've been guilty of that.
It's Miami.
True. I'm right.
I don't think it's exclusive to Miami. It's in LA, it's in New York, it's in Chicago,
It's Miami.
it's in Austin, it's in San
We
Francisco.
don't have enough in Miami.
It's everywhere.
We don't have enough in LA. Miami has yachts. They have all this new stuff. I'm like Vegas and LA. We don't have that much to show off.
Vegas too.
Yeah,
You know, you're gonna go to Vegas, you're gonna be a tourist and spend some money. Miami, they got too much stuff, and everything's rented.
Can I, real quick question?
Everything's rented.
Why do women love boats so much?
I hate boats. I have never even been on one.
Well, I
Bullshit.
mean,
I call
I'm
bullshit on
scared of
that.
it.
Well, there's
You
two
know?
reasons. Well, you look rich. It's a photo op for your girlfriends on Instagram. But I mean, if you're gonna be, I don't know, a woman who likes to further analyze men.
All right, hold on, y'all. My bad. I'm in the background listening while I'm cleaning up. I'm going to catch back up to the chat. Shout outs to my girl Nicer in the building. Make sure you like and subscribe to her channel. Nicer gonna be up for producer of the year. Watch. Shout outs to Nicer. She said thank you, Kuda, and everything and for everything. See you on your next music show, which will be very soon. Thank you so much, Nicer. Y'all make sure you guys like and subscribe. Nicer dropping a huge $5 on the super chat. Make sure you guys like and subscribe, and definitely support the channel. Support the channel. You can support the channel via Cash App. That's PTV888. That's PTV888. It is pinned to the top of the chat. Thank you guys for liking and subscribing to the channel. Let's get back into it. This is a very interesting conversation. You know, the young lady is saying less dumb things, but let's see if that holds up for the next couple of minutes. Shout outs to JR. JR, let me know when you need if you need the link. Let me know if you need the link, so we can jump into it from now. You dig? We can jump into it from now. Shout outs to Clue, sending the huge $5 on the super chat. We're gonna fry some chicken for Clue. Shout out to my brother Clue. Thank you, bro. Listen, y'all, we're gonna do a double header. Okay, we're gonna do a double header. So give me 1 second. Let's get back into the game. It's player talk.
And a lot of guys that own boats are very chill. Like the guys
That's
that go
why I want a
fishing.
chill
I mean,
boat.
we have lakes in the Midwest.
Yeah.
You should go for the guy that has a boat.
Okay.
Yeah, Allie,
Wait a
I gotta
minute.
stop you there, sweetheart.
Wait
I
a
like
minute.
party boats.
Again, we're in Miami. Whether you're in
I want somewhere
LA,
I can read a book.
ain't no girls like I just want.
She said, I like party boats. I want somewhere where I can read a book. Who the fuck reads books on party boats? Who can read a book on a party boat? Damn it, I spoke too soon.
Want a good
That's me.
fisherman.
That's
No,
what-
yeah, bingo.
They want to go on the yacht. They want to twerk.
Yeah, that's why
They
they're
want to pop
single.
champagne.
Never mind, y'all. I spoke too soon.
Hey,
Yes.
Stop
Okay,
it.
we can pop
Yeah.
champagne
Nobody's
and
like,
read a book.
oh, he's got a great rod. I mean, he might have a
Dangerous.
different type of rod.
It's dangerous
Sterling
drinking on a
shot,
boat. It's dangerous
but not the
drinking on a
type of
boat.
fishing rod you're looking
That's
at.
why these women are in the streets.
No.
Okay,
Yes.
it's their fault.
They in the streets. Well, I totally agree. So dude, I love what you said. I hear amazing gems all the time on the show. Just ding, check for Sterling. A product problem or marketing problem. It's way better to have a marketing problem because that's something you can improve on very easily if you have a good product. If you have a shit product, you're gonna get exposed eventually. Okay, like all these guys, and can they? We always talk about can the man obtain the woman and can the woman retain the man? But it kind of works the other way around sometimes too. Sometimes the man can obtain the girl, but maybe he wants to keep that moving longer. But she's like, dude, you just get exposed. You have a rented Lambo. You live with your mom. You were borrowing your boy's car. You were popping bottles in the club. It wasn't yours. You're just a club promoter. You just got exposed. Checkmate. And the difference between guys and girls will tell every single one of their girlfriends, oh, Bill over here? Bill's a scumbag. He's a liar. He don't do that. Like a guy will be like, yeah, I don't know. I don't really know that girl like that. And just keep it moving. Girls will spread the rumor mill. Yeah, Nat?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say like girls, they talk more about like their dating experience and their whole thing than guys do. I've talked to a guy where he actually watched the show and he said that men don't really like he doesn't really like go into details about like his dates and the girls and stuff like that, but girls will. Girls will go into details of the things they like, the things they don't like, the things that they're attracted to. Like they're a little bit more detailed. So you get some feedback. But I think the con of that is that sometimes when girls do that with certain women, they get not good advice. And it can actually hurt the relationship that they're in, even though they're looking for like a support system. Some girls will just like say like, no, girl, he's not for you, because they're jealous that they don't have that. So I think it's, you just got to be careful who you want to have a conversation with when it comes to your significant other. My mom always told me, and I told you this, Sauce.
Mom always told
My
me.
mom always told me this. She said, you never, ever talk about your family and your husband to anybody. Because as soon as you do, you allow them to have an opinion about what you're talking about. And that is super, super crucial. Because it's one thing if I'm talking about my sister and, oh, she's so annoying. But as soon as somebody says, yeah, she's annoying, I'm going to get defensive about it. So when she said that to me, that statement really stuck with me. So just be mindful of who you want to share things with, just because you allow them to have that opinion. And there's only so much you can do because you gave them that power.
So say that one more time. Be careful as a man.
Yes. Be careful who you share information with. So never ever talk about your family or your husband with anybody, because you allow that person to have an opinion and affect your relationship.
So that's advice for women, you're saying?
Yes, for women.
Gotcha.
And men too, essentially. You know, I don't think it's good like if men is talking about how bad and annoying their wife is, you know, because then they bring this woman around that's essentially makes them look well and look better, and then behind doors they're looking at her like, oh, I know that you do this to your husband and you treat him like this. That's also
what's going on, third
look for men as well. So I think just in general, like keeping those things private is very important, and I think you should just work it out with your significant other.
Okay, well, let me say one thing about the way that you speak to men versus speaking to women.
Yes.
So
Adam?
today I had a very wonderful case example and a fresh reminder on the difference the way you speak to men versus the way you speak to women. So I had lunch with my buddy Joe today, and at lunch I was like, listen, bro, here's the freaking deal. Here's what you need to do. Here's how you need to handle it. Enough's enough. Just do this. Do it. He's like, got it, bro. Thanks. Done. Right after lunch, I come and I speak to Natalia. Shoot over to Natalia right there.
Hello.
And I say, hey, Nat, I'm already on one right now. I just had my conversation. I said, I don't like this. This is what we need to improve. This is the deal. Here's what I'm recommending. Please get this done.
What's going on, Lou?
And Nat just sunk down in her chair. And she's like, I don't like the way you just spoke to me.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I'm just trying to tell you what we need to do. Yeah. She's like, can you just speak a little nicer? And I realized you need to speak with men and different, and men and women completely differently. So word to the gentleman out there, the way that you talk to your buddies or your men in business or business contacts is not the way that you speak to your girl, your girlfriends, your mom, the ladies in your life. Just be mindful. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus.
And you can be assertive. Women like assertive men. They like men to be dominant. They do. There's women out there that do. But there's certain way that when you correct a woman or you're saying something you don't like, you want to do it in a way where it's like you're feeling for that person, you're feeling for the woman because you care about her, but you also want to guide her. And if you want to guide somebody, you have to do it in a way of like, hey, I'm trying to take you with me, not like you're doing it wrong, figure it out.
Why the hell you gotta do all of that shit for a woman? You need to speak to her like she's a baby. Speak to her with the softest tone ever. Like she won't curse you out and call you everything in the book but God.
So I think it's just a way of, you know, the way you deliver the message.
And here's what I will say. So I learned, I had to take that L, learn, but it's so easy for a man to be like, no, you're just being emotional, you're being defensive. Okay, she came to me, and this is why I love Natalia so much, because she said, she could have been like, well, I'm trying my best, and you know, blah, blah, blah. She just said, hey, listen, I didn't like the way you spoke to me. If you can, speak to me a little more gentler. I know what you're trying to do. And I said, you know what? You're right.
Yes.
I'm going to do better next time. We had a hug. It was all good. And we moved on.
Yes.
But it could have gotten so much uglier on both ends.
She does, Link.
It's important of effective communication and understanding how to communicate with men, women, people you work with, your friends. It's very important.
Right, Queen.
Pull up the goddamn story right now that we're going to talk about. Anyway, so just a word to the wise. The way you talk to your homies are not to the way that you talk to your homegirls, to girlfriends, significant others. It don't work that way. because men are more logical, women are more emotional.
Right.
There's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with saying that.
Yeah.
Women give birth.
Right.
Shout out to the
We're
pregnant
so
girls out there.
emotional.
There's Allie. They grow humans inside their body.
Yes.
Okay, they bleed out of their body
Hello.
once a month to be able to procreate and do all the biological things to sustain humanity. There's a little bit of difference. So there's
Right.
nothing
But we're
wrong
very emotional.
with saying that men tend to be more rational, logical
Yes.
actors, where women tend to be more emotional.
Right.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Mhm.
All right. With that being said, let's move on with the show. We got about another half hour or so. We'll get to some dating talk, some sex talk, do super chats, and then maybe one of you lucky women out there get to have a one-on-one with Sterling, a little
Uh-oh.
communication.
Oh.
I didn't sign up for this.
Yeah, no, I'm pimping you out, bro.
Pimping me out.
Let's get a shout out. Sterling is running for president, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, not being pimped out by Adam.
Being pimped out. I'm just kidding. We're having fun here. Anyway, we just talked about how the top 20% of men are getting 80% of the women. The bottom 1/3 of men are basically not getting laid. They're struggling right now. And a lot of it has to do with the fear of rejection, right? Going up, approaching women. It's the same in the dating market, the sexual market, as it is in the actual marketplace. It's not easy cold calling. I made my money being a cold caller for a financial firm, smiling and dialing all day. And it's not an easy thing to do. A lot of fear, a lot of being unsure about yourself, not having confidence. But when you can develop that, you're able to make those cold calls. You're able to do business meetings. You're able to do pitches. Same thing. You're able to kind of spit game to a woman out there. So a lot of men out there not willing to put in the work to go approach a woman. A lot of it has to do with the fear of rejection. It's much easier to watch porn. Okay. It's a lot harder to go up and talk to a woman, right? It's less work. It's less drama. It's less fighting. It's less money to just go out and watch porn. So a lot of this non-interaction, I think, is really affecting men. You've been in the porn industry for quite some time, no longer anymore, other than maybe what you do alone in your home with some significant others.
Does that count as porn if I'm not selling it?
Well, I don't know. I think you know, once having some skills, you kind of still have the skills, is all I'm saying. So how much do you think that porn has prohibited men from going out, talking, interacting, spitting game with women? What's your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, it's a sedation tool, right? Just like alcohol, just like weed, just like video games. Porn is, I'd lump that all into the same category, right? It's escapism, takes you away from having the reality of life, of having to go through challenges and obstacles and adversity to get what you want. It's immediate gratification.
Yeah, taking the easy way out.
Yeah.
Why go out there, meet a girl, talk to her, get rejected, spend money, the date didn't work out. It's like, yeah, I could just jerk off.
And it's programming yourself to avoid delayed satisfaction. Right, because that's one of the number one skills of a successful entrepreneur as well. It's like their ability to delay gratification. Right. If you can prolong that gratification as long as you need to see the end goal, that means like every day I'm working towards this goal and I'm not necessarily getting any positive feedback at all, but eventually, bang, I get a big payout at the end of it. That is what you need to do to get success in basically everything. Is that consistency, that delayed gratification, right? And you're training your body to completely avoid that if you're just sitting there fapping off to porn all day. And that's coming from a guy who used to shoot.
I find it so interesting that you've been in the industry, made money, had sex with a lot of women, porn on camera, the whole thing. But it's almost like you're an advocate for men not watching porn. Basically. How do you handle those complete different outlooks?
And when did you come to that conclusion? Was it during your time there? Was it after? Like, when was your turning point? That's
a really, really good question.
Yeah, Matt wants to know.
I'm very glad you asked that, because it started. So I was in porn, and then people started DMing me. Guys would DM me here and there about advice, right? Like, I'm having a problem with this. Can you help me out? Blah, blah. And that eventually pushed me in the direction I'm in now. And it just got to this point where I just saw so many guys had a problem. They needed help. And they had so many guys have a problem with porn now. And it wasn't even on my radar, honestly, when I was in the industry. But then when I started helping dudes out, I'm like, God damn, this is a real problem. And I started looking into the data, started looking into like the biological effects on guys' dopamine receptors, how it really screws them up. I'm like, well, I'm not going to lie. Like if a guy comes to me, like heart on his sleeve, hey, I'm struggling with this. I have a problem with this. I'm going to be honest with the guy and be like, bro, stop jerking it.
Yeah.
Step one.
Wow.
You know, because it helped. I genuinely feel for these guys. Because at some point in my like early 20s, I was probably that guy. Maybe not necessarily with a porn problem, but with like some other problem. I was the guy who was like, who would have loved to have found a dude to turn to and be like, bro, I'm struggling with this. Can you help me? So I feel for these kids.
Well, let me read some stats for you. And
You're
then
a changed man, Sterling.
There he is. We're getting him there.
Like camera shot.
Yeah.
Running for president. 2024.
He's changed.
You can do it.
Sterling, look into the camera and say,
You can do
stop
it.
jerking it.
Stop jerking it, dickhead.
Dickhead. You threw a dickhead in there. So here's some stats for you. Here's what I wanted to say. Basically, you know, I kind of did some research on what the most expensive addictions are. And porn is one of the cheapest addictions. Porn's free.
Right.
Hello,
It's
you go on
free.
your phone, you go on your computer, you go on wherever you get your local
Entertainment.
entertainment, and it's free. It's no big
Fantasy
deal,
is.
right? You don't have to pay for dinner. You don't got to go
No.
buy drinks. You gotta
You-
awkward
because
first kiss.
Now you can
You
lie
are
down.
you're the product.
Yeah.
You're the product.
Because, same with
Walking
YouTube. Same with
billboard.
like because of all the paid ads that run.
Yes.
By you viewing it, that's how the
you are
website makes
product.
money.
You know what they say?
You're
If
the
you don't pay
product.
anything, you're the product.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Porn is the
Walking
cheapest
billboard.
addiction. Talking about dopamine, the definition of dopamine is the brain's center for pleasure and satisfaction, and is released when the brain gets a reward. So it's a dopamine effect. Addiction effects: lost interest or distorted beliefs in sex, desensitization to sex, isolation, you're doing it alone usually, and depression. Here's some stats for you, by the way. Speaking of porn being the cheapest addiction, an alcoholic spends $5,100 a year on average on alcohol. Cigarette smokers addicted to cigarettes, $12,000 a year. Cocaine as much as $15,000 a year. People like to party. Porn can essentially be free. By the way, here's some numbers for you. Men spend on average $65 a year. That's it, $65 a year on porn. On average, women $129 a year.
Really?
I'm not sure what they're spending their money on with the porn. Maybe that's porn toys. Maybe that's sex
Yeah,
toys.
that would
I know that.
Really?
So a couple more stats for you. 3 to 6% of U.S. adults are addicted to porn, and men spend 3 months of their lives collectively watching porn. That's 35 hours a year, and that's 40 minutes a week. You talked about getting these DMs or questions from men, basically being like, Sterling, love your work. P.S. How can I stop? What are the biggest problems that you see, and what is step one to addressing this problem as a man?
With younger dudes, it's actually what you'd classify as delayed ejaculation. So it's an inability to climax with their partner, or even get hard in the first place. That is primarily the biggest problem you see.
Well, those are two, I feel, totally different things.
They're very much related, right? If he's not
Okay.
in general, it's an excitement problem. Like they're not as excited by a real woman sitting in front of them as they were.
Like
to
they
their
just
laptop.
said, the addiction effects,
control.
lost interest or distorted beliefs or desensitization. Interesting.
Yeah, and the easy
So
solution.
either you can't get it up or you last too long.
Yeah,
It's like A or Z.
you can't get it up or you can't get off at all.
Yeah.
because you're not excited enough.
Wow.
Basically, yeah. And so, and all that. Step one is obviously stop jerking it to porn. Right?
Okay. And how does stop fapping
Okay.
help the men in the long run? By
Well,
the way, is fap a term for?
Yeah.
Okay. We used to call it J-O, but okay. You know,
Different generations.
different generations, these young kids. I found out recently that lying is capping and jerking off is fapping. All right. There we go.
The vocabulary is
Close
just
for
getting short.
Huh?
comfort. Said too close for comfort.
Yeah. The oldest millennial over here.
So the
Thank
question was, what's the benefit?
Yeah. Why step one, stop fapping?
Right.
How does that help you in the long run?
Well, for a start, it's going to start to reestablish the correct sensitivity for your dopamine receptors. If you're jerking off all the time, your dopamine receptors are kind of set to a 10 out of 10 by default. So there's nothing that's kind of really going to be exciting and stimulating enough for you in the real world. Right. So, okay, we wean off of that. We can reset that back to its natural, normal level. And then magically, because it's all related to dopamine, magically you become more motivated to hit the gym. You actually become more motivated to start
Something else to
building
do.
your business.
Yeah.
All these things are positive knock-on effects from stopping that one habit.
Now, is it stopping that, or is it stopping watching porn and doing that?
I'd say they're related. I'd say that's actually a very good question. So with the porn side of things, it will be an overstimulation of the dopamine receptors, and you can screw up like you're exposing yourself to blue light a bunch, particularly if you're fapping in the evening, right? So those are the problems there. Masturbation in general, there's two ways of looking at this, depending upon what problems you have in the bedroom. You can actually use masturbation strategically to kind of help you with certain problems in the bedroom. I won't go into too much detail about that. But if it's a thing that is a constant, like habitual problem, it's better for you to be spending that romantic time with a woman than with your hand, obviously. Now, we talked about dopamine receptors and stuff. We talked about the positive spiral of quitting this can have. All of these things relate to like your body's reward circuitry, you know? So if you can, and cutting out that one habit, the reward circuitry and your dopamine receptors are also intimately linked to some other bad habits that you have, primarily social media addiction, primarily staring at your phone all day.
Yeah.
Like they have the same negative effect on dudes' and women's dopamine receptors, making their like attention spans drop to zero, reducing their motivation and their drive in general. So I will tell guys, okay, if you want to stop jerking off to porn, if you're finding that hard.
Honestly, the whole porn thing, it's really a up and down thing. Everybody's dopamine and receptors, they all work different. And then if you're genuinely attracted and stuff like that, and then a lot of times too, it's just a lot of stuff that comes with porn addiction, because what goes on in porn is really not how it works in the bedroom and stuff like that. They gotta get those angles and do certain positions so that you can actually see it. It's the porn and sex is two different things. You know what I'm saying? Hell, I mean, the porn is just one big foreplay session and shit like that, right? But you can damage yourself too with porn. Like one thing I think he's not talking about, if you fap off all the time and shit like that, niggas, no homo, you have a a ferocious grip. You know what I'm saying? You can definitely damage your little man like that. You know what I'm saying? Because Coochie doesn't necessarily grip like a hand does and all kinds of shit. So if you're in a continuous abusive relationship with shout out to my brother Ism. If you're in an abusive relationship with Hannah Han and Linda Loshan, you can have other problems other than porn, But aside from that, I mean, hopefully you guys are dealing with women that actually turns you on, and you can actually perform, So sometimes too, it's basically your level of excited being turned on, and also your diet. Your diet can also help with shit like that. So start drinking more water, fellas, eating more fruits, work out your PC muscles. You and women have PC muscles. When you go to take a piss, slow the stream down and then let it go. Slow it down and then let it go. Slow it down and then let it go. Those are your PC muscles. Okay. BBW Lover said, who's worse, regular men who struggle to attract women to get sex, or attractive women who get sex but still end up unmarried / single mother? The other women. The women. But men being incels too is not really a good thing too, because there's a limit to men. There's always more women than men. Everybody, your Kegels, yeah. Everybody when you're in the womb, everybody starts off as women and female, and then eventually when they complete their cycles, they turn to men. So I hate to say it like this, but theoretically, in a sense, or in a certain sense, women are incomplete, but they're not incomplete, because if there were going to be women, there are going to be women. You understand what I'm saying? And then you have some women that probably was starting to get the sexual organs of a man, and then boom, you getting, anyway, y'all, it's weird. I'm not even gonna get into that, because then we're gonna have to start talking about pronouns and all that other weird shit. Okay. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. We've been on for 2 hours and 50 minutes of straight up game. This is a very interesting conversation. So make sure you guys like and subscribe to the channel. You can support the channel by hitting the super chat and preferably utilizing the Cash App, which is CUDAKID. Oh damn, I'm giving y'all my email, which is PTV888. That's PTV888. I was about to give y'all my other email. Kudakid8 at Yahoo. That's an email I don't even use. I don't know where I came up with that, but you can support via Cash App. That's $PTV888. That is $PTV888 or via PayPal. So I guess this guy, he's like a sexologist, or I guess he helps a lot of guys with their infertility and penis issues and shit like that. I hate what somebody said, like, because like recently I hate the internet, y'all. A guy named Rex out here died in Thailand, and he was like one of those guys that help dudes with like fertility issues in Thailand. They found this nigga dead in his house, blood everywhere. It looked like it was foreplay. His pants were off. This nigga was butt naked and shit. Somebody called him a penis builder. That's funny as hell, but rest in peace to Rex. But I guess this guy's kind of somewhere. Oh, this guy's a retired porn star. Oh, okay, so he knows. Yeah. Man, I was watching some crazy shit with Mr. Marcus the other day too. Not porn, no homo. It was an interview on here, and he was talking about Brian Pumper and shit. I didn't know that nigga was not locked up and shit. But anyway, yeah, them niggas be having performance issues, mind you. Viagra doesn't fix everything, so let's get it.
And difficult to stop that habit in particular. Try with something that is a bit easier for you, like maybe cutting out sugary foods. Something that gives you that instant hit.
Get a win,
right?
Yeah.
Cut it, reduce your social media exposure, reduce your phone time. These things, because they're.
Or how about do it how we did it back in the day? Both of you guys have foreplay and give your sense a chance to get turned on. Because that's the thing. Women's sexual libido and how to turn a woman on works more like a pot of boiling water. Whereas a guy, it's kind of like a light switch. But fellas, if you got to get turned on with foreplay and all that other stuff, you listen to these guys, you think something wrong with your manhood. No, there's nothing wrong with foreplay and a woman doing certain things to kind of turn you on, to get you in the mood. Ain't nothing wrong with you. So sometimes you may be thinking that you have issues with getting aroused and stuff like that. It's like, no, some days you can require foreplay. Some days it's going to take more than visual stimulation to turn you on. Okay. So a lot of guys been capitalizing off of that, thinking they have no homo issues when they really don't. Guys want to get turned on too. So, hey, it is what it is. Support the channel. Let's get it.
They're all the same problem. They all produce the same problem. So if you can start with whichever one of these things is a bit easier for you first, it'll help you achieve the next one and the next one and the next one.
You know what I just realized? And then I want to open up to the ladies. I might piss off some of our friends who've been on the show here before, but I always encourage men, stop following chicks that you've never met before on Instagram, that you have no shot at, that she's some hot, ridiculous Instagram model in fucking Thailand. There's no point, because you're going to look at her and be like, oh my God, she's so hot. The photos are probably doctored anyways. At the same time, you're also recommending stop looking at porn, stop the fap, stop the cap. So what I just realized is you're following all these hot chicks on Instagram. You're recommending the men stop jerking off. Stop following all these famous porn stars on Instagram. So we've had on the show Lisa Ann, Nikki Benz, Sarah J, Alexis Texas. I've had a great time with all these girls. Awesome. Classy women. They're doing their thing. I'm sure you've done scenes with some of these women. But in my opinion, it might not make sense to follow them, especially if they're still actively doing porn. Now, Lisa Ann is a different example because she kind of has a podcast encouraging men to do better about certain things. But you may want to consider not following all these hot chicks, porn stars on social media. I'm sorry. That's just kind of what I said. Do you agree? Do you follow random chicks? Like, what do you do?
You know what? I actually got locked out of my Instagram account like certain features of my Instagram account this week because I've been traveling a fair bit this last year. And, when I land in a new city, I jump on the dating apps and I follow a few girls here and there. And then I'm not going to end up meeting up with all of them, right? And so I basically went through my Instagram and just unfollowed like several hundred women. And then my Instagram was like, you must be a bot. You can't
man.
Now I can't like or follow anyone for the next 6 days.
Damn.
That's how it is.
Sterling, I have a question for you before we move on. Do you, now that you know what you know and you learn what you've learned, do you, any part of you, like regret that part, like that decision that you made in your life to do porn today?
No.
Do you think that it made you better and it's made you?
I had a great time.
Well,
I'm good.
I know, I'm sure. But do you think it's impacted you in a long-term, a positive way? Or do you have like somewhat of any like regret of that?
No, I think, in the long run, it's allowed me to get to the position I'm in now so I can actually help dudes.
Yeah.
If you might say it's God's plan if you were inclined to do so. And I think that's a very accurate assessment. I've actually had some of my friends who are extremely religious Christians have literally told me that. They're like, you're doing what you're doing now, you're doing God's work.
Yeah, of course.
They've literally told me that. So I'm like,
This may be extreme.
Nice.
Okay, but just take it as a grain of salt. Like, you ever see these guys who were part of ISIS and now they're out there talking about how the horrors of being a fundamentalist, hardcore Islamist, and they're like, I got out. Or people who used to be in cults or even in Scientology, like Leah Remini, she's out there speaking about Scientology. But you need people who are on the inside that get out there and be like, look, this is what it was like.
Yeah.
Here's what you need to know. Here's where I went wrong. Here's what you need to recommend for your friends to do. So thank you for doing God's work is all I'm saying, brother.
He's a changed man.
When you're
everybody.
doing God's work, when you're in the industry, that also is a come to Jesus moment.
Look, I wouldn't say I'm a changed man. I'm still a pervert. I'll be completely honest.
You just innovated.
Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome. So let me get the ladies' perspective here, because I'm not going to do the typical. So what are you guys watching porn? That's just like a basic question. But what I want to know is, like, let's say you find out your man is watching porn, or he's watching too much porn, or you're going through a drought in your relationship where you're not having sex, and maybe he's watching porn. Give me like a little glimpse of what type of conversations would you have with your man about porn? Like, you guys recognize that whether it's your husband, I don't know what he's doing now, but he's done in the past. I'm sure the men you've dated all do this. Give me a little insight to the mind of a woman when it comes to their man and what they're watching.
Well, I did Playboy, Hustler, Maxima, Penthouse, Bunny Ranch, and I've been top 20 cam model of the nation. So I always been.
I knew it. Damn, me and my audience is good. We was right. Now I gotta wonder if that old man she was dating, was that a white man? We was right. And she probably was doing that while she was with him. It's making sense now. Like a Hugh Hefner type shit. Hugh Hefner swinging type shit. With her 8 years, kind of turned her out to the game. We was goddamn right. You could tell she kind of hung around the white guys and fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Andre said, told you, yeah, man. We getting good, y'all. Shit, they don't got no award for that. Trophies. We getting real good. Damn, we need to celebrate. So look at that. She gave it up. Playboy and stuff. Sounds about right. She's ditzy and a little dumb enough to get in that type of stuff. Yeah, man. Wow. She probably did some other stuff too. This is what she letting us know. Wow. Let's get it. Oh man. All right, y'all, man. We called that shit. All right. Now we can let that rest. Let's try to get at least 3 contributors on the Cash App for today's show. We're gonna do a double header. All right. You said he probably was a client. Probably. Old trick is now coming together. All right.
been that it girl that when you meet me, you definitely gonna know I was online. So if my guy did watch it, it was maybe my friend, and I didn't care
What do you mean it was your friend?
whether it's a porn star or a cam model. It's somebody that I seen in the convention.
Oh, like
She's
if
like
he's
my
fapping
friend.
it, he's watching one of her friends.
Ah.
Because I'm in the industry, but not in porn. But camming is the same thing, but not on camera. But live cam through chatting. So when you were saying like the feeling of touching someone without touching them, that's all I did was give a imagination, and I did $15 a minute just selling myself boobs, private.
She gave them an imagination. This girl is slow as fuck. I gave him an imagination. Well, she bearing it all right now. Boobs, private. Go ahead.
And I never had to do a porn. You came in line, you did private shows, you
So you're saying that if you go to the, remember that dream man you were talking about?
Right, War Master. War Master said, notice how the convo is always laid at the feet of men, as if women have no faults. Right. Knowing damn well she was in there entertaining women and shit. Come on, man. Making herself seem like she was exclusive and she needs some $50 million man to deal with it. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, she... RG3 says she talks like the I come on moon. Oh, wait, noon. I come on noon. Oh, yeah. I come at 12. Yeah. I come on 12. Yeah, that's links. I come on 12. Man. Oh man, it's done. Yeah. I remember. I come on 12. Yo. We called it, man. Called it. We can't spoil it, man. We called it. Damn.
6'1", tons of fun, makes $1 billion a year doing his thing. And you found out that he was fapping to porno. Walk me through what conversation you would have with him.
I would ask him, what do you enjoy? Because we might enjoy together. We might enjoy the same thing.
Way to flip it to your benefit.
We might enjoy
He's like, hey, I'm all about threesome porn. You're like,
and I
well,
might not want to do
let
it,
me make
but
a phone call.
No. But if you enjoy it and you like have the fantasy, if you're watching it, we can watch it together. I mean,
give me an example.
I'm not gonna lie, that Femme Sapien chick been quiet for a good minute. She talked an hour ago. She just looking left and right. This girl all up in the conversation. She just talked left and right, man. This girl, now we done got the loudest one in the room talking about her whole exploits. You don't like the Femme Sapien girl or this girl?
All right, let's go here. Give me an example of...
Because it's kind of boring. You don't know if you're doing too much for her or you're doing too much for me. It's like,
yeah, that's always what I hear. All those threesomes are so boring.
Like, it's not boring, but...
Maybe I don't know if I want a threesome. Sounds horribly boring.
Can we get it together?
Okay,
like,
so if you would entertain me, give me an example of something realistically that if your man was like, well, I like watching this, that you'd be open to, versus he's like, yeah, I'm into this. You're like, I ain't open to that.
I'm open to any.
Link said, is she like Misty Stone? No, because let me tell you something. I'll do this. We're gonna throw it two ways, right? Misty Stone was just out there and was openly talking about it because that's what she does. A woman like this, that's like Secretary Hohen, that's kind of doing like online peep shows and shit like that. I'm gonna tell you the truth. sometimes girls like this is worse than Misty Stone. I mean, honestly, you would really think like as a porn star, they do a whole bunch of disgusting shit on camera. But you would think that that's kind of like, that makes them wild animals off camera. I'm pretty sure in a lot of cases, porn women off camera just wants regular sex. Not nothing too over the top, not nothing too crazy. I guess once they get past that huge because they go to work and do that shit. So it's like, they probably just want some, convenient sex probably when they get home. Whereas it's the opposite for a girl like this. She probably does a lot more. Well, I don't. You said Misty Stone. I don't know if any woman in her right mind can do debauchery shit like Misty Stone. But but you'll be surprised. What I'm saying is you'll be surprised. It'd be women like this that when they actually have sex, because they're doing the cam stuff and that other stuff that really is not really an industry for them. Even though they're just online, they're basically a content creator, but like everything is centered around your looks, pussy, and you revealing your titties today and then revealing it tomorrow and taking pictures and shit like that. That's not real content creating. That's just exploiting your own body and trying to add a personality on top of it to make it seem like that's what you're not doing to a certain degree. So what I'm saying is that women like this will probably do some Dubai shit, like War Master was talking about. Like women like this will probably do a lot of that shit because all of that shit is backed up from content and stuff that she does online. So women like this will do a ghetto gaggers and stuff like that. I'm probably sure she does, but there's women that's freaky as hell, like Misty Stone and shit like that. And the sad thing is that you would never see them doing ghetto gaggers, So there's level to the hoeing. You know what I'm saying? There's levels to the hoeing. Most definitely, but a woman like this with like father issues and shit like that, there ain't no telling, what she probably does behind closed doors. And then she's like slightly dumb, and if she been around the Playboy Mansion and all that other shit, yeah, these are the ones that really be getting down like that, and around town like that too. So
anything besides it just gotta fit. I'm gonna open a threesome,
Literally.
open a anything. But it has to.
So in other words, even though Misty Stone has done a lot of that stuff and she's a little bit older, it might be easier for you to maintain a Misty Stone than it would to maintain a broad like this, Like a Misty Stone, even though that's what she does, or she might find any other ways to get money, probably wouldn't cheat on you. But a little silly broad like this would probably cheat on you. You dig?
How can I say it without getting too deep? It just, if I was willing to be a cam model porn star, I'm willing to be open to see it, open to touch it, but it has to just make sense, I should say.
Okay, let's go to the more traditional
right
one. When you right off the camera.
I'm over here
Okay, so but what I'm saying is there's a lot that you're open to, you're comfortable with it. Keeping in mind, I've been in the industry. Some of the girls that you might even be fantasizing about are the homies. But okay. So from more of a traditional woman who is.
Well, see, I wouldn't necessarily say a taken woman like Femme Sapien would necessarily be boring. I mean, to guys like us, she should be boring because that's how a woman acts when she's taken and she's off the market. She shouldn't be up there flirting with this guy and doing all this other stuff. Look how quiet the Femme Sapien is. So it seems like she's a very good, loyal woman. They exist out here, fellas, but a lot of them are snatched up. That's just the reality of it. A lot of them are snatched up. So, she's supposed to be boring to other guys for the most part, other than her husband. At least he got that type of security. He doesn't have to keep an eye on her. She can go somewhere. He don't have to worry about her. She can go on a television show. She'd be like, well, I'm going to work. She won't even have to tell him she's on a television show. And if he decides to watch it, he know he's not going to watch something where she's on there clowning him and making him look stupid in front of everybody else. She speaks highly of him, So, she's showing, character traits that is definitely desirable as one being someone's wife. So, hey.
Is, into good looking men. You understand, men kind of do their thing.
I agree with that, Tony.
To have these kind of conversations when you hear the things that she's open to, help the men out there. At the end of the day, I'm not trying to get into your personal life. Fine. I want to know.
Yeah, I agree with that too, Clue. She looked like she's always doing something. Like that interview that we were watching, you know, she was drinking some wine and stuff like that. Yeah. So she probably is high 24/7, you know. They get high to relax, you know. Same thing with strippers, you know what I'm saying? They get high to stay in that charged environment and stuff like that. You kind of got to. You got to get numb and go get the money.
What men should know about the conversations with their significant others in porn.
It's not a conversation that happens in my house. Like I put out number one. Number two, my husband is Gen X, so there was a lot of delayed gratification just when it comes to porn in the first place. It's like you had to go and find a magazine or a VHS tape. You weren't even able to get it. Like remember back in the day, you could get it in the gas station and they would black out the front of it. You can't even do that anymore. So it's not really a problem for me. I see a lot of my girlfriends who are with younger men. That seems to be an issue. But I think a lot of the times when we have a conversation about porn, it's worse than people think because the average exposure, the average age of exposure right now for young boys is 11. So if you're not paying, you're the product. So these gentlemen are getting addicted. It's not a physical addiction, it's a habitual addiction. They're getting addicted when they're like 11 or younger and they don't know anything. And so I've had girlfriends too who they'll be hooking up with a guy and they can't read the room. They'll like start choking them or spit on them. Yeah. And because they think that that's what it's supposed to be like. Yeah. So, but this is a problem again with fathers, women. If you could, you know, try to sleep with a man and get pregnant by a man who's going to stick around, like exercise discernment, ladies, or keep your legs closed. Your dad is supposed to be able to take you to the side as a young man and be like, all right, look, this is how you put it on her. Like if I had a son, I'm completely confident that my husband, when the time was right, could have, you know, they could go camping. He could be like, all right, listen, this is how you do it with the ladies. Sterling, if you had a son, you could be like, this is how you put it on her. But we have like women that marry men that they're not attracted to, and they're probably not having any kind of polarity in the marriage as well. So obviously, you know, beta daddy isn't getting insatiable mommy off at all. We don't have that. That's supposed to be a normal conversation that a grown man has with his growing teen boy. And it doesn't happen anymore.
I have a would you rather for you, Allie.
Oh my God, stop that. Yeah, let's do it.
Would you rather your husband cheat on you or would you rather him watch porn?
This is like, I don't even think of this stuff in my life.
I know you don't. That's why I thought.
Would I rather? I guess I would rather him look at the porn. But I have some girlfriends. These women are crazy. Yeah. They literally think that if your man is watching porn, it's the same thing as if he was cheating with a woman in real life. And I just think that that's not true. Like, just say you're with a man who's addicted and leave it at that. Like, stop trying to equate the two because I don't think it's the same thing. You should be way angrier if he actually put it in another woman.
I would
Some of those girls too, though, if they get mad at something like that, some of those girls are already cheating on their men. You know, they just, what they're mad about too is that he's not thinking of them 24/7, and they equate that every sexual thought that he needs to have or that he's gonna have is gonna be related to them. Whereas a lot of women, they visualize another man on top of them sometimes when they're dealing with somebody else. You know.
A man watch porn all day in cam. All day.
They're probably
in the room.
They're probably angry at the fact
that. What you doing? Open the door.
They're probably angry at the fact that he's watching so much porn that he isn't even trying to hit it on with her anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the sex is gone from the marriage entirely because his sex drive is for her specifically is like nil.
Yeah. And by the way, have you ever been in a situation where like it's the middle of the night and your girl slaps you or she's like, yeah, in my dream you were cheating on me, and I was like, oh, I'm fucking home. I'm here. What are you talking about? That happens sometimes.
Yes.
Okay, that doesn't happen to me in the dream scenario because
that's crazy, right?
Because they know I'm cheating on them in real life, so I don't have that problem.
She went to sleep and dreamed about you.
Respect. Well, to your point, you bring up such a good point about the ease of which porn is acquired these days. Sterling, we're right around the same age, give or take. You know, and I know. Growing up in the 80s and the 90s, how hard it was for a young adolescent boy to get him some
Uh-huh.
porn.
Bro.
You had to go steal some Playboy from your uncle.
That's why they
You had
still
to go
play with my
borrow.
grandpa.
You had hiding spots. There were, yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Bro.
Treasure trove. You were doing barter,
really still play with my
trading,
grandpa.
like you're doing the fur trade in the fucking Native
crazy.
American days, and you're the French Revolution.
You kids
And
don't
you're
even
trading
realize how
porn.
hard it was to
All
tap.
these days, you just gotta get. Speak about instant gratification.
Right.
Now you can just go on your phone. You were jerking off to crumbled up pictures of Victoria's Secret catalogs. This is the lengths of which we used to do to, and this is in the 80s and 90s, brother. Imagine our parents, black and white photos
Yeah.
of who knows. And now these days they go on their phone. There's the most ridiculous porn, gangbang, ridiculous, choking out, spitting things you've ever seen. And they're 12 years old and they think that's reality, which leads me to my next point. You ever see, like right now there's a big, I think it's a Hulu doc, Pam and Tommy,
Yeah,
Pamela
I've seen it.
Anderson.
Yeah, I love
So one of the
them.
amazing things that she discussed
person.
with her son, this is pretty public information, is that the son was doing the spitting, the choking, this type of thing. He's like, this is what I've seen in porn.
Mhm.
And she's like, listen, you're talking to Pamela Anderson here. You're my son,
Right.
okay? I'm pretty sure that the dad is Tommy Lee, right? Okay. Well-endowed rock star gentleman,
That's-
heroin chic, doing his thing. And she's like, listen, that's not what ladies are into. And if you do find a lady that's into that, it's better to like, are you into this? Can I do this? Is this okay with you? Do you like how that feels?
Yeah.
You don't just start choking, slapping, spitting on
Yeah.
women that you just meet. Word to the wise out there, young men. Don't catch a charge.
Mm-mm.
But it's just like times have changed so much, whether it's the get rich quick mentality of crypto, whether it's the instant gratification or the microwave hustle society, the microwave culture, like everything can come so easily these days, right? You want something, you just order it on Amazon. You want some groceries, you're on Instacart, right? You want some porn, just go online. But someone told me the other day, they said, just because it feels good doesn't mean that it's actually good for you.
Yes.
And I feel like that's kind of the situation that
With
young men need to
masturbating?
find themselves in with porn, is like, just because it's accessible, you're home, it's COVID, it's easy, you're on lockdown, boom, you're on YouPorn, do whatever.com, just because it feels good, it might not necessarily be good for you. So great point that you made with that. The
Can I
ease of
can I
porn.
touch on that?
Yeah, of
really,
course.
Really briefly, that idea of like young men, especially, sort of getting into these positions with their partner where they're stepping across a boundary, right? They're doing something that she's not into, like very extreme, like spitting, slapping, choking, whatever it is. One of the things that I teach guys primarily is to like this idea of reading her body language in the context. Like you said, read the room, right?
Yeah, read the room.
Read the room in the first place.
If she's shivering in a corner,
Yeah.
you might not want to do that again, buddy.
If there's no booty pics on the Instagram.
Now, I will say that in my experience and in the experience of a lot of my friends, especially, younger women, women in their like, 20s to like late 30s, they tend to like a guy who's a lot more dominant, a lot more aggressive in the bedroom. They tend to be into these kind of things. However, they're not into it for every guy. Then that's a key distinction. It's a very important point. They're not into that. They don't want every guy to do that to them. They want a certain guy,
of course,
to do that to them. A guy who comes across with that dominant energy, with that confident dominant energy, because there's a big difference between a guy who knows how to choke a girl properly, right? Because there's a correct way to do it, and there's a very, very, very incorrect way to do it.
Yeah.
But the guy
there's a nice romantic choking, and there's a psychopath killer mentality.
Yeah, I'm actually going to hurt you.
Yeah, exactly.
Very different
vibe, the way that go ahead.
But the guy,
not that I would ever, ladies.
if you
Unless you like it.
Actually, this is a great question to ask these ladies, right? In that sexual context, if you're with your partner, and let's say two scenarios, same exact guy, same exact situation. One guy is confident in reading your body language, and he's picked up good positive signs from you, and he goes to say do something like choking on you, right? Versus the other guy who is a bit unsure of himself and he can't quite tell if you want to do it, if you're into it or not, and then he just goes for it, right?
Mhm.
I would be curious to know. I mean, I'm confident in the answer already, but which of those two makes you more uncomfortable?
Uncomfortable, the guy who doesn't know what he's doing.
The guy who doesn't know what he's doing, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
The guy who's not sure of himself.
Right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And that's kind of my point, right? There's
Yeah.
certain men who have experience in the bedroom or know what they're
Mhm.
doing in the bedroom. They come across a certain way to women.
Yeah.
They come across with that sexual energy, and a woman will pick up on that, and
Yeah.
she'll
On,
ping off a
yeah.
guy and be like, "I want this guy to do these things to me."
Yeah.
Because
Well,
he
Sterling,
knows what
this
he's
is
doing.
why the first question I asked you at the top of the show was having confidence in what
Right,
it
we
leads you
back
in life.
But it's also
And I
tying into,
said in the boardroom and in the bedroom.
but also tying into what you said. Competence leads to confidence.
Experience.
Right. So a guy can't be confident in that situation if he actually doesn't have a clue.
I
what he's
think
doing.
what you're recommending is young men go choke out a cougar every once in a while, get your experience, and then from there take it down to the ladies that are your age or
Look,
younger than you.
Your words, not mine. Go choke out a cougar.
Quote unquote Saz, go choke out a cougar. All right, last topic of the day that I want to address. Then we'll get to super chats and we'll move on. This has been an awesome show. By the way, if this is your first time here on the Sazcast on Valuetainment Money, subscribe, give us a like. This is what we do. Also, we're starting a new channel. So not only just Valuetainment Money, there's going to be a separate Sazcast channel, Sazcast clips, but a little more of the racy, edgier, choke out a cougar type of advice.
So we can clip you and take you out of context.
Exactly.
Great.
Adam told me to choke out a cougar, and that's why I'm in jail right now.
We're gonna learn
But-
today.
So if you have not subscribed to Valuetainment Money, please do. We appreciate that. And we're starting the new channel, Sazcast, which is getting started. Natalia will have those details below.
Yes.
What I want to talk about is this concept of the body count and how it is different between men and women, right? So it is an attractive quality for men to have experience in the bedroom.
All right. So that was weird. Shout outs to Lou said War Master 7. That rabbit hole goes deep, bro. Spitting on people's actually light compared to what's out there. Yeah, people be opening their mouth and getting spat into. No homo, swapping, all kinds of disgusting shit. What's going on, cool? Yeah, they're giggling and shit. Let's see how our girl that likes to disrespect her father. Let's see how she handles this conversation. They're getting into this weird body count conversation that here we go. This never mind. These are all manosphere talking points, by the way. You know, they done stole water sports, right? They done stole so much game from the manosphere. They even the talking points, because wasn't nobody talking about this, man. You know, no, wasn't nobody talking about this, man. All right, so let's get it. It's player talk. The Cash App is definitely in the chat. Please utilize it. Let's see if we can get 3 to 4 more people to, it's 41 people in here. That's 1 out of 10. Let's go. You said, I don't know if I could kiss a porn actress. Yeah, like with the whole Misty Stone thing, I'm not gonna lie, man. You gotta be one of those in denial dudes. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be one of those in denial dudes that would you just don't want to see her videos, you know? You just gotta be in denial. I think there's no rhyme or reason to it. You gotta be a cuck or you gotta be in denial. And I think they're okay with both.
We just discussed that. Having experience, having competence leads to confidence. What type of man do you want to be with? And, women, if you ask women, and I'll ask you guys right now, would you rather at this point in your life be with a man who has been with 100 women, or if a man who has been with 0 women, a virgin? My guess is you're going to take the man who's been with 100.
0.
You're not taking a virgin.
I'm taking
Stop
a virgin
it.
because he's a little
No,
bit.
This bitch dumb as hell. See, I spoke too soon. The lies, bro. The effing lies, man. I'm taking the virgin. Look at this idiot. Dude, and then they lie about the dumbest shit. You think dudes lie about stupid shit, man? Wait till you get a load of women. Now she about to just let's see. Now she about to justify it. Now she about to justify it.
less
not.
experience, and I don't like all of that.
Bullshit.
No, I'm serious.
Bullshit,
Like,
I think they'll
Kiana.
commit. They'll like do it.
And then let me tell you how she lied. Wasn't she just on here saying, I like older men. They know how to do it. They know what they want. Blah, blah, blah. Come on, man. Cap and gown, bro.
Like I'm in
yeah,
love.
because
and
I
you're
feel like
yes.
I'm the
I'm
alpha.
sorry.
I'm
That
the
was
alpha.
right. So
So
they'll stay
75.
loyal to you if you do.
Yeah, I feel like
Yeah.
a zero. There's no STDs. You ain't got nothing to worry
75 is
about.
good.
Ladies, if some virgin 30-year-old dude ran up to you in a club,
And
you
I would teach
wouldn't
him how to do
even
good.
give him
No.
a chance.
No, definitely
Stop
not.
it.
But
No,
I
No,
wouldn't
I
even
no.
But if he
You would
told me he
ask
was
a
like
man,
a
"Are you a
virgin or
virgin?"
something, I'm like,
No.
Sterling
really?
rolls up
And
with
you're
you in a
30?
club.
Yeah.
He's got 1,000
Oh my
people under the
God.
belt.
I probably would
The
look over
game is on point. The looks, running for president. Let's get a close up. Bro, you're taking that guy, not the virgin. I'm sorry. You're not taking Steve Carell, the
Why do you
40-year-old
say
virgin.
They
that?
might
Why
look
do
the
you
I'm
same
letting
way,
you know.
though. They might look
In
the
my
same way, and
experience.
No,
then you'd be
I
like,
disagree with you.
whoa.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
not with you on that
Okay.
one. I would just say that like 100,
I am.
that's a little bit too much. Like you should learn what you need to learn by 75.
Not to say a virgin.
But I would no body count 0. I'd rather
40-year-old
not.
Not a
man.
body count zero,
'Cause
but
if
in the
you're a
sense
woman and
of
you've
just
been with-
somebody who can. Nah, I
We're
don't
gonna
want
agree
nobody
to
who's over
disagree
me.
on this one.
Yeah.
What's your
don't-
take
I'm
on
sorry, babe.
body? Okay, how about this? I'll give an open-ended question. Sorry, my opinion is that a man with more experience and more notches
In
on his belt is a
life?
much better thing in life
Not fucking
than
me.
some dude who's a virgin. I firmly agree and firmly think that dude who's 34 and is a virgin, you're not giving the time of day unless he's like some ridiculous fundamentalist Christian and he's a good-looking guy and he's been holding out because mommy and daddy told him that he's going to hell if he has sex. Those are few and far between. Usually that dude that hasn't had sex and he's 30-something years old, it's because he's got a lot of other problems in his life. My opinion, debate it if you want. In your opinion, body count, man versus woman, what's your take on this concept?
I think people get hung up on like the number, right? Especially when they talk about women.
Yeah.
You'll
By
see
the
that-
way, men never admit your number. Women, I know you won't admit your number. So
Yeah.
just words of the wise.
Exactly.
You're not cool bragging about how many you've been with. That's
yeah, you're never
as
like,
you were saying. Sir.
even if I
For the most part, this is why this is a dumb conversation, y'all. For the most part, most people don't know their number or their true number. And then another thing too is that women don't know their number for the most part because women don't count one night stands. If she doesn't like you, she's not gonna count you. Oh, he don't count. So women don't know their number. Women don't count one night stands, and they don't know their number. They don't. All of that shit is, if they're telling the truth, is a rough estimate.
I ask a girl that I'm dating, like, how many guys have you been with? She's never going to give me the correct answer because there's
You're
always
my
going to be
first.
there's always
Wow,
going to be a
okay.
guy that doesn't count.
Yeah.
There's always going to be maybe there'll be a handful of drunk nights she actually doesn't actually remember. Like there's always going to be that exception, right? So I'm never going to get the honest to God's answer out of her. It's the truth.
Allie just went somewhere. I don't know.
Ah, right. So okay, it's less about like the actual number per se, and it's more about the kinds of dudes she was with who've kind of left an imprint on her. Because the reason why guys get
Bruh, I swear to God, they watching all manosphere stuff. Didn't nobody talk like this? Imprint. No, wasn't nobody worried about this. Nobody talked like this, man. This is all manosphere shit. You're welcome.
hung up about body count in general is because, okay, if I get into a relationship with this girl, typically, if she's had a lot more partners than a girl who's had less partners, the girl with more partners is probably going to be like not as pleasant to be in a relationship with. She might be a bit more entitled, maybe a bit more like bratty, maybe a bit more combative, just in general, than a girl who's had less partners, right? However, that is probably the case more often than not because she's been with a dude who was just better than you.
Mm.
Yes.
She was with some dude who was like, a celebrity of some kind, maybe a.
And see, this is why you can't bring up this damn conversation, because then dudes start inserting their insecurities and their bias in it. 9 times out of 10, she been with somebody better than you. Who gives a fuck? No pun intended. Who gives a fuck? I never seen a woman say, well, I don't want to give it up to him because he may have dealt with a girl better than me. It's the dumbest shit ever. When you open up this box, are you gonna smash or you not? It's either yes or no.
Professional athlete, maybe who was like, she just can't get that imprint of him out of her brain.
I believe this terminology is called alpha widowed, right?
Bingo.
Yeah. So explain that a little bit, if you would.
Well, an alpha widow is exactly the situation I just described. So she was with some dude in her life who was the best guy she has ever been with. He ticked all the boxes, and then he let her go, and now she can't get over him. So she's always comparing. Even if it's subconsciously, she's always comparing every other guy she gets with to that dude.
The problem with that for women, and then we'll move up. We got 5 minutes. The problem with that for women is that dude, that Leonardo DiCaprio, that famous NBA player, that dude will bang out a 7 because he met her in the club and she had big titties that night. And now that chick, sorry for the graphic example, now that chick thinks that she deserves the Leonardo DiCaprio of the world or the Derek Jeter of the world because she got him one night. Again, just because, you got him, can you retain that man? So the obtain, retain thing kind of works both ways. I see plenty of girls in South Beach that's like, oh, I've been with that celebrity. I've been with that musician. I know that rapper. It's like, yeah, but you're still single out here in the club, baby.
Is that your man?
It's because he hit it and quit it and kept it moving.
Is that your man?
And just because the guy, there's a difference in short term and long term. There's a difference between, hey, you're worthy of sex, you're not worthy of a relationship. And that's how it works for some women out there. Let me get your last thoughts on this. We're talking body count. We're talking about the risks of promiscuity of women. I know that, modern women and body count and feminism, they teach them, do whatever you want your body, live free, do your thing. A lot of that, we were just having this conversation with Dennis Prager, very smart intellectual. A lot of that, he said, that was prompted by birth control, which was in the 1950s, which essentially liberated women's sexuality. Here's some stats for you. 90% of women between ages of 18 and 64 have used contraceptives at some point. And nearly half of all U.S. pregnancies are unintended. Talk about getting hit and quit and these things like this happening. So in your opinion, how has birth control made women more loose, and how has modern feminism encouraged women to explore their sexuality and be more promiscuous?
Oh, wow. He said we only have 5 minutes left. No, birth control, just in general, it's not very good for women. And you could, turn 15 and you can start menstruating and your parents will put you on it just because they don't want you to get pregnant on what they would say is an accident. It's not really an accident. Women are just conditioned to believe a lie that sex without consequence exists. Even if you don't conceive a life, there's still some sort of psychological or intimate consequence that comes with that. It doesn't matter. And I've had girlfriends who, they were taking their birth control. They gained a lot of weight because that's what makes birth control ineffective is the rapid weight gain. Don't listen to these women. Like, they're like, I don't know why it just stopped working. Like, honey, you gained 60 pounds. Like, it's not the same dose. I had a girlfriend that got pregnant on accident or whatever, and it worked out for her. Yeah. But that is because we just have this belief that sex without consequence exists. And if you're on birth control as a woman, you will choose a man whose major histamine complex matches yours more. So
what was that?
Your major histamine complex.
To do with
your immune system. We can smell your immune system. Women can smell the
pheromones.
Pheromones
is separate from that.
It's pheromones and it's genetics. Because if I want to smell a man who varies more genetically than me, because that's going to create an attraction. Yeah, I completely think that I'm married.
All right, women do have a heightened sense of smell, but y'all be hooking up with women that be smoking weed and all kinds of different shit. Women, she's saying this now because she's pregnant, so that height that not that hype, but that sense is now amplified. You know, a lot of women when they're in heat or they're dating or they're doing something, they're not smelling no man's sexual prowess. Now, a woman can kind of tell if a man is swinging or he's doing stuff. They do different ways by, like, telling if a man knows how to, like, if a man dances. Like, women are low-key freaks. They'll watch how a nigga moves his hips and stuff, how he walks and certain things. Like, women will definitely and can definitely read a man's demeanor. You know what I'm saying? They can read your demeanor. So, I guess, I guess type shit. But it's like, okay. Like, what else? What else? All right. You dig? But she's saying this because she's pregnant. Fun fact. A lot of women, it goes both ways. Three ways. A lot of women actually become repelled by their man's scent in a lot of cases during pregnancy. And then some women actually get more turned on by a scent during pregnancy. And some women are unaffected. You know what I'm saying? Because their height, their sense of smell and stuff. But this all happens with what we talked about and the word that we brought to the game called microchimerism or microchimerism, however you want to pronounce it. Okay. So that happens with the microchimerism that is passed back and forth between mother and child. Okay.
Married right now because I met my man and I wasn't on birth control and his scent just drove me wild.
Women got all sort of stuff.
What the hell did I just say?
Well,
women will pick completely different men if they're on birth control or if they're off birth control.
Right.
Totally different men. This has been empirically studied.
I've
never been on birth control
ever in my life, so I don't know what she's talking about. That's crazy.
So it'll change who you end up choosing. So some women start relationships on birth control. They get off. They're not attracted to the guy. Yeah, it can get so much more complex than that. But I would say that
and I was gonna talk about that, but then that goes back into what we've been saying before. A lot of women don't know what the hell they're attracted to. With that said, like something small like that will determine if you can choose the man that's really meant for you. This ain't a scapegoat now. This ain't for women to use it as a scapegoat because I know exactly why they would use it, but something as small like that, yeah. So that's why I said it's a good thing as fellas. It's a good thing we don't get everything that we want. Same thing with women, even though they try and they end up fucking themselves up. But it's a good thing we don't get everything that we want because we be mad. Because a guy off of birth control might be the guy for you, but you done messed up your body's chemistry, even your brain chemistry and stuff like that, and your body will make you attracted to something that you normally wasn't attracted to. And then sometimes you just get older. That's all that shit is, for real.
Met my husband. I knew him for a long time. I started dating him. I was not on birth control. I think I'm married today literally just because of the way that I enjoy that he smells. I think it's something that's predetermined. There's nothing that I could do about it. I've never smelled a better man in my life. I think we're genetically compatible. And I guess back to the alpha widow thing, the problem with promiscuity, and we think we have this excuse with birth control. If you run into the best sex of your life and you can't lock it down, you don't know if you're going to get that again. I got it. I'm good. I'm good forever. Okay? And that's honestly what makes a marriage work. Sex is the glue that keeps it together. But if you're out here thought, and you can't secure it, you will be thinking about that guy when you marry the guy that you have to. Nobody's holding a gun to your head, but you want babies, right? You need money for babies. You're going to be thinking about that other guy. And if that's a heavy toll for a woman to carry. And our grandmothers were able to stay shut about it. The problem with modern women is they'll open their mouth. Okay. They will let you know, like, oh, you know what? You're actually not the best I ever had. It's like, honey, your grandmother would never do better. So
talk to your grandma.
And you wonder people wonder why the divorce rate is so high. Like you get together on birth control. She goes off birth control to have a kid with the guy. She has a kid with the guy and she's like, I don't like this guy. Because her entire perception of what's an attractive man totally changes whether she's on birth control or off birth control.
Well, I will say this final thought, and then we'll wrap up. men pick and choose the women that you have kids with and marry with the utmost amount of thought. The and the good type of thought, not the THOT thought that these out there. The utmost amount of thought and consideration. But what I'll give you credit for is I would love my future wife, mother of my children, to talk about me the way that you talk about your man. That is a very attractive quality. When your woman is like, I am so lucky. I found my man. He's the best. He's the hottest. He's the coolest. He lays it down. Awesome. So men, be very careful with who you're wifing up and having kids with. And when you get to that point, make sure she speaks of you very highly like that. We've all been in relationships where the women kind of talk shit. You've seen them kind of talking shit in public. Not a good look. Pick and choose your women wisely. Last question for the panel, real quick, and then we're going to get to super chats and we're done. This is a yes or no question. This is not a very nuanced discussion. So we're talking about men approaching women, fear of rejection, getting your heart broken. I don't know. And as I'm writing this episode, a song came on, and it was the song that goes, lose yourself. You are the move you make. Oh, with the if you know this movie. And the song is called Owner of a Lonely Heart. Do you know this song? It's called Owner of a Lonely Owner of a Lonely Heart.
I probably do know the song.
Oh my God, maybe I'm butchering it. The lyrics are owner of a lonely heart, owner of a broken heart. Owner of a lonely heart is much better than the owner of a broken heart. So would you ever, what's the question is like, would you rather had love and it not last than never have love at all, right? The question. So question for the panel, would you rather be the owner of a...
He doing too much. The saying is it's better to love and lost than never loved before. Would you rather love and lost it or never loved before? Simple. Y'all don't even know where y'all get y'all talking points from, man. Come on now.
Lonely heart or the owner of a broken heart? My answer is I would rather have a broken heart, mend it, fix it, get it back together, improve. That's where you'll find the grit, the dirt, the crumbs of the bread within you to build you back up and make you a better man. I've been through heartache. We've all been through heartache. For me, I would much rather be the owner of a broken heart and put that thing back together. Now I got this ice box where my heart used to be, and I go from there. Then an owner of a lonely heart. For you, Sterling, would you rather be the owner of a lonely heart or a broken heart?
A broken heart. Nobody wants to be lonely.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to be lonely. Okay, ladies, broken heart or lonely heart?
Broken.
Broken?
Yeah, of course, broken.
Okay.
Right?
Some people don't want to deal with heartache, though.
Well, that's why
In the chat, by the way, let me know if you'd rather be the owner of a lonely heart or of a broken heart. I'd like to let you know comments at that. Natalia, owner of a lonely heart or a broken heart?
Definitely a broken heart. I think, like you said, I feel like with a broken heart, you're able to learn from it and even give yourself like a standard of what you're looking for and then do better.
By the way, this question is not as easy as it seems, because if you've ever dealt with a broken heart,
I have.
There's a lot of times you're like, I don't fucking ever want. I already know what that's like.
Yeah.
We've been
I'm
there.
a loner, but I'm not lonely.
Okay.
So it's kind of like
Losing
kind of
us
hard,
up.
you know?
All right. You've ever
Stick
seen
to
the movie The
Sauce
Breakup
Cast.
with Vince Vaughn? Jesus Christ. I mean, you guys got to get out more. Anyway, this has been awesome. Nat, let's get to our super chats and then we'll wrap up.
Last finish super chats. Thank you all for the super chats. We appreciate them all. We'll start with Reclaim Your Throne. As it pertains to Tate, Sterling works in the industry and he understands how common it is for women to retroactively withdraw consent after scenes. What they're doing is to Tate is unjust.
100% true. Yep.
And then we have another one from Reclaim Your Throne. Loverboy method is the game, not grooming. Women sell courses on being findom, aka financial dominatrix. It's all a symphony of finances from old desperate men that like chocolate sister. Hey, boo. Beaten cheeks. He said, Sterling, I refuse to give you IG, Facebook hookup apps. What's your advice to guys like me, not broken or fat, thankfully? What do you suggest to produce yourself? And then we have Reclaim Your Throne. The book should have been titled Women Are from Mars and Men Are from Earth, because men are knocked down a peg and grounded by reality since young boys. Adversity builds men and destroys women, especially dating. And then we had Keisha Mentality. He did donate, and I saw you put your chat, but I didn't catch it after you donated. And then we had Orthodox Boxing. Sterling, how does one go about getting cougars as a young man? What is the best place to hunt these cougars? And then we have the last few from What Came Your Throne. Intercourse, access, and variety is essential to a man's mental health. That's why
Birth control also affects black women differently, Tony. That's another thing too. You know, they end up a little bit more sterile. You know. Hold on, yo. What the hell is this thing talking about? All right. Let's see. You said I regret pressing no. Sorry, I don't know her. Oh, you talking about the girl? Okay. We were talking about the sister here, but you kind of are in a little bit late. She's not a feminist. She's kind of like dumb, and doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. You know, unrealistic standards. You said DJ Kuda. I know Kuda. That was a light troll. If I was to hit the link, it'll be the topic of music. Yeah. No problem. Yeah, Natalia better than a 3-year-old. Them checker stripes hitting different, y'all.
Why we have leaking dreams. If men don't have access, they will fap. It's simply supply and demand. The most men are going without. Kurt Rose, the last one. Moderation is key with everything. I'd rather a man jerk it instead of paying for OnlyFans, escorts, streetwalkers, etc. Thank you all for the super chats. I hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. Make sure you guys like the video, comment, subscribe. And I want to shout all of you, including the haters, out for forcing me to do better with my reading skills. I'm doing this for you guys, so thank you.
Let the haters be your motivators.
Let the haters be
the last person who brought up the concept of supply and demand, like I said, I always try to combine finance and romance, and supply and demand is, if you're going to learn anything, if you take any economics class, they're always going to tell you that the most founding principle of any type of economics and economic system is the concept of supply and demand. And it works the exact same way in relationships and in the sexual market and the dating market. As a man, to all my fellas out there, the more you can improve your wealth, your money, your game, your looks, your status, your fitness, all that kind of good stuff in the bedroom, in the boardroom, all that stuff like that, you will become a man of high demand. Okay? A man of high demand.
That's not true. We've been talking about this for years. Yes, you'll become more successful. High demand, that's not necessarily true. Would you become would you be in a different could you be in a different social class? That's to be determined. Financially, that is good, but what he's talking about is not true. Not necessarily true, okay? So,
and there's always a large supply of hot chicks looking for a man who's in high demand. Allie got one. Our friend over here, she's going to lock one down if he makes at least $5 million. That's just how it works out here. That's supply and demand. With that being said, thank you guys so much for tuning into the episode. Real quick, Allie, when are you due? Where can we find you? And when's the next time we can see you again before you give birth? Because it might be some time before or after that. So real quick, give us the lowdown.
Well, I'd have to come back next month because I'm due in mid-May, and there's things you have to do around the house. But for you, I will make a trip back down here. Got to steal my man from the feds, you know. And then what else was there?
Where can they find you?
Oh, you can find me on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, all of it. I got real estate property on social media as soon as I could, so you can find me by that name literally everywhere. There's even a .com, guys. So my major platform is my YouTube channel. Make sure you guys subscribe and check that out if you want to get picked and not skipped. And that is, look, guys, it's a cute ring, okay? We all want to get picked. Okay, don't waste your time. Use your SMV to your advantage. Get picked. Subscribe to the channel.
Okay, and say the name.
What name?
Of their channel.
Oh, Real Femme Sapien.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you
My
left
bad.
out.
I was waiting for that too.
I'm like, I got all the real estate. I know every channel. And
My bad.
which one
What's
is
going
it?
on, Prince?
It's pregnancy brain.
Real
My
Femme
bad.
Sapien. Kiana, thank you so much for being on the show. You
Hi,
are
guys.
quite the delight, and I would love to have you back again. Where can
Really?
people find you?
Hi, I'm Kiana Benet once again. Thank you guys for having me. You guys can find me on Instagram, Kiana, KEIONA .BENEY, Kiana Benet.
Nice kisses right there.
Hello.
The man, Sterling Cooper. Let's get a close up on him. This is his final
Running for president.
inauguration speech.
Hello.
Go ahead. Appeal to the audience. Let them get your vote right now.
SterlingCooper.com. Sterling is spelled STIRLING. That's where you can find access to absolutely everything. If you want to get a bunch of free advice on how to improve in the bedroom, simplest place is also to go to my YouTube channel. Same thing, Sterling Cooper. You'll find, just search that name into YouTube and you'll find me immediately if you want some free stuff there.
Awesome. Stop the fap, right? Natalia, biggest takeaway of today's episode. Take us home.
Biggest takeaway from today's episode, I would say there was a lot of good takeaways. I would say I think Ali had some really great points today. I think like not wasting your time when you are dating and with this information out there. I think we provide a platform where you get a lot of content and you can make a decision. And Allie's a great example where she comes from a different, she came from like, I don't need a man and, I'm looking and, she's young and she's able to find somebody and you can see that she is on a route of like happiness and success. So I think being clear on what you really want, and even getting a different perspective, with everyone else here of reality. Just be clear on what you want and, go from there. Pick wisely.
Thank you, Natalia. All right, here's my final thoughts. For me, everyone did great. Everyone amazing information. But Sterling's point about you either have a product problem or a marketing problem resonated so deeply with me because I feel like a lot of guys in Miami have a product problem, but their marketing is on point.
Right.
And the Lambos, and you've dealt with these men, is what I was about to say. So as a man, get your product right, okay? Get your money right, get your success right, get your game right, get your fitness right, get 3 things right, okay? Your money, your looks, your game. You'll be the upper echelon supply and demand of man that you need to.
Oh, don't say that. Oh, actually, he can say that because he's white. If I was black and I said that game part, I don't know about that, Kuda. You just want to sit here and talk about game. Some sassy nigga gonna jump out there.
Get to, and then you work on your marketing problem. But if you're working on the marketing problem, you have a shit product, it ain't gonna work out for you in the end. With that being said, thank you guys so much for watching another amazing episode of the Sozcast. Oh,
whoa, shoot. Well, we made it through. Yeah, notice how he said game. Notice how he said game. And notice how the other chick said you're gonna have to have a mouthpiece. The funny thing is that, and we're going to talk about it. I'm going to, No Name and JR. Do y'all want to come up? Shout outs to No Name and shout outs to JR. Do y'all want to come up for this next segment? We're going to have JR lead it for the most part. And definitely I will take over also. But definitely I want you guys to get to know JR a little bit more so you can subscribe to his channel. Same thing with No Name. No Name. No Name. I want to go in with him and do a show with him and talk, and I want us to talk about how a lot of guys in the manosphere, because I've talked about it a lot, but it'll be good to have a podcast with my 2 brothers and talk about this shit. How a lot of well-to-do guys and even guys in the manosphere, how they literally and really want Keisha's, and it's embarrassing to them to even admit that. I don't know why they think somebody's going to make fun of them to admit that, but the thing is that the reason why they won't admit it is because it contradicts themselves. Just think about it, y'all. You're supposed to be the guy in corporate. You're supposed to be the guy in sales. You're supposed to be employee of the month. You're supposed to, you know what I'm saying? You're supposed to be, you're supposed to look, you're supposed to be into something more beneficial and deeper. You're supposed to be looking for a wife. But the person that you're making, the person that you're having trouble getting, and the one that you really want is the Keisha. And it's embarrassing for them to say, "Hey, man, I'm a upper echelon guy. I like, I like to do, I don't know what y'all niggas. I like to golf. I like, but I want a Keisha. They want a Keisha so bad, but they can't. They can't. It's like a cop, right? The reason why these people are freaks and stuff like that. What's going on, Ty? The reason why these people are freaks is because they don't get to be human for the most part. If you know somebody that's a cop, even when he's off duty, guess what? He's an off-duty cop. He doesn't go back to being a civilian. Even if the preacher's not on the podium and stuff like that, guess what? When he still step off that podium, people like he's a preacher. He's not supposed to like backyard boppers, or you're not supposed to find backyard boppers number 9 on the holy grounds of the church in his DVD player that's in his office. You know what I'm saying? You're not supposed to find this disgusting shit with somebody like your teacher or somebody. That's not Kevin. That's my teacher. It's like, this is why when shit hits the fan, they come out as huge freaks. Like that lady that swallowed half the police force, done dated 6-9 different guys on the police force, have a whole husband and I think kids at home, and her husband done took her back. She's not supposed to be sleeping with the police force. Them niggas was under arrest for real. And they got mad because it was a whole bunch of black dudes. And I'm pretty sure her husband's white. And if he's black, all sucky now. They're not supposed to talk about that shit. But we could talk about that shit. We could talk about that shit. And they can not chime in or anonymously chime in. They don't want to talk about how they want Keisha. How they have an addiction for Keisha. That's who they want. Aside from their wife and stuff like that. They'll even cheat on their wife. If they get, because these guys, they get women too. If they have a wife, a good wife, they will cheat on their wife with a Keisha. High key, they want Keisha. And it pains them that they can't get a Keisha because societal wise, they're supposed to be able to get one. They're supposed to be able to go get Keishas like a bag of chips. You understand what I'm saying? That's like you have a bankroll and there's some $5 chips that look good. And you can't walk out the store with those chips. You like, man, I got $5. I got that shit 10 times over. And then you pick up the chips and then you go to bring it to the register and be like, nah, the barcode's not scanning. We can't sell this to you. You get denied. And you're like, now you're like, and let me tell you, this is a metaphor, but it's some real shit. Now you're like, how much was those chips? It's $5. All right, I got 100 right here. Just make it happen. I want those chips. Can't sell it to you. There's no barcode. We can't even give it to you. But I saw this other guy came in here and I'm trying to buy the chips. He stole some of them and bought 2 more, but he stole a bunch of them. Why can't I get these chips? The chips have a choice. They don't want to be with you. But it's $5. I know it's $5 and you laid down 100 right here, but we can't sell it to you. For whatever reason, y'all. Metaphor. That's what makes them niggas mad. That they'll pay double. I'll give you 20. Still can't sell it, bro. That's what makes them mad. I used to work at a place where you can steal shit, obviously, right? And rich people will come in there all the time. We used to catch rich people stealing. It's because they have a superiority complex. They know they can buy it, but buying it, there's no thrill to buying it. You understand what I'm saying? It didn't come with the sizzle. Yeah, I bought the steak, but I want the sizzle. I want to add some type of, I want to diversify what the hell I'm about to buy. I want to add some extra step to it that I could get caught stealing. Because when people steal and they're thieves, right? You have something called a high and a low. It's a calm. Some people get addicted to that. So when they steal something like, damn, I could get caught, I could get caught, I could get caught, I could get caught. And then when they make it away to steal another day, that's the calm. You have a high and you have a low. But them niggas want Keisha and you think nobody knows it. And they sit around here all day talking about how they want a Keisha. To the point where somebody like me comes along and say, oh, you want a relationship? Go get your starter, bitch. How dare you tell me to choose my wife over the forbidden fruit that I can afford that does not want to come with me? How dare you tell me that? And how dare she tells me no? So I really want to have an open discussion, which they're going to listen to, and get into the psyche of why this man wants a Keisha. Why this man wants a Keisha. Why do you need a Keisha? You can have a good girl. I don't want the good girl. I want the Keisha. I know why you want the Keisha. She seems easily attainable, but she's slipped you every single time. And other than money, you got to have something that she wants. And that's game. That's game. That's why me and my brother P, we came through and we started telling y'all. We start, the psychology of wanting Keisha. Great name. I gotta credit Javon for that. Great name. We gotta talk about that. To at least try to help some brothers, since they ain't trying to help themselves. Why do you want the Keisha? What does Keisha have that you desire so much, other than being a freak? And some of them get the Keisha. Some of them, they buy the Keisha one time and she give them a little taste and they preview it and they turn them out. See, necessarily when you think about your wife, this is why dudes treat their wife different from a Keisha or a side chick, because the wife knows the side girl gets the real man, but the wife knows the real man. No homo. Dudes ain't trying to skeet on their wife's face. But a Keisha, oh yeah. Oh yeah. They got to go home and look at their wife and deal with their wife. They don't necessarily got to go home and look at Keisha. See what I'm saying? Good game being chopped up all the way around, man. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here. I know it's disgusting, but it's the truth. We like to separate the wives and the Keishas to a certain degree, Even if your wife is a freak. She a freak of the week. Even if it starts off as some freaky shit. It doesn't match up. Okay? Oh, good. Okay? Shout outs to Cynical in the building. I'm going to drop the link. Only people that should be hitting this link. Shit, I almost dropped my Google Documents link. Let me do this. I was going to invite y'all to get a mixtape. Only 2 people can hit this link at the moment, which is my brother JR and my brother P. If you guys would like to join the second segment, 4 hours of game. Make sure you guys hit the Cash App. Hit the Cash App. Make sure you guys hit the Cash App. We about to get into the second segment of this game. Yes, Ole, do it. All right, let me put my headphones in so I can hear myself and monitor the stream real quick. John Anthony Lifestyle, infamous dating coach. Let me see. I got to figure out what we're looking up. Hold on, y'all. You said use the game to get money and get some leverage. Niggas keep circling around Keisha with the game concept. Yeah, that's the ticket. They don't want they don't feel that they have to use that ticket. They think guys that get game are goofy when it's the other way around. Guys that don't know the game are goofy. Yeah, we're staying on this channel. Staying on this channel. And if JR wants to take it over to his channel, we can do that also at some point. Okay? You said Keisha is the salt of the universe. Nothing to see here. We all got a Keisha. What's the big deal, Kuda? I mean, some dudes Keisha eluded them. And it goes real deep because I know where to go in on this topic, because guess what? A lot of their addiction to Keisha, sometimes, not even sometimes, the majority of it happens in their high school years. Oh yeah. There was a fast tail hussy. There was a fast tail hussy in your high school that you wanted and you couldn't get. And in your and all up into adulthood, it ate you up. It eats you up. It eats you up on the inside that you want Keisha. And if you look at it on paper, you should be able to get Keisha. Oh, I got the money, I got the lifestyle, I got the car. But this what I'm saying. A Bentley and the Keisha don't really mix, even though rappers got Keishas and they got Bentleys. But some girl eating like you eating McDonald's in a $500,000 car makes no sense. It makes no sense. You spilling jelly on lambskin makes no fucking sense. So that's why sometimes the woman that you had with you, or even the ones that been down for you, I mean, I'm not going to tell you the one that stayed down for you not to treat her right and take her with you when you're successful, but her and your new life probably don't mix. Derek Jackson. Ooh, something got caught in my throat. What's going on, Jay? So what's going on, JR? Welcome to the show, man.
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on? Sounding good, coming in clear. How you doing?
Good.
Definitely.
A blessing. We're alive and well.
Yes,
all
sir.
right,
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Jump
so
in. Introduce yourself. I'm gonna run and get something to drink. Introduce yourself, and I'm gonna find a link to your channel so everybody can subscribe. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Definitely jump in.
all right, appreciate it. So yeah, this is my official real channel, The Knight and the Bishop. So I talk about dating and game and all that good stuff, just like Kuda. We're probably gonna have some differences in opinion, and that's okay. So we're about to review this guy, John Anthony Lifestyle, and the guy is infamous for claiming he has a 1,500 plus body count. And yeah, so he appeared on the Value Entertainment podcast, and he's had some issues with some other people. And I don't want to ruin the surprise, because there's some people. For all you guys out there, I would share the link, because things are about to get real. There's a bunch of guys with super chats that are about to take some big pot shots at him, because I have seen part of the stream, so you guys don't miss out. Some big names, some big heavy hitters are about to take some pot shots at him, because he's notorious for going at everyone in the space. That's what he's known for. So let's get it.
Oh, that's interesting. I'm surprised MGTOW Dictionary probably didn't do nothing on him, which I'm probably sure he did. But let me see if I can find it. John Anthony Lifestyle. I think I heard about this guy because I heard him. Here it is. I think I heard about this guy because I heard him talk about his body count, and I think that's the dumbest thing ever. You know what I'm saying? I see a lot of white dating coaches leading with that. It's like, but it's one of those things because the dating. A lot of dating coaches have fucked up the dating coach game. Let's just keep it 100. And a lot of dudes sound like idiots. I see dudes here having trouble with dating and driving thousands of miles to meet women and getting rejected. Come on here on YouTube and tell y'all I would never listen to a man teach or tell me how to get a woman and shit like that. And it's like, bruh, y'all niggas looking at it wrong. You understand what I'm saying? If I don't know how to spend my money and I'm getting a bunch of money, but I don't see where I'm making that money, or I'm making as much as other people are, but it doesn't stretch as far as other people are, and I have a spending problem, there's nothing wrong with me to go get an accountant to help me with my financial problem, or at least give me a game plan. If my health is dwindling and I can't take care of it on my own, and I don't know how to give myself the right nutrition or do things in a timely manner or take my medicine at a certain time, there's nothing wrong with me going to the doctor or going to a nutritionist or a specialist to go get help with that. If I'm having trouble, let's say, dealing with death or something like that, and I don't have a friend and I need somebody to talk to and stuff like that, there's nothing wrong with hiring a therapist. See where I'm getting at? So sometimes it's like, okay, look, I'm having trouble with women, but there's something that about them, because there's millions of things about women that can make you be like, what the hell happened? Why did she do that? Why did this blow up? Blah blah blah. You know, you can consult with a dating coach. There's nothing wrong with consulting with somebody that knows what they're talking about. You know.
Yeah, we're about to break down the logic. We're gonna cover a bunch of stuff, and actually, he brought up mystery method. So yeah, we're about to
Yeah,
really,
a lot of that stuff
get
is
it in.
outdated. But if you've been somewhat active, you know the update answers for that shit. But okay, give me 1 second, y'all. I'm gonna run and grab something to drink, and we're gonna let this play for a little bit, okay? And Jr., let me know when you want me to pause it so you can
All right, all right.
okay. All
Yeah,
right,
I
I'm gonna
got
let
you.
this play for a second. I'll be right back. 1 second, guys. Let me kind of speed this up. And look,
Voiceover, one of the most
she finally, and this is oh, her thighs thick as her legs thick as hell. All right, hold on now. This is one of the things I don't think he should have done. I think he should have kept her over in the side and stuff like that. But I guess too many people like her, and she's making the show a lot of money. But he brings Natalia into the show this time instead of having her doing her regular duties. I kind of saw that on the thumbnails, so I'm like, oh man, hopefully she doesn't break bad on him and then leave, you know. But anyway, let's go.
most famous voice actors in Brazil, apparently.
Yeah, we're just
Amber
talking-
Joy Lane's in the house. She's here. Give a little
What's up, guys?
give a little
Happy to be
wave.
back.
To Amber's right, my left, Rebecca Barrett. She's here. She's the coolest housewife in all the land.
Oh, I like
I
that.
think so. That's just my take. Former feminist, current proud vocal housewife. She let out that sigh, and it just was like, now I know what it's like to be a kept woman. I'm trying to go through that transition and figure that out. I don't know if that's for me. And last but not least, the co-hostess with the mostest, Natalia Del Valle. She's usually on the
Hi.
ones and twos over there. Today,
Yes.
she's here.
Next
How
to
you
the
doing,
sauce
Nat?
man.
That's right, sauce man. Nat, how you feeling? What do people need to know? Get us started today, because we're getting right into this thing.
Yes. Well, happy Thursday, everyone. Happy Saucecast Day. Thank you all for tuning in. Make sure you guys like today's video, comment, subscribe, and share, of course. There it is. I love when you guys do that.
Oh, that is so cool.
Yes. And then I'll be reading super chats. So give us some super chats for our guest today. It should be very interesting. We had some pre-podcast talking, and we've got some questions that we want.
He should have kept her over there. She about to throw off the optics, y'all. Here we go. Her her appearance about to be interference. Let's go.
Want to unravel a little bit. So let's get this party started.
All right, let's
Ready?
get this party started.
Let's get it going.
Okay, you ready to party?
I'm ready to party.
All right, cool. Ladies, you guys excited?
Yes.
John
yes.
Anthony?
Of course.
All right, let's do the
Let's
damn thing. So I know Rebecca's relationship status. I know she makes her money. I ask her that every single time. I also know your situation, unless anything's changed. DM Amber. She's available. She's fun. She
I
keeps
get
it
some-
light.
I
She
get
keeps
some
it
DMs
tight.
from the cast.
There we go.
Yeah.
She's prettier in person. And if you think she looks good on screen, check her out in person. Live show every
Friday, Saturday.
Friday, Saturday down in Miami. But John Anthony, I'm going to ask you a question that I usually start everyone off with. Tell us your relationship status and how you make your money.
So I've been a dating coach for about 11 years, since like 2012. And right now I'm in an open marriage with a Brazilian girl, right? So it's open just for me. We have 3 dogs, no kids yet. It'll be too restrictive. And basically I can do whatever I want. Basically, almost acting like I'm single.
Now I want to chime in on that because you have a lot of passport guys that's talking about traveling, and they kind of saying that they want to go look for wives and stuff, but then they're traveling to places like Thailand and all these other places. And should passport bros advocate for open marriages? Because they kind of want to go everywhere and do everything. Should they kind of be looking into open marriages where, like, okay, they're you're not, you're gonna go everywhere, like right now Austin Holloman gonna have a hard ass time getting out of that woman's vicinity. without her being jealous or catching feelings, and he doesn't even notice it. And then they think we're stupid, like they're not together and shit like that. She's his tour guide. So do you think a lot of passport bros don't even know it yet, that they should be advocating more so for open marriages? Because if they go to the Philippines and find a wife there, but they still want to travel and not necessarily take her with them, should they advocate more so for being in open marriages or open relationships when they travel to these other places and meet other women?
Well, I have a lot of family. I have a lot of uncles,
Mm.
and a lot of people that are related to my relatives. They do that type of stuff. So they keep the wife or the girlfriend over there in Mexico, and then
Mm.
they make the money over here in Texas or the United States. They
Right.
send the money over there, and it's kind of
Right.
understood that it's kind of an open relationship. But here's the
Right.
problem. Here's the problem with what he's saying. This
Mm.
guy, and you can't really tell right here too much. A little bit if you know a little bit about him, but he's really, really
Mm.
tall. So
Mm.
number one, he's really, really tall, 6'2", 6'3". And then number
Mm.
two, I mean, there's no other way to put it, but like as a white male, anywhere outside the West, you have a bunch of advantages. So he's
Right.
in Brazil and
So
he tries to
in
act
other words,
like he
he's
doesn't have
desirable.
advantages.
So he's desirable.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
right, right.
Mm.
Because I mean, like
Okay.
internalized racism, that type of stuff. I mean, that's just the reality. So the
Mm.
problem is when this type of guy starts making these comments and
Mm.
people really start looking into his background, they start projecting that onto other people, and that will start becoming more. You'll start noticing that as the stream goes on.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, guys like him, you see them all the time also while traveling. So it's not, it's not uncommon to see guys like him winning and definitely being desired. What's going on? Preach. Shout outs to you. Welcome to the show. New subscriber. Make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. Yes, sir. And share it with everybody. Yeah, yeah. So he's desirable. So yeah, I mean, he has a Brazilian girlfriend, which will make women more attracted to him. So you're saying that the
Actually, this is
guys
what
that
happened.
okay.
Well, yeah, let me just say this real quick. The thing is, he
Mhm.
claimed that it was an open relationship one way and that she was just his girlfriend, but he got basically doxxed and they found out that he was married, right? So what they did is
Oh.
they paid for his marriage certificate over there in Brazil to pull it. And then what
Uh,
happened is, I mean, you know how it goes, and he just kind of comes off as untrustworthy because he's like, okay, well, I don't want to come off like I'm married because then that gives the illusion that I'm not going to be pimping all these different women, and I'm too,
right.
that type of stuff. They don't want to
But I
be
mean,
married and act
like what you said, he's sending money back, and marriage is a business contract. So he kind of has the same thing that Mr. Locario has going on.
Yeah, he's not the only one. There's a bunch of people, and the thing about it is, I don't. It just comes to back to what we were saying a while ago. It causes
Mhm.
if other guys are genuine and other guys are honest, and then guys like him, as we keep going on to the stream, people are going to realize. I don't want to ruin the stream, but there's going to be
Understood.
some other stuff where he comes off like he's dishonest, and then that stuff gets carried on, and it kind of puts a bad picture on the manosphere, and that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Well, I mean, the manosphere is really trying to separate themselves, dating coach wise, but a lot of people get mad when people say that dating coaches have created the manosphere, which in a way they did, even if it was a bunch of dudes that got mad at the information or didn't go out there and apply it and ran back and then start creating MGTOW and all these other different movements, so they're. Wow. Okay. All right. Let's get into it. Okay. Well, so that's interesting. That background. But this is the thing, though. So most of the guys that he's trying to help get laid don't look like him or don't carry
Well, yeah,
themselves
that's a
like
big
him.
part of it. So,
Yeah.
yeah, they're in the West, and in a lot of countries where there's more money. I mean, let's just be real. See, the thing about Brazil
Mhm.
is not a third world country. It's an
It's not.
emerging
It's like
economy. So
it's like progressive
it's
second
kind of in the
world.
middle. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's kind of in the
Yeah.
middle. So
Yeah. Same thing
it's
with
part of a
Thailand,
group.
but it is third world. Hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it's part of what economists call the BRIC nation. So Brazil, Russia, India, China, they're kind of in the middle. So that's kind of the issue that starts developing because hypergamy is in general is true, but there's some differences, some nuances to it because depending on the
Right.
nations and their
Caveats and
economies
stuff.
and that type of stuff.
Right. Right, right. Because what one woman would consider hypergamy, another woman would consider. I see what you're saying. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, all right, let's get into it. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, and he does seem nervous. Somebody pointed that out. So let's get into it.
And then, we have a loving thing. I have a second place as well. So last year we tried living with 3 girls, and that was kind of a bit of a nightmare because it was just nonstop drama. Basically, people telling secrets all the time, fights every day, right? Different girls in the house started falling in love, and just kind of a mess. So we ended up moving out of that. We moved to Sao Paulo from Florianopolis, and I just kind of do my thing on the side, and then we have our relationship together.
Boom. And how long have you guys been together?
It'll be 3 years in about a few weeks.
Of together or marriage?
Together.
Okay.
But
3 years of together.
Married for about a year and a half.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, here's where I want to start today, because everyone's like, oh, we're talking dating, you're talking money. Is this a money show? Is this a dating show? It's both. This is where finance meets romance. So what I want to usually start off with is a little bit more business friendly money concepts, and then we can have that bleed into relationships and all that. So here's where I kind of want to start. There's this whole concept these days, almost a debate over a work-life balance. Okay, hey, you got to have a good work-life balance. It's like you work too much, you got to chill out, or it's like you got to work harder. There's this push for a 4-day work week these days. There's other people that say, work 7 days a week. You can fucking sleep when you die. Like, enjoy. So there's this whole debate. So, what would you say? You've slept with over 1,500 women. We're going to get into that.
Yeah, you guys were asking about that.
What? That's a what?
You guys were asking about that before the show, and the girls were
yes.
like, oh my God.
Taken aback. But what has been your...
As a guy that's not really a trophy or a feat, I'm gonna tell you right now, to a certain degree, it's kind of cringe. But I guess that's what he's using to say, hey, I'm qualified to tell you about this shit, So, and which literally those numbers literally mean nothing. So
work life.
It's like trying to count the miles on a rental car, where they came from and shit.
Life balance up until now.
So I haven't had like a steady office job for about 10 years. So that definitely helps, because when you have like total free time, you can see a lot more girls. So I tried to live where all the biggest party scenes were. So I lived in Vegas, San Diego, Miami. Abroad, I was living in Ukraine and Poland, Portugal, London. Now I've been in Brazil for 3 years. And Brazil's my favorite by far. And we were talking backstage. She's actually Brazilian. And you did voiceover for like a Brazilian cartoon that's like pretty famous. I was texting my chick. She's like a huge fan. So, I basically had like an open schedule, and that, that just gives you total freedom. So I run the company right on the side, but it's pretty flexible in that in that sense. For a lot of guys, like when I have clients, if they're working most of their time, they have like a couple hours a week to date. They can only go on like 1 or 2 dates a week.
Yeah.
So having an open schedule is pretty imperative to have a lot of options.
So if we're gonna do some numbers, by the way, Deli, Jorge, can we turn up John a little bit? If we're gonna I have this debate with my friends. Like I have a friend. I have a rule that I don't mention people's names, but I will gladly talk all about them. It's just don't say their name. And my friend, 1/3 of your life you sleep. So let's just eliminate that. So we're talking waking hours. I say, what's your work-life balance? Because this guy is trying to compete with you in the categories that you've excelled at, if you know what I mean. So he's like, I'm 50-50, bro. I'm 50-50. I work, and then I go and socialize. I said, that's pretty aggressive, because I'm more the 80-20 rule. I'm working, I'm building a business, I'm doing my thing, I'm establishing, businesses and business models and podcasts and everything. And then a weekend warrior rolls around. I'll take 20% of my week and, live it up, have fun, party. So could you put a number on your actual work-life balance?
For a while, it was like mostly fun, like 90%, 95%, right? So once I made like digital products, or if I'm running like a boot camp tour, like live trainings, then the rest of the year is like time off, right? Okay. But now it's shifted, so we're trying to scale our company up. So the past few years, we've been really in our operation and a lot more time to work, which cuts into dating time. But there was a period for a while, like when I was going pretty hard at this stuff, where I even thought that like going to the gym was...
Wow. Okay, so this is the reason that I'm establishing this stuff up front. And obviously,
can you pause it real quick,
So you said 95% of your time you were...
Yes, sir.
So here's the problem. Here's the problem with what he's saying. I think the host, he was pretty much asking from the perspective of what Sean Anthony's potential clients, what kind of work-life balance, that type of stuff they should have in order to learn about women. And that's where he kind of failed on that part of the thing. See, the thing is, there's some people in the manosphere, and I don't want to call out names, but there's some of these guys that preach that guys should not take women on actual real dates. And the thing about it is, I've learned a bunch from taking women out on dates, and this
You
is the
have to.
important part of it. But yeah. No, you have to. But here's the thing. Let me put a little thing out there, and then I'll pass the mic. From my perspective,
Take your time, man.
Right. If you take enough women out on dates, and let's say, and then let me just put a number on it, because let's put some numbers on it. Let's say I spent $10,000 over the span of 15 years, right? So from like age 20 to 35 or whatever. And then because I'm really religious, I want to settle down or whatever, I want to build a family and empire. All that money that you spend on the front end, on the back end, you'll save it because you're less likely to get divorced and you're less likely to pick the wrong woman that could bring you into some problems. And that's kind of the problems that a lot of these guys, the logic is flawed. You got to do both at the same time. So if you're 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, when there's some other guys talking about how you have to be on your purpose and all that type of stuff, they make it seem like, okay, well, 5-7 years later, you're just going to be ready out of nowhere to jump on the deep end of the pool and you're going to be ready for prime time. And it just doesn't work that way. You have to do both at the same time.
Yeah, you gotta audition. Dudes were looking at me weird, like, well, what's going on, Dave? Dudes were looking at me weird, like, it's like, yo, you wanna take this girl out to realize if you actually like her, or if if you want her in your company, because a lot of these girls will set y'all up and rob y'all. And if you don't pick up on certain vibes, or look her dead in the face, or just see her demeanor, how she does things, does she laugh at some of the things you laugh at? Are you know what I'm saying? You gotta, and I'm telling y'all too, like, I don't know why dudes make this a big fucking deal. Dates should not be hard, because you should have a routine. You should be taking your women to the same places and stuff like that. So when you go into a club, the waiter, the bar, at the bar, like, fucking the waiter, a high five y'all, or be like, oh, no, this is my friend, he gonna slice the meal, or something like that, or get free drinks at the bar and stuff like that. I've even gave people game, like, you go to a bar, and definitely there's probably some pickup book that talks about this. You pay the if you meeting a girl at a bar or something like that. So, like, if I set a date up downtown in DC, and I go to this bar that I like called Clyde's, right? And the girl's supposed to meet me at Clyde so we can hang out and have some drinks or whatever, or meet me at the station. You can go in there and prepay the bartender, and then tell her when to cut when to cut off. So it looks like that's your friend, and she just giving y'all free drinks and stuff like that, even if you paid for it on the back end. And then, you could probably cut off at like probably $60 and be like, keep the rest. You know what I'm saying? If that's some of the money that you have aside. So a lot of the stuff that we're talking about, these are things that you have to have when you're bringing women on dates, and your date spots, depending on what's going on, should be a routine. You've brought other women to these spots. You know what their pasta tastes like. You know what you're gonna get. But a lot of dudes are like,
say, bro, real quick, a lot of guys. Another reason for that, you should be taking girls on dates to a certain extent, is because a lot of guys that want to get girls like, they haven't spent no significant time around a woman that wasn't related to them. So you need
that too.
So first off,
non-sexually too.
Right. You need to get used to being around women that know that you're interested in them sexually, and they might be interested in you. Just people that aren't obligated to be nice to you, like women that aren't your family.
But that's the thing too. A lot of the guys though won't learn the game, because let's say if they meet up with a woman and she sleeps with them instantly, yeah, you got a same day lay or whatever, but you didn't learn anything.
And also,
go ahead.
I was saying, like, because the thing is, if you're a hunter and you're hunting something, you don't just like run out the bush trying to like shoot it or trying to like spear it. You wait, you watch it, you watch the moves, where it's going, what it does, what it eats. The same thing with women. You have to be used to women. Know women. Like half of the game is just knowing the nature of a woman.
Knowing her next moves and stuff, yeah, or what she can do.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how you judge their character too and stuff. So a lot of guys have to learn the game even to be a good judge of picking a wife. You know what's going on, emoji? Even when you're picking a wife, a lot of guys don't have a criteria to go off of. So that's why even old buddy that went to Thailand, the first person that does something right for him, he's ready to throw in the towel. And it's like, bruh, there's gonna be a lot of women that will do right by you. There's gonna be a lot of women that will be feminine and wash your clothes and do all of this other domestic stuff for you. You know what I'm saying?
It's like also, man, like just because a woman, then this is some game that guys don't know, because a lot of guys have never dated outside of their race, bro. There's some cultures
that shit's an act
too. that bro, the girl could be a cold roller, bro, a cold roller,
and you will never know.
But she might still fold your clothes and cook for you, bro, because that's just the way she was raised, bro. She could be a cold roller, street stroller, bro. Will still fold your clothes, but it's like just because Shawty folds your clothes and do all this, don't mean she not wild in the streets, bro. Like,
well, I've seen hoes that swallow groups of niggas, you know, taking them out, be shy. That's another thing.
Yes, bro. Yes,
hoes are some of the most shyest people ever, and it's like this woman is a demon.
Bro.
This woman is a demon. Don't let that shy shit fool you.
And the vibe that I'm getting with the whole game thing in the space is like a lot of motherfuckers want to pass tests, but they don't want to study the material, bro. They don't want to take the time to study the materials.
Right. And because a woman that sleep with you instantly, I mean, good for you if that's what you wanted, but you're really not learning nothing.
But you're not really learning nothing.
Yeah.
Like you need to struggle a bit. You need to kind of know what your sauce is to get that, you know what I'm saying? Like to get what it is you want. And that shit takes time.
Definitely does. And it doesn't necessarily have to cost you money. So that's another thing.
It doesn't.
So I don't know why these guys are talking about 300, 400. Nigga, where you taking this motherfucker?
Well, that's because
Disney World?
Well, that's because we talk about dudes that the only way they feel like they can get a girl on a date is by promising her, oh, I'm gonna take you out to a big wild meal or a big wild dinner or a big wild.
Well, that too. When they're trying to set up a date, sometimes they will say this big, grandiose place that they're gonna take this woman so that she could put them at the top of her list. You know what I'm saying? Because if he's like, okay, well, I'll take you to Roof Chris, it sounds more fun than the dude that's gonna take her to the fair and walk around and eat cotton candy and shit.
But guess what? If she's feeling the dude is gonna take her out to the fair and cotton candy,
go out and go eat that damn cotton candy.
She gonna mess with you at Roof Chris. After the meal, she gonna be like, I gotta go and go meet up with her son at the fair and eat cotton candy.
Yeah. Well, you pick her up is not where you gonna drop her off. So
you hear me?
You did. All right, let's get into it.
We're focusing to the
I was
social life, not work.
Yeah, I was drinking like almost every day for like 15 years. So I was out at the clubs, I was on dates drinking, I had girls over all the time drinking with them. And then eventually it just got to be like too out of control where I was like drinking around the clock, you know. So I quit drinking like 3 years ago. And that's when my business started taking off.
Gotcha.
Right? So I started to focus more on like actual, you know, like building something really big instead of, you know, just I was basically screwing around just for, you know, not really just treading water financially.
Gotcha.
And then things took
off.
So
your finances did take a hit because you were partying so much and drinking so much.
Yep.
By the way, so what do you think is a healthy work-life balance? Meaning you were at 95% partying lifestyle going out, 5% work.
Yeah.
My buddy that I just mentioned, he's more 50-50.
Well, it's changed.
I'm more 80-20 work, you know, party on the weekends kind of thing. Everyone has a balance.
Yeah.
In your opinion, at this point, after doing all you've done, partying, women, sex, drugs, rock and roll, what do you think is the ideal work-life balance at this point?
I think like once guys start to get good at this, it's easy for it to start taking over. Like clients I train, like they start having problems where like, hey man, I'm skipping jujitsu, I'm missing work, I'm doing this, what do I do? I'm like, you gotta have some discipline, right? It's always more fun to go bang a new chick, but they have to make sure the rest of the stuff in their life is in order. So a lot of the guys, like once they get good at this, they just get kind of addicted to it, or they just start seeing more and more and more girls.
Now, what I would say about this is that going out and partying every night, trust me, I'm in a place where they party every single night, no matter where you are. Going out and party and every night is very overrated and it's very expensive. People that can live that type of lifestyle, artists, is why they stay broke.
Also,
Freelancers. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was gonna say that shit's
It's good.
not that shit's not good for health either, man.
It's
You
definitely not.
every night, you smoke every night, you're up late every night. Nah, bro, you
Then you
won't.
fucking your heart after you done down a keg of beer, and then now you gotta run your heart rate up by smashing and shit. That shit is, okay, if that's what you want. You sweating and shit. But yeah, like what you're saying is true, but that lifestyle is for other different types of people. Like if you're the guy that's in the office every single day and stuff like that, and you're going out partying every night, other than the dent in your wallet, the unnecessary dent in your wallet, that shit is gonna catch up with you in your work life too. My
Yeah.
bad. Jump in, JR.
Yeah, so this is what I would say. I don't know what he's about to say, but what I would have said is, if you follow me and you follow what I say and you trust me, rather than just sit there and be making incremental adjustments over the span of 10, 15 years, you can long jump almost like a college track and meet, or like an Olympian or whatever. You can jump a bunch of those steps and become more efficient. And this is the problem. Here's the problem with a lot of these conversations. And I've had these conversations with a bunch of people in real life. I tell them, in general, you have two main ways to start developing your knowledge in a real way. You're going to do it on your own and go through a bunch of problems and yes, get punked and get led on with the possibility of sex, RIP ARC, or, or you're going to learn from others like your uncles, your dads, your brothers and all these different people. But here's the issue. A lot of guys, they don't want to do either one, and then they want to sit there and take pot shots at other people
And
and
complain, right?
ideally,
And they get mad when they don't get the girl. Yeah, definitely get mad
exactly. I mean, don't take out the frustrations on other people. Figure it out on any kind of way you have to do it. If you have to go and approach 10 women or 7 women or 8 women at the bar on a Saturday night, we'll go do it. Or find out someone that you really like online or wherever, start reading their books. I mean, here's the problem. Back in the days, what a lot of younger guys need to understand in the audience, guys that are 22, 23, 24. I'm 36. See, back in the days, the internet was really it barely had started developing in the mid 90s, late 90s. So there wasn't as much access to information for guys like myself. We didn't have a choice. We had to go out there and really learn it on our own or get a little bit of advice. But, going online wasn't really a thing, right? Now, all these guys have access to all this information online. You can sit there and buy a book for $10 on Amazon.
They have too much
Prime,
though.
right?
Yeah. But they think they know. That's the thing. They have too much information. Because I remember when texting came out and dudes were using that to get a bunch of women.
And also, I'm gonna say, even if you were to go out and read some material, you still have to go out and do the work, because you can read all you want.
Well, you know what, and nobody's talked about this because most people don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Do you know that dating coaches are more personality coaches than actual dating?
Yeah.
Your personality needs to align with the dating coach or the dating guru that you chose to. You may like stuff that Alan Roger Curry says, but Ron Wills is more of your speed. So you need to know your speed and your personality, even through dating coaches. Dating coaches are more a personality thing than it is getting a woman thing. You there, JR?
Yeah, I'm here. Now, let me add one thing. See, no, I was muting to make sure I wasn't gonna make any noise while y'all speak. What I would say is there's a lot of guys out there that think sapiosexual isn't a real thing, right? So women being attracted to intelligence. There's some people out there that put that in the realm of being a part of the personality. There's others that don't. But the point is, if people think it's only about looks, which he's going to discuss in a little bit. Some people really and truly, they deeply really think it's only 100% looks.
Yeah, that's what the black pill guys are for.
Yeah. They take it to the extreme. Now, in a little bit, I'm going to state what my percentage I would put it on, but I don't want to say that just yet. But, there's been women Yeah, I mean, there's been women that have told me straight up, like, hey, part of the reason I slept with you is because your intelligence. I'm not calling myself intelligent. I'm saying what they told me. So,
Well,
I
no,
mean, it
I
is what
got
it
into
is.
a little bit of sapiosexualism, but it really depends on what that woman deem as smart, because there's other things that really isn't intelligent or
That's
highly
true.
smart, and
That's true.
they deem something else smart. So it's what she calls smart, in her opinion, or what she believes is smart in her opinion. Because it would be it could be a personality
Yeah,
trait
because
that you
you
have, and
could have
then they like it.
yeah, because you could have like a sapiosexual girl that's into like a guy that's like book smart, or a guy that's more like creative, poetic side, or even like a guy who's more of like a geek.
Yeah, and it's not really
His man,
sapiosexualism. She just likes what you do. That's so it's kind of funny.
it's more of like it's more of like a fetish for whatever it is that you're into in particular, not like she's into, but like a lot of like women like the way that sounds, the way like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm into a guy for his intelligence. Like they just like the way that sounds. Like you can't be a sapiosexual but you date hood niggas. That's not really.
Well, she
That's
probably
not.
like the way he carry his gun or some stupid shit. Like my thing is like
But what I'm saying is like the level of conversation, and I'm not gonna say like, cause like you feel me, you can't put people in a box, but like 9 times out of 10, bro, you're not gonna have like the same conversation you can have with person A that you're gonna have with like person
But
B.
the thing is though, if she likes you, a lot of times she's gonna convince herself to like something that you do just because she likes you. Because the next nigga will come by and be doing the same thing, and it doesn't hold weight with them. So that's kind of like really how women look at stuff. There's no one. There's 1,000 ways to skin a fish or a cat or whatever. But yeah. Okay, I thought somebody was gonna say something. All right,
No,
you there,
no,
JR?
let's go.
Mhm.
Yeah,
All right,
let's
let's go.
go.
All right, yeah, this is gonna be a good show, man. We're gonna be dropping a lot of gems. Make sure you guys like, subscribe, and definitely support the show. On the ticker below, the shout outs to my brother here, Knight and Bishop. His cash app is on the ticker below. So if he says something that you like, hit him up. If I say something that you like, hit us up. It's player talk. Let's go.
Letting things fall off. So for me, I prioritize, like gym, business ahead of girls most of the time. Yeah.
So, and to be clear, do you have an actual breakdown of the
Like,
number?
Like, oh, the
yeah, like you were 95.5. Now you're what?
Oh, the percentage. It's probably. I mean, we're doing a lot. I work a lot now, right? So but I still see a couple girls a day besides my own chick. So it's it's slanted more towards business now. So.
And honestly, bro, you don't need to be around a whole bunch of women like that. Look at this woman's just smiling, looking at him. You don't need to be around a whole bunch of women like that. You know what I'm saying? Because other than just money, that shit is draining.
Okay, so yeah, let's talk about that a little bit. I mean, it's just like a bunch of different things, you become efficient at something, and then at some point you don't have to sit there and really keep going at it. You can kind of throttle back. But the problem is a lot of people, in my opinion, they never really get over that hump, what I call a hump, and then they sit there and get punked. They get punked by a woman. So they never make it over the sandhill, and then they fall backwards and they get punked by a woman because they didn't get enough experience on the front end. And that's what he needs to be
not
really
even that. I mean,
articulating.
if you're around a whole bunch of women, chances of you getting punked by them are up. You got to be around a whole bunch of women to get punked by them for the most part too. So yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Aaron B said she likes street smart niggas. Yeah, they there's things that women are attracted to and stuff like that. But the sapiosexual thing it's up for grabs. It's not really a thing, but brainiacs aren't out here running through women like that. So
no.
Well, let me add something to that, because that's really important. What y'all were saying earlier is really, really important. You find the women that like your type of sapiosexual, or your type of swagger, your type of charisma. See, like Steve Jobs is a perfect example. Was anyone in the Apple Corporation calling him a little beta nerd, right? See, I don't like those words in the first place. I don't like those words, quote unquote, alpha and beta and all this other stuff. And there's women that found that real attractive, and that's who he got with, right? So when guys sit there and associate certain types of behavior in whatever community, like, oh, that's going to be alpha because you're doing this type of stuff, and then you're automatically automatically beta because you're going to college or whatever. I'm not a fan of that type of thinking, and I think that type of thinking is real dangerous, and it's not good for people out there that are coming up and dating that type of stuff.
I mean, dudes are basically describing themselves because they think it's either or, where you have like a bunch of different types of sigma, for lack of a better word, sigma type males and stuff like that, you know, which is like a mixture of street smart and whatever, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of quote unquote guys that people, if you're looking at it like that, they would say they're sigma, you know what I'm saying? And you know, sometimes it's just the day too. You know, like one day you're more attractive, or you have a different demeanor or a different aura on you today than you did yesterday. You know, so
Also,
I say this up.
I would say, also, I feel like nowadays a lot of the beta alpha shit is being conflated between like, if you're like alpha automatically means something like barbaric.
Too many people have our lexicon in their mouth and they don't
like,
know what the fuck they're talking
it's
about.
like
Yeah.
it's like now if you're alpha it means something barbaric, and if you're beta
Right.
it's something like civilized. Like if you're like too civilized, if you like talk proper, if you go to college, if you do certain things, like if you're too civilized, you're too beta. You have to be like, and it's true, you do have to be somewhat of a savage, but that aspect don't mean you're stupid. Like
You don't need to be on display. If y'all were around during the pickup artist days, what people don't talk about because they don't know what the hell they're talking about, pickup artists actually picked on alphas. They picked on alphas. They steal alphas women. They would take a alpha's woman.
The whole pickup artist thing was these squares, these nerds getting all these women. I mean, Mystery was,
and they wore it proudly.
Before he like started, he was like they were all little geeks, but they all worked themselves up to be these
right. But that's where the term amogging come from, to identify the alpha male of group, and then you basically, you know, verbally belittle him. You make him seem like a meathead, like a musclehead,
like people,
and still get the girl.
People feel like men feel that they have to like completely overhaul themselves, and it's like you just have to refine what you already are, because 9 times out of 10 you already have some great qualities about you that no one else can fuck with, but it's just everything else that you have that you don't like is like clouding your own perception of what you have going on,
or you can't articulate it as well.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, you can't articulate it as well, because I know many dudes that are likable and they have problems. It's like, bro, you a good ass dude. Like, you just need to articulate yourself well, or be able to get the conversation on your terms so that people can see that about you and stuff like that. So sometimes on a date, that's, you know, that's why I say you want to have a routine. You want to bring her to places where you know, where she can see that you can demonstrate high value and stuff like that. So, you know, it is what it is. I mean, it's a toss up. But as a dating coach, because I think I've seen this guy before, as a dating coach, though, it's really a personality thing, because people got to, not just what you say, but because you can like anything what a nigga say, but people kind of have to like your personality and kind of want to have to bounce off you and mix a little bit what you got in today gumbo. Shout outs to Ism. And get some type of motion and get something working for them. So it's not no one shoe fits all type shit. Yeah.
So I'm able to sleep with about 100, 120 new girls a year comfortably while working on business. Yeah.
Not the number, the percentage.
The percentage.
Yeah.
Percentage.
Work
I would
life.
say it's probably like 75% work now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Quite the shift. You went from
Yeah.
95%, 5% to 75, 25. Okay. Yeah. We haven't even started getting into the juicy
I don't know what's wrong with niggas. Don't nobody want to be doing all that humping and shit.
Stuff, dating all the women. But you got Amber and Rebecca over here, eye rolling, side eyeing. They want to, all right, what's the deal? So, Rebecca, I'm sure you have a question you'd like to ask John, and we'll open it up.
I have a question.
I don't know. You're doing a lot of side eyeing and eye rolling. Maybe comment.
I'm concerned.
What are you concerned about with our friend John?
Have you been checked?
Yeah.
Right.
Like every day?
Not every day. No, I made a video.
You go to the doctor though frequently.
Yeah.
What's frequently?
Like every couple months.
I'm pretty sure my man is good. Why is that talking?
If you're saying that you're comfortably seeing
Nah, because the more numbers that you have go up, the more shit you've been exposed to. You know, he probably ran into some stuff like gonorrhea
I
and
mean,
stuff
but
like
that's his.
that. I
But
mean,
that's his.
it's his.
That's his.
I
That's
know.
business.
That's what I'm saying. I know his business, but what I'm saying is that when you choose, it's first of all, it's dumb to have a conversation about your number or your body count.
Facts.
But what's even dumber is using that as a I get to tell you some shit about yourself type shit. Like that
This
that's it's dumb.
this is
He
something
has
that
admitted in the past that he's had some STDs
He
on his
has
channel
to
in
have
different
it.
places.
Those numbers, yeah,
Yeah,
you can't
yeah.
smash. That's what I'm saying. That's why you gotta pace that shit.
listen.
You
I
can't
don't
you
know,
can't smash all of those women and not have an STD. I know he
and
had ran into
I don't
gonorrhea
know.
or
I
something
don't
like that.
know. I don't know if it's for some reason I see predominantly for some reason I see like the white dating coaches use like this like numbers thing of like how many bodies they have to like legitimize what it is that they're saying.
That's what I'm
It's
saying. Yeah,
always like it's
stupid.
always a numbers thing, and usually it's like um the white
But
for
they
some
use that. But see,
reason.
dudes, they don't tell dudes when they're on a dumbass errand. Like another nigga's numbers don't mean shit to you. That's
That's a fact.
yeah. That don't mean you gonna get those type of numbers. You know.
Let me say this real quick. See, the problem is, like someone was saying in the chat, he was, nervous, and he's coming off as evasive, and he's not doing himself any favor. So, they're probing him, and he just seems to not like the questions that they're asking him. So later on, I don't want to break it up. I don't want to ruin the stream, and let out the
Oh,
cat out of the
boy,
bag.
my
So
man, my man
yeah,
about to flip out. Stop asking me that shit.
100 girls a month.
That's an HPV super spreader right there.
No, not per month. Per year. About
Oh, per
100, yeah.
year.
But you did say multiple girls in a day.
Yeah.
But you've slowed down over the years based on work and.
So
He said he slowed up.
RT brand.
Yeah, I basically see a couple of girls a day now, and then I've lived with my girlfriend.
And do you find is that more of like a internal accomplishment? Like when you sleep with these girls, do you feel like yes, like is that something that like you
even an
feel
accomplishment.
fulfillment from, or is it just something that like it just became a lifestyle over the years?
Yeah, it became a lifestyle, but I also think, I haven't found too many other things that are as much fun as like sleeping with a new hot stranger.
He's passionate.
Is what
See, when you have sex like that, that shit is like he has to have some type of fetish. And he said it's like conquering new meat. That's a dangerous fetish that he has. That's a very dangerous fetish that he got. You know what I'm saying? Because that shit gonna consume him. That's one of them fetishes that will consume you.
I got
What's going on,
theory.
Ghost Man King? Yeah, go ahead.
I got a theory, bro, that fetishes come from holes that people are unconsciously trying to fill, bro. Like there's something.
It is a scratch that you're trying to itch, but he did something, or one girl did something with him,
There's
and now
something.
he's chasing something in new women
That man is chasing the dragon, bro.
yeah, you chasing his own ass. You never gonna catch it.
He sounds like like when people say, "Oh, I'm a sex addict," like that's an actual thing. Like people like say that jokingly, but there's there's actual sex addicts out here, bro.
Well, some people, they turn that into a fetish and they get to indulge in it, not in peace, but they get to indulge in it more. So he probably is one,
I bet.
What is your goal with that? Because you say you track the amount of girls that you sleep with. So is there like a specific goal?
So like back in the day, I thought like my lifetime goal would be like 100 girls, right? I remember telling my roommate at the time, I was like, I just want to be able to sleep with 100 girls. That'd be really cool. And he's like, that's not possible. And I was like, yeah, I know it's not possible, but that would be like a cool thing to be like, oh, I had triple digits. And then
in your life, that was your first goal.
Yeah. And so that happened in 2012. And then I was like, oh, what if I could sleep with 1,000 girls? And that seemed way out of sight. But that happened at the end of 2018. Now I haven't really made a new goal. It's not like I wasn't really ever striving for that. It just happened as a byproduct of figuring out how to do the whole process very effectively.
Gotcha. What? And so a famous quote that I always say is by our good friend Kanye West, who's not controversial at all these days. But Kanye would always say, "I don't know what's better, getting paid or getting laid. I know when I'm chasing one, the other's getting away."
Yeah.
So how did your finances take a hit dedicating 95% of your life to getting laid? Like, what was the like? What did your money must have not been up to par? Was your savings, your investments, your business model wasn't all there? What were the opportunity costs that you missed? Banging your way to the top.
So yeah, I had like a work from home job, right? I was working for IBM. That was like 100% from home. I could do the work in about 4 hours a week, and then I would have the rest of the week off. So it's kind of like I was unemployed. They're paying like 120 grand. So
that's what I'm saying. He has the ideal job where he can make money and still go out and party all the time. There you have it. There's one of them, especially working from home type shit.
I always like lived very lavish, even though I was neglecting, the work side. But like I said, I didn't have an office job after like 2012, 2013. And then it was just, I would be like messaging people in Facebook groups before I like made a YouTube channel and stuff, being like, I'm pretty good at this stuff. I could help you. It was kind of just like starving artist type thing. Right. And at one point I just got a whole bunch of credit cards. When my credit was good, I got a whole bunch of credit cards and loans, and then got the limits extended and got loans from friends and stuff like that. And I was living like that for a couple of years, 2 or 3 years like that.
And that was what, like in debt, paycheck to paycheck,
but
still
still able to live. Like I never sacrificed the lifestyle of like doing what I want to do. So I always like lived in nice places, drove nice cars, all that stuff. And I would find a way to make it work, because I always had the mindset of like, if something seems awesome, I'm just going to do it anyways, and I'll figure out how to make, get the money to pay for it.
So what you're saying is almost like the antithesis of what they say, what the red pill community says about what men should do. Like the famous phrase is
I think that's
chase
all BS.
Excellence, not women. You're like, relax with the excellence, buddy. Hold the excellence. We're chasing women. So what would you say about that quote, chase excellence, not women?
The problem is like, it's good to make money and stuff like that. But a lot of those guys, they say like, oh, you have to get the bag and then you'll get the girls. And I have tons of guys that come to me. They're like, I made a lot of money. I got a good body. I started dressing nice. I still don't have the girls. And I'm like, well,
you're still shitty.
Yeah. You don't know how to talk to a girl. You don't know how to text with a girl.
Yeah.
You don't know how to run a date. Like all the fundamental stuff is missing. So I get even like billionaire clients. They're like, we have a whole rich circle of friends. We all got rich. The only girls that want us are gold diggers, right?
Yeah.
Or people that want to use us. And they're like, what do we do?
Interesting perspective.
Also, he said run a date. Did anybody else catch that?
I got that. He's running a lot of dates, and which we'll get
That's
into
how
that.
we run a date.
Well, it's interesting because one of the things I always say is that money doesn't live in a vacuum. It's not like I am a millionaire and I have.
And you got to pay attention to women, because they're the biggest players also. All right. They run dates too. That's why she said she knows she runs dates, and that woman that's beside him is attracted to him, by the way. She's intrigued by him.
Yeah, no, I agree. Now, women are always 29, 521 steps ahead of you, because they've been getting hit on from a very young age, and they're biologically programmed to understand men, social intelligence, to protect themselves. And that's the thing about it. What I've noticed over a long period of time, like let's say you're going to the grocery store and you're just, you're getting your apples or whatever. Women, they pick up on other people around them a lot quicker than men, peripheral vision, right? And that's like a form of protecting themselves. So, that's the thing about it. And it goes back to the whole experience thing. One thing, like when people are clowning, shout out to him, Obsidian, his high school and all that stuff, like, oh, you hit on 8 women and you got rejected or whatever. Like they tell on themselves, because that's just part of the game. See, that's the problem we have in the space a little bit. A lot of people, they're not
a lot of it, not a little, a lot of it.
Well, I'm trying to be generous, but
they think
they're
rejections
not connecting
are
the dots.
Right.
Well, no, the thing about it is if they had a bunch of experience or decent experience with women, they could start connecting the dots. So how can you sit there and clown someone? Let's say you have a basic understanding of the 80-20 rule. A lot of guys don't, but let's just say you have a basic understanding. If you know that most women are going to reject you, no matter, who the guy is, how are you going to sit there and clown someone for putting that, going out there and really hustling to try to find the right girl for himself? Like the logic just doesn't make any sense. And that's the thing about it. It goes back to like, okay, do you want to get a lot of experience with women and get, rejected and going through a lot of the problems, or, sit there and get online and listen to what guys have to say, be like, this guy, I don't agree with this, but okay, I agree with this. And then I'll apply.
Well, it's about your group. It's about your group, because it's about your group, because women will reject you, but a whole bunch of women would not get together and clown you for being rejected. The woman just said no. It's really the guys that will get all together and start clowning and stuff like that. So it's funny because guys are like, oh, well, she gonna throw a drink in my face. Bitches don't throw drinks in niggas' faces like that. And honestly, you're gonna get more push. You're gonna get more flack from the men than women in those situations.
Guys always imagine the worst possible case scenario when they go and approach a girl, and it's like, relax. Like, it's not even that serious, dude. Like, any guy that has the time to ridicule another man for rejection, we already know what you're not doing with your time.
And then the fucked up part is that they're on your show looking for you to help them get women, and they're roasting you over something that they can't do.
Right.
You know, that they're around you to try to do.
And you have, so like I said, it's just armchair comments, man. You have guys that aren't in the game but have all these comments and tips for people that are trying to get in the game or have already been in the game for a break.
Right. Because there's a lot of people up here making fun of Lucario, but they can't do what he does. You know, there's a lot of people up here making fun of certain dating coaches that look like, that look like they can't do that. Like, because like I even said with Alan Roger Curry, God bless him, rest his soul, Steve the Dean and all these other guys, they don't look like what a quote unquote ladies man would look like. And honestly, you know, we got to redefine quote unquote what a ladies man does look like, because any guy can practice and become better with women and become a ladies man.
And that's
well, let me say this real quick. See, there's a lot more bigger problems in the world than going in on dating coaches every single day. So from my perspective, when you're sitting there and you're going in on dating coaches day in and day out, you kind of tell on yourself, because why do you care so much? What does it bother you? You know, like tomorrow, Monday morning, there's going to be a car dealership that sells a lemon car to someone. Now, do I wake up and care about that? No, I don't, because it doesn't affect my life. And so the same logic applies to the whole dating coach. Okay, if you're doing decent with women and, you know, going on dates, okay, you might not be getting laid every other day, but you're getting laid every once in a while. Like, why are you so concerned about other people? Like, why are you playing this moral cause? Like, oh, well, I'm going to go in today. I'm going to wake up today and I'm going to sit there and go troll him every single day in his chat. The logic makes no sense.
Right. And if they had applied that same effort into getting what they wanted, they would have gotten the woman that they wanted. If they applied that same effort it takes to get up every day and troll somebody that's trying to help you. Shout outs to Aaron B. He said you can't get girls after being rejected once. Laugh out loud. That's funny as hell, because that's how they think. RT the brand said he doesn't have the charisma of any of the top dating coach guys. I don't see him pulling off strictly off mouthpiece and charisma. Right. I think though what they're attracted to more is his demeanor and his poker face, you know, to appear relaxed. I think that's what it really is.
Well,
I mean,
let me add something to
you have
it.
a natural relaxation when you're content. Not with just women, but in general.
When he can be more charismatic, especially on his show, on his channel. He was mocking one time Myron and Fresh. That stream is really comical. Well, it's not really a stream. It's like 30-45 minutes video. But the guy used to work for Lockheed Martin, right? He used to work on, I don't know, space shuttles or something like that, right? The blueprints or whatever he was doing. So the guy is a real smart dude. And, you know, it goes back to what we were talking about. Go find the women that like your particular type of personality and that type of stuff. And it goes back to the numbers game. There's some guys that simply don't want to hit on enough women. There's just no other way to say it.
Guys are scared. That's really what it all boils down to. All that frustration, all that venom, all that, it all comes down to you're scared and you don't want to go out and do it. So everyone that's going out and actually doing it or telling other people how, you're mad at.
It's like this one time when I was in college. I remember I was playing volleyball like at this court, and it was like on a Saturday or Sunday. So we played volleyball, and there was this girl that I hit on, and you know, like I saw her like 48 hours later, and she had big glasses covering her face, and I approached this girl and like, hey, what's going on? You know, nice to meet you, yada yada yada, and then she takes her glasses off. You hit on me 48 hours ago. I was like, well, I mean, you had the big glasses on. Have a nice day and have a good one. You see what I'm saying? Like, you can go through that stuff or not go through that stuff. And a lot of guys don't want to go through those type of, things. So it is what it is.
Yeah. What's going on, General? We about to jump back in.
What's up?
What's going on, man? You want to chime in?
Yes, sir. You know I do. Hey, listen,
Yes,
man.
sir.
I don't understand why we have so many black men that are concerned with what other men are doing with their phalluses. Let's just get down to it. When in the fuck has it ever been where black men talked about or worried about who other black men were fucking or were dealing with or going after? When? Is this some new generational shit? Because I came from a time when black men simply didn't do that. You didn't speak on what the next man was doing with his dick or who he was trying to fuck or where he was going to get pussy. That we just didn't do it. So I hear a lot of female-led, a lot of female-raised men now coming out for whatever the fuck the reason is, joining in with the sisterhood, saying, "Oh, these men, they just going abroad because they can't get pussy. That's what it is." Let's stop. Let's stop the madness. That is not even. That has nothing to do with it. It's simply that a lot of brothers are fed up with dealing with the bullshit. They're taking their fucking money, wealth, resources, and their ability to fucking be productive and be providers, and they're going elsewhere. They're taking their balls and they're going to other playgrounds.
Right.
That's what it is. It has nothing to do with them being afraid to approach women. It has nothing to do with them being lame or none of that shit. It's just that black men are simply tired of the bullshit in the Western society. Why is it that we now gotta come up and have so much vitriol for black men who decide to take their talents elsewhere? Well, I don't understand that. Can somebody help me make it make sense?
Well, those guys too. A lot of guys don't even want to be left. You know, those dudes that's over there gossiping with those women. You know, they could have said, you know, well, more vagina for me or more good black women for me. But no, they're gossiping with them too because guys are taking their resources. You know, so even if the woman didn't have the man physically here, he's taking his resources with him. So there's not too many women. There's not too many men women can simp and cuck out.
Okay.
And a lot of the guys are arguing also too because now a simp that would have been there is gone. So now that simp got to put in overtime. So he needs a break.
Doesn't matter.
He needs somebody to relieve him.
Okay, so let me break it down to you the way I broke it down the other night, and I broke it down in Clubhouse. It doesn't matter. When in the fuck have you ever been in a nightclub, or you ever been at an event, or you ever been at an outing where men and women were there to meet each other, in particularly a nightclub? Here's my example. Since when did men give a fuck about if it was a lot of beautiful women around? When did they ever look around and say, "Well, I wonder why all the feathers leaving? Where everybody going?" Not if the women are staying. When did men ever look around and go, "Well, hey"? No, we always took that attitude of, "Well, shit, let them niggas leave because there's a lot of hoes in here. I'm staying
Yeah, that's
right
what I'm
here."
saying. They should have been doing
Right.
that, but they looking for
So
something else. Right.
it has nothing to do with those other men, in my opinion, Kuda. You could be right, worried about, well, now that these niggas are leaving and they got the money and shit, I got to now kick in and I got to do this. No, the problem is they now, in my opinion, that could be true, but the problem is, in my opinion, is now that they understand that leverage of having these other men around and being the fill-in guy and the fallback guy now not only puts them in a position to have to produce in order to become the main guy, because that's what they're going to be left with. There's a stat that's going around real quick, and by 2035, they said 2050 at first, but the numbers are looking more like 2035. I always talk about the 375 and 10 year, the 375 and 10-year plan. And here's what's going to happen: the way that the economy is shaping up, and the way that things are going, and the prices keep going up and up and up and up. Right? There are going to be on average in this country, 50% of the women in this country are going to be single.
Yeah, but those women are complaining to those dudes over time, so they're tired of listening to the complaining too. So they just join in to get her to stop complaining, but it's not gonna stop.
It's not going to stop. It's never going to stop. Not here in this digital space, because people are not actually living the lives that they're portraying to be living. A lot of people, when they get off this, when they hang up from these apps, and they get off Instagram and Clubhouse and Facebook, they're living a totally different life than what they're portraying to live here. Right?
Yeah.
So that ultimately becomes a problem. I go back to the main niche that I have, listening into this space and participating in some of the conversation, having some skin invested, because I have 2 young men and 2 young ladies that I've raised. So I have a little skin invested in this. A lot of these dudes are single fathers. A lot of these chicks are baby mamas. So it could go either way for them. They don't give a shit. The guys that don't have babies will potentially have a child or two, maybe not. We don't know. Right? The chicks that don't have a child, or the same for them. Here's the issue. Since when do people care about what the fuck other people are doing or where other people are going to do it at? Since when is that a problem?
I don't know, man. This guy is it's a different scenario with this guy. He's a dating coach. He's in more
Brazil.
of the he's in Brazil. Okay, but he's in more of like the suburb. A lot of suburb cats probably. You know, his audience and stuff like that. They're not the same type of people down here, but they get ridiculed even by like a lot of gumps and dudes that have money and still can't get women. So I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on in the dating game at this point. So yeah, but even with what General's talking about, it's a big topic too because you know the resources are leaving. You know, so the dude that they could exploit to get them to drive them to work back and forth, he's not here. You know, a lot of these guys are leaving. So you know the simps is really a out call for help by proxy. If you really think of it, it's actually pretty funny because now you know those simps they got to hear all about this shit and work overtime. So it's like yeah, they're gonna call dudes all kinds of shit now because they need to get them back so this woman will stop talking about them. You know, if they didn't want.
But those guys are gone. They've made up their mind. The bulk of the brothers who are operating under this men travel abroad and this passport bro
Well, a
movement.
lot of those
Those
guys aren't gone. They're back and forth between wherever they're
Well, what
going
I
in the
mean,
United
I'm
States.
not listen to what I'm saying. I'm not talking about gone, you know, as in the physical matter. I'm talking about in their thought process. A lot of those
Yeah.
guys are simply saying, "I'm done with westernized women. I'm going over here." They may not have physically left the United States, maybe not for good. They may be traveling back and forth and in between. They may be. The thing is, their mindset is no longer of the mindset of dealing with westernized women, black, white, Asian, or otherwise. They're simply their mindset is simply gone. So once you lose the mind, right, you've already lost the body because now that guy's come back to the States. He's working his 3 6 months or whatever it is. He's putting his money to the side or whatever he's doing, or he's making his plans to move. You know, his next 3 week trip, his next month trip. You see what I'm saying? This is what's happening. A lot of these dudes, like I was listening to some brothers that are talking about, yeah, you know, I go back and forth every 3 months. I come home and I work and I do what I need to do, and then I spend 2.5 months abroad, 3 months abroad. Then I come
Yeah.
back. They're doing it
Yeah.
that way. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of
Yeah.
the day, these guys have already made up in their mind that they're done dealing with westernized women.
Yeah,
Period.
they're dealing with a different
And my
type of woman.
and my
Yeah.
point being this. So the fact of whether or not they're going to come back is mute. The other fact is a lot of the guys that are actually participating and practicing the lifestyle and doing it in the manner in which they see is best for them, they're not on social media complaining or saying this or that or the third. They may be telling other brothers, hey man, look, if I was you, I get a passport and I come over here. If you're looking for a good chick or whatever, you might want to think about moving abroad. You might want to think about operating over here. You see what I'm saying? That could possibly be a conversation. It was never a
Yeah.
conversation where black men were just downing black women on their way out the door, which is what I heard a lot of women complaining about. If you're gonna leave, just leave. You guys don't try to stump us down on your way out the door. Well, what the fuck? Sisters have been stumping brothers down for fucking 40, 50, 60 years now.
Yeah, but I
So
mean
now you're mad?
even I say that it's like you know but see the fact that they're still talking about black women is still showing that they still want them. We're gonna go into that though when we're talking about how a lot of brothers actually want Keishas instead of actually upstanding black women. So we'll get into that too.
Let's roll a clip.
No, RT the brand is not a passport video, but we're on this subject though, General, about this guy here who's a dating coach, and he's basically he goes under ridicule to a certain degree. Hold on, give me 1 second. Uh Bishop, did you want to add anything on to what General was saying and before we get back into it?
Nah. What I was gonna say, I don't know if you can see it on your end. Are there super chats on his? There's some telling you. I don't want to say the names, but there's some big names that take some pot shots at him on the screen, but it's not going to show up on the screen, right?
Oh, I can minimize it. I can do that
a little bit. Yeah, I guess if it's possible.
Because are they asking good questions, or is it something that we need to see to add context to what?
Oh no, they're punking him. I mean, they're punking him real nasty, and you know it's just part of the entertainment. So this big guy is about to really go in on him.
All
Because
right,
what
cool.
happens, let me
Yes.
explain real quick what happens.
Yeah.
So, basically this platform, for a lot of people out there, they're not familiar with it. They're starting to get the reputation of being like a neutral platform where debates happen and that type of stuff. Not just Manosphere, but other different sectors of YouTube. So what happens in these chats, anytime they have Manosphere related guys and on the panel, there's all types of people that have been in the chat that go and sit there and debate each other, and it just starts. I've just never seen it on any Manosphere channel, so it's just really interesting. So here in a little bit, because I know they haven't came up yet, but here in a little bit, there's gonna be some real interesting super chats that come up.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. Definitely, we'll pay attention to the super chats too. Okay.
So the
Oh
audience, you
shoot,
guys
Nixon.
stay
I
tuned
know
because we're
this
gonna have some
guy.
good time.
I know Nixon. I didn't know Nixon was in there. I'm surprised he didn't do a show about it. All
I
right.
have all my money and this is what I do with my money and I have money. It's like, no, you want to go out, live life, have a car, go on dates, run a date, some may say, have a lifestyle, go on vacation, take a girl out. Like money just enables you to do what you want in your life. Get your money so you can do what you want to do. You're kind of like saying, hey, good, I got it. Like the chasing excellence, that's one component, but the woman is sort of the other component, right? I always say, like Chris Rock would always say, if a guy could bang a chick in a cardboard box, he wouldn't fucking go get a car and a house. It's cardboard box season, right? So this perspective that you have on, what we say here, getting paid, getting laid, you kind of almost prioritize getting laid and then almost using what you learned from women to monetize to get paid. Is
But you
that
still
fair
had
say?
to fake it a little bit.
What do you
You
mean?
still had to fake it. That's why you took out loans and you took out credit cards, because you couldn't just be like showing up, in an Uber, no car, no house, nothing, in the cardboard box, and still get that many women.
Treading water, right? Like very carefully. I usually only had about $1,000 in my bank account, even when I was making six figures, right? But that's all changed. Like, the business took off a whole great deal in the past few years. Like, we run like a multi-7-figure business now.
Wow.
So that's because I'm focusing on it now. And quitting drinking definitely was like a huge component of that, and having a more stable lifestyle, like living with my
Would
girl.
you say, yeah, marrying?
Yeah.
Okay, well let's address what Amber just brought up, faking it. Okay, you live in Miami, you live in Orlando, Natalia, you're Orlando, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, wherever you're around. That wasn't a negative thing. You're here. You're out here. Relax. Can you tell that, like, women's intuition? We've heard about this. I don't know. I just have a weird feeling about this. Like we talked about this a few podcasts ago about, like, men maybe don't have that intuition. When you walk out the door, you're not worried about, like, am I going to get raped? Is someone coming out here? Who's this guy? Women have that, like, sixth sense of, like, something's creepy about this guy. I don't trust that guy. I don't know what it is. Way more than men.
Right.
Yeah.
Men have a lot of skill sets that are a lot better, or different women in certain categories. Women have that women's intuition, sixth sense. So do you have an intuition of, like, this guy might be a fraud? I don't know. Is he, does he really have what he says? Is this something I can trust? When you're out there having fun in Miami, doing your thing, what can you tell when a guy is lying to you? What kind of red flags do you see out there?
You're all looking at me because
I asked you.
You live in Miami, right?
Yeah, I mean, the most experiences I've had with that have been in Miami, where, like, I'm on a boat with someone and then he's like, okay, we gotta go. I'm like, why?
Really?
I thought you owned this boat. Nope. It's like, I rent these boats or things like that. Or I've seen a guy with take me out, and then a week later I'm on a different app and I see him under a different name.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm still learning. I think I try and think the best of people. I don't always have that sense of what real, because like I've said a bunch of times on the show, money doesn't really matter to me. It's honesty and character.
Right.
So I don't I'm not looking at how thick your credit card is. I'm not paying attention to that until situationally I don't feel safe or something feels energetically wrong with them. That's when you know you're in trouble, I think. Because when they're faking it, it's okay.
Well, for most guys, guilty in the business world, you kind of got to fake it till you make it, especially if you're in the sales world, you're trying to get clients. It's like most guys out there don't start with a Rolodex of clients, business context. You kind of, whether you're an entrepreneur, you got to act like you've been there, talk the talk, then walk the walk. But guys kind of have to fake it till they make it. If you haven't made any money yet, it's like, you got to kind of go get a cheap shoot. You got to go to shoes, DSW. You got to kind of throw it together. You might have a, not a Movado watch. You got an avocado watch. There's a million different things that you got to do to fake it till you make it. Is that a turnoff for women to find out, yeah, you're really kind of broke, dude, paycheck to paycheck? What do you think?
I don't think it's really necessarily like a turn off. I think it is something to be wary of. Because you do want somebody. I mean, I look for somebody that even though if they're not at a certain level, they see themselves at that level, and they like act as if until you are. Now, of course, you're a little bit more wary. You're paying more attention to certain things. Like who they're on the phone with, certain activities that you're doing, who's around, who's their
Can you pause it
homeboys.
real
Like
quick, Kuda?
for me, those things become more visual.
So this is what I would say. See, what I heard behind the scenes is that he basically paid to be on this podcast. That's not normally what their protocol is. Basically, they bring on people with big names. It's like okay, we're gonna do swap subs, that type
Yeah,
of
it's a
stuff.
business move.
But right. But I think the problem is he's not really going out there and really going in to give guys information to prove himself. See, the problem with a lot of these guys is they try to sit there and put everything in a course, and they don't want to put any of that quote unquote free stuff on their channel, right? So he got in a big war with this other guy, and I've been on his show before. His name is Playing with Fire. He's not really like a lot of guys. He's kind of on the peripherals of the manosphere. So the problem is, the problem with what he's doing, and he's not really explaining like, okay, you're in Miami or whatever, how can you avoid these gold diggers? How do you sit there? And one of the things I would say is, and this is not true all the time, but I would say most of the time, if I'm not smashing a girl within the first couple of weeks of knowing her, the chances of smashing her go dramatically down. And the moreover, the problem is, as more time goes on, more texting, more calls or whatever, she starts learning way too much about you. So if you're like one of these guys that's rich in Miami or whatever, you need to sit there and do whatever it takes to smash right away. And it sounds ugly, but you got to sit there and take them on a date. And from most of the time, I've smashed girls, not all the time, but most of the time when I smashed a woman, it was on the first date, the first hangout, or a one night stand. Now there's been maybe 20%, 30% that happened later on, 2 months later, 6 months later, whatever. But that's just kind of what I've seen over a long period of time. And I don't know if y'all
But
agree
I
with that, but
mean,
that's kind
guys don't understand exactly what they're doing. If you want a woman to be into you and stuff like that, prepare for them to really be nosy and stuff to a certain degree. If she's into you, she gonna be you know what I'm saying? She gonna be feeling. She gonna be watching your every move. She gonna really study you. I mean, that's just bar none.
Yeah, I guess it kind of the levels of red pill that people kind of go to. I mean, there's just levels to it. I don't want to say that I really distrust women on a real super high level, but I'm like on a scale of 1 to 10, I would say maybe I'm 6, 7 on the higher end. So my thing is I'm trying to smash a couple times right away before she learns a bunch about me. Because what I've learned over time is there's some women. I don't want to say how many women because there's no way for me to really know. But there's been a bunch of women out there that I slept with and they barely even knew my name. So that told me a lot about their sexual attraction towards me. What I'm saying, and then I'll pass the mic back to y'all. What I'm
No,
trying
you're
to
good.
say is the problem with what John Anthony is doing right now, he's not really going in with specifics to really sit there and market himself because that's what he's trying to do, right? He's trying to really market himself to a bigger audience and really put himself out there. So that's kind of I keep kind of going back to that, and he's not really sitting there and giving the meat and potatoes and really like the audience like, whoa, I've never heard this before. Okay, this guy isn't a scumbag that just slept with 1,500 women. Like this guy actually has some meat and potatoes and some elite knowledge to pass out there to these guys, so they'd be like, okay, I'm gonna check out this guy's channel and see what he's about. But
Okay,
yeah, I'm done. Go
interesting.
ahead.
P.
Um,
Okay.
no, I mean, if anyone has anything else to add.
Okay. General?
Let's roll the clip.
Okay.
Yeah. Real quick, this guy. Here's what's happening, man. Real quick, a lot of men and women are turning the basic dating ritual into fucking rocket scientists.
Right.
That's what's happening. No man, and hardly no man and no woman. I'm not gonna say there aren't any that are doing it, but men and women generally just don't operate that way in real life. I see a chick, she got a fat ass, cute face, little waist, some titties, nice thighs. She's attracted to me. I'm going over there and I'm approach. Hey, how you doing? Look, hey, this was going on. Blah 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 blah. Everybody knows what the undertone of dating is in the modern day society. It's sex. Everybody knows that. It's sex for the men, money for the women. That's where we are. And these guys that sit up here and try to turn it into rocket science, like, well, I didn't do and I didn't get, and but that's because you didn't learn this shit growing up in high school and junior high school when you first started feeling an attraction to the opposite sex, men and women. And for whatever reason, over the course of the last 20 plus years, they didn't learn the basics of the dating ritual. This is why they're turning this shit into rocket scientists. That's what they sound like. They're trying to complicate the shit so much. No, I see you, I like you. Obviously, I want to have sex with you in today's modern. That's what it has been since the inception of men and women dating. All of this bullshit talk that these dudes are sitting up here to sell. I told you a long time ago, Kuda. It's for clicks, likes, views, and donations. That's what it is. They monetize the talk of relationship now. It's all about clicks, likes, and views. We're at a stage right now where we're hitting a critical mass real quick, and we can get back to it. We're hitting a critical mass. The division between men and women in general, but in between black women and black men in particular, has widened. That gap has widened. So now what is the future out here? All of this rocket science talk about how to date and mate and how to get a woman and how to get a man, how to keep this, that, and the third. Just be your fucking self and it'll work itself out in the end. And I'll land with that, brother.
Can I add something real quick, Kuda?
Yeah, go
ahead. Well, now I was just gonna say, from my logic, from my perspective, is every single content creator in the manosphere is a dating coach. And let me explain that logic real quick. It
to a
won't
certain
take that
degree,
long.
yeah.
Yeah, when you tell guys, let's say you're MGTOW, when you tell guys to not deal with women at all, like, the extreme side of MGTOW, you're basically giving dating advice. You're saying, okay, well, these women, they're going to emotionally damage you. They're going to take you to court, all that type of stuff. You're giving them dating advice. When you tell guys to go overseas and deal with a different caliber of women, okay, well, you're going to leverage your status or your money. That's dating advice, right? When you sit there and you focus on looks to an obsessive level, the black pill, you're giving dating advice because you're telling these guys, okay, well, take steroids, go sit there and do jump rope for 2 hours a day to leverage your looks against women to get a bunch of women. That's dating advice. So that's kind of, and the other thing is, and ARC talked about this before, he was comparing his philosophy and his work and his material, his content to Obsidian. So what he was saying, and he said it on Bernard Riley, he was talking about how his material and his content was more so on the micro level, right? And more like on the actionable one-on-one type level. And he was talking about how Obsidian is more on the macro level. And I agree with that. But the thing about it is, if you understand both, you can do pretty well with women, right? Because on the macro level, okay, the societal differences, social media, this group of women doing this, all the statistics and the facts and all that, and you can sit there and use both. So it's that type of insight, in my opinion, that's kind of missing from the space, that would kind of throttle down some of the drama and some of the beef and some of the catching flights and all that other stuff. So that's my perspective. But there you go. Let me mute up.
Well, I mean, no, you're good. I mean, it is dating advice. I mean, all of the shit that they're talking about is dating advice. That's the game. Like, there's a game being played right now, but the space want to be naive and act like, oh, well, we hate that word. I don't like that. I don't like that word. That word upsets me and stuff in the red pill space. And it's like, we're gonna need the manosphere to stop abandoning their talking points and get back to what the hell they were talking about instead of trying to rub passports in people's face. Because a lot of dudes in the manosphere, they're not traveling at all, and they're telling the same person that's telling you to go get a passport doesn't own his or one or where to get one or a DS-11 for it. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. And what I'm saying is, like, they don't want to. They talk so much shit about dating coaches that it's become an animal farm. Now they're trying to become the dating coach. That's where I came up with the term, the anti-dating coach, dating coach. Basically they're gonna take the route that MGTOW dictionary takes. If they when they stop, pushing this passport thing.
Let me say this.
They were talking about staying and dealing with the Keisha.
A lot of guys see this passport thing as almost a cop out to, man, a lot of these guys rather fly thousands of miles across the ocean than approach a woman in their own city.
Yeah.
Again, I say this again, man. If you are in a major metropolitan area And the women that people generally date and mate within a 5 mile radius of where they live.
Mm.
People generally date and mate within a 5 mile radius of where they live. Your friends and your social circle is generally in a 5 mile radius, a 5 mile circle of where you live, right?
Mm.
So if I live on the east side, the northeast in DC, and I go to the southwest of DC, and I'm finding the same bullshit. All right, I leave DC, I go down to Maryland, I find the same bullshit. All right, I leave Maryland, it's all right there together. I go to Philly, I find the same similar bullshit, right? So now I'm saying, well, goddamn, okay, DC, I'm looking at the amount of people that's there. Of that amount of people that's there, of that population, is a certain amount of women that are open for dating. They're pretty much 9 out of 90% of them show the same traits. All right, I find this in multiple cities. I find this in multiple states, right? So my next option is to broaden my horizon even bigger. Let's say the four of us go to a club. We're all in DC, for example. We go to the club area where they got a lot of clubs that in DC, right? And there's a lot of ratchet bullshit, fighting, shooting, and bottle throwing every time the club closes and all this shit. The women in there are obnoxious and they're not really on shit or nothing to our liking. So we say, hey, let's go to the club, man, in New York. We get to New York, we go to the 5 boroughs over a certain period of time. We're finding generally the same shit. Sooner or later, you're gonna say, you know what, I'm ready for a total fucking change. Damn all this looking for a needle in a haystack, man. That's what when I hear people say that shit, well, you can't find
Man,
you
but
can't find
do you know how many types of people there are in DC though? Because I'm in DC, man. I've dated Filipino.
Oh, that's what I was gonna get at.
Chinese.
That's what I was gonna get at. There's different. There's
New York, wherever. But if you're looking for the same kind of people,
this is the thing though. There's even if you're finding the same type of woman and stuff like that, right? To what General was saying and what you're saying, right? Even these dudes that are quote unquote settling can still get a woman. A lot of the guys that are traveling are dudes that didn't get women at all. Because even in the dysfunction, there's still a woman that you can deal with and that will deal with you in that dysfunction. But a lot of these guys, they're not getting women at all. They can't even make that distinction between a dysfunctional woman and a non-dysfunctional woman because they're not dealing with women at all.
But we don't know that, Kuda. We don't know that because hold on. See, this is the projection that I talk
I'm in
about.
the places that they're trying to come, and
so am
these
I.
dudes have not dealt with women at all.
I've been to the places that they're trying to go to, and I've been in some of the places where these brothers are coming from. For example, the majority of the women here in Texas, in the major metropolitan areas in Texas, you go to Dallas, the DFW area, the majority of the women there are on that same bullshit. Not all, not all. You go to Houston, you're gonna find the same type of attitude that you found in Dallas. You go to San Antonio.
These dudes are traveling and finding the same woman here.
Right.
Exactly. I get it. I understand that. But the feminist ideology that is so deep down drawn into the sisterhood that's here in America, right? You know, I mentor these young black men, right, in the area that I am now. I always work with the younger generation, right, in one shape, form, or fashion, mentorship, coaching, teaching, what have you. You know what the game is right now? These are for young guys, teenage and young men in their 20s. They'll ask a woman out on a date. Before she accepts the date, you know what she asked for? A fucking cash app. And I thought it was a joke. I thought it was a game. I was like, wait a minute. And these young men were like, nah, bro, nah, OG, that's what's really going on. You ask a chick out here, they ask you to send them a cash app. These are young men, Kuda. Just starting out.
A lot of those dudes, even if the woman said yes, a lot of those dudes aren't even serious. They don't know where they're gonna take the woman. They don't know where they're gonna go, how much money. They don't know none of that. So a lot of these dudes are asking them out on a date with uncertainty on them. So a woman is like, okay, well, if you're gonna waste my time, well, you might as well pay. That's how they're looking at it. Let those dudes get a date. If you were to like, I want to see if you were to dial back and ask them, okay, you said you want to take her out on a date. Where you gonna take her? What's your budget?
Check it out. Here's my response to that. Right? Nowadays, even if men are coming up with ideas for dates and I have a whole itinerary plan, what happens? Generally, they run into, oh, I don't want to go there. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that.
Mhm.
So it's this whole, you've ruined it. Don't tell me to fucking plan a date for us, and then I go through all this fucking planning a date and making sure that I have the capital, the money to do the date with, and all of this shit, and I'm budgeting and all of this stuff.
Yeah, that's the part.
And
That's the
and
part of
then
the
when
thing.
wait a minute, right? And then when I offer the date to you, you don't want to go because
Yeah.
it doesn't meet your standard. I heard a woman the other day. I heard this group of women the other day in Clubhouse. They were talking about it takes a man that makes $500,000 to $650,000 for me, and it wasn't just one.
They're dumb. I don't listen to that shit.
I'm like, where?
Also, man,
Right, but
it takes these young guys knowing the difference between a woman that's tolerating them and a woman that's for them, that likes them. Because it don't matter, bruh. If a woman's for you, it don't matter if you take her to a damn picnic. She's with that.
Yeah.
But when I hear my pushback is when I hear men say it doesn't take a man to travel across seas or around the world to find what he's looking for. Maybe it does for that man. Have you ever thought about that? Maybe it does.
Right.
Maybe he's just so
And that's
fed up to the point. So I think men should stop judging other men on their actions because there's this thing that's called male agency. Do I not have the ability to make up my own mind as a man without being judged by other men? Okay, you like fat women. I don't. Should I judge you for liking heavier women? No.
So my response to that is this. It's not that I'm judging them for traveling, for finding what they want. My thing is, a lot of these guys are traveling and they're not adjusting themselves. So you're traveling, you're changing your entire location, but you're actually just getting more of what you don't like. You're not getting what you want. You're in a place where you could have it if you just made that small tweak within yourself to even have the compass to get what you want. You feel me? Like travel. By all means, travel, but get what you want, because you got guys that travel across seas to get the same kind of broad that they got here.
That's not true, and this is why I would tell you that that's not true. Have you traveled? And I'm not trying to start the big dick conversation on who traveled.
Yeah,
who didn't.
I'm about to get back into this video too.
Right, real quick. Have you traveled, brother? Have you been
100%.
to some? Okay, so you've been to some of these countries, right?
Yes.
Okay. So have I. So you're telling me that you've been to some of these same countries and you don't see the vast difference between the women there and the women here? That's what you're telling me.
Look, and I'm not.
No, I'm asking you. Do you not see the vast difference?
There are differences.
In thought process.
100%. But look, you have guys that travel and their North Star, their compass is the same kind of broad that they got here. So they'll be in a country that have women with vast
But you don't know that.
But
brother,
listen,
you can't say that because you don't know the vast majority of these men that are traveling. You know the ones that are on YouTube and the ones that are in the know those guys.
Those are the
those
are the ones that I'm talking about that are encouraging these guys to do the same, and they don't know what they're doing.
No, they're encouraging these guys to goddamn me broaden their horizon. They're not saying come do what I do, the way I operate as an individual man. They're simply showing men they're not trying to tell men, hey, this is how to do it. They're simply saying travel, try it out for yourself. These other guys that are just running their fucking mouth, half of them that are running their mouth have never been outside of the continental United States of America.
You're right.
I lived abroad. See, the difference
that goes for both sides, though. A lot of
right.
guys encouraging guys to travel have never traveled themselves either.
But okay, again, we don't know this. I'm talking about the ones that I do know because I've been in conversation with them. And when you ask them, hey brother, have you ever traveled? What's your extent of traveling? I ain't going nowhere. I'm just gonna stay here. So how do you know what type of women they're getting? How do you know what they're looking for in the women at the beginning? Do you know any of these brothers personally? This is the bullshit part of the conversation that I'm getting to. How do you know if I say, for example, I'm a passport bro, I travel, I deal with women outside of the country. So that assumption will be made about me too. Because you're traveling because you can't get no women here. You're traveling because you can't get no pussy here. You're traveling because you're lame. You're traveling because this, that, and the third. You're going over there looking for the same type of women you're looking for right here, which that you can get right here at home. And see, that's the bullshit because we don't know these brothers individually, independently, what their mindset is. We don't know the real true reason. That's why I say it's a lot of projection as far as the passport bro, men travel abroad, black men travel, these little organizations that are popping up, MGTOW, so forth and so on. We don't know any of that because we don't know these men personally. We're projecting of what we think the cause or the reason could be.
I hear you. I mean, but like that argument could be made about anything, and like we're really just talking about the people that are like that want to be the face of the movement. That's really the people that we're talking about, because everyone else we can't see. I can't see, and like I said, it's never.
Most of them aren't traveling. They just it takes balls to travel. They're just watching the content. They watch
Thank you,
multiple
Kuda.
they watch multiple travels channels, and it's like, bro, just go travel. Stop asking people what the weather's like in Brazil. Go to Brazil.
That's my thing. Just travel, bro. You don't gotta announce it to the world. Like, do what you gotta do. Travel.
It's not about announcing it to the world. It's about letting other brothers know what's out there. It's the same way as 5 clubs. We all hang out together. You've never been to club A, B, C, or D. You've only been to club E. So if I've been to A, B, C, and D, then I come say, hey man, you know, it's a lot of, you know, the women over here are a lot nicer. They're more easy to get along with. They're upscale. You know what I'm saying? They're very modest in the way that they, you know, conversations that they have. Blah 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 blah. Why keep going to Club E where you got a bunch of bullet holes, knife wounds, fucking loud, obnoxious, combative ass women? Am I wrong for enlightening you and saying, hey man, why continue to go to Club E? Why don't you come over here and go to Club A, B, or C with me? Am I wrong for that?
No, you're not.
Okay, that's what's happening. That is what's happening.
There's
Let's
wait
get
a
back
minute.
because it's not really a
back,
passport bro thing. I want to get back to this, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to get back to it too. But just to say this, and then we can move on. That's what's happening. And people want to say that they're complaining, they can't get this, they can't get that. No, they're just telling other brothers, this is an option that's available to you. And this is what I found over there. That's it. That's all that's going on. But now you got all these other Negroes and Negresses that are projecting. The reason why they're going over there because they can't get pussy. They can't get women here. They lazy, they sorry ass niggas because they can't do this, that, and the third.
There's a lot of that,
yeah.
though. There is that.
All right, I'm done.
No, you good. They're ignorant as hell, and they keep saying these women are destitute, and they're trying to bring women back to the 40s here and shit like that. I done heard every single dumb argument people could say. You know what I'm saying? All right, what's going on, Khalil? All right, let's get back.
And up in my face than necessarily like, oh, he's faking it till he's making it.
You're talking more character. Who else is he dating? What's his? What kind of values does he have? That like, all right, how much money do you make?
Yeah, you can unravel that without necessarily like, oh, like you're fraud, you know? Because at the end of the day, you know, if you pick somebody and you end up with them and you know shit hits the fan, you want to have that security. Like this guy got it, you know, he's able to figure his way out of it. His mindset is strong, you know, he knows what it's like to not have and be able to come out of it. So I think that's what I'm more pay attention to, because I don't know, I think when also men have so much money, like, you know, he said, like at that point women are like gold diggers. They're looking like to hop on the board rather than like you meet somebody who's maybe like on their come up and you come up with them, you know, you get to see that struggle and that journey and you value it more, you know. Money is a little bit more important to you rather than like, oh, he's rich, like I just want to go on his boat. Like I've never been.
Go ahead, Rebecca.
That's definitely my story with my husband. When I met my husband, he made substantially less money than he does now, and because
he's got a good wife by his side. So I'm trying to say,
and also he's just like, what I noticed in him was that ambition, that drive to make money, to have a purpose, right? I think if a man is on his purpose and he's working towards something, that's the attractive part. It's not, oh, I'm flashing a Movado watch or a Rolex or whatever. If the man is like disciplined, determined, and looking to, grow and to excel in whatever field he's in, that's the attractive part. And like, I would say I have like a Kevin Samuels IKEA marriage, right? So we built together, and now we're in a place where, we live a very comfortable life, but we don't live in excess. We don't overspend. We don't have things that we can't afford. And what we try to do is invest in our family. Like, that's where we're spending the money. And the things I'm worried about is not the same thing as John Anthony's worried.
not
I'm worried about diapers, And
Can I say one last thing on that real quick?
Go ahead.
That I'm more wary of a scammer than a phony.
Yeah.
So what he
Scammers.
did, it's kind of like manifesting. You're projecting the person you want to be. Even if you buy the nice shoes, you live that life. You believe you live that life. You eventually will live that life, just like he did. He manifested that. But a scammer who's scamming people out of money and scamming people and doing bad deals, that is my red flag. I don't care if you don't have a lot of money, but how you make your money, that speaks to your character more.
Absolutely.
So give the 2 words you said. You'd rather have a
phony than a scammer.
So what's the difference, and what's the
a
pros
phony
and cons?
is somebody who's not exactly saying what they are. They are faking it, like you said. They are projecting a character bigger than themselves. And a scammer is somebody who's doing something wrong or hurting other people in the process.
Gotcha.
So I
you're
don't believe
you're bringing up this terminology. What are you classifying?
he
John
was being
as?
a phony.
You think he was being a phony?
He said, yeah.
Why do you think he's was being a phony?
Because he was pretending or projecting that he had money enough to get these women to even just go out on a date, obviously. But he wasn't scamming women out of something. They weren't losing something out of the deal.
It's not like he was the Tinder swindler. you're saying.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That guy
that's
is a
a good
scammer,
one.
and that I have a problem with. If what you're doing isn't, maybe you weren't honest about your money, but if you were honest with your intentions, which we'll get to, because that's the main thing I want to know about, is how much do these women know? Not about your money and your wealth, but about your lifestyle.
Yeah.
If you're open and honest, I have no problem with
Well, I guess that's a question for you. Or all you looking for from these women were just sex and good times. There was no ulterior motive, or was that it?
No, I mean, but you get close to a lot of them too in the process, right? It's not just like this hollow thing where it's like
he
just
has
physical.
emotion, guys.
No, I would typically date like 6 to 12 girls at once, right? They call it like a rotation or whatever. Over the years, it started getting a little more out of control. In Poland, there was like 17 girls all at once.
Remember their own other names?
This nigga lying like shit.
You could just tell. It's like, nigga, all right. Okay.
He's lying. Like, it's like, bro, it's cool, bro.
You could tell that he like practices looking in the mirror and saying, like, lying with a straight face too.
I mean, like earlier, like I was
Like if
saying,
you had women like that, you don't even want to be around them like that, even if you're attracted to them.
I mean, I was just gonna say, I mean, the guy isn't
I'd be
being
forgetting
assertive enough.
bitches' names, birthdays, all kinds of shit. He could keep that shit.
At that
if
point,
he really
you need
does
like
a good
a notebook with like
full story, bro.
The days that they're on. You need like something written down at that point, man.
Yeah, like he don't do anything else. He just sleeps and wake up and deal with 17.
Right, you may as well get some money out of it at that point, bro. If you're gonna be dealing with women like that, you may as well.
I mean, I don't. This is the thing, Ghost man. I don't. If somebody's talking like this, I don't even care to dive into their background to see if it's real. Even if it's real, it's like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Like, I even as a guy, I wouldn't even investigate it. It's like, bro, like you can just tell by what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he probably dealt with 17 women or a lot of women at one time. But who the hell wants to deal with 17 women at one time? None of that shit makes sense. Like you don't even have to go into people's background and realize that they're lying. Like, you said Andrew Tate had the right idea. Yeah, he put them bitches to work. Yeah, instead of they take it from the table and go make some money, send them.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Managing's a job, bro, and like you got 17 women, bro. Come on, son. We're gonna have to.
Something ain't right, bro. Like lie right. If you're gonna lie like that, it's like
But you can tell, bro, like to him and to his viewers,
You
like
can't deal. You
that's
can't
like
deal
a
with. You
believable thing.
cannot. You can't deal with 17 women at a time. That's impossible. You can't. Like you can't.
What productive, successful man has time to deal with 17 fucking women?
Right.
What? Just ask yourself that. Because that you would have to operate if you're dealing with 17. The way women require time from men, even if they're not into you, even if they just fucking with you for whatever the reason is, they fucking with you. They still require time from you on a daily basis. Now it
And
depends on what
resources.
extent.
Right. And resources.
Exactly. It
Yeah.
depends on what extent you're dealing with them in. Right. It depends. If it's just like an
I tell
associate, a
dudes,
friend.
though, but this is the thing, general. I tell dudes at least once in your life be dealing with 3 women at a time. Like even if whether it's for a week or a month, and you'll learn a lot about female nature by dealing with 3 women at a time. Just dating. They don't have to know about each other, or they could know about each other. Either or. But anything north of 2 to 3, even 2 right now is a hassle. So anything north between 2 to 3, it's like, cool story, bro. Like,
All right, let's go.
Yeah, he can't even. I mean, imagine a dude like General. Think about. Imagine a dude dealing with 8 women. That don't even sound 17.
What are we talking about?
Come on, bro.
Yeah. How do you remember everything?
At the time, yeah.
Did you have like a
An
literal
assistant.
Rolodex and like someone checking?
They clowning him because I think they know
file
he's
to, like,
lying.
keep them straight, basically.
You have files to keep them
Oh,
straight
ridiculous. It's like a little note file.
in your phone?
Yeah.
Just like little notes about each one.
Well,
Brother,
once there's like
dad in
15
jail.
like at this point there's 17,000 contacts in the phone, right? But at any given time, I'm seeing about like 14, 15 girls at once on the side.
More than there are days in the week, guys.
I have a
Okay.
question for you. Based on like that reality and that road you chose, what kind of led you to that? Did you grow up in a household like a single parent? Did you have siblings? Were you kind of like a shy guy growing up? Like what kind of reel you into like even having a goal of like I want to see what the
No, I
100
was super shy. I was like the shyest kid in my whole high school.
Okay.
So I was like, out of like 700 people in high school, I was probably the most shy guy. I had
Oh.
social anxiety, general anxiety, panic disorder. I had like, repeating, looping thoughts. I'm hyper analytical, right? So what I brought into the dating game is like an algorithmic kind of systematic mindset of like how to take things from meeting a girl in public or online all the way down to a date, to a hookup and keeping her on the one
He's
you want.
the Rain
How
Man
to
of
do
PUA.
it, not manipulatively, but how to do it where
Systematically.
yeah.
Okay, well let's get into the system a little bit. I got some more money stuff that I want to talk about, some dating stuff.
I wanted to add in real quick to her
Yeah, go
point.
ahead.
Like, so I agree with what she said. Like, because a lot of my clients, people that are like motivated, like a lot of the guys that are broke, like say they spend the last of their money on my training, a lot of them get wild success, even if they're living like with their parents or something like that. And as long as they're not dressing like super, super bad or like letting their facial hair grow out of control or anything like that, the girls don't really care that much. Right.
God.
And with the rich guys,
Sorry.
the rich guys are like, well, all I need to do is pick up my Ferrari and show where my house is and I'll get her. And I'm like,
Right.
no, that's not how it is. And you're going to send the wrong message. Right. So I've always thought that money didn't really matter that much in getting girls. That's what I've seen from teaching thousands of clients.
So
I
guess
think it helps, but I don't think like
what's been your
girls-
guys' experience?
How the hell do you teach clients juggle 17 women and sleep?
Huda again. Here's what happened real quick. That dude was probably the skinny little dweeb guy in high school. He probably didn't play sports, wasn't on the wrestling team. He probably was on the fucking debate team and learned how to be a pretty decent orator, right? Learn how to speak pretty decently, right? Then once if he went to college, he got into college, he started lifting a little weights, he got a little body mass, cut his hair a little differently, started finding a little success with money. And then he formulated a plan to start talking about how he transformed his life to be able to deal with 17 different women at the same time. And you got men out here dealing on hope. They're dealing with women on hope. Because they're looking at him saying, well, if he was a dweeb.
General, you blanked out. Okay. Can you hear us? Okay, we lost the general.
He'll be back.
Okay.
Experience dating a wealthy guy versus dating a broke guy, more a paycheck to paycheck guy. Like,
You got to be a broke
there
guy to
must be
have
a
17
difference.
women
Just
like
saying the
that,
money
man.
doesn't matter. I tend to disagree with that. The nicer
For the
places,
most part,
better
it's like
things to
it's
do.
like a threshold thing.
It's a threshold, but
Yeah.
it's certainly when you start dating a girl. But I'm talking about just going on dates. You know, if a guy, I'm not talking about fakers, I'm not talking about scammers, I'm talking legitimately dating a guy who's successful, who's got some money, for sure. Versus a guy, it's like, this guy just took me to Taco Bell 3 times this week. All right, he's got to be struggling. Have you ever dated a super wealthy guy versus a broke guy?
Yeah.
Go ahead, reveal the difference.
I think it's just a matter of what ranking of priority you are to that person. Like I've found when you date somebody a little bit more wealthier, you're not as high as a priority to them because they have other things that are priority because work is. Now, when you're dating somebody who's maybe making a little bit less, you become more of a priority because they have more time on their hand. They're trying to, vet you to be their girl, to be loyal to you. Like I feel like those gentlemen, they put a little bit more work into like keeping you. And then sometimes the men with a lot of money, they can sometimes behave in a way of like, well, if this doesn't work out, I have all my success and I'll just go find another girl who wants to fill in the spot because I have all this money. So there are levels to it. And I mean, it's really a matter of what you're looking for and how interested the guy is into you. And also where they're at in their life. Because you can meet a super wealthy guy, but he's not ready to settle down. So he's going to treat you like, I don't want to settle down and you're just another girl. Or you can meet somebody who is wealthy. He wants to settle down and he does give you that attention. So I think it's a matter of like where the guys are at, their income amount, and like their intentions. But
Can you
usually
pause
the
it real
guys who
quick,
make
Kuda?
it, they have more time in their hand to give you more of them.
So this is what I would say. See, here's the problem. At that point right there, he starts capping. So he starts capping for stuff that we know to be true, right? That, okay, women don't care about money. But this is what I would say. This is what I would have said when they brought that up. I would have said it depends on the age of the woman, right? I'd start breaking it down in a more methodical way. I'd say women, in my opinion, when they're in their early 20s, they lean more towards looks, right? They're trying to get the first half of the dual mating strategy. So I would say they lean to looks, and I would say maybe 70-80%, and then maybe the other 20% money. Forget about status for now, but I would say the other 20% money. And then as time goes on, nowadays they're trying to push it later into their 30s and that type of stuff because of feminism and the way society has developed. But just in general, it starts tilting more towards on the later 20s, early 30s, more heavily towards the money aspect of it. But that type of stuff, the problem with a guy like him is he goes out of his way to avoid saying stuff that we generally as anyone in the space knows to be true. Now none of that is set in stone and that type of stuff, right? There's some women, they're smart, they smarten up and they do a more balanced approach when they're in their early 20s. Because what I looked up the other day is women from age 18 to 25, the percentage of women that are married in that age range is about 23%. And I'm talking about right now. I'm not talking about in the past, but right now that's about the percentage out there in society. So, it just kind of goes to show you that there's not a lot of women, but not all women are out there, calculating, okay, I'm going to try to get the best genes right now and be 100% looks. And then later on, I'm going to sit there and just be chasing money. So, it's those type of distinctions that I kind of have to put out there because, John Anthony, he's just kind of capping. And like you were saying, those women on their panel are kind of sitting there taking passive aggressive shots at him because they know he's capping. Some of it
they know
capping.
they know he's a fraud to a certain degree, or at least lying.
Yeah, I mean,
there's no way you hanging
kind of
out. There's no way you hanging out with 17 women and smashing all of them at the same time. You may have hit all 17 that you're hanging out with, but some women you just hang out. You don't even want to do nothing like that. Dudes don't want to be fucking like that. I hate to say that. Like we don't spread our seed like that. I don't know what he's talking. I mean, you might meet up with a girl, y'all don't even smash, and y'all just like chill out or smoke or something, and then y'all go about your way and stuff like that. And even then, if you just hanging with women and chilling out and smoking, like, it don't make sense, bro. It don't make sense. Prostitutes don't even deal with 17 dudes like that. A woman selling coochie. So I don't know. Where is he from? like is he in a city? Does he live in a city or something?
Yeah, I think he's in Rio. Rio de how do you say it? Rio de Janeiro.
So he's not even in. He's in Brazil, like you said.
But he's
Still,
been
I don't think
traveling
he's
for a long
dealing
period
with
of time.
7. Yeah, he's not dealing with 14 women, like 17 women.
He's been all over Europe. He's lived all over Europe and Asia. He lived in the United States, San Diego. I forget the other cities, but yeah, he's been living all different parts of the world. Nah, I mean, it's just like if he did it, he was just straight up sex addict, and that's just all he was doing. I mean, you know how it goes. At some point, it just gets annoying dealing with so many women.
Yeah.
So I agree with you on that part.
Yeah, I don't know about any of that shit. Like that's wild, but all right.
Can you tell when looking at a guy or just after your first interaction how well they do
Yeah.
income wise? You can?
Yeah.
What are the signals
I've
you're
been
like?
out of the dating game for
a long time.
way
Good.
too long.
Okay, so go ahead, Nat. What can you tell about a man? All right, this guy clearly makes over 6 figures. This guy's a millionaire. This guy's faking. He's a broke boy. What signals do you see?
You see in like confidence, the way they speak to you.
Okay, all
you
right.
know
So-
how settled they are. You know,
Yeah.
usually men who don't make that much money, they're like always on the go. They're always like, okay, this, we have to do the next thing and the next thing, and they're not. You can feel the lack of security with the gentleman. You know, guys who make a certain amount of money, they provide, and it's not even so much like they tell you, I make this amount of money. It's more of the like, I know I'm gonna get roasted. The energy. It's more of
It's the
what they
pace.
give off. It's what you get from the vibe from them.
Okay.
So that's usually
Yeah, go ahead,
I wanna-
Rebecca.
because I was in like the entrepreneurial space, so I would deal with VCs, venture capitalists, and stuff like that. So they obviously have a substantial amount of money if they're investing in companies. But I think it's the access too. Like, and I
Mhm.
think a lot of these girls that go out with very wealthy men, like these Instagram models that go out with these very wealthy men, they get access to things that they normally would not get access to. So that to them is something that is like toxic. Like, oh, I want more. Like, I need
Mhm.
more of this, because if I don't, like, I'm going to settle for this guy now that's on a lower status, right? And so that is the thing that they start chasing once they get access to a whole new world.
Yeah.
Like if you're starting to talk to like restaurant owners and hoteliers and
Mhm.
stuff like that, like that's and on flying private and the guy owns the plane, you know, it's a different level of access that you're getting, instead of, you know, going on regular dates, which I'm a huge proponent of going on just like average people going on average dates. Like,
yeah.
I'll take
We should-
broken creative any day.
Really? So that's like something you are looking for.
No, not looking for, but I'm honestly more comfortable going on dates with people who have less money. When I'm on a date with somebody who makes a lot of money, I don't feel like myself as much, because I didn't grow up around that. I grew up with family who prioritize sentiment over material. Like our gifts are homemade and they mean something versus diamond rings and bracelets. Like that never meant anything to my family. So I rather be going on, like during the pandemic when I was in a relationship, we would just challenge each other to find out how we could make each other feel special in a 1,400 square foot place, and how we could still go on dates. And that meant so much more to me than any kind of fancy place, especially when I go on. I never order like an expensive thing on a menu. It makes me very uncomfortable. Like last night I was on a date and the only thing I really wanted to eat there was a steak, but I didn't do it because it was like over $50 and I didn't want to order that. It was a first date.
What'd you order?
Salmon.
What was that? $49?
It was like
Safe
25.
choice.
It was a big difference.
Okay.
And that felt
So
more
you're
comfortable.
conscious of what the costs are of the meal, and you'll limit yourself, even though you want the steak, Amber,
Mhm.
and the guy should be able to afford $50
But it was
steak.
the first date and I didn't know where I was with him, and I'm not somebody who's like, I don't know, it makes me
Okay.
uncomfortable
Do you-
to put a high
I
bill.
actually
Do you
like that
think-
for a
That's
girl.
good.
But do you think that you did that based on like what you got from him on his like, without saying like I make this amount? Did you order based on like what you thought his income would be on how he presented himself?
No, I think he does well. I don't think
Can
about
you
it.
pause
I'm
it real quick,
sorry,
Kuda,
Bill.
please?
I don't think about it. That's
So
not
then
my
you're
first.
So this is what I would say. In my opinion, a guy doesn't have a basic, decent understanding of women to the point where he can vet women to possibly maybe have a move-in girlfriend or maybe even something serious like a marriage, because there are guys out there that want that. In my opinion, a guy isn't ready to make that type of decision until he has approached in real life, because anyone could type buttons on the screen and on Facebook. No, that doesn't count in real life at bars or in different places, social circles. Until a guy has hit on, and this is going to be sounding like a ridiculous number, but I'll stand by that logic all day long. Until he's hit on about 1,000 women, until he's been on at least 100 dates with a bunch of different women, and until he has slept with roundabouts of 30 women, the guy isn't ready to really vet women. Because once I got to that kind of stage, I really started adding up all the different components of the chain. And that's kind of the stuff I'm not hearing from John Anthony. He's just sitting there and he's not being assertive enough, right? So it's just like, oh, well, I'm going to brag about how I slept with this many women, but he's not putting out there his philosophy. Because I agree with what you were saying earlier. He could have pitched in real quick about the dollar amount on dates. My dollar amount has always been 40, 50, $60. It's rarely gone. It's rarely, very, very rarely gone over $100. Maybe
100, right.
times.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
maybe and maybe since the time 18 to 36, it's gone over $100 maybe 3 or 4 or 5 times, which is basically no times, right? So I'm not hearing his philosophy, and that's kind of the problem. That's kind of, you start getting, he's fallen into the stereotype of the black guy that's upon the
But
dating coaches.
guys like him is why they hate dating coaches.
Yeah, exactly. Bam. There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Where's the meat and potatoes? Don't just be sitting there about bragging about the body count and all that. And he's in a little bit, I would just kind of float it out there because we talked about it in the back chat, but here in a little bit, Rollo Tomasi is going to be sending in some big super chats and really going in on him because John Anthony doxed his daughter and went at his wife and all types of crazy stuff.
Oh, he a crazy dude. Okay, so that's why he's kind of like shifty. Okay. Makes sense. Make sure you guys support today's show. The Cash App is in the chat and it's scrolling at the bottom of the screen if you would like to support our guest today, Knight and the Bishop. The Knight and the Bishop here giving us some real good information. Okay. Yeah, this guy is like, he's like obvious. It's like, all right, bro, we get it. You get women. Cool story, That's kind of what's going on. So hold on.
Feel bad, right?
No, you probably
You said you just feel bad about it.
I'd feel
You-
bad. Yeah, because I wouldn't want to pay that.
You don't
Yes.
think
For
about
me.
his income.
I'm not thinking about it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking empathetically that I'm like, I don't want to cost this person so much.
Here's how I'm processing what you were thinking on your date. Okay, I'm on this date. Okay, I really want the steak. I really want the steak. Okay, nice to meet you too. I think I'm about to have the steak. I'm thinking about having the steak. Cool. I don't want to order the steak because I definitely want the steak though. Hey, what would you like to order? I'll do the salmon. What? All you were thinking about is the steak. But that's you. You've got a good heart. You're not using it for the money.
I didn't want to do
in
that.
women's mind, it's not as clean cut as you think it is, right? It's literally you're having an argument with yourself. If I get the steak, what if he thinks I eat too much? If I eat
Also,
all of this steak,
Is steak manly?
Really? Yeah, there's
I
so
don't
many
do that.
things.
That's what they think.
Salmon is feminine.
Salmon is safe.
Okay.
Salmon is safe.
I don't
Salad
do
is
the steak.
safe.
Now it's like, I'll take the
quinoa-
I like
steak.
the steak. I
No,
mean,
no, but
I
it's-
do it like, okay, what are you thinking about getting? I'm thinking about this, and I'm like, okay, I'll
You
look
just
at like
get
the
the same
price of his,
thing.
and I'm like,
Let me tell
okay,
you
if you're gonna
guys.
spend that on you to eat,
That's
then
true.
like
You
you're
Here's
gonna
the
eat
deal.
this.
when they order first.
By
and
the
you
way-
get their
Yes,
thing.
Yeah,
By
I
the way-
conversate. I'm like, okay, got it. You got the bill, right? Okay, great. This is a good thing. Like,
First date. How did it go? 1 through 10. 1 through 5.
Oh, I'm wondering how
5
honest I should be.
stars.
6.7
the
Out
date-
of 10 or out of 5?
out of 10.
Oh,
Okay,
I thought it was
gotcha.
out of 5. I was like,
So all right,
girl.
so, okay. So out of 5, we're gonna give him a 3.5, whatever. What type of restaurant?
A gastro bar, but it was like the menu, Miami.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like super, super fancy, but the prices were,
Follow-up question. You said a table or at the bar?
we sat at a table. I like eye contact.
Okay, eye contact. And was the table like a barrier at any point? Did you want to kind of be like
You play footsies.
like footsies? Did you want to get close or you like the barrier?
It depends on the guy and on the date.
Okay.
I didn't lean into lust with this date. I'm just gonna be honest. I wasn't like overwhelmingly attracted to him. So I went on a date with somebody that was like, like I'm attracted to, but it wasn't like a lot, so that I
Yeah.
could just play it cool.
I don't know. If you wanted that steak, here's what I would have said. Hey, listen,
I would eat it.
family steak. family
order it.
style. We're doing appetizers.
No,
We're
he
doing
ordered
this.
the-
We'll have
he
some
ordered the
drinks.
steak. He ordered the
Okay,
steak.
so then you say
See,
hook it
you
up.
should have ordered your steak,
See,
girl.
No,
you know
he
how I
ordered
solve-
it, and I got a bite out
The
of it,
big
and I was
steak.
happy.
No, the best
The way that-
thing
the way
you
that
can
I-
say is like, I'll have whatever he's having.
There you go, save it.
The way that I've solved this problem,
Hey,
so
can
I
you
followed
pause it
down
real
over
quick,
1,000
Kuda?
dates. I didn't count those, right? But I always do call.
So, one time, like I said earlier in the beginning of the stream, I was on this. I've been on some panels with this guy called Playing with Fire. He's known for his texting game. And what I noticed is one time, because he does speed dates all the time, right? Online electronic speed dates. And what happened is one time John Anthony pulled up and he was basically kind of put on the spot like, well, we're doing speed dates tonight, so you might as well do one. And this is what he did. He didn't actually do a speed date in a real way. He just he got on there to kind of get the exposure, and he intentionally didn't do the speed date so they wouldn't be able to judge him on it like later on, right? It was like, well, if I don't do it in a real way, they can't sit there and critique me, and he got away with it. So what I'm seeing here, and I don't know why it took me so long to think about it. He's sitting there from my perspective, just trying to run out the clock and trying to just give this generic stuff, so he can't be challenged by the different women, so he can't be challenged by the guy to defend his philosophy. Because what he does is he's notorious. He's probably roasted 200 people at this point. He's roasted a bunch of content creators, and he has all his stuff behind the paywall. So it's like, okay, if you want to get access to my secret sauce, you got to sit there and pay for the course amount or whatever. And like you were saying earlier, he's the type of guy that becomes a target, and he puts a black eye on the industry, and he makes guys like myself and yourself more difficult, right? He makes our lives.
Well, a lot of those dudes will waste your time, so you kind of do have to charge them because they'll waste your time too. But okay.
Well, no, yeah, I agree. No, I completely agree. But what I'm saying is, like, if you go to his channel, it's like almost 90% roast. Like, he doesn't even want to put any sampler out there. Like at Walmart or those places where they have like, hey, try this ham and try this cheese.
Yeah, you
and
got
buy
to
the whole
appear mysterious. This why this online shit, this streaming shit, fuck the game up because now you're not appearing mysterious anymore. People got too much access to you and want free shit.
It's a complicated balance. But like in my opinion, he takes it too far. He's probably some of the most extreme that I've seen it. There's guys out there, like ARC and these different people. They'll sit there and get on panels and they really defend their philosophy. They will sit there and defend their philosophy, and then guys are like, okay, this guy, what he's saying makes sense. Now I'm gonna go buy his books and really get into it. But this guy,
they'll give you shit and piss you off too. Don't forget that.
No. A lot of people just want to get on panels and troll and that type of stuff. But what I'm saying is, like, if you were to check out his channel like tomorrow, whatever, you'll see what I'm talking about. Like, basically what happened is he had a big falling out with Playing with Fire, that guy, and they were filing lawsuits against each other or whatever. And even John Anthony got some backlash from his chat and his fans, his subs. They're like, you're taking the roasting way too far. Like, give me a little bit of sample of what your philosophy is, and if we like it, we'll buy your course and get consultations, that type of stuff. That's all I'm saying. Like, he just coming off to, like, he's not being assertive, and he's being too generic with his stuff. And all those women, it's comical to me. This is why the main reason I wanted to review this stream, and I really appreciate it for allowing us to do it. But I guess what I'm saying is, it's like it's almost like the women are revealing their female nature, and they're almost spitting their game, and he's just sitting there and he's not countering it to teach men and give them the information to really go out there and deal with women. And that's kind of the problem I have with some of these guys, because they go out of their way. They spend day and night trying to deny a lot of the red pill talking points. A lot of the stuff that we talk about is actually true. Not all of it. I would say about 80% of what we talk about is true in this area of the manosphere. But, guys like him, he's literally hearing some female nature, all these different things of the red pill. And he's not countering to try to teach men how to sit there and get the benefit and deal with good women and that type of stuff. But that's my annoyance with this guy. And that's kind of a good thing we brought it up and we're talking about him.
Yeah, I mean, he shouldn't have probably turned his channel into a roast channel, but I don't know. There's not much to say about him. It's just that he's kind of he's one of those coaches, like you kind of basically explained, like it's like you got to take a gamble with him to learn. Like, is he going to teach you something? Is he capping or is he not capping? So, I mean, you could capitalize and get paid off of that people be intrigued, you know?
Yeah, my thing is I do some roast on my channel as well, but they're like actual legit critiques most of the time. But
Mhm.
there's, most of my channel is actually original content, 80-90% of stuff that I've
Definitely.
done. Yeah, like,
Definitely.
like you've seen my channel. Like there was a video that I did on Andrew Tate, and I was just
Mm.
talking about how, if you keep it cool, if you keep it positive, and you keep good relations with the women you've slept with, you don't sit there and you don't punk them, you're not disrespectful towards them, you never know, that girl in the future might save your ass. And and that's just the type of thing, the type of lesson that you can learn. And I've never had my tire slashed or that type of stuff, but there's been stuff where it's some little dust ups, but there's never been any major things. And that's the type of stuff that it's just lessons learned. I
Yeah.
don't see a problem with putting that stuff in videos. Oh, let me say this, and you can run the clips. Let me. This is a good story. So one time, I went to a Bone Thugs and Harmony concert in San Antonio, and that was
Mm.
like on a Wednesday or whatever. The next day, Bone Thugs and Harmony was playing in Austin on Thursday, right? So there's this girl that I met at the concert on Wednesday, and I said, hey, they'll probably play different songs over there in Austin. Let's go. I'll take you on a date. Let's go. And this is what's really, really interesting. See, this is when the talking points of the space sometimes fall apart. So, we go to the back after the concert, and she's like, well, I want to meet Bone Thugs and Harmony. I want to shake their hands, give a hug or whatever. I was like, okay, whatever, let's go. I mean, because I've already taken pictures with them. This is what happened. Wishbone tried to take her to Smash. Wishbone was like, hey, you know what? Come back to my hotel. We're going to smoke, drink, or whatever. Because he didn't really know any better that she was my date or my girlfriend or whatever. And it was the first date. So I was like, I'm going to keep it cool. And whatever she wants to do, what am I going to sit there and do? Like, oh, I'm going to try to control her? Nah. No, that goes back to the whole experience factor. Once you have so much experience with women, you know how to deal with those type of situations. So I'm just sitting there on my phone. I'm like, okay, let's see what she does. This is really interesting. Is she gonna go with the dude worth tens of millions of dollars, or we're going back to my hotel? She did not.
Mm.
She did not go with Wishbone, despite his status, despite all the money he has. Now, the
Mhm.
caveat I would add to that is it would have been interesting if one of those other guys, the guys that are more thin and they're not overweight, if she would have gone with one of those guys, Crazy or Lazy, Busy
Mm.
Bone, those dudes, flesh. But here's the more interesting part. We went back to my hotel there in Austin, and she didn't let me smash either. She's like, well, I don't know you well enough, and I really like to get
I
to
think
know a
she's
guy.
what Alan Roger Curry would call like a teaser,
Yeah.
like a wholesome pretender, like a dick teaser.
Yeah. So,
Mm.
I mean, it's situations like that. It goes back to going on enough dates with enough women, and you really start breaking down some of the logic from the manosphere, because that's kind of a problem that I've seen. Is a lot of people make these points absolute. It's like, okay, 100% set in stone, and it just isn't. It just isn't, because I've been in so many situations. I'm like, yeah, that's not true. No, it didn't apply in this case. So yeah, I appreciate letting me tell the story real quick.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Some women are like that. Some women is like, I don't give a damn if you're a celebrity. I'm still not gonna like some women are definitely like that. Sometimes though it might be a shit test or some last minute resistance, but sometimes you got some women like that, you know? So
Right.
I agree.
All right,
Sometimes
let's
they
hit it.
just want to be nosy and see how you stay too and where you
Coffee or
stay.
drinks every time.
I like those dates.
And if a girl's like really pressing that's like not, she's too good for coffee or drinks, I don't go out with her usually anyways.
Yeah.
I say I just want to have
So
it
that's your
casual.
rule: coffee or drinks.
It's not because I don't want to spend the money. It's just that it's a casual way to get to know someone. That's the whole point.
Gotcha.
I love day dates, by the way.
I
Day
like the
dates.
coffee
Day dates. I
date.
love dating.
Who's got time for coffee?
Well, I wouldn't say that.
That's that work-life balance.
When you're
I'll
putting
get like ice cream.
95%
People
towards
are
the-
different during the day than at night.
Yeah.
People are very different during the
Well,
day.
But
they
would
say
you
the
want to get
freaks
to
come
know
out at
them?
night.
Which one would you want to get to know more?
You're gonna spend more time with them during the day, I think.
You say
In
really?
public. I don't know.
Nah, he should be working during the day.
Here,
You know?
Saturday.
last couple money
Can you
questions.
pause it
We'll
real
move
quick,
on to
Kuda?
some juicier stuff.
See, that was a softball question. The reality is, what I found over a long period of time, it's a lot harder to smash during the daytime, like on a first date. It takes a lot more balls when you're younger versus at night. Like at night, the environment is just more natural to okay, hey, let's go back to my house, or let's go to my hotel or whatever. At 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock after we have some drinks, versus like, okay, we're having a coffee at 2 in the afternoon. Okay, let's go back to my house. Especially as a younger guy, right? And that's kind of like a softball that he was thrown. He didn't. All right. So if you're going to sit there and brag about your 1,500 lay count, that would have been the time to say, well, you know what, frankly, I teach my clients, well, we're gonna go out at night because I want the guy to get laid on the first date. And because I want the guy to get laid on the first date, then later on he can decide if he's gonna keep dating her or not. And you know, he kind of got it pushed out of him, like, okay, you know, the coffee dates and all that type of stuff. But he didn't really get too in depth. And it's interesting how the girls are like, no, this guy's gonna prove himself to me first. He's going to take me to dinner and take me out to lunch, and he's going to take me to fairyland and all this other stuff. And then when I feel like it, 2 months later, I might give him sex. But and this is where like kind of the manosphere kind of plays a nice little decent role. Yeah, there's women out there that are going to use you for dates. Yes, that's true, but that's part of the process. No reading, you can read a book 20 times on dating or whatever, but it doesn't really necessarily compare as much as to actually being led on in the daytime, actually trying to figure out how to quote unquote escalate towards sex. And you know, it is missed opportunity. He missed the softball. So yeah, that's what I have to say on that part.
Okay, interesting.
Thank you guys for being with us. By the way, appreciate you. If Nat's gonna be reading the super chats
Yes.
shortly. If you have not subscribed to Valuetainment Money, the channel that we do this on, give us a sub, give us a like.
Yes.
We got John, we got Amber, we got Rebecca, we got Nat in the house, and we're delivering value for you guys today. Money. I want to talk money. Girls are pretty expensive, bro. I know you said that you're going on coffee dates, drinks, don't tend to not do dinner. What do you think is more cost effective for a man? Having one girl in his life, girlfriend, you're doing anniversaries, you're doing birthdays, you're doing vacations, but it's one girl, or a whole roster of women, day dates, drinks, this girl's birthday, now we're doing this, all that. What do you think is more cost effective for the average guy out there?
It depends on what they're doing, right? So like usually say there's like 14 girls you're seeing, right? The first 2 or 3 are like the hottest, coolest ones you have the most chemistry with, right? And those ones you basically treat like girlfriends. You're going and doing lots of dates, boyfriend, girlfriend type stuff. The rest of the girls, it's usually just like a coffee or drink on the first date, and then other times usually just come over the house, right? So when I hang out with them, it's usually they come over, they hang out, they leave. And so you're not really running up bills on dates, right? So you can keep it cost effective that way. But I also teach my clients how you can set dates straight to the house for the first date. So I have a script, right? I can go over that real quick. Yeah. So I have them text, do you like wine?
No.
Right? But first of all, you pick the day and time. Right? So it's when are you free? I'm free this day. Okay, let's meet Thursday at 7. Okay. Do you like wine? They usually say yes. Cool. We could split a bottle of wine at my place and see how the chemistry is. Do you prefer red or white? Now, about half the girls will say red or white, and I say, cool, see you Thursday, right?
Sure, bring the bottle of wine. We'll see you soon.
The other half will say, oh, I'm not that kind of girl. I don't go to a stranger's house for me in public. Yeah. And I tested a whole bunch of stuff. And what won by far is I say, LOL, don't worry, I'm really laid back. Bring pepper spray if you're that worried, LMAO. And I don't even type LMAO, but they usually laugh really hard. And that,
yeah,
and that,
you can hear it through the text.
And that convert. Well,
can you pause it real quick, Kuda, please? So this is what I would say on that part. What I do is, because he's referring to like basically meeting a woman on a dating app, meeting a woman online. What I do is I try to pull them off the dating app as soon as possible. So say I match with a woman. So I
try to get their number as soon as possible and then pull them from the number.
Yeah, exactly. Get the phone number, get out of the queue, right? Instead of being 1 out of 92 matches, get them off. Okay, you don't want to give me your number? Okay, you must not be that interested. Or, I might text a little bit more, but I'm not going to sit there and get my time wasted. But then what I would say is what I do, and it's helped me over a long period of time, is I keep it super simple. I send them a real simple video. I say, hey, hopefully you're having a good day or whatever. I'm over here about to lift weights. What are you up to? So what do I accomplish by that? What I accomplish is they feel a little bit more comfortable because they see you, right? They see you in the flesh in the video. They listen to
and
your
you demonstrate it high
tonality.
value because you're doing something that contributes to your health. I'm about to lift weights and okay.
Yeah. No, something real simple. They listen to your vocal tonality because that is part of attraction for a lot of women, maybe even most women, and sit there and they'll be like, okay, this guy doesn't look like a serial killer. Okay, maybe I'll go over. So I see.
Or you could be like, I just left the gym thinking about you in our conversations. What you got going on? What are you up to today?
Yeah.
Okay.
So everyone has their own little style. I kind of, some guys.
Yeah, that's what I said. When you right, because that's what I said. When you're choosing a dating coach, you're choosing somebody that's like your personality. Some dating coach, they'll focus more on the text game more than, you know, in person and stuff like that. And if that's what you had success with or seen the most success with, then yeah, you know, I mean, you know, even though you can learn how to do other stuff, but yeah, if that's your strong point, you know, you got to play to your strengths, you know. Are you there, JR?
Yeah. I'm here. Let's get
Okay,
it.
my bad. Yeah, all right.
No, you're good.
And
You're
then
good. Let's
that
go.
converts like another half of the people that didn't want to come over. So about 7 or 8 out of 10 will come straight to the house. And so over the past year, I don't even ever do dates in public anymore.
Really?
If they won't meet straight to the house, then I don't even meet them.
Thank you
Because
so much.
here's the other thing is that those ones that still insist on the public date, even after the pepper spray line, a lot of times they don't even want to come home with you after the date, or they come home and they don't hook up. That's what I found. So it's almost like a screen to see if they're
What
down as
percentage
well.
of girls hook up on the first date?
From coffee. I want to know
Like
that.
75 to 80.
80%.
Yeah.
So is that because you're that good, or these women are that promiscuous, or is it a combination?
No, I mean,
of
like,
both?
it's not even. It's all you have to. All the guy has to do is like be himself, keep it lighthearted and fun, not run out of stuff to say, right? Not make the conversation boring. Keep it non-platonic, so that the girl doesn't just see him as a friend, and then work into the conversation the idea of them hanging out afterwards, which she might have various objections, right? Like she might say, "Well, I don't know you. I don't go home with strangers." So there's like safety objections. There's a hookup objection. I don't go home with people. I just
And this is a misconception, y'all. Women follow strangers all the time. Not saying that I don't even know where I was going with this. They follow strangers all the time. Sometimes that's a shit test. Sometimes she want to see if she's interested in you, interested enough in you to go do stuff. Because, you know, sometimes those qualifications, those prompting questions slips her mind if she's interested in you. And even a woman interested in you will kind of shit test before she follows you and stuff like that. So it shouldn't be nothing to trip on.
Yeah, so he was asked, in my opinion, one of the most infamous questions, one of the most infamous topics in the history of the manosphere. This whole thing about if women are mostly sluts and that type of stuff. And in the future and moving forward in development of my channel, it's going to get me a lot of flack. But I would argue it and die on the hill and say that most women are not sluts. So most is pretty much anything above 50%. Right. So the way I define a woman that's promiscuous.
Shit, if it's like 51%, then yeah, you know.
Yeah. You know, so my definition of promiscuous, and a lot of people wouldn't agree with it, is about 25 body count by age 30. So I would say only about 20 to 30% of women are above that body count by age 30. A lot of guys in the space, they sit there and they'll die on the hill and be like, no, that's not true. 80-90% of women have 50 body count and all that stuff. And it goes back to connecting the whole dots after having a bunch of experience with women. So, you know, how can
and you can
people
talk
say,
about it too? Be like, you know, if a woman slept with a lot of dudes, man, that ain't no deal breaker to me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you can just talk about it.
My thing is, like, you know, when you've dealt a lot of women, see, my thing is, when by discussing this, I'm not saying I necessarily care about the body count, but I'm just kind of floating it out there in terms of the guys out there that have this, and there's no other way to put it, ignorance, where they're over here saying like 90% of women are sluts. It's just, and there's a bunch of reasons that's not true. And even if you didn't have experience with women, you could sit there and logically break it down as to why that's not true. And what I'm saying is, this is
I mean,
important.
you don't have to straight up lie. I
they're
mean, you can tell a half truth. I mean, if she doesn't know what the hell she's talking about and she's trying to use that as leverage to shit test you or whatever, or quiz you and stuff, you can always pass with a half truth. Be like, you know, a lot of people say a lot of women are sluts. I kind of did believe that, but a lot of the women that I meet aren't. And I wouldn't mind if she was. Like, you got to be able to, you know what I'm saying? Depending on how she carries herself. Like, you got to be within reason, you know, with your responses, you know?
Yeah, you know, and you know, my thing is, what I'm saying is, you know, because we paused it, all I'm saying is some of the talking points are not accurate in the space, and some guys out there take it to a dangerous point where they think every single thing said in the space is true, every single narrative, and that's just not accurate. And you know, it starts developing to the point where it makes your life difficult with women, and it'll make it difficult for you to vet women in the future, because like, oh, well, these guys told me every woman's a slut, so yeah, I better not get married. And I don't know, in a country where it's favorable, right? Brazil,
Mm.
Colombia, whatever. So that's all I was adding to that. And we can talk about that some other day because that's way complicated on the whole body count slut thing. So I just wanted to add
Yeah,
that.
I mean, a lot of people just don't know how to approach that conversation, much less, keep it up. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna press play though. If you have a discrepancy or you want me to pause it, I'm gonna run these bathroom. I'll be right back. All right. So I'm gonna
Let it play. It's
real
cool.
quick. All right.
Yeah.
Just not the kind of girl. They might say they have something to do afterwards, but I have like responses that I tell guys. If this comes up, answer it like this. If this comes up, answer it like this.
This is systematic.
Yeah.
So here's what I'm thinking, because I cut my teeth in the financial world, cold calling world, scripts, rebuttals. We've all seen Wolf of Wall
it's
Street.
identical to sales.
Exactly. So it's like, well, what do I have to do to ensure this account closes today? Well, is there anyone you need to speak to make this happen? Objections, rebuttals. It's almost like you've taken these sales scripts and said, instead of clients, these are now women.
Yep.
And I'm going to have rebuttals, scripts,
He has
boom,
a
bang,
funnel.
red, white, funnel.
But
This is what you've done.
I want to be clear. It's not them pretending to be someone they're not. It's not manipulation or anything like that. It's just helping them, because a lot of the objections come from the girl wanting to feel safe, wanting to know that if she comes home with the guy and he doesn't want to hook up, that he's not
Do
going
you
to be
vet
upset.
your clients at all?
No.
You said you vet your clients?
In what way? You mean, like-
I'm sorry, but okay, I was with you up until now, but now it took a turn where I got really upset because of just being a girl and how dangerous it is. And do you know how many dating apps there are turn into sexual assault and rape? From Hinge, from Bumble. A girl was tied up from a guy she went on with on Bumble, which she had to make the first move, right? So danger is out there for women. You're giving a man a script. You don't know which men that you're like taking on as clients. They might not all have good intentions. And now you're empowering them it's like weaponizing it. So that makes me a little nervous, to be honest.
But totally understand your concerns.
Right.
No doubt. But if you're John and you have a business model coaching men on how to improve and get women, what type of vetting process would you like to see? Meaning he can't be like, so are you a psychopath? All right, no, great. You're like
I think
what type of vetting process?
From a guy.
Huh?
Background checks.
Okay.
That's one.
Yeah, we're
That's
doing
one
this 10 years. Like I've helped thousands of guys all around the world, right? We have global clients, and it never really comes up where there's any kind of like weird situations like
How
that.
would you know?
Well, like there's one guy in a call. The only one that comes to mind really is there's a guy that was a virgin, and he like asked a question during one of the calls. He's like, "Is it okay if I bring like a gun on a date?" And we just kicked him out of the program, right?
Yeah.
We're like, "No, that's not cool." I don't think he wanted to inflict harm, but he just carries a gun and stuff like that. So. But again, it's not teaching them how to manipulate girls in any way.
But it is.
How so?
I mean, you're using something that has worked, I think, psychologically on women repeatedly, right? So you're giving that to somebody who might not come up with that himself. It's not of true character.
But the thing is, everybody has a system, right? Like guys all have something they want to say, a way they want to text, etc. I'm just giving them better ways to handle those objections.
What would you equate what you do to other careers? Meaning, all right, so you're a men's dating coach.
Yeah.
Cool. There's men's fitness instructors. There's sales.
Hey, you there,
instructors.
Kuda? Can you pause it?
There's all types of different types of men that coach men for improvement. What metaphor would you use that's analogous to like what you do for men picking up chicks? Like, is there? I do what like Steve Kerr did to Steph Curry and coached him how to be a better player.
Yeah.
What do you say about that?
All right, I'm back.
A lot of guys come to me, they're lacking confidence.
Can you pause it real quick, Kuda?
A lot of guys.
Yes, sir.
So there was a really, really good part, and I know you missed it. The female next to John Anthony started.
Yeah, I heard she was grilling him. I heard a little bit while I was in the other room.
Right. So I read the chat of our chat. I read our chat real quick, and the guy was talking about bullshit. All women are sluts. So I don't know if he was here earlier, but let me break it down. A small breakdown. I'm not gonna do a full breakdown, so I'm gonna do a real small breakdown. Number one, y'all heard what she said. Women, you got to think about what happens when a woman lets a guy, get on top of her and they do their thing. In the back of her brain, her primitive brain, she's thinking, we might create another human being to put on this earth, that I'm going to have to be the mother and raise that child, right? I'm going to be the one that's responsible for this child. Number two, that female brought up the factor of safety risk, right? If they meet up a guy, or the guy, he's just shady, right? She goes to the dude's house and she's like, nah, I'm not really feeling this. The guy might sit there and do some stuff she didn't want to be done to her, right? That's number two. Number three, like I was saying earlier, and these guys can look it up. I'm not making up stuff off the top of my head. From age 18 to 25, women, they're about 23% are married. So let's think about this logically, okay? Because remember, we're in the manosphere. We're supposedly the experts on women. If a woman gave her beauty prime to a guy, what is she really doing? If she settled down with a guy at age 20, 21, she was really in love with him. And then she's thinking, well, you got to think about it from a logical perspective. If you're settling down with someone at the age of 21, 22, what you're really saying is, I'm not going to meet guys, or I don't want to meet guys in the future. Like, this is the exact guy that I want, right? From their
Right.
perspective. So
Right.
how's a woman that's 19, 20, 21, 22 in her prime that got the exact guy that she wanted? How is she over there bouncing around being a slut with endless dudes, right? So a lot of these guys, they'll sit there and they'll mentally play gymnastics all day long. Well, they got in a fight, so she slept with this guy on Thursday. Well, they got in another fight 2 weeks later, so she slept with another fucking dude. Well, 3 months later, they separated for a week. So yeah, she slept with 5 dudes. They'll sit there and all day long, they'll sit there and manipulate the logic until they get the answer that they want, which is that most women are sluts. And I'm not even getting into all the different stuff. What about the women that are going back and forth with their baby daddy, right? Because that's
Well, women date their boyfriends in between dating new guys. They date a lot of their exes or guys that orbit them. So yeah.
Yeah, they're going kind of back and forth, right? You would agree with that?
Yeah, they go back and forth. Yeah, but they rotate new guys in too.
Yeah, depending on the female, right? But there's just so many different variables. And if you're to tell these guys, if I were to say, okay, well, what about a percentage of women that really and truly are super religious? These guys will say, well, that doesn't exist. No, you got to attach a reasonable percentage of women that are actually super religious, that don't want to be sleeping around. Add a reasonable percentage to it, 5%, 10%, 12%. And you sit there and you keep breaking it down and it starts falling apart. The next thing that I would say, and then we can get back to the clip, you got to think about this. How can a guy out there say, on the one hand, that a guy, or not a guy, that women are
Women are sexually liberated, Ghost Man. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, right. So how on the one hand can people and the manosphere,
but they keep the
well,
lie going so they can get more whatever they're trying to get. But yeah, my bad.
Yeah, no, you're good. How can women be super picky in who they deal with, and at the same time be big time sluts? That can be true, but I'm going to say why it isn't true. So let me say that not all the time. Let me say that again for the audience. How can you sit there on the one hand and say women are super picky, and then on the next hand say that women are big sluts? There's a contradiction there. In other words, the women that are sluts, they got to go out of their way to really sit there and find the guys that are really attractive, or women that are sex addicts, or women that are getting pumped and dumped by a bunch of different dudes. Like, all I'm saying is the logic starts falling apart. And these guys that think 100% or 90% or 80% of women are sluts, it just isn't true. It isn't true once you start adding up all these different variables and your personal experience with women, and you sit there and you start breaking it down. But I know I would die on this hill, but I know I'm never going to convince the vast majority of men. So it is what it is.
Well, I mean, I would say, because sometimes you can say a woman's dating options and what she gives the green light to and what she doesn't give the green light to is complicated. In some cases, it's super goofy. I mean, it really depends on what type of woman you have, or what type of woman she is at the time that you have her, or what she's entertaining. Because some guys, you get a chance to be with the women because nothing's really popping at the moment, or sometimes you're the one you want to be with. So sometimes some things are entertaining, some things aren't entertaining. That's why getting into this body count shit is just goofy as hell.
Yeah, no, it really is. And myself, like, I don't really care about it either. But
are you attracted or not? Are you gonna smash or not? That's what it really is. You know what I'm saying? Even if she had all of those guys,
Yeah, but how a lot
because we
of
just
guys
talked
are,
about
man.
a porn star. Like if Misty was gonna try to throw some coochie at half of these dudes, they'll take it, and they know she's a porn star.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know how it goes. A lot of guys in the space are obsessed with this concept. I'm not. I don't really care. I mean, I just don't care. Quite honestly, I know.
Well, I don't believe dudes in this space because they say they wouldn't smash Brittany Renner, and I'm like, oh, that's a big ass lie.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. A lot of guys want Keisha. Like, a lot of guys will sit up here and talk about Brittany Renner and how they wouldn't smash her, but it's like, bro, she wouldn't even look your way. It's the fact that in reality, this is what kills dudes. It's the fact that in reality, that girl on paper that looks like they could get her in whatever, or afford her, that she won't even look your way, even if you got the money in your pocket. She won't even look your way. That's what's killing niggas. That's what's really taking dudes about the paint mentally. A lot of dudes would like to say, okay, I can afford a Brittany Renner, but I want to be able to, I want to be able to tell her no if I wanted to and smash her at my leisure. Nah, that money gonna swim out your pocket real fast because you thirsty and you might not think you're never gonna have another chance to smash. So she even controls you and the money that's in your pocket. But then what fucks them up is that she wouldn't even look their way.
Let me ask you.
Damn. Shit. Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you a question real quick. I mean, and then I'll answer the question myself. So let's say you've slept with some woman, I don't know, 4 or 5 times last year in January. There's been times, is it true or not true that there's been times that certain women that you slept with them months and months later, or even years later, where you slept with them again? Has that happened?
Yeah, like you slept with a chick and then y'all kind of not lose contact, but y'all kind of just do your own thing and then you meet back up months later and you sleep with them again.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
happens all the time. That happens all the time.
Yeah. So that's the thing. It goes back to the whole experience factor. Once I started smashing so many women and going on so many dates, I really started. See, the thing about it is, I dealt with women in a lot of ways before I found the manosphere and before the manosphere really became a thing. And all I'm saying is, all I'm trying to get out there to whoever hears this stream is, if you sit there and you just fall in the rabbit hole of the manosphere and you don't get any experience, you're putting yourself, you're swallowing a bunch of poison. The manosphere
Well,
is
that
good
too,
in a
yeah,
bunch of ways.
because this it's something that could have been beneficial from you, i.e., the manosphere. Now you're taking the red pill in a dangerous way. You're taking the dose in a dangerous way, and then you're not even going to understand what's going on because now you're creating another problem.
Yeah, and that's what I would say. When you can sit there and really start challenging the talking points and really kind of flipping it on its side like we've been doing, that's
But
when
that's what happened. That's what happened. What fucked my channel up also at the expense of everybody's entertainment here. That's what happened with this idiot named Hammer. He was 18 years old and I was telling him, yo, go get your starter chick. Yo, go do this, go do that. Where's your girl? What you doing? It's 18. I mean, you're 18. It's a Friday night. Why are you here talking to us and talking about feminism and women and shit like that? And you don't have no women. You don't know what feminism is and you're not affected by it. What are you doing? You should. It's like 1 a.m. Where you at? This when I was still in the East Coast. Like 1 a.m. Where you at? You should be somewhere trying to tickle some broad into you know what I'm saying, into going with your program or kicking it with you or something. You should be at a chick or something at these hours or at least coming home from a chick, or at least have a little girlfriend or something like that. But you up here talking to us about politics and all this other weird shit.
Let me say one thing.
And Game Changer and all them cats was supposed to take that nigga and guide him and stuff like that, and they didn't do it.
I was reading the comments. Yeah, it's JR. Shout out to Prime BA. I saw that in the comment section. That's who it is. It's JR. This is my official channel, The Knight and the Bishop. But yeah, this is JR.
Damn, I'm
So
seeing
yeah,
my brother all over this joint. My brother DMV Hoods and News getting into it with my boy Anwar getting into it with they squashed it. Okay, I gotta check that out. My bad. Some shit going on back home in my city. All right, let's get it.
Just don't believe in themselves. So they're handicapping themselves actively. They think that they're too short, or they're ethnic. They think that's a disadvantage, or they're too old, or they're not in good enough shape, or their hairline's receding. And they focus on those things, and either stops them from talking to girls at all, or they go in and they just assume they're going to get rejected, which becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. So I always say on my channel, like if a guy is carrying himself like the analogy of like a used car salesman or something like that. If you came in and he's like, do you want this piece of shit over here that's like all rusted with the parts broken out in the windows? That's how guys are presenting themselves. Whereas if they have confidence in what they bring to the table and see themselves on the same level as the girl, that changes how their body language is, how they interact. It comes through in the way they're carrying themselves. And that's a lot of the battle right there. But they also have to know how to move things forward. Because after guys go and talk to the girl, they don't know how to direct it towards getting the phone number and setting up a date and all that stuff.
So no, I understand
I
there's a
don't have
system to
that's-
this. Go ahead,
I
Rebecca.
don't think there's a problem with that.
Yeah.
I think that if you're empowering men to go on dates, especially because, listen, it's hard out there for a guy. Like I run my own channel too. I know that it's hard, and so empowering men to, you know, say, hey, like, I'm not a piece of crap. I can go on dates. I can, like, get with girls or whatever. I think to your point, you're just saying, where's the line there for women and their safety? But I think as well, women have to take ownership in that as well. Like, as a woman, I have my guards up as far as, like, I'm going outside. It's not going to be at 10 o'clock at night or 11 o'clock at night. I know for myself. That's why I tell women too. I'm like, if you put yourself in bad situations, it's not completely your fault, but you played a part in there. You ended up there as well. You know what I mean? So it's like,
in his script, literally, you're gaslighting them. What, you're scared? Bring pepper spray if you're so scared. So then the next guy she goes on a date with who says something similar, you know, she's already accustomed. Oh, well, this guy wasn't so bad. I guess I can go to the. I just don't like you pushing women to come and meet you for the first time in a place where they have zero control. That guy locks the door.
But yeah, but you chose to go there though. You chose to go
As
into a
woman, though,
man's
you
space.
chose- exactly.
Like I've
I
never
would
been to a
put
man's
myself
place.
situation.
Like never. If a guy invited me to his place, I would never personally go. If I was to do that, I would say you come to my place. But as a woman, you go into someone else's space, woman, man, cat, dog, whatever it is. You are by default. You are like the chance of you being in trouble is higher.
Yeah,
because of that.
And just because it didn't happen once, you should not, if you know better, right? Like, that's the women that go on those types of dates, cool, whatever, do you, right? But if you're the woman that says, I'm not going to do that, that's not my character, that's not my value set, like, I don't value myself like that, cool, he knows that that's not the woman that he's going to be with,
that he's not going to have to sleep with.
Exactly. But that's also the woman that's not going to put herself in that situation. I talk to women all the time. If you wear something that is so revealing and you're walking outside at 3 o'clock in the morning in New York City, in Miami, you don't think that that's a problem? You're a walking billboard. Like, I don't feel bad for women like that, because you are calling attention to yourself. I lived in New York. I literally would put a jacket on if I was coming from the bar or somewhere else, because I don't want people to look at me.
You don't want the attention.
Exactly. But there are women that they go out to seek that attention. And so you have to call for what it is. Are some men bad? Yes. Are there some women that are bad? Yes. There are bad fish in the sea, and you're playing the odds at that point.
Right. Is part of your lessons like going after women who are vulnerable or insecure?
No, not at all.
And I think, and also too, like the game, or how, like, in the space, they talk about, oh, you should like put women down and stuff like that.
No, I never said that either.
And I actually agree to that, because I think that you speaking against that is a good thing.
No, yeah, I call out all the guys that say treat girls bad or that say like women are below men. I never.
Women have this stupid ass inclination that the game is putting women down. Like, shut up. You don't call women playing game putting men down. There's a guy right here. I don't know if you wanted me to read this, JR, but there's a guy right here named Larry Tran. He said this guy is the #1 hater. He trashed and doxed Rolo, FNF playing with fire, and other influencers. I guarantee you he'll call everybody a loser on the panel if you disagree with him once he gets home. Oh, so he's calm here. But once he gets back to his page, then he started talking about some shit he could have said there, but he's not there. Okay. So he's kind of like
that's
a snake.
basically what he does. Like
Okay,
when
so
these people don't want to
he's a
collab with
snake.
him.
He's a
Oh
snake.
no, the
Okay.
guy goes in. I'm telling you, the guy is vicious and going in. He's gone in at playing with fire. He's took some pot shots at ARC. Him and Modern Life Dating has had some issues. Rollo Tomasi and him have had some issues. He's punked Fresh and Fit. Like I'm telling you, like anyone you can think of, and even people you've never heard of, and I have never heard of, and no one has heard of them in the chat. Like he fucking sits there and goes in on them for clicks and views. rather than sit there and promote his, float a little bit of meat out there. Okay, put out a couple of ham, pieces of ham out there like Walmart, right? Your philosophy, float it out there on your channel for free, and then they can come get your actual core stuff, and that's just what he's infamous for. So
But
here in
he's
a little
basically
bit,
trying to go after their audience, build his thing, and then
yeah,
eventually try to sell.
yeah,
Okay.
and I mean, you've seen my channel. There's some pot shots at AMS and some other people, but the thing about
Yeah, I
AMS,
remember you did say you were doing something on AMS recently.
yeah, I don't respect the dude, because you got to think about it. The guy spent some time, a lot of effort coming up off ARC and his knowledge and
Yeah, he
his stuff.
complete stole. He plagiarized them
Yeah,
bad.
yeah, and he didn't have any class. He had no class to say anything, and a little video or
Yeah,
something
when he
when he
died, I
passed
was
away.
like, well, why? Yeah, I was like, well, why don't
Yeah,
why don't? Yeah, yeah.
he deserves the smoke. There's see, that's the thing about what a lot of people in the audience and people don't really think. And I know you want to talk about this because we haven't talked about it too much on this stream. But that's the thing that a lot of people don't understand about the talking points. Like some of the stuff that I was saying earlier that I know is unique and that no one has heard of. It's because of all the bullshit and all the experiences that I've had with women, and some of them were negative. And that's what people don't, like one time I had this dude pull a Glock on me over there in Mexico. ARC one time had a Glock pulled on him. Tommy Sotomayor, there was a drone. There was a dude that was stalking him that would fly a drone over his house. So when you sit
Well,
there and you've been through all those experiences,
Tommy was
and you,
flying drones over his house too, so he gave dudes an idea.
yeah. So you
Yeah.
sit there and you push out that knowledge and you put it out there, and you put yourself on the public eye, and then for these other guys to just go out there and jack your shit and not even give you any credit for it, like that shit's really
Right.
insulting. And that's the type of stuff that a lot of people in the space, they really and truly don't get it. They don't get why that's so why so many people get so upset with it.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just I don't know why Ghostman does not have a wrench. This is ridiculous. It's just straight up plagiarism. I think YouTube be taking wrenches, man. Hold on, y'all. Let me get y'all wrenches. What the hell?
What I would say, I mean, it gets kind of complicated. It's a complicated thing because the stuff has evolved over a long period of time, and there's a fine line between straight up jacking shit versus kind of evolving it and kind of twisting it a little bit. So what I would have done, because he's a perfect example, someone like Kevin Samuels, what I would have done if I was him, to keep stuff on the core or whatever, I would have gone in a lot of these streams, not on every stream, but I would have popped in on people's channels and not get in the chat. See, I didn't understand that either before becoming a content creator. I was like, well, why people, like, when they're content creators, they don't go in the chat? Because as soon as you jump in chats, people start going in on you, start talking shit to you. Like, you can't even enjoy
That
the
too,
stream.
and then you got to say hi to like 50 people.
Yeah.
Until
So what I would
you
have
got to
done,
be like, peace, y'all.
yeah. So if I was Kevin, what I would have done is, okay, some $50 super chats, some $100 super chats over there, Anger Man. Hey, you know what? $200. And then the chat's like, oh, Kevin came over here to give you some support, man. What a nice dude. Just kind of to bring the throttle down, the jealousy and that type of stuff. Or he could have gone and done like, maybe gone to their channel and maybe hopped on the panel, but that would have been a little bit more risky because you just never know. A guy could sit there and try to punk you and try to go viral off you. So, I mean, that's
Yeah,
what I
that's
would have
what I
done.
mean. You saw what I did to Shorty the other day with that stupid shit she tried to pull.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
Now her shit
difficult
on
thing.
life. Her shit gonna be on life support now.
Yeah, and it's content creation and being a content creator. I don't want to say before I started doing it that I was kind of like dismissive or like, it's not that hard to be doing what
It's a lot of fucking work. She don't even realize that. Now she gotta do regular content. It's a lot
Yeah,
of
it's a
fucking
lot of
work.
work. A lot of people going in on you. Always people trying to tell you what kind of content to do or not to do.
Yeah.
It's just a bunch of bullshit, and the
You
complicated
gain a
part is,
new respect. You gain a new respect for content creators though, because it's like, damn, rinse, wash, and repeat. I gotta do this again. Damn, it's hard. Now I gotta try not to repeat myself. Damn, now I gotta be original. I'm sorry if I make it look easy, because a lot of people pick it, and I apologize when people start doing it. I make shit look easy, and a couple of people around here make shit look easy. Until you really get into it, it's not, So that's why I had a problem with Shorty slandering my shit, because she don't even know yet. Wait until she several hundreds of videos up and stuff like that. She put in a lot of work, only to have somebody that she helped, especially on the way up, only have somebody to take your words and slander it. Like, what if I take one of your videos and took it out of context and try to make you look like you're a misogynist and shit? Why? You know what I'm saying? You know how dumb that is? Well, you know.
Yeah, there's a line you got to draw. I mean,
Should
like,
get mad. Mm-hmm.
yeah, well, here's the thing. This is what I would say. As someone, there's a different, like, let's say I was over there as a moderator, like with AMS, and I was sitting there like buddy with him over years, and he helped me build a channel, and then I bounced out, and then I
Mm-hmm.
start doing that type of stuff, like she did. That's fucked up right there. But because there's some distance
You could
between
have
me and
turned
him,
on everybody else, but you turned on the motherfucker that put you in the game. Like
yeah,
that.
and like if you sit there and do some critiques of another content creator, which you've never been dealing with them in any kind of positive way, I think
Yeah.
that's okay up to a certain extent. But because I'm gonna do some critiques of Real Femme Sapien and some other people, because the critiques need to be done, right? Because
Right.
my thing is, here's my thing, and we can get back to the clip. I don't want to blabber, but
You
what I
good, man.
say is, at the end of the day, what matters the most is the content creators and the chat, that we get the best, most accurate information out there to protect men and for them to make their decisions on how they're going to deal with women. That's what
Right.
matters.
Right.
Not the
I try to
egos.
give the game. I'm not trying to undercut no man.
Yeah. When I'm doing videos, I sit there and I fry my brain, and I sit there and go through my catalog of experiences and everything that I've learned. And I don't want to put out stuff out there that I don't think is true. I don't cap.
Mhm.
That's all I'm saying. That's kind of the thing with this guy, with John Anthony. Back to this dude. There's been some capping here and
But
there.
then
And
again, you have a cap artist. You have a cap artist like him. There's still an art to that also. You know what I'm saying? There's still a lane for that where he can make a lot of money even if he is capping,
he's about to talk about
People
here a
like
little
to
bit.
be lied to, People buy a fake Gucci bag. They like to be lied to.
But what he's known for, and he's kind of talked about it a little bit, what he's known for is he's built like real kind of templates for the game, right? He's like, okay, well, here's a template. When you're getting the
Yeah.
course, here's your template on how to text. Okay, here's another template, like a flow chart. Like
Right.
he talks about Mystery here in a little bit. And I just kind of want to make it clear. I've never read Mystery's book, and I've heard a couple things here and there about it, but I don't endorse his methods and that type of stuff, because later on people, oh, well, you're teaching men how to manipulate to get women. No, that's not what I teach, and I don't think you believe in that either. And we know
Nah, it's
ARC
just a
is
lot of
sure as
people
fuck didn't believe in that.
There's just a lot of people that slander it and they don't know what the hell they're talking about and shit like that. They have no idea what they're talking about. Even if you're gonna be vetting a woman to be your wife, you have to have game. Like, dudes don't have nothing to go off of. So they're gonna marry to a certain degree. Even in that sense, they're gonna marry the wrong woman. They're gonna marry the wrong woman each time, or have gotten with the wrong woman each time, because they don't have nothing authentic to really hold it to. You know what I'm saying? There's no fire that they don't even have a flame to hold it to, or a method to get their quote unquote wife. Like what I did with Shorty, and I did that nuclear shit test and she failed it. That's a method to see if somebody need to be around you or not. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with women, especially the ones that you're gonna quote unquote call your wife. He said I would have ignored her little post sometimes. No, it's not even about ignoring her post. It didn't affect me. But what I'm saying is that why would you put out some slanderous shit about me to try to paint me out to be something that I'm not? She talking about you didn't stand on your words. Nigga, I stood on my word 10 toes. I'm telling you that you are adding words and adding context and taking it out of context and putting your own narrative on it. And that's not what I meant. So I told her that more than 5 times. She lied to y'all and said she didn't watch the video. How you gonna wonder what's going on with me and where I'm coming from? You're not even gonna watch a video that I put out with it. Like she turned herself into a liar. The space knows she's a liar. Like a lot of dudes are slowly creeping away from him. She's not fucking with the space like that. And then all she does is copy people. Dennis Berlin says, "Oh, I'm not gonna be in the manosphere." I'm not gonna be in the manosphere. It just it's stupid. she's dumb. She's
Yeah, I'm gonna
dense.
do it.
Hate
Yeah,
that
I'm gonna
shit.
do a video on it eventually. Why women are incapable of producing original
Their own
content.
shit. Yeah, their own
Yeah,
shit.
yeah, because
She
it's just. I mean, I don't see it
she ain't
as
helped
being.
build this shit. She moved in and try to kick me out, and it's like, nigga, get no, no.
Yeah, and
You
it
get
goes
out.
back to the experiences, about knowing
Yeah,
about the history of PUAs and how they used to get banned from countries and how they would get their books banned from Amazon. All the different
yeah.
people that have their
I brought
channels
Bang with
banned.
me. I still got Bang. I got the book, Black Book,
Yeah,
Bang. Yeah, I
yeah,
still got
yeah.
it.
So, and that's the
Yeah.
thing about it, the stereotype, the narrative is like, okay, these guys. And I don't want to get too deep into the passport thing, but these guys that are PUAs and dating coaches, that they go out of their way to focus and try to get clients to be with them, and that's not historically accurate. Roosh V, he
Yeah.
released all these books with all these different, basically the countries were the name of the books, the titles, Brazil, and I think
Right.
he had Ukraine, and I think he had like Sweden or Norway.
And it's cheaper to produce those books there too.
It's just like one of those things where people try to paint the brush all across the board, and that's why I kind of wanted to review this stream.
Yeah.
Everyone isn't the same. Everyone has their different philosophies, and this
But
guy is
see, you
showing.
know about the pickup artist era. Like it seems like me, you, my brother P. It seems like we know what the hell we're talking about. The majority of people that's trying to slander them don't know what the hell they're talking about, and they don't know what half that shit was for anyway.
Yeah, and that's kind of my thing. Like, I don't speak up on stuff I don't know that much
Right.
about it at all, right?
Right.
I don't
That's where the
hop on
term
panels.
shit test and all that stuff came from. These people, all their logic, all their lingo and rhetoric and stuff like that came from pickup artists and players and dudes that was around in the day. At least, even though they were stealing from players, at least they put certain names on stuff to describe it, and they did Kevin. That's where Kevin Samuels got the idea of acronyms from,
Yeah.
SDL and what's another one? LMR, IOI, all that shit came from. And then you gotta, if you get the chance to read the Mystery Method, it's still very very useful and accurate. But when you're reading it, you just gotta kind of update what things turned into as you go along. The structure is still there.
Yeah, I'm gonna read ARC's books. I'm gonna read all of them.
Yeah, I got a whole bunch of them. Yeah, you know what I gotta reread? I think I love it this time around. The Game by Neil Strauss.
Yeah, I want to read that book, and then all the books by ARC, and then Mystery Method, Roosh V's books. But those are actually worth a shitload of money, man. I'm just gonna tell you straight up. I sold some for fucking $200 each.
Yeah, I know $300, $400 books. You got to read what you call it. The best pickup book is from a guy named Nick Savoy, and he had a company called Love Systems. The best pickup books is called book is called Magic Bullets.
Yeah,
Part 3. But you can go on the internet now and read the PDFs and stuff like that. You can get free PDFs and shit.
Right. Well, let's get this clip because he's about to talk about Mystery Method, and he's gonna say some.
All
Rollo
right.
Tomasi, when you see him
go.
on the right, yeah, read them. I think they're gonna be in red.
I'm gonna run and get something to drink and listen. I got it on. All right.
All right.
Or say anything like that, and I defend girls in that regard.
Yeah. By the way, I think that's very important. I'm a dude. You're a dude. We got dudes here. 99% of dudes are just dudes. They're not murderers. They're not rapers. Not trying to kill you. Like, this whole toxic masculinity thing is, I think, a little inflated.
Yeah.
And you're basing how 99% of men are perceived because there's some bad apples.
Well,
Same thing with cops. Same thing with NFL players. Everyone kind of gets a bad rap for the 1%. What I also say is this, you're a comedian, so you understand the Louis C.K. thing. He's like, the fact that women even go out with men at this point is insane to me.
Yeah.
Because the number one cause of women's harm by far is men. So like, there are some bad apples out there, but at the same time, every man has to look in the mirror and take personal accountability. So do women.
Yes.
You're showing up at a random dude's house because he texts you a few times. Like, you meet in public. There's things you can do for a woman. And by the way, like, I get along with women. I'm friends with women. I date women, all that. If a chick was like, hey, listen, you're a great guy. That's awesome. I don't feel comfortable showing up to your house. Let's meet at such and such a place. Cool. I'm not going to be like, yo, bitch, what's wrong? Like, no, that's totally normal.
Yep. And I tell my clients, I say, public dates are no problem. Right? I was doing public dates for many, many years. I didn't start setting straight to the house till like 4 or 5 years ago. And it's not, it's not a pushy thing, right? If they still say, no, let's meet in public, I still say, then you have the option to go meet in public. And I think you should. But it's just that a whole bunch of them will still come straight to the house, off the bat.
That's on women. That's on women need to like raise their standards.
How many times have women like people leave the bar together? That's the same thing, in my opinion. It's like you chose to go home with that person. I'm not saying that it's their fault 100%, but you played a part in that as well. And I don't know. I think as a woman, you have to keep that.
But it's everything. It's even how you dress on the date.
Exactly.
It's, the decisions you make on the date, the conversations you have on the date, like all those things also.
We'll read this super chat. He said, thanks, Adam, and the panel. Guess as fellow YouTube creator, I may say men should focus on money and their development, fitness, skills, etc. Picking up chicks is a very low priority. What do you think? Freedom, fun, and money. It depends on where you are in your life. I don't like when people say, oh man, focusing on women is not a priority. Bro, if that's what you want and you can get it and you're getting proficient at it, do it. Somebody got to date these women while you getting paper. And not even somebody got to date them. They're going to date somebody while you out getting paper.
Yeah, it's a delicate balance. It's nowadays the problem.
Yeah, don't let it stop you from getting paper. You know what I'm saying? But you can still fit time in.
The way I see it, the problem is a lot of guys in the United States and the West, they don't want a code approach. So if they get told, okay, we'll have a balanced approach, some of these guys might be sitting there on 10 dating apps, and like, if they don't know what they're doing, they'll get led on endlessly and be texting 20, 30 women. They'll be texting them 100 texts each. Because that's the thing. I don't really talk about texting too much on my channel because my logic, the way I say it, the way my saying goes is, I don't really believe in texting game. I believe on going dates game. So my thing is, I don't want to sit there and send too many texts. I'm gonna get straight to the point.
Right,
Hey,
utilize the phone. Not
Yeah.
cupcaking for real. But
Yeah,
I mean, that's when you have a lot of women. I mean, I'm saying if you're dealing with one or two women, you can kind of, build attraction through text and stuff like that. But if you're playing a numbers game and shit like that, and you had 30 women, but now you down to 3 women, ain't nothing wrong with that.
Well, yeah, but like if the guy is super inexperienced and he refuses to talk to, I mean, he might get led on with the possibility of sex, 30 different women or 25 different women. And it just, I mean, the thing is, I never got really punked on that level when I was younger, but it was just a different time frame and different time period. And it just isn't the same then as it is now. I mean, I'm just, we got, it goes back to being either genuine and having discussions in good faith versus disingenuous. So if they were to ask John Anthony, hey, is it easier to get women overseas or, versus United States?
Well, the passport bro has a caveat though, because like I'm looking at people like, oh, well, all I know is they're around fit, feminine, and friendly women. It's like, you don't know what the fuck these niggas are around. They got to travel to see, and most people ain't going to have the balls to travel to go see no women.
The first question I would ask them, because my entire content revolves around a couple questions. Do you know how to find women that like you for the right reasons? And because it looks and sexual attraction is number one.
Yeah, how do you vet that? Yeah,
how do you vet that? And a lot of guys, I don't care what they say, they can't do that. They would fail the first question. I would ask a couple questions, and they would fail the first 2 questions, and then from there it just goes downhill. So it is what it is. From my opinion, you find the women that are really attracted to you. They're more submissive, they're more agreeable, they're less passive aggressive. They don't sit there and it's just one of those things. Like if you really go out there and look for them and find them, the problem is most guys don't want to put in the effort to find those women. They don't want to hit on enough women, they don't want to go on enough dates. So
but most don't have the balls to get on a plane and go somewhere. It takes a lot of nuts to get on the plane and go somewhere where you don't know these people, they don't look like you, you do not know the land, Takes a lot of balls. And then worry about women. So women is a motivational driving force, to get
Hey,
guys
so
to
you
do
guys
things.
out there, share the stream. Share the stream. We're about to get into the good stuff with Rollo Tomasi. He's about to really, really punk them in the super chats. So you guys
All
share
right.
the stream.
All right, hold on. Shout outs to everybody here. Make sure you guys share the screen, like, subscribe, and support the channel, man. 2 of us up here giving y'all a double dose of this good game. So let's get it. Hold on, y'all.
Lead you in a direction of like what your outcome is going to be. So, I mean, as a woman, obviously you have to be, wary that there are some good and bad people in the world, but you also have to be, smart about your own safety. Don't put yourself in a position where it's like, he could probably kill me, but I'm going to go because I like him and it's fun time and it's 3:00 in the morning. Like that's something to
By the way,
also
some
be
women are
mindful
into that
of
concept, just so you know. Next question, as far as like dangerous type dudes.
Yeah.
Chicks like the bad boy guy. There's one thing that's a repellent to women is like overly nice guys.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
I kinda like
Overly nice?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
kind of like that.
Anyway, we'll touch on that.
I kinda like
Let me
that.
get back to something you said. So we talked about confidence, men's confidence. We did a whole episode on men need to step up their confidence. We talked about what women are looking for in a man: ambition, wealth, looks, status, all that. Confidence is at the top of pretty much every girl's list. Okay. So there's no secret that also, if you look at all the numbers on these dating apps, or even in real life, the top 20% of men are getting 80% of the women. Like the rich are getting richer, K-shaped economy. Whereas you have the bottom third of men under 30
Haven't had
have
sex
had
in a
zero
year.
sex in
Yeah.
the last year. No game, no chicks. So a
Can
lot
you
of
pause
men
that
are
real quick,
struggling.
Kuda?
Not you, brother. You've loudly, proudly.
I knew this talking point was going to come up. The 80-20 rule. So here's the thing. Let me give a little background to the audience and whoever listened to this stream. That so-called rule came from an OkCupid study where
Right.
women found
D League website.
right roundabouts 20% of men attractive. Right now, here's the problem with that. A lot of these dudes, if you listen to a lot of them, if you listen carefully, what they say is only 20% of men are getting laid. No, that's not true. That's not what the 80-20 rule is. And even the 80-20 rule, in a sense, it's flawed, because if you're sitting there and you're surveying women about photos and guys online, that doesn't translate in the same way in person, right? The other thing is, the guys that are outside the 20%, even the guys that are in the top 20%, this whole garbage, this bullshit about Chad and Tyrone and all this other stuff, there's a lot of women, even if they're super attracted to a guy, they're not with the dude just 100% because of looks and sexual attraction. There's other stuff, 10%, 20% of the personality. Okay, maybe a little bit of money in there. And then the next group of guys, that their women are being with them because of well-rounded list of reasons. Okay, some looks, he doesn't look that good, but he has a little bit of money and his personality. Okay, whatever, I'll get with him. Maybe another 20-30%. And then the final group of guys, well, there's 2 more groups. The other group of guys is getting the women that get with guys almost exclusively because of their money. And then the fourth group, the worst one, obviously, is the guys that are getting no women. That's the type of breakdown that a lot of guys that don't have experience with women, they cannot do that. And I'm not being arrogant, I'm not being condescending. I'm just over here correcting the record of what this guy is saying, because it's dangerous. The information that is being floated out there, it's dangerous because it's not accurate. It's not accurate. So basically, the other thing that they referred to is he's talking about this study that came out, Washington Post, O'Shea Duke Jackson. He put it in a video. Basically, what that video showed is guys from about age 18 to 30, about 20% of those guys haven't got laid in the past year. Okay, so let's think about this logically. So this is, you notice how the guy just kind of spit out the talking point like a robot. So let's think about it logically, and we're gonna add another 10% to it. Okay, so
Yeah, because I was about to say, I say 30-70, and shit, I'll even throw in another 40-60.
There you go.
Yeah.
So the dude, if 30% of guys aren't getting laid, that means 70% of guys got laid in the past year. That's the problem with these talking points. And it's one of the main reasons I started a channel. I just got tired of hearing that bullshit, because, it's like the whole concept of beta male provider. Well, if she's not with you because of your looks and sexual attraction, for the most part, then why is she with you? Well, a well-rounded list of reasons, or because exclusively or mostly because of money. Like, I don't understand why people make this so complicated. But they you know, it's a
I mean,
dangerous
but
thing.
you know, if you got to pull if you're in a black pill space for the most part, and you got to pull content out of your ass to keep showing up every day and mope around at your inability to do something, this is where you kind of get this shit too. You know,
Yeah, to keep feeding the base, feeding them the red meat so they keep coming back.
there you go. Because it the red pill to a certain degree in the wrong hands, which a lot of people have the wrong hands, not me, but they have to keep a certain healthy amount of fear in a lot of guys, because honestly, if the pickup artist or whoever you're getting game or whatever the hell you call yourself doing was to help you, he lost a customer. You know, you know, if the Orkin man really exterminates all of the goddamn roaches or whatever you have in your house, he lost a customer. You know, in some cases. So what I'm saying is, like, you know, to a certain degree, the manosphere has to keep people in a, you know, in a healthy level of healthy level of fear in them, so they can always come back and listen to the content for the most part. But see, you know, I just give y'all the game. You know, I know that if y'all go a little bit further, you're gonna have to, you know, you're gonna have other questions. You know, but it seems like dudes don't go any further, you know, because at one point the space was about dating and getting people to, you know, about dating and shit. And now it's like people are not even trying to get together. They're just these guys are trying to hook up. They're trying to pump and dump, even internationally. So it's like they don't care about, you know, they don't care about the message. They don't care about getting married. They don't care about nothing. And it's like, okay, well, if you're trying to pump and dump, then you should focus on the game. They don't care about that neither. So, and these guys aren't good guys neither. That's another thing I gotta point out. It's not just good guys that's having these problems. These ain't shit dudes are in the manosphere also having these same problems. $20 on the super chat. Warmaster7 says, Kuda, your guess is 100% right. Let me add to OkCupid. Let me add to OkCupid service. It says women in the survey said 80% of men were unattractive. Yeah. And then they did one stupid joint too, War Master, on Bumble. And dudes thought they were gonna have it easy because they're like, okay, well, you could create a Bumble profile and a woman will talk to you first. She gotta talk to you, because even like, I know you probably ran into this when you've been, you know, when you've been dating or trying to game or do whatever, slide in somebody's DMs. They're like, oh, well, you got to write like a paragraph or ECR instead of something short, and like kind of go into detail as to why you're messaging this woman. Like, you got to write like a goddamn BCR before they'll let it
Yeah, they
send.
used to push that all the time. Nah, I keep it simple,
Yeah.
real short text.
Yeah. Yeah.
And this is what I would say. You know, the thing about that is, this is where you got to break down the logic, right? So if I meet a woman in real life and I'm cold approaching, she's seeing my height, right? She's seeing my body language. She's listening to my
She gets to
vocal
choose if
tonality,
she attracted or not. Right.
the pheromones, right? The natural smell that comes from your body, all these different things. So, you know, when these guys sit there and they mentally masturbate with this 80-20 rule bullshit, and now they're saying 90-10, I just got tired of hearing it. So, you know, War Master, I read the comment. Yeah, I mean, this is JR, but this is my actual official channel, The Knight and the Bishop. So, yeah, that's I appreciate Kuda bringing me on. But, you know, I would say one more thing, and I get, you know, there's this guy, MGTOW Dictionary, man. He got them peoples going at his life, man, because his chat was harassing this guy called Hormaxer.
He was doing too much. He was doing too much.
Oh yeah, no, he's gonna go to the YouTube offices, man, over there in California, and do all types of stuff.
Well, that's why you got to chill when you become a content creator, because your audience can get you in trouble with the shit that they doing while you sleep or somewhere else and stuff like that, you know.
Yeah, see, that guy took it way too far. See, I mean, I don't want to get too deep into it for the audience, but just look him up. Look up the history with that dude, and you'll see what his issue is. So,
yeah,
guess we can roll the clip.
He looks familiar. I just, you know, I've probably
you
seen
don't
him.
know
I'm sorry.
too much about him?
I don't know too much about him, but I'm sorry. At the end of the day, all these white dating coaches look the same. I done came up in the pickup artist area. I done seen all I need to see. You know, these dudes are just
MGTOW Dictionary is a black pill. He was black pill and
He's
he
not
went
really
at
black pill. I know MGTOW Dictionary, and I've watched this channel. He's been in the manosphere a couple of times, and he's not really black pill. A black pill guy wouldn't do some of the stuff that he does. These dudes are not black pilled. If you fear rejection, you're definitely not black pilled. Can't be. Can't be. She won't date me because I'm 4'11". Nigga, can't be. Some woman dated Gary Coleman. You know what I'm saying? As crazy and small he is, you can't be. It's just they're just reducing it to looks, and there's nothing black pilled about that. That's still blue pill rage to a certain degree.
I mean, it's a cope.
What do you think?
They just want to
It is a
sit there
cope,
and
yeah.
cope. They want to cope
Yeah.
and just
And then the thing is that if you let you get a girlfriend though, they get mad at you.
Oh no, no, you're completely
They'll
right.
excommunicate you. Yeah.
Oh
So
no,
so they're trying to be. Yeah, they're
no,
choose cells.
they harassed and doxed people after they left the little coat.
Yeah, they're choose cells. They chose to be like that. Once a nigga get a girlfriend or something like that, man, he has a girlfriend. He's not one of us anymore. They'll take your wrench, terminate you and stuff like that because they think you're not gonna come back. That shit's stupid, man.
They said that you slept up with over 1,500 women. 1509, I think, to be exact.
1590.
1590, 1591. We're
Get it
coming for you,
right.
girl. I know. So is it confidence? What's been your secret to success? And what do men need to know about, all right, I've gotten laid 0 times this year. I got to get to 1.
Well, so
You're trying to get to 1591.
If that's the case, he should be fucking right now. How old is he? Realistically, in his age range, can you even hit that much women?
He's like 38.
This nigga lying his ass off.
He's about to.
He probably gonna do another lie. I've been fucking since I was 6.
Here's the part that we were talking about earlier. He's about to put a percentage on how much looks, I think, and then I think a little bit Rollo Tomasi is about to start smoking his ass.
Okay.
But there's an underlying factor.
You said that you were in sales, or
I'm not gonna lie. When them niggas called Rollo Tomasi Skeletor, bro, I died laughing. That shit was funny. Hold on, y'all.
you still are in sales,
Yeah.
right? And so I look at this kind of like a funnel. And I have 2 sisters, right? I'm not trying to objectify women and describing it this way. I tell guys to be authentic and get to know them on their own. I don't tell them to put up any alter person or anything like that. But I look at it like a process where you have at the top, you have basically like your Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, bars and clubs, and then meeting girls in the daytime, right? So cold approach and online. Then that leads to phone numbers. And then it comes down to your texting skill and how many of those phone numbers turn into dates. And then that comes into how well, like I have certain sequences I send the night before and the day of to confirm the date, just because people forget, just to maximize the show up rate, minimize flake rate, et cetera. Same way you would remind a prospect for a sales call.
Yeah.
This is literally
And then,
sales 101.
and then from there.
By the way, if you need a job, my company's hiring. You just take what you're doing with checks. You bring them to financial consultant. Done.
I tried door-to-door
Millionaire.
sales. I tried door-to-door sales for one summer just to see how it would relate to game because my friends were saying there's a lot of parallels.
Same stuff.
And I worked for the Vivint Smart Home Company for one summer, broke the record as like the top rookie out of like 2,000 people. And I'd never been trained in sales. And I took the day that I broke the record, I took like 2 hours off to go hang out with the chick too. So, but it's just building
Boom,
rapport.
take that sales team. And I'm begging chicks in the middle of the day.
But basically, like, so it's your texting skill, and then it's how well you run the date. When I talk about running the date,
The girl beside him is digging him though. The girl beside him is actually choosing, dog. To tell you the truth, she done shifted her whole body language towards him. Like her breast, her whole torso, upper area is pointed in his direction. And it's not like there's like 3-4 other people to her right. Like it's like she put her elbow on the thing on the chair. She leaning into him and everything.
Yeah, here in a little bit, I think I don't know if she already said it, but I think she says that she's single. So that's what you just said is really important. So I don't remember what video it is because I don't really watch his stuff, but there's a video where the body language of a woman that's with Austin Holloman is really, really negative. It's really, really negative. And this is where all the game stuff and the experience really starts coming into play. The guy's 22, 23. I didn't really start understanding women till about, I would say 25, 26 when I really kind of started getting going. So
Mm.
you know, he's still a little wet behind the ears, and then it just goes from there. So there's levels to it, you know. And hopefully he's a dude. He's a cool dude. He's a nice guy. I mean, we're just sitting there telling the truth. The guy needs a little bit more experience with women.
Yeah. That tour guide ain't, quote unquote tour guide, ain't gonna let his ass go. Why? She gonna start a YouTube page. She gonna start a YouTube channel. He might even help her start the YouTube channel, but wait until they break up or they break bad. All them same dudes that was putting the battery in his back and saying all kinds of shit. Oh, she ugly, she good, she ghetto. They're gonna be all up in her chat, rewarding her. She probably make a lot more money too.
A lot of guys are.
Yeah, it's
the
a
biggest
whole lot of
mistakes they make is
BS,
they're
War
running out of stuff to
Masters.
say. They're talking about stuff that's too boring. They're not setting up for the girl to come back home with them, right? They just let the date go on forever, and the girl eventually excuses herself, or they don't know how to answer objections for her to come home, right? Like to resolve any kind of like safety concerns, or they come in various forms. But a lot of guys think if a girl says like, "Oh, I'm not sure if I should come back with you," that means like never. She's totally not interested. Or if they tell them that at the bar or club, they have identified like 14 major reasons that they won't come home from a bar or club. So usually they don't want to leave their friends. They got to be up early, or you know, there's a whole certain number of ones. But most guys think when they hear that, that means the girl's not interested. That's not the case. It's just she needs to feel comfortable and safe and all that stuff. And just like she said, like girls are very good at reading people, right? They're like they have like 10 times more white matter than a male, who's responsible for verbal and social connections. So they can read. Even an 18-year-old girl has way better social acuity than me, even though I've been, you know, meeting thousands of people.
Yeah.
Just based on how her brain's wired. So they're a pretty good judge of whether or not that guy is, you know, who he's representing himself to be.
Let me ask the ladies, like the script that he's saying. By the way, it works great in sales, but you can tell, like, if a rookie salesman is like, "Hi, John, I am here to sell you a product."
They call it congruence.
Okay,
Incongruence.
so when as women, I know Rebecca, you've been out of the game, but you know you used to be a hot stuff. Can you tell when a guy is using a script like, "Hey, would you like to come back to my place?" versus like, "How you doing, girl?" Like you can tell what's more natural. Can you read if it's like a script, fake, not vibe? What's your experience with that? On the apps.
Yeah, on the apps, it's like, you know, they're sending out the same thing to at least
copy paste.
Yeah.
Oh, like what they're saying. Like,
Yeah,
how's
or
your
the
day?
DMs. But once it gets to text, I don't find.
I'm saying in real life.
Oh, my husband picked me up. It was all game.
Ooh, go ahead, James.
James came with the smoke, and I was.
What did James do?
He was just. I don't even know. He just swept me off of my feet. He was just.
Boom.
He was attentive. He was just listening to what I had to say. He was more interested in what I was saying. I know that he didn't remember anything that I said that day. Okay, like I know, but he wanted to get it.
But
and
he was spitting game though.
Yeah, like my husband has Harlem game.
What's that all about?
He's from New York.
Okay.
So you
Hey, yo, Ma, how you doing?
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he has that like.
You fell for that
swag.
Harlem
Yeah.
Globetrotter game.
Yeah.
Got you.
Yeah.
No, I was
Walks
wondering
in.
what is more of a red flag, and I'm curious to what you tell guys, because I was thinking about it the other day. I was like, is it more of a red flag that a guy only talks about himself or doesn't say anything about himself? Because I found a few times where, like, by the end of the date, he slips out, "Oh yeah, I'm married," and I'm like, yeah, and I'm like, no wonder you weren't talking about yourself.
By the way, that's a bit. You should work on that.
All right. This one, Electric Relaxation, says sleeping with thousands of women will never bring fulfillment. You're telling me this guy been with more women than Wilt Chamberlain and Magic Johnson? Right. Your dick will fall off. It's off of principle. What's your thoughts on that, JR? Do you think his number is cap or is real rap? Real rap or straight up cap?
It goes back to him not really putting out real meat and potatoes out there. I've seen a little bit out there, but I mean, you know how it goes. See, I've done a couple videos on this.
It's scary to even hit triple digits, though. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, no, I was just gonna say, like, one of the ways you know if a dating coach is a fraud, and what I say is, if he's incapable, if he doesn't have close to nothing original in his catalog of stuff, like a guy that really and truly has dealt with a lot of women, He can sit there and float out stuff that just mind blowing that you just haven't heard before. Because like a lot of people, they don't really understand the logic behind mode one. Like mode one is it's just a brilliant, exceptional thing. It's super advanced stuff, like super advanced stuff. But if you understand the logic, and one thing that ARC would never really say, but I'll just kind of say it right now. What I would say is, it's not something for a novice to do. It's something that you got to kind of
Definitely
develop
not.
experience. Yeah, you got to
No, well,
develop experience.
I had the opportunity and the pleasure of interviewing Alan probably about 5 times on this channel, and like one thing that we nodded at each other about, and he kind of knew, he tried to downplay it, but we both knew, and it's the reason why I respect him so much. And I told him maybe he should write a book about that. One thing that he never really mentions, and I mentioned it several times that he does, is he cold reads. A lot of dudes don't know how to cold read. I'm very good at cold reading women. So what I mean by cold read is he knows what women he can pull it on and what women he can't.
Okay, so let me kind of respectfully interrupt. See, that's the problem, and one of the big problems when people would go at ARC, they would sit there and kind of be like, "Oh, well," so they would be like,
they think, "Oh, every woman," but they don't go outside, so it's like,
yeah, I mean, they're
damn
like,
right, you
"Oh,
can't do it on every woman."
yeah, exactly. Okay, so you're telling me to do it in front of the cashier at 7 p.m. when there's 20 people behind me, mode one or ass?
Right,
No,
asking
no.
square ass questions.
Yeah, no, the thing about it is, if anyone ever asks me, well, tell me about mode one, I'm gonna tell them, hey, you know what? I respect ARC a bunch. You got to read all his books, you got to watch all his videos, you got to go to his entire Patreon, and then you got to make the judgment call if you're gonna follow the philosophy or incorporate, because explicitly, like just straight up follow it word for word, or incorporate some of his principles into your own dating life and kind of mix and match. Because you know what? That's my thing. I mix and match things how my life developed, how I have dealt with women, where I have found it to work well, And every guy out there, when you have a lot of experience, you develop the experience and you listen to this stuff, you can find your own little niche on how you want to deal with women.
Interesting, and that's true. Yeah, because you have your own personal way of how you're gonna want to go about it. You have your own what's the word I'm looking for? You have your own way of doing it,
Yeah, like my thing is taking women on dates. I love taking women on dates. Why am I gonna sit there and go drink a bottle of Hennessy with my friend at a bar and run up a tab of $200 when I can go on a date with the female, on Saturday night, and then the next day we can drink a $20 bottle of Hennessy at his house and watch a football game? Like, to me, it's never made any sense. The logic has never made any sense. But if people want to go out there and go run up a $200 tab at the bar with their homies, it is what it is. But I'd rather spend my time with a female.
Right. I kind of sometimes I've left a date or a cute chick to basically go hang out with my friends.
Yeah, and if the date's not going well or you just not feeling it that day,
even if it goes well too, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, everyone has to live their life on what makes them happy. And if someone wants to never take girls on dates and they want to be feeding ducks, pigeons, want to feed them bread all the time and do whatever it takes, because that's what we got to be honest. Some guys in this space, that's what they advise guys. They advise them to basically never ever take women on a real date. And that's something.
Make it a game. Go out of your way not to spend money on it. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and it burns you on the back end. It fucks you over on the back end because you didn't get enough experience with women, dealing with them in different situations, to not get punked when it really counts. Okay, is this going to be the mother of my kid or what?
Well, that's why I laugh at the guys here that be tricking or go for tricking, because they think that if they pay everything and stuff like that, they think that they can pay for cooperation. Paying for everything doesn't make the woman treat you better neither. As a matter of fact, it actually kind of makes her treat you worse.
The same logic. If a guy's been tricking for 10 years, and I don't like the word, but we got to call it for what it is. If they've been tricking for 10 years and rarely taken women on dates, rarely code approached them in a real way, rarely gone through all the different problems with women that arise, and then they wake up one day, well, I want to have a family. that's when they get punked. That's how guys get punked. But you know, some guys you're never gonna convince them otherwise. Like, oh well, fuck you. You're just trying to
Right.
be condescending. No,
Well, that's
listen to
why
the audience.
that's too. Thank you for commenting on videos and saying for the algorithm, because that's some real shit. I appreciate that, man. That's why when I did that video on that guy with the girl that was from Thailand, the Thai Keisha, right? That's why I zoomed in on his eyes. I'm like, look at the jubilation. Look at this man's eyes. And he looked like one of those dudes that were down the game. I'm like, look at this man's eyes. You can't tell him. You can't tell him he's gonna be needing help or he needs help or you can't even tell him about her. He's just so enamored with this chick. It's so deep in the puppy dog in the puppy puppy love phase that even if you were to tell him something good, he wouldn't even believe it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to break down one of Holloman's Twitter posts.
Yeah,
it isn't about
can't lace
hating,
him.
it isn't about being a dick, but I have to break it down. I have to. I mean, it has like fucking like 10K fucking likes or something crazy like that. I mean, it's just there was so much wrong with it, and I just gotta break it down. I mean, because that's part of the game, you know.
What did he say?
He was talking about like, oh, don't think a woman is how can women overseas be gold diggers if I only spent $10 or $20 on the date?
Right, that's even worse. Right. I covered that. Yeah. I definitely want to see what you guys say about that too, because he was talking. Basically, he's trying to give his audience some game. You know, it's kind of one of those things where it's like a lot of dudes don't believe that they niggas, but like if you're a gangster around a whole bunch of gangsters, you probably might be the less gangster compared to everybody else in the room, but you're still a gangster. If you are the only black person in your office and stuff like that, but you get along with everybody, out of everybody in the room being a nigga, you probably a nigga. You know what I'm saying? So with his thing is like all of the dudes around him that like him and look up to him, the majority of those dudes don't have game. So even if he didn't want to be kicking game or something like that, he's gonna end up even vicariously and definitely on purpose kicking game to these dudes because they green. You know what I'm saying?
See, that's kind of the problem.
Green.
Like he's a nice dude, but the problem is what I see from my perspective. There's a lot of guys around him that aren't good influences, and they're
you don't got no real friends. That's how I've been saying for more than a year now and months. And JR, you've been here the whole time. Didn't everything I say played out the way I said it was gonna play out? Like everything, like you've heard me complaining about, them basically telling him the truth, telling guys to be safe overseas and stuff like that, and then all of a sudden when something happened to him, everybody turned their back on him. You've been here the whole time, right?
No, the stuff is accurate. See, my thing is that's why I don't use the word game in my videos, because I don't want to be attached to the history of all these other guys on what they've done with it.
Right. And if they fucked it up,
because I mean, some of these guys, what they used to say for the audience, some of these guys would say, okay, if you had game, you could fucking pull any dime piece that you wanted. And at some point you're just being disingenuous, and you're just fucking capping, and you're grifting. At that point, you're just flat out kind of grifting, in my point of view. Something that is obviously not true.
Right. No, but see, and it's obviously not true. And that goes back to not even to keep, that and it's not to keep mentioning this idiot, but when that woman clipped me and was like stamping passport bros and basically trying to be slick but being very disrespectful, I keep respectfully saying I'm not a passport bro, and she keep going out of her way to keep calling me a passport bro. It's not irritating me, but it's like, you rude as fuck. It's like that's like I call you. That's like I take something that she said, right, and I republish it over here and call her a bitch.
Yeah.
And she come over to my page, and she's like, "No, I'm an upstanding woman. I'm not associated with any of that stuff. What is this for?" But okay, cool. And by the way, I'm not a bitch. And then I still go out of my way to keep calling this woman a bitch. Wouldn't you take a bit of not even slighted? Would you feel like, okay, that's disrespectful? If I'm speaking in general, I wasn't speaking to you personally. You personalized something I said when I'm talking to a group of dudes, and I obviously took it out of context on purpose, and then even after the fact, when I told you that was the problem, you still running with that narrative and trying to lie to people as if you didn't watch a whole video where I explained it. You know what I'm saying? There's no way in hell somebody put a video out about you, you're not gonna sit up there and watch it. You know what I'm saying? And obviously, try to put things out of context on purpose. So what I said she was doing at first, she's still doing it because that's what she was doing in the first place. It's not like, oh well, since you dissed me, I'm gonna just start doing it. No, that's what you were trying to do in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah.
like rap songs, like subliminals.
Piece of shit. She a piece
Like,
of
you know,
shit.
like Nicki Minaj with Kevin Samuels. I mean, I hate to bring it up, but the slick shots she was taking, like when
Yeah,
she
calling
spoke.
them gay and shit like that, as if a gay man don't do her hair and all that other shit.
Yeah, I
Nobody
mean
listen
that
to these weak ass hoes in 2023.
that was really sad. I mean, I just for the audience. I mean, that I don't know. That was really sad when he passed away. And the reason
It
I was
was.
sad for his his mom and his daughter and how all
His
these
family
people
and shit. Yeah.
Yeah,
man.
I mean, at some
Same
point
thing with
he just-
Alan Roger Curry. They were tap dancing on his shit and talking about if he had a GoFundMe and insurance and all this other stuff. I really feel for his lady, man. She got the man that she wanted, and now he gone.
Well, this is what I would say. See, the thing is, one time I went to a bank at Chase, and I told the teller, "Hey, you know what? I withdraw 10K because I got to go buy this car," and they fucking made me jump through hoops for like 2 hours.
Yeah. Yeah,
money.
you have to
They
call us
wanna-
and let us know before you pull out that type of amount of money. Like, bitch, if you don't give me my money that I worked for.
Yeah, they're trying to flip
Yeah.
it because they don't want you to fucking take that cash because they're gonna flip it and flip it and flip it and
Yeah,
make money.
behind your back and not give you nothing. 0.1%.
Yeah, I was like, fuck that. Now, let me say this, and I guess we can get back to the clip. But you know what? This goes back to the whole experience factor with women and how you can really sit there and say stuff and mind blow people and be like, what the fuck? I can't believe this guy just said that. You know what's never occurred to a lot of these guys? Because you know what the narrative is.
Well,
the narrative,
what never occurs to them is that we've done it before and we know exactly what's going on. We have a compass, a compass when dealing with women.
I mean, let's just be real. There's a lot of guys out there, and I'll ask
What's going
you
on,
the
Brownie
question.
Ellie?
Since you're the black man, I'll ask you the question. I'll allow you to answer the question. Is it true or not true that a lot of guys in the space they hated him because they assumed because he was light skinned and so-called handsome that he was just running through women?
Who, Alan Roger Curry?
Yeah.
No, they was hating him because the method of game that he was teaching, and it's not even game, it's a method, but you had to have a lot of balls and stuff like that. They wanted to see him do it. I know Alan can do it and has done it. I knew about him since I was very young. They don't have the mode 1 takes balls. It takes balls. Traveling takes balls.
Well, what I was gonna say is, it never occurs to a lot of these guys, the kind of the logic I was going with it. It never occurs to them. They should think to themselves, well, why did this guy come up with this method in the first place? And the answer to the question is because he was getting rejected. So it kind of rejected a bunch. So it starts the whole logic about, well, if Chad hits on 100 women, he gets to bang 90 women. Because some guys really and truly believe that in the space. Well,
They
Chad.
do.
Well, if he hits on 10 women,
that he doesn't have to say anything. Chad can never talk his way out of no coochie.
Yeah, and some guys really and truly believe that, and it never occurred to them like, okay, well, this guy had to come up with a really advanced method to pull women. It never occurred to them. Why would the guy just make it?
Well, he told me when I interviewed him several times, and we talked about it and had a great laugh about it. Is that he didn't want his time wasted?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But he was getting led on, and he was sitting there and getting rejected and not getting pussy. So he's like, okay, well, I'm gonna work around that by developing that method.
Right. Like I think one of his archetypes talk about what is it, the manipulative time waster.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So let's go with the clip. Let's see what's up with John Anthony's about to say.
Okay. I enjoy this, man. We got to do this more, and definitely we gotta do one half over here and then take the other half over to your page so everybody can get both episodes on both channels and give you an equal opportunity for subscribers, man.
Yeah, I mean, if someone in the chat can drop the link to my channel, I'd really appreciate it.
I'll go look for it. I got it. Give me 1 second.
That's a great bit. I think it's a worse red flag. This is me, advice to men out there. If you don't ask women questions, just talk about yourself.
Yeah.
I
For
think that's
sure.
like the worst, dumbest thing. If you're like, hi, so this is what I do for work. This is what I do for fun.
And
Like
they
I hear
all do
women
it.
complain about this all the time. It's like she's this idiot that I would totally hook up with if he would just shut the fuck up and ask me a question. But no, he wants to tell me about his
His whole life
company
story
and
and his goals.
what seed
Growth.
round he's in and my goals. It's like, homie, I don't know what you're saying. Pay for the date. I gotta go.
And
That's
you know
my
where
advice to you guys out there.
Where that's
Am I
coming
right?
from-
Right there.
Okay.
Where that's coming from is they're trying to like win her over. I tell
Yes.
guys to come in assuming it's already like a done deal, assuming you've already been dating this girl. That allows them to be comfortable and
That's
just
a good
like
tip.
interact authentically, right? Because most guys come on, they're like, how do I be the impressive guy? How do I be the funny guy? How do I be the clever guy? They're like, how am I doing
the
so
funny
far?
guy.
How-
Yeah.
I've made it 5 minutes. Let me try to make it 10 minutes. You know, how am I doing? How like they're looking at like a point
It's
system.
almost like you want to be a guy, you kind of want to sit back at your date and you want to be like, look, I've made it. Life's good. I'm successful. Here we go. Tell me about yourself. Tell me why I should spend my time with you. I'm dating 10 other different girls, or in John's case, 15 fucking thousand of them. But help me help you. Show me the money.
I think my
Like,
husband
I feel like
actually said
that type of
too.
confidence, even if
interview?
you're a broke boy, will go a long way. I'm here. I'm good. I could be anywhere in the world, but I'm here with you right now. Talk to me. Tell me about yourself. What are your goals? What are your life? What are your ambitions? Sell me on why I should hook up with you. You take that approach with women are going to respond to
I
that.
think
I'm
that's
letting
how
you know.
my husband.
Bang. That's that Harlem game right there.
Yeah.
James,
James
laying it
should-
down.
Yeah, he said-
Yeah,
maybe
I don't
he
know.
should be a
It is
coach.
nice when they ask. I don't like talking about myself for too long, and I'm genuinely interested in about them too because I know about myself, and we're on a date, so I know we're vetting each other, kind of.
Yeah.
So if I go on for too long, I catch myself, and then I'm like, okay, so same question back at you.
But that's fine. I'd rather a girl tell me, all right, cool. I've just been talking way too much.
Yeah.
I want to get to know you more. Versus like, okay, is this how you're gonna shut up? And then he feels the need. What's wrong? Is there so? Did I not say anything? And like now there's that whole like
Wait,
awkward.
can I tell
and
you
the girl's
one
like
thing?
nothing. If a girl says nothing's wrong, believe me, something's wrong.
Or I'm
Wait,
fine.
this is the best
I'm
line.
fine. Nothing's wrong. Yeah,
I
there's
went on
something.
I went on a date with a guy, and for 45 minutes, I watched on my watch. He
Yeah.
did not stop talking. 45 minutes, and then he went, "Enough about me. What about you? What do you think about me?"
Oh Jesus.
He
You've been on some
literally
dates,
said,
Amber.
"What do you think
Guys.
about me?"
What do you think about that?
Oh, I think that's stupid. I tell guys because everybody's trying to like show off.
Yeah.
And it has the reverse effect.
Mhm.
If a guy's like, hey, I have this, I have this, I have this, the girl's like, okay, you're placing me up here, you're trying to do all this stuff to win me over.
Yeah.
Versus a guy that just comes on, the confidence comes from being assured that they're gonna like you no matter what.
Mhm.
So that gives you permission to be yourself. So it's actually a positive message. It's not a manipulative message, but most guys are doing it wrong because they're coming in trying to use lines and trying to get something
Yes.
and they're trying to,
Yeah.
make the girl like them and win her over.
But this concept of using lines, spitting game, it's no secret. They say that, men fall in love with their eyes. Women are beauty objects, whereas women fall in love with their ears. Sell me a dream. What are you up to? What do you got going on? So
Do you hear that, y'all? Come on, Sexy Red. You over here eavesdropping. Why don't you clip that? What did I just say? What did she started the shit storming the manosphere about? Why don't you clip that? You're not gonna clip it because a white man said it. Too
I don't
real,
have anything
bro.
to add. Yeah, I don't have anything to add.
Yeah, well, yeah. Look, where's she at now? She hear everything else, but she ain't hear that.
Let me say one thing though before I forget, because actually I do have something to say. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing about the space. Here's the thing about the manosphere. Let's say hypothetically we could remove certain phrases and certain words and certain talking points out of the space. So let's say, we would never, ever, ever say women are promiscuous, right? We never, ever would call women the B word. We never, ever would talk about single moms. We never, ever would talk about the wall. We never, ever talked about that type of narrative. these women will still have an issue with the manosphere.
They'll
And the
still
reason a
find
lot of
something to pull out the crack of their ass to argue
yeah,
about. Yeah.
they don't like the manosphere because it starts neutralizing the advantages they have over men. It starts like, okay, well, we can easily punk these dudes. Oh, these guys are revealing female nature. It's not going to be as easy to find the beta provider and all that. So, you know,
Right.
my thing is, my big issue has always been with like women that come into the space. They're just disingenuous. It's rare to find some women that'll straight up say, yeah, that stuff is true, and we don't like it that y'all say it because you know, it neutralizes our fucking advantages, and it
Mm-hmm.
risks our security that we might get from a beta provider, or you know, that type of stuff, you know. That's kind of
Mm-hmm.
always been my issue, a big issue. That's number one with women being in the space, them being disingenuous. The other thing is they don't know what they're talking about. If you got to constantly repeat stuff from everyone else and you never ever have anything original to say, you don't know what you're
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah, that's why when they asked Pearly to elaborate on that, she don't know what the hell she talking about. She just regurgitating it because it sound good. It's $20 little saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's insulting. It's insulting to guys like yourself and myself and the other
Yeah.
people that I know. Game recognizes game. Platinum has a lot of
Yeah.
experience with women. Sir Ism
Yeah.
has a lot of experience with women.
Yeah.
DJ Kuda has a lot of
Yeah.
experience with women. And it
Yeah.
starts getting insulting when all these people just sit there and they start jacking for beats and they don't know
Right.
what the fuck they're talking about. It's just, and that's
Right.
why I started my channel, because I got tired of fucking listening to people that don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
But see, this guy just said what I said, and she on a sympathy tour, and she will say something like, "Oh, he your YouTube dad. You copied him." When she not smart enough to even look at a date to be like, okay, when was this said? Because then she'll run in with another narrative and say, "Oh, he copied him. That's where he got it from." And then it's like, if you look at this video, it came out after you turned into a snake. You know
Let's talk about that real quick. See, that's what a lot of people don't really understand.
where her ass at right now, though. Where her ass at right now? This man just repeated what I said. We're gonna run that
I
back
released
too.
a video on Tupac, and then 24 hours later, Coach Greg Adams was talking about Tupac.
Yeah, they watch us.
Yeah, they're always in the clouds, and it's no disrespect to them, because the thing about it is, and
There's no disrespect to them because we actually like them, but it's like, bruh, like you could give people credit now.
Yeah,
You
every
know, you
once
can
in a
give people their
while, be
credit.
like,
Yeah.
hey, go check out this guy's channel. You know, I think he'd be good for the space.
Yeah.
Something simple, but what these guys don't understand, I guess let's talk about it real quick because it's really important. See, TLA was exceptionally smart in doing what he did. Let's say, I don't remember what the number was. It doesn't really matter. He was at 20K subs or 30K subs or maybe 15K subs. What this guy would do is he would tell people that come up to the panel, hey, well, go ahead and plug your channel. Now, all the rest of these people in the space, they're like, if you say some other content creators in my chat, I'm banning your ass.
Yeah,
But they
yeah,
don't
you're
think
getting
about
de-ranched and unbanning. Yeah.
yeah, but they don't think about the logic of what's wrong with that. See, like a guy like TLA, by getting all those people on his panel and allowing them to promote their channels on his show, when those guys grew, they would circle back around and give them more subs, because he was creating like a little army of
Yeah,
promotional.
they kind of swaps up. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and that's the
Yeah.
thing. All you needed is all you need. All right, let's say he allowed 50 people on his panels to sit there and promote his channels. All he needed was a couple of those guys to pop off, and he would recover all those subs on the back end. And that's what happened. Like JT Pocket Watching, there was a bunch of dudes that popped off. He produced quite a few people that popped off, and that's kind of the thing about. You know, I didn't really understand it as much until I became a fucking content creator. You know, there's this guy wanted to set me up to get punked. So this is what happened. He was trying to.
Well, the only thing that really matters, though, other than that, my bad, I want to hear what you guys say. The only thing that really matters, though, is that you get over 1,000, and then you can start from there.
Yeah. No, but you know how these guys are. They'll sit there and like, well, he has 213 less subs than me, 2.95 subs less than me, so I'm not gonna do a stream with them because it's not gonna benefit me. You never know. You might be calling that one dude a FAGGOT, and then the next day he might be wearing a suit and have a
Be
million
nice to the
subscribers.
people on your way up, because you're gonna meet them same people on your way back down.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. KS remembered all that stuff, and he didn't owe people shit. In my opinion, he didn't. I don't want to say he didn't owe people shit, but like the people that were calling them names, like, why the fuck would he promote your stuff on his channel?
Well, that too, but I think he would have eventually made up with those people behind closed doors or whatever. But at the same time, you know, you can't really judge the man. He was trying to get his foot in the door and keep his foot in the door too.
Yeah,
So,
you know, once you get to that type of level, there's a lot of pressure on you. So, you know,
yeah.
who knows? Who knows what it's like to be at that level? 20K people watching you. So,
Shit, that nigga didn't even read none of them cash apps and shit like that. Y'all better have my money now. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy.
let's get the clip. Let's see what John Anthony
All
says.
right. All right. But yeah, y'all, where's Sexy Red now? Somebody clip this and send that shit to her. Oh, dumbass. Done traded yourself in and now you got egg on your face. Look stupid right now. Let's go.
Interested about them too, because I know
Say it
about
again,
myself
white
when I'm on
man.
a date, so I know we're vetting each other kind of.
Yeah.
So if I go on for too long, I catch myself, and then I'm like, okay, so same question back at you.
But that's fine. I'd rather a girl tell me, all right, cool. I've just been talking way too much. I
Yeah.
want to get to know you more. Versus like, okay, is this how I better shut up? And then he feels the need. What's wrong? Is there so? Did I not say anything? And like now there's that whole like
Wait,
awkward.
can I tell
the
you
girl's
one
like
thing?
nothing. If a girl says nothing's wrong, believe me, something's wrong.
Or I'm
Wait,
fine.
this is the best
I'm
line.
fine. Nothing's wrong. Yeah.
I
There's
went on
something.
I went on a date with a guy, and for 45 minutes, I watched on my watch. He
Yeah.
did not stop talking. 45 minutes, and then he went, "Enough about me. What about you? What do you think about me?"
Oh Jesus.
He
You've been on some
literally
dates,
said,
Amber.
"What do you think
Guys.
about me?"
What do you think about that?
I think that's stupid. I tell guys because everybody's trying to like show off.
Yeah.
And it has the reverse effect. If a guy's like, hey, I have this, I have this, I have this, the girl's like, okay, you're placing me up here, you're trying to do all this stuff to win me over.
Yeah.
Versus a guy that just comes on, the confidence comes from being assured that they're gonna like you no matter what. So that gives you permission to be yourself. So it's actually a positive message. It's not a manipulative message, but most guys are doing it wrong because they're coming in trying to use lines and trying to get something
Yes.
and they're trying to, make the girl like them and win her over.
But this concept of using lines, spitting game, it's no secret. They say that, men fall in love with their eyes. Women are beauty objects, whereas women fall in love with their ears. Sell me a dream. What are you up to? What do you got going on? So for a man, the words that you say carry a lot of weight.
Yeah.
Whereas a woman, how you look carries a lot of weight. But it's what we're encouraging men, don't talk, ask. How you doing? What do you think about this? What do you think about that? What's your experience with like the thing?
I'm pretty sure he probably does watch me. I did a what you call it, a critique of his video, and I'm critiquing it now. So I'm pretty sure what I said it came across his desk. You did?
Real Fem Sapien said something earlier that's pretty much in one of my videos. I talked about two women that came out supporting Tate. And then I'm sitting there running because I was running earlier. I'm like, did she really say that? I can't believe I just heard that. So
Right.
I've punked her in a couple videos. I mean, that's the thing about it. They
watch people that react to their stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's kind of part of the game, but I'm going to get in the game as well. Okay, you want to get there and some of my talking points for my super original content. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn around and get a couple videos and punk you with them. I don't know. To me, there's not a problem. As long as I didn't have any positive connection with them in the past, I'll never, and I'll say it right now, I'll never take pot shots at you because it's just, you've helped me out a lot and you've always.
No, you
allowed me
good,
to-
man. You good. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you a lot. I appreciate, tonight's show and everything, man. Good, very, very good, informative stuff,
Because I understand where you're coming from, because a lot of people don't really understand that loyalty thing, and that's just it's just I'm a real loyal type person as well. You just don't do it that type of stuff. I have a female collab partner that I collab with, and it's been mutually beneficial, and I'm always going to be loyal to her no matter what.
Right. She don't have to wake up going to go wish you a happy birthday and see a video of you dissing her or slandering you in any shape or form.
Right.
All right, hold on, guys. We're gonna take a big commercial break because a short commercial break because that white man done got me riled up. He sat up there and said exactly what I said, and it wasn't taken out of context or anything like that. And all of a sudden, Sexy Red ain't nothing. She's nowhere around it to fucking clip that. How about she clip that? But anyway, are you big and are you dumb And have you found yourself in the manosphere talking about shit you don't know? Chew it over with Big Red gum.
Breath longer than Big Red. So kiss a little longer, stay close a little longer, hold tight a little longer, longer with Big Red. That Big Red freshness lasts right through it. Your fresh breath goes on and on. While you chew it, say goodbye a little longer, make it last a little longer. Give your breath long-lasting freshness with Big Red.
DJ Cuda.
Yeah, Cuda. Hey, Cuda. All right, let's get back into it, yo.
Things you should or you shouldn't say, because it's time for you to talk. It's time for you to ask, how can you make a woman fall in love with her ears?
So I tell them, like, I remember back when I read one of the first pickup artist books, right? Like, I don't know if you guys heard of Mystery, the guy that wears like the
Yeah.
top hats and all that
He
stuff.
used to have the show on VH1 and all that. Yeah.
So like he says that exact same thing. He says this is rooted in evolutionary biology. And he says that men are primarily attracted to a woman's physical attractiveness, whereas women are attracted to survival and replication value. So they're looking at, is this guy a leader of men, protector of loved ones? Does he get other hot girls? Does he, own who he is? Does he have an adventurous life? This kind of stuff. So I tell guys to showcase what they have going on in their life without bragging about it. That can set them apart from other guys, right? But also to stack multiple conversational topics so they don't run out of things to say. That comes from Mystery as well. So you're just like stacking all these different topics, and you can bounce between topics, and new topics come up all the time. And that's how you never run out of things to say. Because most guys, they'll beat one conversational topic or thread into the ground. And
it's called multi-threading. Multi-threading, sir. Multi-threading. That's what it's called. Multi-threading.
And then they're like, and then there's like silences, and that can just really kill the vibe and make things weird for
You know how
both
they
people.
say, don't brag, let others do it for you,
Mhm.
right? By the way,
You
this reminds me of
endlessly quote. It's
What's
impressive.
that?
You endlessly quote.
This is what we do.
He gets it.
So don't brag, let others do it for you. Deli, by the way, you're working right now. Pull up a picture of Don Rickles, Frank Sinatra. Just pull this up. You familiar with this story?
No.
Put it on the screen. Take it off real quick when we tell the story. So don't brag, let others do it for you. So arguably the most famous, best musician the world has ever seen is Frank Sinatra. Arguably, okay? So he ran with the Rat Pack crew, right? Dean Martin, Don Rickles, his crew, Sammy Davis Jr., Peter Lawford, and Don Rickles comes up to Frank Sinatra, Old Blue Eyes, and he goes, "Hey Frank, I'm on a date tonight, and do me a favor. In the middle of dinner, come up to me and tell me, 'Hey Don, great to see you. You're the best. Make me look good. You're freaking Frank Sinatra.'" He goes, "Don, I don't really."
I do this with my friend that was on here earlier. As me and him were wingmen for each other. My best wingman ever. Shout outs to P. Wait, I don't know what he's doing. Hopefully he comes back. Hold on, y'all.
Really want to do this. Frank, please, come on. I'm trying to impress the girl. All right, Don, you got it. Okay, so they're halfway through dinner, and Frank Sinatra, as he said he would, comes up to, "Hey, Don, great to see you." Don Rickles goes, "Frank, don't you see him having dinner here? You're fucking bothering me. Get out of here." Frank goes, "Oh my God." That's Don Rickles comedy. But don't brag, let others do it for you. It's like one of those things where it's sort of an analogy there. I don't know what that was right there, but like rather than him being like, "Hey, I know Frank Sinatra." I don't know if that's a kind of a big deal, right? I'm cool, right? He kind of employed his jokey mechanisms to.
It's like a subtle edification.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Edification.
It's called demonstrating high value. See, they wasn't around long enough, JR, where high value was demonstrated, not really a talking point. It's demonstrate high value. DHV and DLV demonstrate low value, high value, low value. Let's get it.
And also,
Okay, go ahead. My bad, bro.
Well, now I was just gonna say, see, like in Mexican culture, some guys they be wearing $400 boots, $300 boots. They be wearing Brados that are $300. That's not really my vibe. I'm more Americanized and I wear business casual. See, my thing is, it's just my swag of how I dress, but it goes back to the whole experience factor. Once you've dealt with so many women, gone on so many dates, that type of stuff, you build up your intuition to the point where you can develop, okay, well, is she liking me for me, my
You can
looks,
you can naturally just do anything. It's like you could wear anything and it doesn't matter.
yeah,
Yeah.
and you know, a woman
Well,
at the end of the
because you
day,
earned it. Some of these guys just wear anything, and then they haven't earned it. This is why their clothes is wearing them. They're not wearing their clothes. You know, dudes are
yeah.
still
So
wearing
it's, you know,
the dragon shirts. I bet.
I mean, it's a middle ground. It's a delicate middle ground. That's what I would say. Because you
Mm.
know, you notice what he did is he went out of his way, and see, that's something I can't rock with at all. And I think
Mm.
what I've heard in some other streams, he basically says that, okay, well, I've talked to a bunch of women and they say only looks is only about 10-20%. Looks and sexual attraction is only 10-20% of the equation. And I can't rock with that statement. I put
Right.
it way higher than that. I mean, I put it
Right.
depending on
It's
what.
not everything, but it is higher than that.
Yeah, and it depends on what part of the interaction, right? When you initially meet or later on, I mean, you got to really sit there and make distinctions and really, okay, damn, you know, this guy, okay, he's cute or whatever, but damn, this guy's really intelligent, or you know, he has a great personality, or you know, he
Yeah, you
makes me
start
feel
looking
comfortable.
better, even if you're ugly. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it has to have like a balanced approach, and only through a bunch of experience and a lot of intuition developed over a long period of time can you really sit there and get a true sense of why a woman is messing with you.
Another thing too, though, that guys can do to attract women is have this demeanor as if you already slept with her before. It's kind of weird, but it's actually pretty cool. It's
All right.
it's something I would have to it's something that I would have to explain in person instead of show y'all. So I'm gonna find a little girl out here that's not shy, and I'm not gonna show y'all too much demonstrations, but I'm gonna show y'all what I mean. What were we saying, JR?
No, I was
Yeah,
gonna
the
say
silk
let's.
dragon shirt. Yeah.
No, I was gonna say let's get it, DJ Kuda.
Yeah, Cuda. I want to see if she gonna clip. I want to see if she gonna clip that. It's probably not as absurd because he's a white man. That's probably why. So let's go.
Hey, you guys
I
out
wouldn't
there,
say like
share it.
being
You guys share the stream. We're about to really
Yeah,
get into the meat and potatoes.
share the stream. All right, the stream just started. Let's go.
girls on dates where people know you, but
I got you, Star P. Give me 1 second. Let's get into the
for
topic real
instance,
quick.
my husband was a part of this this organization, and he invited me to come to like a basketball like fundraiser thing, and he was the person that was speaking at this event, and I was like, this mother effer.
Yeah.
But it
Harlem
made,
game.
but yeah, it was that Harlem game, and he presented, and I was like,
Yeah, that's
that's my boy.
Yeah. So
And
what could he have done differently that would have made you feel like he's trying too hard?
be like, oh, I'm gonna speak at this thing. Like, I think it'd be cool if you come. Like, so I don't know. I just the way he did it was just so subtle. He's like, hey, you want to come to this fundraiser? Like, I think it'll be fun. Like, you know, there's gonna be games and stuff there. We can play basketball. Like, it was.
I love this story about James Harlan game. Word to the men out there. Let's say you're speaking at this event. You're the man. You're the keynote speaker. You're giving a speech. You're the guy. Rather than telling the girl, hey, by the way, I'm kind of a big deal. I'm speaking at this event. I'd be
Yeah,
honored if
show
you
her.
came.
Show.
Just be like, hey, there's this little event. No big deal. If you come, I'll get you a ticket. Just leave it at the box office. All good, whatever. She shows up and it's like the James show.
Yeah.
He's speaking. All of a sudden, she's like, wow, wow, wee, wow, wow.
Yeah.
Boom,
And
Harlan
then the
game.
jaw, and then the
Yeah.
jaw hits the ground, and you're like, all right. And then
Yeah.
it's like, hey, I want to say hi to Rebecca. She's out here. I'm like, wait, I get a shout out too.
Wow, you got a shout out during the speech?
Yeah, and I was
subtlety.
Yes.
Subtlety.
Yes.
There's nothing sexier than seeing a man do what he does
in his
best.
perfect.
Really?
Exactly.
In his element.
Oh yeah.
I love seeing guys do their thing.
I love seeing John do his thing. He's like 1,400, 1,500 of doing his thing. I wish I could do
I guess a lot of girls see you do your thing also.
But I want to go back to your original point
Yeah.
though, about so you said, how does a guy like go from getting no results to getting more results?
Yes.
So after the date, right, there's a process back at the house. After that, how do you keep the girl instead of it being like a cheap one night stand, right? And I basically like find where their bottlenecks are. So like some guys suck at texting, right? So even if they get a bunch of phone numbers, it never turns into dates. Some guys suck at dates. So even though they can set up dates, they never go anywhere. Or some guys, they can get the hookup, but they don't know how to keep the girl around, and so they can't keep
They're
girls.
bad at sex. Do you help them with
Yeah,
that
that's
too?
no, I do have a whole training on that. We actually, one of the virgins that I trained, he had been trying for 10 years with other coaches. There's a guy from England, and from age 18 to 28, still a virgin. He's like, after this, I'm giving up. I'm gonna go like MGTOW, like never care about girls again.
Oh my God.
I'm like, I promise we'll do it on the first week. He's like, can you guarantee it? I'm like, no, but very high chance. And I walked through how we would do it, and he lost virginity on day 4. And then he ended up sleeping with 8 girls across 8 weeks. And on week 5, he went out with a girl that was like really hot, right? The first really, really, really hot girl he's ever been out with. And he massively fucked it up. And I was like, you're not ready for that yet. Like you didn't even know what a vagina felt like 5 weeks ago. Right. But the reason why I thought of that story is I had like a half-hour video about how to hit the G-spot and all the major positions. And he did that. And the girl said like, wow, I didn't know people could be that good in bed. And that was his first time ever having sex. So that's a skill that you can learn as well, right? He's in the top 1% now of sex, just following the directions of how to do it. Most guys don't know, right? What are they doing? They're watching porn and they're getting it.
It's funny how like the women are objecting to the sales hacky approach, but the pleasuring the woman, they're all like, bravo, motherfucker. Like,
Well,
okay,
yeah,
all
because
right.
if at the end of all of that, you get the girl, you know, jackhammer her, you get off, and then you leave, I would not be happy with that. But if you're actually, because what you just said, which I didn't think before, a cheap one night stand, you actually want to have sex with them again. That's great. I'm all for
I
that.
want to see like any girl I had good chemistry with. I want to see them as much as possible.
Again.
Yeah, I don't just like, okay, I got a number now, they're gone. It's not
Right.
It's
So
not like
keep-
that.
And you have to teach them how to do stuff if they want to, if the girls
Yeah,
want to
but
be with
that's,
them again.
that's how it is. So it's not necessarily a complicated process, but most people have compounding bottlenecks. So like, they don't even know how to have an interaction, and their pictures suck online, and it's a non-starter. And then if they get a number here or there, their texting sucks and it dies there. If they get a date out, they could screw that up. So there's areas for it to fail all the way through. And I help them make the process smooth so they can get regular dates. So by week 2 or 3 of my training, they now have their schedule packed full of dates. And then they're like, what should I do? I don't tell them what their goal should be. So if you want a girlfriend, get a girlfriend. If you want to date around and see girls like on a rotation, do that. But usually what ends up happening with most clients is guys that had no options or very limited options get a bunch more and better quality options. And then they find one they really connect with and make that a girlfriend.
Quick thought, then we're gonna go to super chats.
Yes.
Do you, ladies, gentlemen out there, do you see what men have to go through
Yes.
just to get a chick in their life?
No, it's crazy.
Okay, so guys are going and signing up for classes. They're reading books. They're taking on mentors. They're virgins. They're trying to get from 0 to hero just to get your attention and maybe get laid.
We like
I don't know
hardworking men.
any women who are like, yep, I'm going to a pickup artist class this weekend. And Leslie over here, she bangs a ton of dudes.
Can you pause it real quick,
So, she's helping us up. She's going to get my money right. She's getting my fitness right.
So this is really important, what he just said. The thing about it is, it goes back to the women that come into this space, and I don't want to get too deep into that, but it goes back to the women that come to this space when they start coming into the space and, you're ugly and all you dudes never get laid and incel this and incel that. And
Right. They basically, they don't listen to the space because they basically fire the same flares that we talk about and debunk every single show. But yeah,
yeah, I mean, they come to troll and run their mouths because, the thing about it is, in my entire lifetime as an adult, I have only ever known 2 women that did not have kids that were pretty that got with single dads, right? So I've told a lot of women, well, you're a single mom, why don't you get with a single dad? And obviously they do whatever it takes to stay away from single dads because they're trying to get all the resources for their kids.
sometimes they get them and they try to put all their kids together and stuff like that. But I know single mothers that vehemently don't date single fathers, and it's kind of contradictory too. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just being hypocrites. But my thing is, it's like women that come to the space and they act like there's no validity to the stuff that we're saying. Like they'll sit there and gaslight you and troll you and fucking all this subliminal trash. And it's like, you do realize that you're just kind of making your own life worse, right? It doesn't really matter if it's you or your sister, your aunt. Every time you kind of sit there and do that type of stuff, it reduces a possibility of a man going to deal with your mom or whatever.
Sure.
Correct.
And it's like it's all fun and games until your brother or your dad gets me too'd or gets harassed by a woman or gets set up to get beat up because he was dealing with a woman. And that's kind of the
Or
stuff. And
your
Kevin would talk
children
about
or your
yeah.
son. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's where that was one of the most exceptional arguments, and it doesn't matter if Kevin came up with it or some other people, but that was one of the best arguments that you could sit there and really pawn women with or punk
Yeah, I mean,
them or
some of these women wouldn't even take themselves home. Like if their son was to take a woman like who they are home to meet them, they would be mad, or they would be like, no, you know, they would have something to say. You know
Yeah.
what? You know what question? And I hate to bring it here, but it's not too many people here. You know what question I'm gonna start asking women and see what they say. Would you ever
What's that?
marry a man? Will you ever marry a man that? Because I got these questions that they can't answer, or that they've never been asked before. You know. One of the questions I'm gonna ask though: have you ever married a man that paid for pussy before? I mean, would you marry a man that paid for pussy before? I thought about that the other day. I said I'm gonna ask next time I talk to a woman or something like that, or on the panel and stuff like that. I said I'm gonna run that question. So I'm gonna run that question. Think about it. What you think they gonna say?
They women, just for the most part, they don't understand the male experience. They're like, oh
Yeah.
well, I'm over here driving by this highway.
Would you be a man's girlfriend knowing that he paid for pussy before? Like I want to see how contradictory they are.
Yeah, I mean
that's a very good question. I'm gonna spring it at the right time too.
My thing is what you're saying is important because I do whatever it takes to kind of avoid the red pill talking points and anything relationship and dating. I don't want to talk to women that I'm smashing or women that I'm messing with. I do whatever it takes to avoid this type of stuff because it just doesn't benefit you.
No, but I'm saying think of that question though. They wouldn't know how to answer that question. Would you ever date? Would you ever marry? Would you ever? I'm gonna have to tune it. I don't know if I want to say marry or be his girlfriend. Would you ever be a girlfriend to a man that paid for pussy before? Let's see what and watch how they get the jitterbugging and dancing and shit.
Hey, we should increase the speed on the thing 1.25 or 1.5.
You want me to speed it up?
Yeah, just do 1.25.
Okay.
Get my game right. And after all this, dudes are going to be hollering. No, women don't have to deal with what men have to deal with.
Yeah.
So you might look down at some of this stuff, but what would you rather have? This 40-year-old virgin Steve Carell character that's like, I got no money, got no ass in my life, and life sucks. Or this dude right now that all of a sudden is pleasing 8 women a week. Bang. So I'm just saying, appreciate that these.
All right, Umpire Max, and I ain't gonna lie, these white trolls on some other shit. Says what percentage of this John's lay count what percentage of this John's lay count trans men and night ladies he's been exposed too many times. Oh man,
let
there's
me
trans in there.
Yeah. Let me fill in the background, and he's admitted it.
Man, so yeah, you gonna get fooled. Like them. Let me tell y'all something. As a guy that been out there and done my thing. I'm not saying I'm out the game. I'm chilling right now. Them some scary numbers, bro, for many different reasons. Some of the not all of those girls might be girls. You understand what I'm saying? Some of them might be burning. Them numbers ain't proud, bro. I would never say that, but I'm gonna tell you something too. Even double digits is scary. But I'm gonna tell triple digits is scary. But I'm gonna tell y'all something though. Damn, I forgot what I was about to say. I was about to say something and I totally forgot.
Well, your luck runs out since he's dealt with so many women or claims to have.
Yeah, like you totally told it. Like you're gonna run into everything. Some of those girls might not have been fully women and stuff. I think this guy does coke. Those are coke man numbers. Like hang out, party, does coke and shit like that, and then just smash.
He used to be an alcoholic. He used to talk about it.
Yeah, that's scary. Them numbers that he got is scary. I wouldn't talk about that. I wouldn't talk about that.
Guys want women like you. in their life. Respect to you dudes out there. That's it. With that being said, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Doing all right?
I'm doing great.
It's that Harlem game we talking about.
You're Miami, my friend.
Yeah, okay, my bad.
Miami.
So here's what I'm
Go
thinking.
suave.
Here's what I'm thinking right now. Me and you, we read some super chats.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm down to
And you
read
know what I
some
want you to do?
Read them good.
I want you to read them real good.
I'm uncomfortable.
Yeah, oh yeah, woo! I want you to read them super chats.
Let me read
And by
the
the way, if
chats.
you guys got questions, good, bad, ugly, different, let John know what you think about what he's saying. Are you like, yo, John's a man, he's killing it, thank you, buddy? Or it's like, he ain't shit, he ain't banging nobody. Let us know in the comments. We're gonna be reading your comments. We're gonna be reading your super chat. Nat hooked on phonics work for me. She's killing it. Go get him, girl. Show him what's up. You guys can take a water break. No bathroom breaks. Got about 45 minutes left, so let's do this.
All right. Well, first, thank you all for the super chats. We appreciate all of them. Make sure to like today's video and subscribe. So we'll go through them quickly for you guys. We got Sebastian. He said Destiny's watching and wants to call in. We got Bethune Cookman, groundskeeper. Shout out to John, greatest teacher, Owen Cook. Then we have this one. John Anthony's thoughts on Richard Cooper and Roland Tomasi. John Anthony is the king of roasting. Oh, we gotta hear some roasting by you.
Yeah, I've got about 150 videos where I attack other coaches in space.
Oh, wow. Okay, we'll get to them.
We'll get to that.
Well, someone actually did say Rolo was in the chat. Then we have Thai City Uncut Underground. Don Anthony, he dates a lot of LGBT communities. Crypto Keeper, I make roughly 100K. I'm decent, 7'10", looking guys, 30 years old. I have about $1 million saved. How do I get a date with Amber? She's amazing. I live in Seattle, though she can vet me all she wants. I have proof. All right, there you go.
Here's what you
$1
do.
million daddy
You
in the
follow
waiting.
Amber Joy Lane on Instagram. She's
Yeah.
killing it.
She was the
You
voice
slide in the
actually.
DM, and you never know what happens. Just make sure that we get a 10% referral fee. Amber.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree.
By the way, if you're
Sauce
interested in
house.
Natalia's bathwater, we're all selling them. It's
Catch me on that.
three jars for $100.
No, my
There's
price is
bubble bath
higher.
flavor, there's bubblegum flavor, and there's some other weird flavor. I don't know.
Inappropriate. Back to super chats.
Inappropriate.
Back to super chats. Okay, Adam. This one is from Baby Giga Chad. Adam, check out the Jeffrey Show. Great show ever. Then we have Larry Tran. This guy is the number one. He trashed Rolla and Fresh Playing with Fire and other influencers that I guarantee you he'll call everyone on the loser panel if you disagree with him and once he gets home. Then we have Freedom Fund Money. Thanks, Adam and panel guest. As a fellow YouTuber creator, I say men should focus on money and their development, fitness skills, etc. Picking up chicks is very low priority. What do you think? Freedom Fund Money. Then we have electric relaxation. Sleeping with the thousands of women will never be fulfilling. You are telling me that guy has been with more than women than Wilt Chamberlain and Magic Johnson. Then we have Umpire Max. What percentage of John's lay count trans and night ladies have been exposed many times? I'm not sure that one. And those are all the chats we have for our guests today.
all right.
Oh, wait, we've got one more? No, that's it. Okay.
All right, we'll do
Can you
super
pause
chats
it
at
real
the end.
quick,
We got about
Yes.
a little over a half hour left, and I want to get some good juice.
Hey, so you guys out there, I wasn't joking. I'm telling you guys, it's about to get really, really juicy. You guys share the stream. You guys drop the stream over there at, I don't know, Ramel's Discord or something. It's about to get really real. So it's about to get some good, juicy stuff. So yeah, that's all I was going to say.
Oh, man. All right. Let's get it.
Stuff out of our friend John and our other friends. John, let's do some basic math here.
Ooh.
Let's get to know you a little bit further. So you're about to be 40.
Yep, in October.
Okay, in
Yeah.
October. So 39, and your body count number is 1590.
Yeah.
1591. You could be the special one. Leave a comment if you'd like to get banged out by John. Do some basic math for me. How old were you when you lost your virginity?
yeah.
Give me some numbers of like how you got to this number and how you kept tabs.
And do you
of
have a
all
new
this.
goal?
No,
We'll get to the goals in a sec. Go
I
ahead.
tattooed here. These are 500 Roman numeral 500s, right? And I've got the if they can do a close up there. So it's basically this
Read
resembles
the super
features
chat,
of
Kuda.
my Brazilian wife here.
Oh.
But each of the D's is a 500. So I wanted to like symbolize it somehow in a tattoo.
The D's?
My sister said.
All right, my bad, y'all. I'm monitoring the stream. You said how much money? Damn, Rolo. How much money? aka Skeletor. How much money did Anthony Johnson pay you to dox my wife, damn, mother-in-law, and my daughter's location at her university in 2020? In your dozens of hit me piece videos on me. Oh man.
Yeah,
I
that girl's
forgot.
not gonna
I
read those
forgot
type of-
Anthony Johnson fell out with Rolo too. Shit. I forgot
Yeah,
they
that,
fell out
that
with
girl
each
won't
other.
read the provocative type chats. She'll
Mm.
try to avoid them.
Which she could have asked. That would have spiced up the show a little bit more, but then again, you got to show your guests some type of respect. Even though he paid to be on there. Okay.
Stop talking to me after I showed this, but
Wow. What does the D stand for?
500 each.
Okay.
Roman
I
numerals.
thought it was like 500 dick down. D. I'm sorry about that.
No, it's a Roman numeral.
My bad, guy.
So I lost my virginity end of freshman year of college. Right? I didn't even kiss a girl through college, but I lost my virginity end of freshman year of college. Went into third year of college, having been with 3 girls. Graduated college, having been with 17. That was in 2005. 2012 was the first 100. At the end of 2018, I hit 1,000. It started to become, once I got really into the game, like 2012. Right, so that's one thing I started to really.
So
take
by
off.
2012, you were hit 100.
Yeah.
That's easy to keep track of. I mean,
Yeah.
somewhat.
It was 300.
But then
May
from
2014.
20, what's that?
apps.
Oh yeah.
Pre-dating apps. Got to respect that.
And that's the other thing is that like the first 400 girls were mostly from bars and
So
clubs.
2012 to 2018, you went from 100 to 1,000. That's 900 women.
Yeah.
Calculator real
Tinder
quick.
should sponsor
What's
you.
900 divided by 6?
900 divided by 6, 150.
So that's 150 a year.
It was like,
So that's every other day or so. Jackpot.
I posted like 300 girls around Instagram, right, with faces blocked out, just to show people. Like I have like a whole video of like,
Oh, I saw that.
like proving like
You posted their pictures without
with
their
their
face.
face blocked out.
It's
yeah.
like a big white circle, but you just see like he's
It's their
like,
body.
with the girl. Yeah.
Not naked.
Did anybody get pissed about that?
No.
Okay.
But
So-
no, it's like I have a whole video like that's over an hour long, showing all the proof that I have. Like,
Here's where I'm at with this.
No.
100, 1,000, 1,500, you've gotten a lot of women in your life. What I think is more impressive isn't so much the number. It's like now you are helping other men get number 1, number 2, number
Yeah.
5, number 10. That to me is good. Like you're giving back. I think that's good.
He's not taking it all for himself.
No, exactly. No, I agree with that. So, you know, we kind of alluded to this. It's like, what's the end goal? Like, there's no Hall of Fame leaders bulletin. It's like, John, you're in 3rd place right now. This guy in Harlem
Guinness
out
World
there.
Record.
This guy in Harlem named James. He's at 2,000.
Yo, yo,
different
yo.
James, different James.
So we tried.
Talk about big game James Worthy, Magic Johnson. So like, what's the end goal? It's like 2,000. I'm retiring. This dick's going on a mantle. It's not going anywhere. Ladies, you get the. You see what I'm saying here? It's
we
like,
tried.
what's the goal?
We tried. So like, I was like curious to try living with multiple girls, like Hugh Hefner was doing. And so in 2021, we had like 3 girls move into a 2-story penthouse in Florianopolis, Brazil. And that was like a full-on nightmare. There was cool parts, right? Because you have like 3-somes, 4-somes, 5-somes. We would bring girls home from the clubs. We had a stripper pole. Sometimes it'd be like 10 naked girls running around. I'd be the only guy in the group, right? But there was this drama every day. People telling secrets, people gossiping, you know, people, you know, forming who's favorite and all this kind of stuff. So it was a cool experience, but it was too hard. And the main girl I like the most, the one that I'm married to now, she ended up moving out. She couldn't handle it anymore. And after like a week after she moved out, and I was with the other girls, and I was like, I don't even, you know, I'm not in love with these girls. I'm in love with her. So I kicked the girls out, moved her back in, and we made a rule like no more girls living with us.
Living with you.
Yes.
Okay. So
now I have a 2nd place.
So your
A
girl.
second place for the other girls.
Yeah.
Becky Tate.
Yeah.
If he lost his
you love your girl,
virginity
your wife,
in
love with
in his freshman year of high school, nothing. This is not making sense. He must have been having a bunch of threesomes to boost that number.
Yeah, it's not believable to me. And I mean, the reality is,
Or be at a Bacchanalian or some big ass orgy.
I mean, he just makes the rest of us look bad. Is what annoys me about his talking point.
This is why they don't like pickup artists, because they cap like this, and it's like these dudes are keeping that shit fucked up in the game. Which is terrible. Or just lying and shit. And then they think, oh man, all not passport, dating coaches are liars. You know? Yeah, like who lies on coochie numbers, man? Much less count it.
Yeah.
And I assume there was a discussion. Hey, listen, this is my lifestyle.
Yep.
John Anthony lifestyle, to be exact. Here's what I'm looking for. Now, for me, dating, having fun, this girl, that girl, all good, all great, you know. But if there's one girl you love and you marry her, you're gonna value her opinion more than anything.
Yeah.
And if she said, "Look, John," or "Look, Adam, you know, I know we had this going on, but like I'm in love with you, you're in love with me. I kind of just want to be exclusive at this point, especially if we're gonna go to that next phase of our life, family, kids. So like, if your girl came to you with that pitch, how receptive would you be to that? Or this is this is ingrained in your DNA. I'm banging my way to the top.
So we had those talks in the earlier days, right? In the beginning, like she didn't know there were other girls at first before we were in a relationship. She thought it was just us dating. And then she basically came over one day a little early when I was living in a different place before we were living together. And there was like a girl there. So we had like a big fight. I told her about my work, my job, what I'm doing, and all that stuff. And it was hard. It was hard. It was a lot of growing pains, a lot of, you know, it was really hard on her, admittedly. It caused a lot of problems in the earlier days, but she knew it was like part of my lifestyle and part of, you know, who I am and what I want to be doing. And she's also bisexual, right? So we had lots of threesomes as well.
That's how it goes down, guys.
And we can, we can go out to the club, and she's really pretty. She's really smart too.
She's the girl in all your videos?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Now she's part of the business.
She's here in town too. Right? She was like,
Okay.
"Should I come?" But I didn't know if she was able to come on.
Could I had her right here.
This girl's a childhood star on a Brazilian. This girl's Brazilian.
So, but what happened was, so she came to your place early one day.
Yeah.
This has old school vibes written all over it. Remember that scene? It's like, next thing you know, you're in
Well,
San
it's-
Diego.
well, it's funny 'cause-
you take the early flight, you come home, gangbang.
Security was like,
No,
"You
you never
can't-"
saw old school? Jesus, you got to get
How
out.
far into that was it that she didn't know what you did? And she
That was
didn't
only
know
like, that was only like 1 month. It was like,
But there was
yeah.
a whole month that went by that she had no idea you were sleeping with other people.
well, we weren't boyfriend girlfriend yet. Yeah.
So give me the pros and cons of this lifestyle.
Yeah.
I assume the pros are a lot of fun, a lot of women, a lot of sex. That's great.
Well, so
cons, a lot of drama, STDs, risk.
Headaches.
I don't know. Give me
STIs.
everything in finance is risk reward. Everything in investments is risk
Yeah.
reward, right?
Yeah.
So give me the pros and cons, the risk reward of this
Yeah.
type of lifestyle.
So if you're just going like strict hardcore player lifestyle and you're not getting any connection with the girls, I think that's ultimately empty, right? Even though I've been with a lot of girls, I always would develop connections with them and want to see them much more. And you have like a relationship with them on some level, right? And if you're just a monogamous relationship, that can feel too restrictive. I've tried that a bunch of times, and that just feels too restrictive to me because I still want to be able to flirt with people. I still want to be able to talk to people. I don't want to be like, breaking the other person's trust or doing something I'm not supposed to be doing. And it's not even natural. Like if you look into, I read a lot of neuroscience books, a lot of evolutionary psychology books, and monogamy mostly was pushed by like the church and the state. And it's not even a natural thing. And they found that humans are meant to have like one main partner and a bunch of side partners, which is exactly what I'm doing.
But not letting your wife do.
Yeah, but traditionally, most females would be monogamous or have very limited partners in societies as well for going back way in time.
Now, if your wife did, step out of your relationship and did pursue that route, would you leave her?
Yes.
Yes.
And she knows that.
Okay.
Even
Now-
if it's a woman, because you said she's
No,
bi.
women's are a woman without you.
Usually, if it's a girl, we're with the girls together. But there's been a couple times where she's like, "I really like this girl. Is it cool if I go with this girl?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's fine."
And that's cool.
Yeah.
But if it's a guy, then it's
No.
out. Boot.
No.
What about like
Explain
another
why.
couple?
Can I explain why?
Mhm.
I don't see like a female as like a threat or like I don't know. I don't want any.
No, the girl thing I get
Yeah.
why you are opposed to her having any kind of outside relationship.
Why don't I want her to see guys?
You're pregnant.
No, it's not because of that. I don't know. I wouldn't feel good about that on any level. If some guy was banging my chick, I don't know. I wouldn't feel good about that.
But you cannot apply that same logic in the reverse.
I-
Like she
I
just had
told-
to get over it.
I told her I know it's a double standard, and you don't have to stay with me.
Right.
Yeah,
And
that's
so she
fine.
accepted
And
that.
it hurt her, but she got over it because I just wonder what happens when she's pregnant or she can't have sex for a while when she's nursing and all those things. Do you think you'll slow down at all?
Can
Reflect
you
that?
pause
We
it
have 3
quick,
dogs,
Kuda,
right?
please?
Dogs
No.
are not the same as
No, I
changing
know.
your whole body.
No, I understand. But before, like, we didn't have any dogs. Right? Now that we have dogs.
So this goes back to, and I've heard a lot of people discuss the topic, and I don't think I've heard anyone or very few people really pin it down. So we all know how much of a controversy it was when Kevin Samuels was talking about how high value men exercise options or they have the right to exercise options. It doesn't mean that they will, and women would toss that part around. But let me
Right.
break that down from a different perspective. See, the thing is, a lot of women, especially when they're younger, they assume they're going to be able to get everything in a guy, right? The looks, the money, maybe some status, love, a guy that they're really, really into, right? So
Right.
when they'd call into the show, and it was rare, women of that are much younger and didn't have kids, that type of stuff. They're like, okay, well, in the future, so you're telling me my husband's going to cheat on me and I'm going to feel betrayed, right? I'm going to feel betrayed. That's a major part of it. But let's say a woman, the older ones that, 32, 35 or whatever, the ones that still thought they could get such a man, their focus shifted way more into the money aspect of it, right? Less love. Okay, ideally they would be able to get a guy with everything, but realistically or practically speaking, female nature 101, they're going to shift their focus a lot to the resources. So what I'm saying is, depending on the woman, some of those women, what they were really annoyed by or what they're really worried about is their so-called their resources, which is, if it's a man that's bringing in all the money, it's really both of theirs. But you know how women think, they see it more so as theirs, like, the guy's money is hers and her money is hers. But what I'm saying is, it wasn't, he could never get them to admit, or they never would admit, like, well, it isn't so much about him cheating that bothers me. It's like the possibility of those resources going to another woman. This guy leaving,
Right.
and he's gonna leave me dry, and I'm not gonna be keeping any of the shit, or how I might get half, but at the end of the day, that's fucking half, and it's not the 100%.
It's like
So
respect. It's like what you call it? She got to respect the cheating, at least cheat respectfully, kind of like.
yeah, and it's just like one of those things. It goes back to the whole, like, if you sit there and it's real interesting. I have a video on my channel the problem is this kind of video, it can really backfire if people don't really understand the logic behind it. But what I tell guys, I'm not saying to not do this with a bunch of women. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying to become friends with 39 women over the span of 5 years. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying for guys to do is to friend zone a couple women, friend zone them on purpose. Women that are cute, women that are pretty, women that are, for the lack of better term, in their prime, in the 20s, to learn about female nature. Because a lot of these women, they'll begin telling on themselves. They'll start letting their guard down. They're like, oh, this guy ain't really trying to fuck me. They're like, damn, I guess this guy really and truly wants to be my friend.
But women be doing this too, because I had a wing woman that I had two of them actually, and they all actually had two. I wouldn't count the other one, but me and her used to drive up and down all over the place. I used to take her to certain places, and then we chill, smoke or whatever. And she used to be inviting me to parties and stuff, and she'd buy drinks and all this other stuff. Definitely was my wing girl. I hit a couple of her friends, but I was cool with her though.
But
And
she taught you some stuff, right? You would agree with what I said?
no, she didn't teach me some stuff, but the thing is that like they always do this thing where they're like they get drunk or something like that. Like what turned me off, she's a pretty girl, but what turned me off about her was that she slept with a bunch of niggas and was doing like a lot of wild shit, while I was with her. Like I would take her to a party and then like she'd be in the room with some other dude while I'm out talking to some other women and shit like that, because she's not mine, right? And we drove there together, but I went home alone. Like she be sleeping around and shit. So that's what turned me off about her, which was no biggie. I didn't give a damn, And then after a while, she started getting very attracted to me. When she get drunk, she tried to throw it at me, and I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'd rather keep her as a wing woman because I'm damn near, I'm benefiting off of it at that point, So, I've been in her, and she's pretty to this day. She's still attractive, but. That shit funny. Like I've seen her. That's why I said I know hoes that are shy. I've seen her. I know dudes that ran a train on this girl, all kinds of shit. So that's what initially, turned me off about her. But I didn't trip on hanging out with her because I didn't want anything from her. We were just chilling, she'd buy shit and stuff. She was proper. But when sometimes she'd try to throw it at me, and I'm like, I'm good, shorty. I'm good. Friend zone the shit out of her. You did.
All right, let's go, DJ Kuda.
Yeah. She used to do some hard shit too. She used to be, I ain't till I really started like getting like attractive women. I didn't know women did coke like that, bro. You would never tell. I mean, not never tell. You would never know. You couldn't even tell. So I already knew what type of time she was on. So I was like, all right. I can't be riding around. Yeah, I can't be riding around with this girl like that, because if I get pulled over and then she got some shit on her, the cops come and be like, well, he told you. Did he tell you to put that on you or whatever? And I'm like, nah, I'm good, bro. It was fun while it lasted. And while it lasted, it was fun, The link is right here to the Knight and Bishop page. I got it saved right here. Hold on, y'all. Here it is. Make sure you guys like and subscribe to my guest on tonight's show. You got to be a regular, man. We definitely busting this down, man.
Yeah.
All right, let's get back into it. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. Let's get it. Let's go.
It's like I spend a lot more time now with the business.
Because the dogs are there.
No,
oh.
But no, it's just more of like it's like a whole family environment now, right? And we've been together longer, right? So
I know, but I'm literally asking about something happens to a woman when she is a portal for life and our bodies change and they're going to feel extra insecure. Maybe she's okay right now, but what happens to us as we transform is it's going to be very hard for her to be sitting there with a baby eating away at her tit, and then you're like, bye, I'm going to go to my other house and have sex because you are emotional right now.
No, I mean, we've had, even without us having any kids, like I've had a vasectomy, by the way, since 2014, right? Because I had.
You had a vasectomy?
Since 2014.
So you don't want kids. You can reverse that
It's
shit.
reversible.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's reversible.
I
Also,
think that's the smartest thing. I think
Bold
all men should get
move.
vasectomies. Don't give me
no,
fucking
it's,
way.
there's a
way.
Don't do
most people
that.
think it's a permanent thing, but
Don't do that.
like the doctor was like, I can reverse this anytime, but if you freeze sperm, you never need to reverse it, and your sperm is more vital when you're younger, more healthy.
Wait, you froze your sperm?
Yeah.
Oh, see, that's smart.
And it's also reversible. But I don't need to do the reversal. If I
I've
want
never
kids.
heard of dudes freezing their
Me
women these
neither.
days freezing their eggs galore.
It's cheap too for the guys.
But it's more expensive. It's more expensive to reverse the vasectomy.
Yeah, it's like $8,000 to reverse
10,000
the vasectomy, but to freeze sperm, it's like $400 or $500 a year.
because you just pay for
Wow.
maintenance.
Okay, so
Right,
it's
but if you get a
$8,000
vasectomy,
to
you won't
reverse
have
the
problems
vasectomy.
with getting girls pregnant.
Correct.
Obviously, that's
Yeah,
why you
well,
did it.
listen.
Yeah,
here-
that makes sense.
Here's finance at its finest.
Yes.
Okay, pros and cons. You know,
get
risk
pregnant.
reward. A kid, you know, from 0 to 18, you know how much it costs to raise a kid these days, by the way?
It's $1 million or something. Like that.
18 years.
250,000. 18 years, 18 years, and on the 18th birthday, they found out it was it.
After
But
college
for
and stuff.
$8,000, you know, that's a $242,000 savings only here on the Sawscast. Twice. But that's something to consider. I've never even thought of that.
It's $8,000 for reversal. To get the vasectomy, it's under $1,000.
No, it's a couple $100s,
Okay.
and then yeah.
And it's
The point is, you're
15
you're
minutes.
plus 240 grand.
There's no. I
give or take.
tell my channel that anybody that's sexually active should get a vasectomy because condoms can fall off, they can break, and girls can lie about being on
And
the
girls
pill.
lie about their birth control.
Yeah.
It blows my
Oh,
mind that how
wow.
many guys try and have sex with you without knowing what your birth control thing is, because you can ruin their life
Yeah.
easily.
All it takes is one time too. I have lots of friends that like, you know, the condom came off, the girl took the pill wrong, and then they get. if
even
one of
with an
them's against abortion.
IUD.
Guys, I gotta get out of here. I gotta go. Holy shit, you're making me
But I
nervous.
really honestly look at how much
Okay.
birth control and how much we have to change our own chemistry as women in order to have sex comfortably and safely, and they just can do a vasectomy.
Well,
and-
let's settle this once and for all. We have this body count debate. It's on every show. You know, men and women are different. You've slept with 1,590 women to be exact. One of you girls play your cards right. It's 1,591. Boom, 20 minutes. Here's the deal. If a woman said she slept with 1,500 dudes, if a woman said she slept in 150 dudes, she'd be disgusted, blasphemed, just run out of town. You built a business model on this. If that's not a case example, that I've never seen one better than this. So female body count versus male body count. Is there a clear, distinct difference in your mind?
Yes, and it is a double standard. I agree, but it's like the way that like society looks at it as well, right? Like if a guy does it, a lot of people are like, "Oh, that's kind of cool," but if a girl does it, a lot of people can look at that negatively. I don't judge personally, but I don't want to get involved with a girl that sleeps around with a lot of people. To be honest.
Yeah. So what would
It is a double
be
standard.
for
No,
someone who
it's-
slept with 1,590 women, to be an exact? I don't know about you. I heard it was like 1,400, bro. I don't know.
No, I've always made it. I've always made it a really big deal because I think that's the only credibility that, and it's not about like a
do
contest.
you like
or
ring a bell every time? I just
We made another sale today. Ding, 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 ding.
Do you
But
give
my
them a
question is,
survey?
I send a text out to my friends.
that what? Hey,
Can
got
you
another
pause
one.
it real quick,
Jackpot.
Kuda, please?
I
What
would hate
for someone that has slept?
So let me address that whole credibility thing. The problem with him attaching it almost exclusively to that number, let's assume that it's true. The problem is there's some guys out there, if it's not true, they just go out there and copy and paste and steal other guys' stuff, right? Like AMS stealing ARC stuff and all these different people. So, you know, my thing is it goes back to the whole concept of the 80-20, the so-called 80-20 rule, and some of these big time talking points. If there's a dating coach out there and he can't break down something like the 80-20 rule in a methodical way, I'm just going to flat out say there's a pretty good chance the guy is a fraud, because he'd sit there and be able to look in the back of his mind, be like, yeah, that's not true. This happened this time. And yeah, that's not true this time. And he'd really sit there and think about it. And he'd be able to figure out the flaws in the arguments that other people are making. So like, I don't want to call out a bunch of names, but there's a bunch of big names in this space that have messed up that 80-20 rule. And I'm not talking about like, you know, just a little bit, just completely just off the chart, messed it up. And that's kind of the thing about him. I was kind of getting at it earlier. I haven't heard enough of his philosophy to really kind of make a judgment call if he knows what he's talking about. You know, ARC used to have this thing where he would talk about it in different panels, that he just needs to listen to a dude talk for 20-30 minutes or whatever about this type of stuff, and he can know if he knows what he's talking about and actually has a bunch of experience with women. So, you know, it's one of those things, like the guys in the audience and maybe even women, but you know, women are like, hey, I'm gonna send this guy, this dating coach, to my son or whatever. I can understand why some of these guys get upset sometimes, because if a guy doesn't have that much experience with women, he's going to have a hard time making a judgment call on what guy actually knows what he's talking about. But it goes back to what we were talking about earlier, Kuda.
Uh-huh.
This is a vast internet. Now you got Reddit. Now you got Amazon. All these people reviewing books. Now you
Mm.
got comment sections. Now you got all these different methods. At some point you would think that someone would be doing their vetting, right? It's just like going to a doctor or whatever. You're gonna vet. Let's say you got a, I don't know, you broke your ankle or something, and you got your ankle really twisted in a bad way. You'd go
Mm.
out there and do your research. So it's like a mix of two bags. It's like, okay, I understand it's difficult for you to choose the right guy, but the other part of it is the accountability, right? So that's kind
Would
of
you would you prefer though? Let's say if the or a father or mother, single mother or whatever. Would you prefer, instead of having to talk with their kids or potentially telling them something wrong about dating and getting women or the opposite sex, would you prefer a parent introduce their children to dating coaches or a good dating coach?
At what age? At what age for the son?
I say 16, 17, kind of the birds and the bees age.
I would start giving them a bunch of books. Like say I had a son, what I would do is I'd start presenting the guys that I respect and give him the material. And then after he's absorbed the materials and he started dating a little bit, then I would start guiding them in the right direction. Because I think it is important to sit there and be in your kids' lives. But the problem is some guys, and the moms obviously as well, they're overbearing. They're overbearing with it. And one thing I wouldn't want to tell my son is like, okay, well, I don't want you to move to Thailand. I don't want you to move somewhere else. You got to allow your son or daughter to make their own decisions for their
Right.
lives.
Right.
And would I necessarily be? I wouldn't be a hypocrite. Let's say I had a son.
But I was saying I would raise my child in Thailand for like a couple of years so he can see how good he has it even in the States. Some people that don't have it, he can be bilingual. He could ride a little motorbike to school and stuff like that and kind of have more of an independent mindset. But my bad.
Well, no. What I would
And
say
it's
is,
easier to educate them abroad too.
well, let me say this. Well, what I would have a big issue with is my son just spending all his time in the manosphere, not going out there to meet women and
Right.
date. I would have a big issue with that because that's a big problem we have now. Like, there's too many guys out there that they're spending, they've been on one date in maybe 5 years, and the rest they're over here circle jerking with MGTOW dictionary about the black pill.
Mhm.
So I think that's kind of become a huge issue, and I think moving forward in the coming years, guys, whether they like it or not, the guys that really and
Mhm.
truly want to be dating women and meeting women and spending time with women, they got to learn how to code approach. There's no way around it, because the dating.
Mhm.
Oh, no, let me say this, and people can Google it. People can Google it. The people right now in the chat or people that hear the stream in the future, they're laying off employees at some of these dating app places. I think Match.com owns a bunch of the dating apps. They're laying off some employees right now because I think
Shoot,
what's
even
happening.
Amazon killing their employees.
Yeah, because I think what's happening is a lot of
Oh,
guys are
and
just giving
Elon
up.
Musk. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, so a lot of
Elon
guys are
Musk,
just
yeah,
they're just
on
giving up
Twitter.
on dating, and it's hurting their revenue and that type of stuff. And that's just
Mm.
the reality behind it. There'll be guys that go MGTOW. There'll be guys that really man up and they'll travel to a country. And there's the guys that are going to learn how to code approach. But it goes back to the whole experience factor. Some of these guys, they'll go overseas, and because they never code approach, because they never really dealt with women. And that's a debate thing. I know I don't want to get too deep into if they have experienced too much with women, all that type of stuff. That starts getting in guys'
Mhm.
feelings. I mean, how it goes. Some of these guys get their feelings hurt over that concept. But at the end of the day, if you don't have the experience with women and you don't know how to vet them and get the women that want you for the right reasons, it doesn't matter what part of the world you're in. You're going to get punked. You're going to get punked by women. And
Yeah, you
that's
got to
kind
be
of the
careful
argument
too.
that Lucario and some of these other guys were fucking up on. They were
Mhm.
focusing too much on the whole. They were circling back around to the whole concept of game, and it's a really hard argument to make by using that particular word that's become toxic. The thing that should be made is, can you find the women that want you for the right reasons? But at the end of the day, that logic starts falling apart for those guys as well, because they try to act like looks don't matter. So I mean, it's just that's the way it goes. You got to live on your principles. If you want to sit there and really and truly say something that's stands out or whatever, and it's kind of provocative, you got to sit there and
Mm.
die on that hill and really defend your logic. And if you're not willing to
Mm.
do that, you're not ready for prime time, and you're not ready to do this stuff. That's the way I see it.
Man, that's hey, I like that. You said I like what you said. Yeah, yeah. That's so true. Shout outs to my brother Link. Thank you again for dropping a huge 5 on the super chat. Thank you again, bro. Thanks. Like this, like, what do you think about this story? I know you probably, I think I probably showed this to y'all, but let me see. And I'm gonna ask you, should their parents, or I think his dad got it covered, point him in the direction of a dating coach. But check this out. What's going on, Brian Will? Check this out.
But where are we going?
School.
To see who?
My crush.
Ooh. You excited?
Yes. Cheated on me with my best friend and my toy. We could find it. I mean, I had it at my table, but somebody must have took it.
What did you say about the first? What was the first thing you said?
My crush cheated on me with my best friend.
Your crush cheated on you with your best friend?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, sunshine. You okay?
No.
Oh my god. What can I do to make you feel better?
I don't know.
Well, you'll find somebody else, baby, I promise.
I bet I won't.
Yes, you will. You'll find somebody better, sunshine. And then what else did you say? What was the second thing?
Snoop said in 94, we don't love them hoes. Okay? Those hoes ain't loyal. They got the chips you want.
When you buy me this?
When you tell me you lost your toy.
Hey, I love it, babe. You bought me two?
Yeah, 2.
Thank you.
And the one you lost.
Oh, thank you.
Things a little bit better for you, huh?
Yeah.
You're so lucky, son.
I'm gonna break it.
What do you think about that? I think that was cool.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: a lot of guys,
right, Ghost Man.
A lot of guys are just trying to go out of their way to go through the pain of not getting rejected, and it's
Yeah.
just that's where the talking points from the manosphere can become really toxic. Well, Chad is over there hitting on 20 women and banging 20 women, and it just
Right.
doesn't work that way. Every guy's going
Right.
to get rejected. It doesn't matter what you do. You could sit there and be a millionaire and have perfect
Dudes will
looks.
look at a
perfect
guy
sex.
like this though and say, I only need a fraction of the woman that he's getting. And it's like, what?
Well, we just got to talk about the different people. From what I understand, James Harden was trying to cash app 6 figures to one of the
Like
Migos
Saweetie or
ex-girlfriends for a date.
somebody. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's funny because he cool with little baby. He probably see if she was trying to if she was gonna go. You know?
And then you got Tiger Woods when he was cheating on his wife. Now, by the manosphere logic, is that he was running through women in their 20s with no kids, perfect bodies, perfect looks, right? The
Mhm.
guy has the status, he has the money, all that stuff. But that's not true. Anyone in the audience could look up the different women he was smashing. There's a bunch of different women. One was like a PORN star. Another one was like a older, maybe even older than himself. There was just like a big time mix of women. The point is, there wasn't a lineup of dime pieces. So, that's just part of the game. And if some guys don't want to go through the pain of getting rejected, well, they got to go trick or do nothing, go MGTOW.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta make a choice. You gotta make somewhat of a choice.
I mean, I don't want to go full Steve Dean mode, like, oh, you piece of trash. I mean, that's not my style. But all I'm saying
The shaming is was turning people off,
Yeah, see, that's not my thing. But
I mean, understand getting punched in the chest, but it's like a different type of shaming. It's not like Andrew Tate type shaming, but it's like,
what I would say, that the phrase I would use is I don't I just can't really respect it, because I mean, at the end of the day, it's like I don't like people that are entitled, because you got to really and truly think about this on a deep level. When a woman decides to have sex with you, there's the possibility of bringing another human being on this earth that could possibly be an engineer, an astronaut,
Right.
build a construction company, a plumbing company. So why, really and truly, from a woman's perspective, like why should they sit there and just be like, make it so easy for every guy? No, it just doesn't
Well,
work that way.
that's what I came to the conclusion of too. When a lot of people kind of was getting mad at the approach 100 women was it a day or a week or some shit like that? They were getting mad about that, and I'm like, because they were like, oh well, he's gonna get rejected, and it's like, why do you think you should sleep with every woman that you meet? You know that you're gonna meet. Like, why are you, why you think that you're entitled to sleep with every single woman that you talk to? You know, where did that come from? You did.
Yeah, they were all clowning it because they thought it was literally telling guys to do that. And I mean, the most women I've hit on in a day is probably about, I don't know,
I'm
like
not
3
gonna
months
lie.
ago.
That's kind of something I didn't count when we used to go out sarging. We kind of didn't count that shit. We just approached.
Yeah,
You
I
know?
think maybe 15, probably at bars, like in one night, but not at the same
Mhm.
bar. So what I tell guys to do is jump to different bars, and every guy has a different philosophy, but I'm not real big on trying to get a one night stand at bars. I'm just not. My thing
Yeah.
is I go around, collect a couple numbers, I peace out, and I go to the next bar, do the same thing, and
Sharpen
see
up
where
your
they go.
skill.
Yeah.
Sharpen up your skill. So when you see the right one, you know you can at least have something to say, or you can get at her and make something happen.
Yeah, and then the next day or 2 days later, whatever, I'm trying to go on dates with the girls. So that's just kind of the style I developed over a long period of time. So let's get it. Or are we done? We
All
done
right.
with the?
No, let's get back into it. We good.
You're not sleepy over there, are you? It's like 7 a.m.
Nah, man. I'm up working. I got some stuff on my head right now. Hold on.
I think Rolo's about to take some more pot shots.
Okay.
Slept with as many women as you. 1,500 plus. And that's just sex. I didn't count like if it was just a blowjob or hand.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
We're not even handies at this point. Holy cow! We're 2,000 seconds. All right, we're having fun here, guys. Like and subscribe if you want to see more handies. But for someone that has slept with 1,500 women plus, for a woman, what body count do you have to tell you that you would be disgusted by? I'm not talking about a porn star. I'm not talking about someone like sex work. I'm talking a regular girl. If you said, hey, here's my number, show me your number. What number is like, nah, that is a red line for me. What's the number?
For me personally, it's like anything over like 20.
Wow. So there it is.
But most girls are below that, to be honest. Like I know lots of girls that hit 9 and they
Okay, now he's starting to sound like that black lady from the last stream.
Do you see this? Wait, I have a question. Is it different in different countries? Because you said you've been with girls in different countries, like Brazil, Poland, Ukraine.
Love this question. Go ahead.
Great question.
Portugal. Is it different in these places? Because I think that a lot of women are more traditional in those types of countries.
Yeah, no, I have that as kind of a general standard, but in Ukraine was the prudest place to live by far. It takes like it takes like 2 to 5 days. I lived there in 2017 before all the crazy war stuff there, but it takes like 2 to 5 dates. Almost no girl will come home with you from a club. Almost no girl will come home with you after a first date. I had situations where I'd be on a 4th date in public and they weren't ready to kiss yet. That would happen often.
In Ukraine.
Well, it's still keep going.
So that's Ukraine.
Yeah.
So maybe they deserve to get invaded.
Because
I don't like that kind of attitude. Ladies.
They're
It's a 5th date. We're still.
They're more
joke.
oriented on like
It's a joke. It's a joke. We're having fun here, guys.
We're invading you whether you
We're
want
invading you.
to or not.
Okay, so how about this? Let's hear John Anthony lifestyle. Top 5 places for the loosest women.
Brazil.
And top 5 places avoid if you want to get laid, or cities. Would you do us that honor?
Yeah, so top five. I mean, if we're talking about like so I purposely avoid anywhere that's like easy mode, because then people will say, oh, you inflated your number. So I won't go to like Thailand or like Indonesia or Philippines.
That was a question in the super chat. They were accusing him of.
So top
No,
5
I've never been to
countries.
those places.
Okay.
Like, because there's some coaches that'll go and they'll be in Thailand. They're like, oh, I've been with 300 girls, but it was all online and it was Thailand, and they're white.
So
right?
Thailand doesn't count?
No, I've never been there. But like,
well, I'm saying that.
Yeah, no, but like if you're looking to just get laid easily, what I've heard is that Thailand, Indonesia, Philippines, those are. I went to Colombia.
Southeast Asia.
Colombia also is very easy. I went there. People think Brazil is easy, but it's not. You actually have to have game.
Very traditional
She's
women.
Brazilian. Tell people, because
They're
there's
very
lots of dating coaches on YouTube that say, oh, Brazil's really easy. He's only getting laid because he went to Brazil. I was at 1,179 when I arrived in Brazil. So like most of the girls I've been with have been in America, but people say, oh, Brazil's just easy. But
So you got Southeast Asia. You
she's
got
Brazilian.
Colombia.
What do you say about Brazilian
She's
girls?
defending Brazil.
Yeah, Brazil. Well, Brazilian women are more traditional in their mindset. So they're thinking, well, I want a husband at the end of this.
Got it.
What about
All
London?
right.
The
So
Brits-
Brazil,
the Brits are
conservative.
slutty.
Yeah, no,
They are
London was nice.
Where does USA
Yeah.
rank in this list? Are women tend to be easier in the United States? Because the whole argument is that Western societies, USA, Canada, I think the loosest women are in Scandinavia. Like they believe the most in feminism. Iceland. Is it your experience that more Western feminist countries
Feminist.
tend to be looser than a little more
Well,
conservative countries?
Eastern Europe, like in Poland and Ukraine, right? Most girls won't come straight to the house. So that actually bothered me because it just takes a lot more time to go
Yeah.
through the whole process. Because if a girl comes to the house and you talk a little bit and hook up, you can see another girl or do something else right after, right?
Okay.
But if you have to go do the public dates, because over there, if you invite a girl straight to the house, they think it's just an invitation to have sex.
Got it.
So I think only one girl came straight to the house in
So
Ukraine.
those countries aside, let's get back to America and,
Yeah.
and the West.
America, I think is put pretty middle of the road. It's not necessarily easy or hard, but like as long I probably wouldn't live in a country again where the girls won't come straight to the house on the first date. Just being honest, just because it in those countries too, a lot of times they don't want to come home with you even after the first date.
Gotcha.
So
So give me some countries. If a guy wants to get laid, where's he moving?
basically like those ones I mentioned, like Indonesia, Philippines, Colombia,
Places
Thailand.
you've been though.
A place I've been, Colombia. I was there just for like a short trip. The chicks were a lot easier, right? The problem in Colombia though, if you go to a nightclub, it's like 90% hookers. So we're like, okay, fuck the nightclub. So we would just go on the apps, and before we meet any girl, we'd be like, wait, are you working? And you have to like screen out the hookers. There's so many hookers.
Okay, so this begs my next question. So you hear about these passport bros getting out of the United States, getting out of traditional Western societies. They're moving out to Thailand, Colombia. They're knocking up chicks from other, less civilized societies. They're wifing these guys up. They're dating these women. What's your advice to dudes out there yearning to go to other countries to find women?
What was fascinating for me is that like there's just a lot less obesity in like Eastern Europe.
This nigga is like the biggest hoe in America and talking about some screening for we got to screen for prostitutes and working women. There is a way to screen, but bruh, you the last person to say you got to screen for that. I think he's trying to be the guy that has like the most lays. Like he probably had the most. I think he's trying to be like Guinness or something, like the world record of having So 1,591 women, which I'm pretty sure he's trying to make it to 1,600. Can say they slept with that guy, or so they say. Wait, hold on. He's buying coochie. So how is he trying to weed out? That just doesn't make no sense. All right. Anyway, I think he's trying to have the most. Try to be the guy that had the most sex in the world or some shit like that. Because I don't even think Hugh Hefner had 1,000. That nigga had a lifetime of coochie.
I think what I heard, Magic Johnson, what he used to have like his buddies in the crowd at game, and his buddies would go look for
Oh,
women.
he said we'll hit 20,000. Okay, never mind. He way off.
So yeah, Magic Johnson would have his buddies in the crowds during the game, and they basically saying, hey, Magic Johnson thinks you're pretty or whatever. You want to meet him after the game, and yeah. That's how he would find his women. And supposedly Drake is doing something like that now. And obviously there's women calling him out on it and trying to punk him and make him look dumb.
Well, they got to take their phones and all that other stuff. So, and it's kind of a little bit, I wouldn't say kind of, a little bit confidential, but Oh, Lord. Women affected men on every level of life, man. Even when
in South America,
even when you don't have one. Ain't that crazy? Shit.
My biggest issue with, I don't mean that offensively,
No,
but
it is a
a
real
lot of
thing.
guys don't want to date an obese girl, and so if you like in Poland and Ukraine, almost hardly anyone is obese at all. You don't even see it. You can go months without even seeing someone overweight, which is like another planet. So when you go on Tinder, if everyone's in shape, then it's if you're at least you're looking at the physical initially, it's like which face do you like, or stuff like that. Versus like, okay,
Right, they
this one's too
start
big,
taking
this one's too big, I don't know,
pictures and
this one's
recording
too big,
shit.
okay, this one's too big. So it's a lot of, and it's like a supply and demand thing. Going back to sales.
Yeah.
So like hot girls aren't like fronting and doing all this stuff in all these other countries because there's so many of them that they're not in short demand. Like when you like in the US, I think like a lot of like the really, really hot girls, they're in such small supply. So it teaches them to just be shittier because people will tolerate it.
By shittier, you mean not go out with you? Or
No, just like put up an attitude. Like
do you
play
even have a
games.
type?
Physically or overall?
Well, she's got to be a chick. The old hole in a heartbeat joke.
No, I've kept the quality very high as well.
I know, but is there anything that you look for in a girl?
Yeah, I look for a lot of qualities. So non-physically, I want the girl to be smart, have a good heart, good moral system.
Is that after the second time?
Not be dramatic. We don't know them if it's an online date, right? You don't know them.
I know, but you
Got to be
can-
willing to come over first date, cut you off.
Not necessarily. I mean, just because for time saving, because I'm working on my business a lot now, and I'm with my girlfriend. And we have a rule too. We made some rules like I'm not going to go on dates with other girls, right? I'm not going to have other girls sleep over.
What? You're not going on dates with other girls
Not like in public.
anymore?
Just taking them
Yeah.
to the house.
Oh, that's a new rule.
Yeah, I did this because
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
Some respect.
Listen, I might bang her, but I'm not buying her dinner.
Yeah.
It's a little respect here.
He's taking them straight back to the crib.
No, but I mean, as a woman
one
who's
is
now
mine.
publicly your wife, right? Because she's part of the business as well. She's public. It's probably embarrassing for her to hear from friends.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw your guy out on a date.
No,
with
that's not what it's about. She just doesn't want there to be any kind of like big emotional connection with these other girls.
I get it. Like women will
Oh.
say, you know, I'm more okay with my guy cheating on me than like if he
Falls
was
in love.
taking,
And it's
taking her
reverse,
to dinner, to
and it's
date, or buying
reverse-
her gifts.
It's reverse for guys, and,
Yeah.
and that has evolutionary root as well. So like the guy doesn't want his chick sleeping with other girls because then he might be raising someone else's kid, and the girl doesn't want you to fall in love because then you might go and protect and provide for someone else, in like in ancient
Does
times.
her family know about all of this stuff?
Yeah.
They do, and they're okay with it.
Yeah.
It's very because I'm telling you,
I
it's
treat her really well.
Very, very family oriented in Brazil.
No, yeah, I
You're
treat
doing
her very
dinners.
well. Her mom loves me. Her brother would hang out with. Like sometimes if she would have to
Her
travel
brother's
for
getting
work.
advice.
Yeah, her brother's
No,
getting
her
game.
brother's.
Hey, bro, I know you're banging my sister and all the other chicks out there, but what's up? What you got for me, bro?
No, like
got you, homie.
There'd be some nights where we go out to the club with like if she was traveling for work or something, I'd bring her out to a club and I'd have like 10 girls, but they'd all be girls I was seeing. And then we'd come back and they'd be on the stripper pole. I'd be going to the room with 2 or 3 of them, and he'd just be on the couch, like like having a great time. But he knows I'm dating his sister, right?
By the way, my sisters, I think, may become single these days. If you want access, yeah, now you got to hang with me. Guys, we're joking here. All right.
It's a different type of lifestyle for sure, and she's taking a lot of flack from it from her friends, from her family, because they all think it's a double standard, and
Yeah.
they think
Well, you're being honest with these women. You're not lying at this point. Here's my question. So the women hate cheaters. We all know that. Women don't like cheaters.
Yeah.
But I think what they hate more than cheaters
Lying.
are liars.
Yeah, well, that-
Just don't lie to me. Don't make me look stupid. Don't embarrass me. So women have emotions. We all have emotions. Women tend to be more emotional. Men a little more logical per capita. How do you balance, being honest with women, but also the emotions and the feelings that kind of come with being a player like yourself?
So I just own it all, right? So we just have like a full honesty policy. Like I'm going to see a girl, I'm not going to say I'm going to see a friend or I'm going to the gym, and then behind her back. I was doing that in the beginning, and it would just cause a lot of problems and fights, and it would hurt her. And then we realized after talking it through, if I'm just fully transparent, then that makes her feel way better about everything rather than having me sneak around or deceive her in any way.
Got
So
it.
the full honesty policy works really well for us.
If you're a girl and you want to be in a relationship with John Anthony, I feel like that's perfully fine.
Oh,
if
yeah.
if that's the lifestyle you want to live and that's the lifestyle that you like or can get used to, because we had Mike Sartain.
Yeah.
Same thing. Has different girlfriends, whatever, but it's very transparent about it. Justin Waller, same thing.
Mhm.
If you're open and honest and telling that person, listen, this is my lifestyle, take it or leave it.
Well, here's another stark example. Let me get very specific answers from you guys, and we'll answer the same question. Would you rather? Don't give me some middle of the road answer. You got to pick one. Binary options here. 40-year-old man, right, our age, who has been with 1,500 women by age 40. That's one option. Or 0 women by age 40. Who would you pick? Natalia?
Everything's
You're not gonna give us anything
Everything's
else?
equal.
What do you mean?
They-
Like
Like that's the
money-wise,
same
or-
person. They look the same. They act the same. They make the same money. But someone's been with 1,500 women, and this person by age 40 is still a virgin. Who would you pick?
I pick 0.
0?
I pick 0.
Yeah, reluctantly you just pick 0.
No,
You couldn't
I
even
pick
say the
0.
number. Okay.
You can look. You had that gentleman who had 0, and then all of a sudden he knew what he
Yeah,
was
but
doing.
he was 28.
That's okay.
40?
That's okay.
Half your life you've gotten 0 action? I don't know. Rebecca, I know you're married. James got game, Harlem game. If you were single, hypothetical, would you pick the 1,500, he's honest, or the 0 guy?
1,500.
You would. Please elaborate why.
I want a man that knows how to lay it down.
But what if he knew how to lay
Thank
it down
you for your honesty.
based on like the information he's received?
If he's watching porn all day long
Well,
to
what
get
if he
that
did his-
information,
what if he did his course and he knew where everything was and it's phenomenal?
then I'll take him.
Okay, I told you.
All right.
But you gave
Can you
me-
pause it real quick,
gave
Kuda?
me
Nah,
one or
you
the
know
other.
what?
You're
Stick with your
giving
0
award.
guy.
I like the 0.
Amber.
All right, so here's the big problem with what they're saying. So a lot of feminists out there, this is what they say. For a real long period of time, they've gone after PUAs. They're like, well, you're teaching men how to just get laid with a bunch of women, and they're devaluing women and their sexuality and all this other stuff. But here's the problem. On the other hand, these same women, they go in on incels and those type of groups of that that don't deal with women, can't get women, or whatever, however you want to put it. So it starts contradicting itself, the logic between the two. So I think moving forward, as this stuff in the manosphere, really starts going more into the political world and it starts delving more into politics and actual policy, let me just flat out say it. That's a big issue that I have with a lot of the people that are at the top of the food chain. Right now, we got Real Femme Sapien and just Pearly Things. Hopefully her health is okay. But at the end of the day, when these policy decisions start being made, they're the ones that are going to get a foot at the table, and they're going to be like, well, we should do this, we should do that. And they don't really and truly, on a real level, on a deep level, understand this stuff, the dynamics of what's going on in society. And that's a problem I have with them being at the top as well. I mean, my thing is, I don't care. Capitalism 101, they can sit there and make their $30 million or whatever. It doesn't matter. I don't have a big issue with that because that's just the way the world works. What I do have an issue with is them not knowing what they're talking about and not really and truly reaching out to the people that do know what they're talking about to really understand this on a deep level. It doesn't matter how many books or how many debates or how many people's streams they review. They're not going to ever really understand the struggle for a man to be dealing with women. They just don't. They don't understand that type of stuff. And that's kind of the issue that I have when it comes to these conversations. It starts
Right.
You're gonna break the tie here.
My bad. Right. No, but no, what you're saying is correct, and you could tell by the content of their conversation and actually what they're saying when they're speaking or portraying, some of their experiences with women or dealing with certain women and stuff.
Yeah, it's
like
like
how they talk about it, what they say, what they mention, what they go, how they go about it. My bad.
Yeah, it's like the white woman next to John Anthony earlier. She's like, well, women have to worry about the risk and their safety and all that. Okay, I understand that. We get it. That's true. Yes, I really do understand that. But at the same time, guys.
Yeah, but going outside butt naked don't really feel like you're in fear of your life. I'm not saying just because you butt naked don't entitle anybody to do stuff, but people that really feel that way don't go outside butt naked.
Well, that's an important conversation to have real quick. I mean,
Yeah.
2 minutes, like when Backpage and that type of stuff, when the government banned it
Yeah.
off the internet, but then 7 years later, whatever, they're not doing anything about OnlyFans. And that's kind of a problem that I think
They wait till it gets a lot of money, and then when it runs its course, then they ban people, and then something else takes its spot.
See, like from what I
Instagram and shit.
understand in New York City and these different states, what they
Mhm.
do is they criminalize the guys buying the women, right? Buying the sex, but they don't get in trouble. The women selling it isn't criminalized. So nothing happens to the
Yeah.
female, but something
Yeah.
happens to the male.
When they used to, and females are bigger. Females are the ultimate pimp. They way bigger pimps than the actual pimp. When these girls used to get arrested at the brothels and stuff like that, the mama san, they treated her like she was just a regular prostitute, like she was under his spell. She doesn't go to jail. When the mama san doing all the damn pimping,
right?
But you can't tell niggas shit.
Let's
All
get
right.
a DJ Cuda.
Cuda.
I know you're gonna. Okay, for me, it's really about what happens next.
Yes.
As opposed, if that 1,500 person is closing the door and we're together in the
Yes.
zero, But if it's just based off history, then 1,500.
Okay, explain your rationale.
I was talking to this because in Israel, I met a lot of guys who were saving themselves for marriage, right? The Orthodox community.
Religion, yeah.
Orthodox,
And yeah,
yes.
and so I'd have these conversations with. I remember having a conversation with a guy who I was interested in, but he was not going to have any kind of physical relationship with me. So we were having this argument where he was like, "Don't you think it's so special that when you choose one person, then you are there with them for life?" And I was like, "I actually think it's more special to have tried a lot of things." And pick one person because you know what's out there. You have the information.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
Clap it up.
I guess. One thing is
that men need to test drive as many cars as possible.
You said
and
this.
at some
And women.
point,
if it was
find a car. No, not women, Amber.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but that's where
Well,
we
the
differ.
ca-
Is
the
that I think
caveat-
women should also
No,
experience a lot.
no.
And know what they're
What?
getting into.
What?
No.
What?
Women, no. Sorry. I don't think we have, like you said, we have the ability to have a baby. Our birth control is not as effective as we would like it to be. Okay. And a lot of women have negative reactions to it.
What are you saying?
I'm saying
You
that there's a
shouldn't go
lot
out
of
and try it and explore.
Here's what she's
different
saying.
people.
Ready,
I'm
Rebecca?
saying that you shouldn't open your legs to everyone.
I'm gonna ask. I trust
You should
Rebecca.
if you want to.
There's a reason that
No,
I
no, no.
constantly invite Rebecca back here because she has knowledge, she has experience, she's been on both
She's
sides of
Brazilian.
the equation. She's a family woman now. She used to be a boss babe. Like you have a good perspective. I appreciate it. In your opinion, this is just Rebecca Barrett. Ideally, before someone settles down, man, woman, what is an ideal number, body count wise, partners that a man should have been with?
Oh, I don't-
Right? versus a woman. Just give me something.
80-20.
80-20.
We'll just keep
okay.
it
So
the
for
rule.
every 10, I love that rule. So for a guy, 8, woman 2. So you value a man with more experience, and men value women with a little less experience.
Here's the thing. I've seen first of all, I talk to a lot of women, and I hear the more a woman is promiscuous, the more she's having sex, her whole attitude, her whole demeanor, she's literally ends up being a walking shell of a human. No, I'm saying that like I see women like have dead eyes.
It's all about why they're having sex. If you're having sex to validate yourself because you are not internally confident and you are relying on external factors to make yourself feel whole, then yeah, you are going to feel like a shell of a person. But if you're having sex with somebody because you are somebody who, like him, has genuine connections, who likes people, you have to like people to a certain degree. It can't just be sex for you because you have to talk to these girls.
Hey, listen, I'm
You
a
are
people person.
You're
I'm a
right
people
for it.
person. 1500
Now
later,
you
I'm a
are,
people person.
right? You have to enjoy the energy
There's
exchange.
an important factor here too that we're not forgetting, or that we're forgetting. So like a lot of clients come to me. I agree that I agree with you and also you as well. The zero thing, the problem with that is
He's like, not you.
I know. It's okay.
Not you, Nat.
It's all
Here's
right.
the problem is that
Like 40-year-old virgin ass.
I get guys that don't have any experience or don't have much experience, and they're not like confident or cool enough to date a pretty girl yet.
Yes.
So they're like, hey, I only want to get with 9s and 10s. Okay, have you been with a 9 yet? No. Have you been with an 8? No. 7? Almost. And what happens is as they like date their way up, their confidence is going to increase. They're going to carry themselves better. Women are going to respond to them better. Right. So they can't just come out getting their full package girl out of the gate with no experience.
Right.
And I've seen this thousands of times with so many clients. They have to like work their way up. It's
Of course.
Because they're going to be intimidated by these pretty girls.
100% agree. What's the old saying that women have to kiss a couple frogs or toads before they find Prince Charming? Do you recommend that men kind of take down a funny 3 for a second, and then maybe like a 4 who drunk goggles? Like, do you recommend just kind of like starting at basic levels, work your way up?
Not that low. I tell them,
where do you start?
I tell them don't.
I'm not condoning a 3 or anything below a 5.
I tell
Clear.
them don't sleep with a girl you're not attracted to. So don't go talk to any girls you're not attracted to.
Okay.
They're like, well, should I just bang this girl that I think is ugly just to get the experience? And I say no, because that's going to have like a psychological impact.
Yeah.
They're going to devalue themselves
Okay.
because they're like, okay, what does that say about me?
Especially if you're associating sex with something that's not even like pleasurable for you. If it's like a transaction completely, it's just completely self-serving. That's definitely like toxic.
Last couple questions. I want to get through this. By the way, you know what this conversation is kind of reminding me of? So Andrew Schultz, shout out to you, Schultz, if you see this. Have you ever seen his special?
Yes.
Where he's like, guys, girls, we got to come together, right? We're
yeah.
on the same page here. We're not that far apart. And someone in the audience is like, yeah, what do you mean? Yeah, of course we are. He's like, listen, I was at one of these feminist marches recently. They're all shouting, free the nipple. And he's like, yeah, totally agree. Free it out there. And they're like, we deserve to have an abortion. He's like, you should, right? Equal pay for equal work. He's like, fuck yeah, get to work. And he's like, the more and more I hear you women talk, he's like, are you fuck boys or feminists? Which one is it? So that's what this conversation reminded me of. Shout out to you, Andrew Schultz. You're a great dude. You have this thing, and then I want to kind of get to this red pill stuff and we'll wrap up. By the way, you're spending money on ads out there. Anytime I go on YouTube, boom, John Anthony Lifestyle, boom, boom, boom.
They're just targeting you.
You may be. Fuck boy or feminist. We got you.
That's how I ended up here, right?
You said that there's a 5-word text that any dude can send a woman to pique her interest.
Oh, it's my opener.
Yeah, what is that?
What's going on, Beautifully Animated? Welcome to the show.
In public and say hi. I want to meet you real quick.
Shout outs to Beautifully Animated in the building. How you doing? Happy February. If you guys haven't subscribed to Beautifully Animated's page, subscribe to her channel. She's in the chat. Good afternoon. Oh, that shit. That's not afternoon for y'all. It's nighttime for y'all. Good evening.
I want to meet you.
I want to meet you real quick.
I like that.
I'm not mad at that. Wow.
When you have 3 girls with divergent opinions, divergent lifestyles, all saying, okay.
Because it's not fancy, it's not gamey, it's direct, and it's authentic.
also saying
That's what you say in person?
Yeah.
Or what about via text?
Over text, I usually just like layer in some questions. I give them multiple things to respond to, right? So in Brazil, I say, well, I'm from New York, but I've been living in Brazil for a few years. You're pretty. I want to get to know you, right? But it's basically like gives them like 3 or 4 things to comment on. So I say, oh, you speak Portuguese. Oh, you're from New York. Oh, this or that. So over text, it's something that's going to have a high response rate. So I'm trying to either generate curiosity or have something that they can latch onto and respond
all
to.
you just gotta say is that I'm American, living in Brazil, and they're in.
See, Bobby.
Green card.
By the way, we
You
hear
follow
so many
Portuguese.
people.
Follow Portuguese?
You hear so many like pickup lines and cheesy things.
doesn't
It's
work.
like, are you an angel? Do you just fall from heaven? And it's like,
I react
are your
to
feet
that.
hurt?
Yeah.
You've been running through my mind all day. But your line of, hi, just wanted to meet you real quick.
Yeah.
Oh, love it.
All the women love it. So shout out to you
Use
for coming
that.
up with that.
I like
Guys,
you know what's funny?
guys,
though?
use the game. We're giving you on Southcast.
I was running a lot of programs in San Diego, And before I left, I had slept with about 200 girls there, 2014, 2015. Before I left, like I was out at a bar one
I
weekend.
just slipped that in there. I was like,
250 girls.
No, I was at a bar one of the weekends, and I walked up to her, go, hey, can I meet real quick? And she's like, oh, I'm not going to fall for that line. And I was like, what are you talking about? She's like, 5 other people have said that to me tonight. And there was like different students of mine. That's why I had to move every year and a half, 2 years, because you start running into the same girls. You know,
You
you
make
start
an army.
you start to build like a little bit of a reputation, right? Because you find out, oh, you slept with my coworker, you slept with my roommate, you slept with 2 of my roommates, you slept with my sister, right? And then eventually it's like time to move. But now we're in Sao Paulo, which is like the largest city. It's 12 million people, 25 million metropolitan. So it's kind of like unlimited. You know, you can never run through that, right? So I think we're gonna.
That'd be amazing if you're in Brazil. They're like, you're like, hey, I just want to meet you real quick. They're like, you must know John Anthony. No, it's like, just want to meet you. It's like, nah, I ain't falling for that one. I'm being 1591. I want to address. Sure, there's a lot of people. You know, we have a lot of people that come on the show. I kind of view myself as an arbiter of conversation. I have a lot of respect for a lot of the guys in the red pill community. We have other guys in blue pill, whatever you want, pickup artists, you know, money guys, successful guys, dating coaches, lots of different women, housewives, porn stars. We're here to have a conversation. Let the audience decide who they enjoy, who they appreciate, who they dislike.
I really respect that.
All good.
That's how it should be.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. What's your beef with the red pill? And then also, what's your beef with MGTOW? Could you go one by one?
Yeah, so
red pill and MGTOW.
The big problem with red pill or any of these movements really is that they're trying to make guys become like a victim. So the guy's like, oh, all women are against us. Women are the enemy. All women are sluts. Or all women are thoughts, right? And they give a lot of false statistics. I know you had like Rollo Tomasi on the show before, but he's very guilty of perpetrating lots of statistics.
He mentioned him.
Common American woman to be like this massive slut who's just trying to fuck you over, and that's just not the case. And he's not saying that from experience. He said he admits in his book, The Rational Male, he's only been with 40 girls, right? And again, it's not a contest, but it's, I think, brainwashing a lot of guys in a toxic way. And you watch shows like Fresh and Fit, and I get lots of these people that come out of those movements, and they're like women haters, and they come on and they resent girls, and they're confrontational with girls, and they turn into like a Myron Gaines, which is just, you know, a guy that doesn't like women and treats them poorly. And I'm really against that. So I actively speak out against that stuff a lot.
So you mentioned Rollo, you mentioned Myron, Fresh and Fit, friends of mine, been on the show, respect. You can't say that what they're doing is all bad. Meaning, if you have a bone to pick with them, that's cool. I'll let you address it. I'm not speaking for them. I'm not speaking for you. But not everything they do is negative and hateful. So is there anything that they are doing, those guys or even red pill, that you do respect?
I think, you know, anything that's like a positive message or an empowering message that's going to lift guys up to help them be the best version of themselves is good. But all this stuff about making excuses or trying to blame women, that's where I draw the line.
Gotcha. Woo! And now the MGTOW community, this is a community that, quite frankly, I don't understand. I think they're basically saying, yeah, we are done with women. We are done dating women. We are done dealing with women. We're done marrying women. We're done with anything with women. Maybe I'll spend some money at a strip club, but that's it. Break down this MGTOW black pill community.
Black? It's black pill?
Yeah, so MGTOW stands for men going their own way.
Yeah.
And they just think like, I'm going to live life without women. I think that's incredibly sad and disappointing because women are, you know, a great addition to a life. Not just
Hey,
for sex,
Kuda, can you do me a favor?
But these guys, I've had thousands of clients over 10 years.
Can you turn up the volume on the stream? Those guys, I can't hear it that well. Is that possible?
You can't hear it? Did it go down?
No, I don't know. I can hear you a lot better than the stream.
This is so weird because I don't have it patched in. Let me know if you can hear it. Hold on.
All right, let's go.
A lot of these guys, they tried the pickup stuff, and most of the coaches are scammers. Unfortunately, right? They have systems that don't work, or they're just trying to rip people off. And so they spend time, effort, and money, and eventually they just get sick of it. And they say, this isn't going to work out. So then they say, oh, it must be my looks. And they go to black pill. It must be women that's the problem. They go to red pill. Or they say, oh, it's just women in general will never work out for me. So I'm going to live my life without women. And those are all terrible paths to choose. And I really try to go and uplift them and show them like, yes, you are good enough. Try to be the best version of yourself. Here's how you talk to girls in a club. Here's how you interact on a date. Here's how you text. And then all of a sudden, and this is the most fulfilling part about my job, they're like, I never realized I could date a girl of this level. I never realized I could have a threesome. I thought that was just gonna be something I'd watch in porn. And they text me, and I become friends with a lot of my clients on a personal level, even after I've trained them. And just hearing like the success and the fulfillment they're getting and how much better that was for life than any money they made or any stuff like that is really fulfilling. And they never realized they had it in them. And that's the position I was in too. I thought I would never date my whole life, probably. You know?
I'll tell you my issue with the I guess the MGTOW. I don't know much about this world, because if there's anything that I stand for, it's interacting with women. I'm friends with women. I hang out with women. I date women. It's good. Like I have a sister. I have a mother. I have a girlfriend. Like I love women. Like I'd rather hang out with 2 or 3 of my boys and a ton of women. That's just me. But I feel like there's 2 camps in the MGTOW community. There's the camp that was like, listen, I was married. I had kids. You know, she took my shit. I took all my money, and I'm fucking done with these bitches. I kind of get that.
Oh yeah.
You've been burned. Okay. Now maybe you're scorn lover, you know, that whole thing. I kind of get that. The other camp is, I don't get women. I hate women. they fuck women, but they've never been with a woman. They're not
Like
friends with women. They're not
incels.
dating women. Incels. They're
Yeah.
just like, it seems like victim mentality
Yeah.
at its highest form.
Mhm.
This is, I'm like, so what do you mean? You're just a 28-year-old dude that hates women now? Like, what's happening right here, bro? Like, improve your life, figure it out, make some money, get in the gym, talk to women, get laid. You got this, buddy. Go and enroll in John Anthony lifestyle. You could be at 1591, no problem. So what's your situation with these MGTOWs? Do you understand what I'm saying? These two different camps?
Well, the problem is, like I said, is a lot of them, like, they actively try a whole lot and they give it a chance, and the years to start falling off the calendar, the decades fall off the calendar, and it becomes like too hard on them emotionally and psychologically. And so a lot of them just give up because they think there's no light at the end of the tunnel. So what I try to do is give them like a straightforward, practical, step-by-step system that's going to deliver results immediately. But let me get your girls' thoughts on this. So when a guy first comes on the program, we hook him up with a professional photographer. They get a pro photo shoot, and then we have a team of hot girls that picks the best 5 photos out of hundreds of photos.
Smart.
Then we apply a face app to it. So he's going from average photos to pro photos.
What do you mean face app? You're face tuning his face?
Yeah.
Oh, face to the dude's face.
No, but not in a catfishing way. We just like Hollywood 2 on face app, right? Like the most subtle.
You just like smooth the skin a little bit.
Yeah.
It's funny.
It
It's
does-
what we do too. So.
Yeah, exactly. So, and then I write their bio for them, and then that starts giving them a 9-day difference in matches. So I say, I don't care like what your dating situation is right now, how bad you are with girls, or what your results are like. We're going to put you through this process. Now you're going to have lots of matches coming in. Once you get a match, follow these scripts to get the phone number, and it handles all control paths. Once you get a phone number, follow these scripts to get a date. So now they went from getting a pro photo shoot to now having a lot of dates. And then I show them how to do it out in public, at bars and clubs.
Nobody's mentioning how he's sitting on his podcast wasting so much time when he should be out smashing more women. Uh-oh. Rolo Tomasi said John was arrested because he grabbed a young woman in Caesar's Palace, pulled her into the back seat of his Pontiac, and locked the door so she couldn't escape, and threw away her phone. She couldn't call her friends. Man, yeah, there's a dark side to all of this alleged coochie this man is getting.
So let
and how to make them.
me add that.
Uh-oh, you Borgin.
I like Rolo.
You there? Okay, now I can hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay, cool.
Yeah, you were Borgin a
So,
little bit.
okay, yeah, no, the problem with like Rolo, he wants to sit there and take a lot of pot shots at people, but he won't debate people on a real level, right? So he blocks people from his chat real quickly, and he refuses to debate people at a high level. But like I was saying earlier, there's this guy called Playing with Fire, whose platform I've been on. Him and Rolo have a long history, so they might be debating pretty soon. So if they debate, you guys be out on the lookout for it.
Okay.
So yeah, that's
does Rolo and that Destiny dude get along? I bet not.
Nah, Destiny he was trying to call in. I don't know if y'all caught that, but Destiny was trying to call in on the show.
Wow.
Yeah, the host kind of said
You never seen real petty white on white crime until white people start attacking each other. They get real petty.
Destiny's been over there with Playing with Fire. I've been in the chat. Yeah.
Okay.
He's I mean, I don't have an issue with him. I mean, at the end of the day, it goes back to this whole, are you really about that life? All right, so if you really have strong principles and you really believe in your convictions, go up there and really debate the guy and see who holds their own. So, that's my thing about it. The hill I would always die on, and I don't.
But that's the thing, though. You can debate somebody and be about that life, and still lose a debate.
Yeah,
and somewhat look wrong.
It's just like one of those things. Let's just put it this way: there's some people in the space that
Just
are
because
always
you lose a debate don't mean you're wrong, right?
well, now they try to set up stuff on their favorable terms just to sit there and try to punk someone and try to make them look bad when they
So get it like a moderator, like he can do the valuetainment guy can do moderating.
Yeah. Because I've gone over there to Teapots. And I debated Little Big Nate. Don't be trying to tell me like, okay, well, come debate me on my platform. I don't know, man. That's just kind of
right where they can mute you and manipulate the stream.
Yeah, like Satan in the Center when he tried to do that with Destiny, but I didn't watch that stream because I just didn't really care to watch it. But I don't know. I think Destiny, I don't know, he was recording it at the same time or something. So Satan in the Center was trying to make him look dumb. And because he was recording it, Destiny was, because he's been on YouTube so long, Satan in the Center was the one that ended up looking stupid.
Yeah, I saw recently too, Satan the Center was doing I think today while we were live, I think Satan the Center was doing a stream about ARC's game.
I need to watch that one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna watch that in full, and I'm gonna
if you watch it, let me know, because you probably gonna see it before I do.
Yeah, the problem, like if we were to try to do a review on it, that guy is real petty, and that guy, You know how it goes. You know how the YouTube
Well, as
game
long
goes.
as, but see, that's the thing with YouTube. If you don't, even if he's petty with it, if you do a bunch of commentary, like over commentary, that video, like stop the video every damn near minute, to talk about something and then go off on like a slight rant and then get back into the video. So you add significant commentary to it. You know
I
what I'm
guess my
saying?
thing is
You
like
altered it into a different work,
Yeah, well, not so much on the copyright strike type stuff, but that dude has like I don't know, I don't want to say a big mouth because he does kind of have a big mouth, but that guy's always trying to go after people with the smoke. My thing is, would he really punch
Marquette.
down to such a high level? I don't know, probably not, but you never know. So it might be something worth reviewing. I think it might actually be a great
You
thing
could
for
say,
us to
well,
review.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you could say something about his character or something like that. Not about his character, but you could say something memorable.
Well,
I don't
I'm
have
gonna
any
really
beef with him. I actually kind of like the guy, but then again, he does do a little bit of clout chasing.
Yeah, I mean,
A lot at
I
times too.
respect his intelligence. It probably is the best thing to review me because we can
Yeah,
really
it'll
break
boost
down
your
his
channel
logic,
too. Yeah, and it'll boost your channel too. A lot of people will come through to
break down
take
his
a
logic and see what he's.
to look at it.
I probably won't even watch it before we do it because I want to
Mm.
sit there and just be like, okay, I'm doing this in real time. So
Right.
I
Well,
want
I mean, you can get a lot of people, a lot of his fans, they're all over the place, so they can probably agree with a lot of your points that you made and even get his attention, or you could tag him in it, or you don't really have to tag him in it. You can just do that, and then then they sub to your channel. They
well, but
sub to your
would you
channel
be
like,
interested
okay,
in?
I believe what you're talking about, huh?
Well, would you be interested in possibly doing it together?
I probably would, but I might watch it, just to get my thoughts together on it, because I interviewed Alan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I interviewed him on multiple occasions.
Yeah, I mean that's probably the best thing as well, so I can really sit there and have my thoughts. I mean, because
Right,
I don't want to do
right.
a disservice to ARC's legacy, so that's probably the best thing as well. I agree. Because
Yeah.
I mean, I really want to sit there and break down Saint and the Sinner's logic,
Yeah,
and
because he
quite
said
honestly,
it was game when it's really not game. It's like a method more so than game.
I
Everybody
want to
gets it
really.
wrong.
Well, my thing is, I really want to know what I'm really interested in knowing is if Saint and the Sinner actually really and truly knows what he's talking about when it comes to women. So based on his breakdown of ARC stuff, I'll be able to kind of gauge that, in my opinion.
Shit, I don't think he would have done that if ARC was alive too, because ARC definitely would have took that challenge. So sometimes you got to move on behalf of your friend that's not here. Right, cynical. I don't know how and I don't know why, my baby.
Is be successful. And as I said, we have like the coaching calls to find the bottlenecks and clear them away really fast. And so it opens a whole new world for them. And it brings a whole bunch of confidence into their life, which translates into their career, their family relationships, their friend relationships. It's like the cornerstone.
Right, Ghost Man. I can see how that gets
I tell you
annoying.
what, I thought the girls would be like, yeah, piece of shit, 1,500. They're all like, okay, I kind of get it.
If you're honest, I don't care what you do.
Okay. Thank you, Amber. Last question for you, John, and then I want to ask the girls some questions. And then we'll wrap up. This whole red flag, green flag. I don't know if it's a red flag, it's a green flag. I don't know if it's a red flag. I don't know. Kind of got a couple red flags. I don't know. This whole thing. For someone that's been with 1,500 plus women, what are the biggest red flags, or what are the types of women that men should avoid? Like, so for me, it's entitled high maintenance women.
Yeah.
It's like, I just can't do with it. I don't care how hot you are.
Well,
It's
that's
like,
why, man.
I just can't do
any
it.
girl that says she's like too good for coffee date. Like I've had girls be like, really coffee? Like I'll never go get a coffee. And it's like, okay, I'll find someone else to get a coffee. Because you shouldn't like base your first date on, oh, are we gonna get dinner? Are we gonna do something expensive or whatever? So that just takes care of itself. Or like any girl that's being like super dramatic or anything like that. Usually that's gonna cause problems. Or girls are just playing games, right? If girls are like ignoring frequently on the messages or playing games like power struggles, that usually just continues on and on, right? So I'm looking for a girl that's like low drama, cool to hang out with, fun, isn't a liar, has like a decent moral system, has ambitions, has interests and stuff like that.
Yeah, that sounds like you wouldn't be hanging around 17 women daily. That don't make no sense.
She doesn't need to be like this, extreme example of like the perfect woman, but just like has a bunch of cool stuff going on, and we have a good bonding chemistry.
What is the average, like from beginning to end, tryst? What is the time frame? Meaning,
How long
I
do I
met
see
a
it go for?
girl, we hung out, it was a couple weeks, we had a good time. All right, she's off, she has a boyfriend now, or she moved, whatever. Like,
It's
Meaning like if there's 1,500 women, they're not,
Yeah.
I've been dating 1,500 women for 10 years. No, it's like
It's like
one night stands. Give me some
it's
time
like 2 to
frame.
4 months with a lot of them. So like
Wow.
if it's going good, and some of them even last for over a year, right? So it's if it was good chemistry, good sex, etc., then I just like let it run its course. And if eventually they want something more serious, I tell them like I'm not looking for that right now, or I'm too busy with work or whatever. It's their choice if they want to stay around. But typically after like 2 to 4 months, either I'll get bored on some level, or they want something more serious, or something else comes up in one of our lives or whatever, or you have a
Hey,
fight.
can you pause it real quick, Kuda, please? All right. So he finally started getting into his philosophy on how often, the nitty gritty, the meat and potatoes. So y'all heard what he said on in terms of his philosophy. My thing is, what I've always done is my approach kind of ended up being something similar to Mode 2. So Mode 2 by ARC is a vague, ambiguous type dealings with women. So you meet a woman and okay, I'm going to take this woman on a date and just kind of see where it goes, right? Maybe you sleep with her on the first date. Maybe you don't. You sleep with her on the second date. So kind of what I've always done is after I sleep with the woman a couple times, I sit there and I start being a little bit more direct. And that's something like ARC never really agreed with. He's like, you can't be a mix of the two. It's one or the other. You're not sitting there mixing them up. So my thing is that's kind of what I've always done. Okay, I'll be a little bit indirect in the beginning, and then once we've slept together a couple times, I'll start being more direct. See, the problem I have with what he just said is in the modern era, you're kind of putting yourself more at risk of the Me Too type stuff, in my opinion. So a lot of women, okay, now you slept with me.
Yeah, that was a big concern from a lot of guys. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I
it's
mean,
really your tone. But yeah,
well, yeah, well, no, it's just like the underlying logic of what he's saying is, okay, woman to sit there and keep smashing you and keep smashing you 30, 45 times. And then when she really, squeezing as much sex out of the woman as possible. Hey, well, you know what? I don't want a relationship. Because what I call it is a lot of times women are in one-way relationships. So they're acting in their behavior with the man as if they're in a relationship, but it's never became official at any point. So she's staving off the interest of other guys, not going on dates with other guys. She's like, well, I'm going to see where it goes with this one guy. Meanwhile, this guy knows he has no intention of ever being with her serious. So I kind of have an issue with what he said. I don't think, and then most women, if we had 100 women in the chat, I know I'm 90% sure they'd have a big issue with the guy smashing them 30, 40 times in 2 months. Oh, well, you know what? I don't want a relationship. My thing is with the friends with benefits, I think you kind of got to make it understood that that's what it's going to be. And you don't smash the woman a bunch of times. Let's say you smashed a woman, you slept with a woman twice, right? Twice in a week and a half. In my opinion, if you wanted to just be friends with benefits, you got to put some space between the time that you smash them. I don't know if you agree with that. So okay, maybe you wait 10
what you
days.
mean, because sometimes I'm actually most times I'm like Mode 2 or maybe Mode 3. Like I keep forgetting which one is which. But like I have a conversation with them. I probably play some games or something like that just to get a feel.
Mode
Feel
3
for 'em.
is the one that's really manipulative, where you're just going out of your way to really lie to them and like, oh yeah, I'm still feeling you out.
Okay, then that's not me. Then I guess it's Mode 2.
Yeah,
I
Mode
guess
2 is the vague, ambiguous one. But I guess
right.
my thing is I kind of just draw the line a little bit on the number of times that I smash her. Like I've close to never, I can't think right now off the top of my head where I slept with a woman 10, 15, 20 times. Well, we're not going to get in a relationship. Like I just don't do that because it's at that point you're just kind of putting your risk with women, putting yourself at risk with women, and getting false accusations and that type of stuff. And it goes back to what we were talking about. I rather smash a girl 2 or 3 times, 4 times, and me not hurt her feelings or me not lead her on, and go meet other women versus okay, I'm going to sleep with this girl 20, 30, 40 times without me being to the point where I'm direct and telling her it's not going to be anything serious. Because, I mean, a lot of guys, I mean, I think most guys are Mode 2. I don't know, but in terms of the breakdown of percentages, Mode 3, I don't know, maybe 20% of guys do Mode 3, the straight up vicious manipulation. Mode 2, I would say maybe 50, 60%. Nah, 70%. Mode 1, mode 1 as ARC defines it, I mean, that's really difficult. 5%, maybe 10%, no more than 10%. That's for sure.
All right, interesting. Yeah, we're gonna have a mode 1 convo. And definitely we can critique. I'll reach back in the vault and we can critique the interviews I did with Alan and definitely go over that. I think that would be cool. You know.
Yeah, that'd be good. I'm sure he likes it for his legacy. You know. He would
Yeah,
appreciate
man.
it. It brings the
Yeah,
stuff back
man.
up to the top of the pile and people can hear it.
Yes, sir. Keep him in a great light that he's worked hard for. You know.
Do you ghost?
No.
No ghost.
I always tell them, I always at least keep them.
Of the
there.
1590 to soon to be 1591, like any minute, how many were one night stands? What percentage?
It's hard to put a figure on that, but I would say probably less than half.
Okay, but half.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
So 700
It's tough,
plus women, like
because it's one night. Most, I would say a lot of them are more than once. Right? Like if it was good enough the first time, then I usually want to see them again. Unless there was like some kind of thing where it's like, oh, I didn't like her personality, or like, there's some big like deal breaker thing.
Okay. Would you say that your sex drive is absurdly high?
Not necessarily.
Really?
I started taking testosterone replacement therapy because I'm
TRT.
39. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to get it up to optimal levels again, right? Because all the nights like partying and being out and drinking and all that stuff. When I did a test like 4 or 5 years ago, I was in like the low 300s. So I want to get up to like the 700 to 900 range.
He's back, baby.
Yeah.
All right. Let me get Rebecca's opinion on something, and then we're gonna play a quick game. We'll wrap up.
All right.
Rebecca, we always hear this term: happy wife, happy life. Okay.
Yeah.
You seem like a pretty happy wife,
Mhm.
right? We had this conversation the other day about forget about happy wife, happy life, happy king, happy kingdom. I'm like, oh, player. All right, well, now. So, in your opinion, what is the perfect balance? Happy wife, happy life, happy king, happy kingdom. How does it work in your household, and what is the best balance?
I think that I wouldn't say the only reason why I'm happy, but a lot of the reason why I'm happy is because my husband is happy. It's pretty straightforward. And my husband, that's the thing, is like men are very easy to please. It doesn't take like rocket science to figure out men and what makes them happy. Like my husband comes home, eats a hot meal, sits down, decompresses, and many nights we, have sex.
Oh my God.
I was
like, okay.
I mean,
all
not
right.
1590, but but I think too, he makes me happy. My family makes me happy. Living in my purpose makes me happy.
So if you could only pick one, happy wife, happy life, happy king, happy kingdom, what would you pick?
Happy king, happy kingdom.
Wow.
Because
Because you're the
goes-
queen.
Because if he's happy, trust me, sis. Where's my camera?
Right there. Right there.
Sis,
Right there.
he's gonna make you happy.
Mm.
I'm just saying, like, treat a man right, and he'll make you the happiest woman.
What is
Maybe
Dave?
treat the right man right.
Treat the right man right.
Yeah, but you
That's
have.
true.
That's the
That's
thing.
right,
You have to have discernment, and I want to talk about the black pill, like
Yeah.
The thing that's missing in this conversation is accountability.
Mm.
Okay, you have to have accountability. Both men and women cannot be victims. If you have that victim mentality, of that victim mindset, you're going to be miserable.
Mm-hmm.
It goes both ways. That's
Yeah.
that's the one thing I'll say for men and women. That's pretty equal.
That's why we love Rebecca Barrett. That's why she's here. She's dropping down. You know what Dave Chappelle says about why a man is easy to please. It's
Your
like,
accent.
oh, this is old Dave Chappelle, not Smokey old gruff. He's like, it's pretty easy to please a man. You get home, shut the fuck up, make him a sandwich, play his balls a little bit, he's good. Like,
Basically,
and that's basically what you're
that's
saying.
Basically, the MO right there.
Yeah.
Like,
Uh-huh.
I mean, if your husband wants sex, just give him sex. For fuck's sake. Like,
You hear that, ladies? Rebecca Barrett, Adam Southwick, 2024.
Okay.
If your husband wants sex, give him
it to him.
sex.
And you're gonna feel happy and be less stressed out and less miserable if you
All
just
right.
have sex.
Respect to you, happy king, happy kingdom. All right, we're gonna play a quick game with our friend John Anthony, and then we're gonna do some super chats. We're wrapping up. John, you've met our 3 friends today. Guys, this is a game. Don't take it too serious. You know
Oh,
Natalia,
make us
you know Rebecca, you know Amber. You've got great pickup lines. You've got great game. You've got a system. You've got a funnel. If you were gonna cold approach each of these 3 women that you've just met, I just want to hear how you would approach them, and you can't use
that line.
hi. I just wanted to get to know
Real
you.
quick.
So start with Amber, then go to the married woman, Rebecca. She's married.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry.
And then go to Natalia. Give some guys some insight. Amber, Rebecca, Natalia.
So this is assuming she's not married, or do you want to?
Yeah, this is just fun and games.
Oh,
Here.
he's saying,
Or maybe she is married, and you just wanted to, Okay, we won't do that.
So
You won't-
okay,
Yeah.
so Amber,
Game for Amber.
Amber was saying backstage, right, that she's you want to just act it out?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So basically, you were saying backstage how she was a voiceover actor for a childhood
for a,
For a
a
cartoon.
cartoon in Brazil, right?
Mhm.
My girlfriend's Brazilian. She actually invited us to her show tomorrow night, which you might be there too, right?
Yeah.
So we would come to the show. I would probably try to figure out if you were bisexual. We would
How?
by asking you.
Okay.
When we would just go to the show, hang out with her, and then if she was bisexual, we would try to take her back to
I
the
feel like
place.
this is no longer hypothetical.
So we'll be at your show tomorrow night.
Sorry.
And are you
I
bisexual or
mean,
not?
That one honestly was partially planned, but after what I said, I don't even know if she'd be interested.
1591. Da-da-da-da.
Don't forget you have the millionaire in the chat.
What I'm hearing is you're taking her information and what she's done. Voiceover actress, Brazil, show,
And
my
like,
girl,
every
threesome,
girl-
bingo, bango.
Every girl loves my chick, right? And I actually texted my girl, and she's like, "Oh, that was like one of my favorite stars as a child, and this is the girl's the actual voice."
That's
So-
why he wants her to hit me up on Instagram.
Yeah. Amazing.
He wants me to check
What
her
I would
profile.
respect / find very red flaggy is if this girl wasn't even a fan of any of your work, but he's just using this whole line to be like Brazil voiceover
Right,
actress.
right.
But
How about a
I wouldn't
threesome?
I wouldn't do that though.
No, I know.
Yeah.
This is
No,
a
yeah,
game.
yeah.
We're playing game.
The game must
Okay.
hype me
So
up.
thank you. He hyped you up. Respect. Show up at your show. Next thing you know, threesome. What just happened here? Okay.
1591.
Rebecca. 1591. Amber. Amber. As much as I respect John and enjoy his company, don't go home with him tomorrow.
Don't be
Okay.
1591.
Don't do it. You're better than that. There's some guy out there. He's at 0. He wants to get to 1.
0.
Okay.
Go back.
0 to hero.
Zero.
Rebecca, for the sake of this game, not married.
I already know what he's gonna say.
Well, that would be a similar angle. She said she's Brazilian.
Yes.
Right. So I
So,
would-
oi, tudo bem?
and you follow Portuguese,
Oh,
fluente
eu
também.
sabia.
Okay.
So I would speak to her in Portuguese, say, "Hey, my girl's here from Brazil. We should all hang out."
Find out if I'm bisexual.
Yes.
Hey, there's something I'd like to find out about you. Just want to come over to my house, bring some red, bring some white. We can have some fun. Next
Red,
thing you
white?
know, okay. Finding common ground is, I think, what we're saying. Here.
Yeah.
Same thing in sales, by the way.
Yeah.
I
Now,
noticed- can I say something?
Yeah,
really
go
quick?
ahead.
I've noticed something. He listens and pays attention to what the girls are saying. So
Specifics. That's the
Specific,
key.
yeah.
Be specific to us, and you get.
because he
the
got
girl.
the things from the green room. We were having a conversation back there.
Hmm.
We were all having conversation, and he was picking up little things so that he keeps in his mind. And
Uh-huh.
he's like, okay, I can use that.
Okay. So listening, we talked about earlier. Stop talking about yourself, gentlemen. Listen to the women. All right.
Well,
Now for
most guys
the.
would just come in with cheesy lines, and the girls would roll their eyes.
Yeah.
Right. But I'm looking for specific angles. I wouldn't have gone after her because she's
Yeah.
married.
You're
Right.
being real.
The third lady here.
Yeah,
she-
Natalia is going to be the toughest nut to crack because these two women voted for the 1500 plus guy. Natalia wants that Sigma virgin in the corner, so she's going to be a little tougher. So, John, what's your angle?
So Natalia arrived with you. So at first I would screen logistics, like,
Mhm.
oh, like, are you guys together? What's the deal there? Right. Like,
She's my Uber driver.
Nice car too.
Yeah.
but again, that would
How
just
many
be,
Uber drivers roll with a Range Rover chick?
All right.
that would just be a thing
Okay.
where I'd probably say like, oh, like here's my girl that's in town. Like the three of us should hang out. And then it would
Say
just
you
be-
don't have a girl. How would you do it?
If I didn't have a girl, I would say we should hang out. So I would just invite her out casually, like, oh, do you know, I guess watch get drinks? Are you free tonight? I would just ask her out, right? I would just very directly ask her to like, let's meet for drinks somewhere at a cool spot.
How many times? What's your? You know how they say like you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. You know, you go to the Hall of Fame in
Yeah.
baseball. If you bat 300, that's 3 out of 10.
Yeah, so
What's your rejection bounce back
So
ability?
what I found is
question.
when,
Thanks,
when
Dad. I do this for a living.
around the time that I hit 1,000 girls, right? I looked at my phone, how many contacts, and there was like around 10,000 contacts. So I realized it's about 10% of my phone numbers I'm actually hooking up with.
Amazing.
That is
10%.
literally sales 101 right there.
Guys, I say this all the time.
You have
Sales
no-
and
you have
dating.
no
are same-
friends.
You know, I
same
think, but
concept.
there's
No
guys,
friends.
there's guys that
Being
claim like
relatable.
there's dating coaches that put out the fake stats, like, oh, I can close 100% of the girls I talk to, or 95%. I say that's bullshit. Even at a high level,
Mm-hmm.
I'm only getting 10%. Right. And once I started living with my chick, now I'm at 1590, but I have like 17,000 phone numbers, so it's dropped even a little bit lower because I'm spending more time with her and on my business.
Okay. Let's get to these super chats real quick. By the way, you're how tall? You're like 6'3",
6'4".
6'4", tatted up, pretty in shape,
recent.
dude.
That's recent. The past couple
Okay,
years,
how
yeah.
much of a role does height, tatted up, bad boy, I'm banging your girl when you're not looking type of thing? How much does that play into the pickup?
So I didn't get my first tattoo until I was like 35, and I got I got the rest of these in the past 2 years in Brazil. So I wasn't tattooed. I was skinny through a lot of the game. I was because like I said, I wasn't prioritizing the gym. I was drinking like a fish, eating like shit, not sleeping much. But I get clients that are tall and jacked. Like that stuff helps. I get clients that are tall and jacked that are virgins. And they're like, I go on a date and it goes for 3 hours and then the girl leaves. Or I have no idea how to text. Or I have no idea what to message on Tinder. I don't know what to say once I talk to the girl. And guys think it's just an automatic ticket. Once they're in shape, all the girls are just going to
No.
fall in their lap. Once they make money, the girls are going to fall in their lap. That's not how it works.
No, there's outer game, there's inner game. Outer game, you're tall, you're good looking, you got tattoos, you know, you got. Then there's inner game, confidence, ambition, way of words. Are you
Humor.
listening or not?
Yeah,
Humor.
humor. I'm constantly
Are
cracking
you a
jokes.
voiceover actor? This is what we're trying to do here. And I respect to you. Thank you, John. Let's get some super chats and then we'll get to our happy ending. And wherever Jorge is, we'll get some smoke out here. So Natalia, you ready to read and do great?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Dels.
I'm trying to get the rest of them. So we'll read This one. I lost a few of them. If Deli can help me find the rest of them. I have Rogan Chomps. I also have to say Michael Sartain, Adam, and Don are the only guys in the space I've seen in the space with attractive women. I agree with John's analogy that you wouldn't trust a homeless guy as a finance guy.
That's
That was a good
true,
one.
right? A lot of the dating coaches have girls are below average looking, and if that's their, I mean, they keep that a secret. So I made a video that's called "The Ugly Wives and Dating and Girlfriends of Dating Coaches," which is pretty crass. But I showed like this guy's with a girl that people rate like a 2 or a 3,
Yeah.
and they're giving advice on how to get girls.
Whether you like it or not, men are judged by the women that are around them. Like if I see a business guy that I don't know anything about, and he walks into a room, a business meeting, and his wife is just sloppy, fat, gross, I'm thinking, what are you doing, buddy? I can't. You see some dude who's kind of nerdy, you don't know, all of a sudden a girl shows up, and you're like, okay, Bill, what's up, player? And he's like, what I do? I'm like, you go, Bill. You know what you did, Bill. You laying it down with that Harlem game. Okay, Nat, you're doing
Shout
great
out,
reading.
James.
Yes.
Jorge. What's happening right now? Guys, welcome to the Jorge Gonzalez show. Deli, where you at? We got some super chats we need to read. We're wrapping up, guys. Let's get on the ball here.
No, I think we'll just finish off with that one. I can't find the rest of them.
Okay. Does Deli need anything? All right, guys,
No, I think
gotcha.
we're good.
All right.
Awesome.
I don't know what just happened here at the end, but you can start doing some smoke out there. Jorge's on a fucking business call. Deli's smoking a joint in the corner. I don't know what just happened here, but we're back. Anyway, it is now time for the happy ending episode version. What is it? Happy ending segment.
Happy ending.
Happy ending.
Happy ending.
That's
We call it the happy ending. Yeah, let's have a happy
Who's
ending.
given the happy ending?
We all are. And here's the deal. Everyone gets an opportunity to say what they thought about this episode, what they'd like people to take away, and drive people to your YouTube channel or social media profile. So Rebecca, we love having you here. You're always dropping game. We have ultimate respect for you. Final thoughts, happy ending. Where do you want to drive traffic to? You're getting in close to 100,000
I know,
subscribers.
guys. Get me to
Let's get her there.
100,000 subscribers. I'm at 88,000, I think.
Oh, right there.
I know, I'm right there.
Yeah.
Come on now. Rebecca Barrett, YouTube. I am Rebecca Barrett on Instagram. If you want some controversy, if you want some hot takes, I'm there for you.
Guys, subscribe right now. Rebecca Barrett's channel. She's a beast. And by the way, get your girl to subscribe to Rebecca Barrett's channel.
And
She's dropped-
and we're doing so me, Ali, and a few other wives are doing we do it Wife Life. It's Thursdays once a month. We keep rotating it on different platforms. But if you want to learn how to be a wife from different wives, join us for Wife Life.
Guys, get your girl to subscribe to Rebecca. We're trying to get her up to 100,000 ASAP. Okay. Yes. Amber Joy Lane in the house. She was the OG on the Saucecast.
Yeah.
She reinvented herself. We invented ourselves. She's back and better than ever. Amber, where can we find you? Where can
My
they
takeaways.
slide in that DM? Yeah, give us
First,
a
the
takeaway.
happy endings.
Go ahead. This is your
You can
happy
be
ending.
a phony, but don't be a scammer. Try the world so you know which girl to give yours. And just be honest, and I don't give a fuck what you do. My name is Amber Joy Lane. You can find me there on Instagram. And if you come to my show this weekend, you might see a very different show. I don't know what's going on.
Amazing. All right. John Anthony from Brazil, thank you for being here. Where can people find you? What do you want your overall message to be?
Yeah, this was a good show, man. Definitely good show. I don't know about the body count thing, but hey, man, that's what he wanted to lead with, You there, JR?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. I'm just letting you speak. No, I think
Yeah.
what happened is he recovered. He recovered, and he started off kind of shaky, and I think he was nervous because the thing is, like we were talking about, well, the audience, there's different people in here. What's going on is this channel, Valuetainment, is starting to become the go-to channel where man
Red
is
pill and shit.
concentrated. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm noticing that.
to having debates and having interviews, and it's become the go-to.
Even Ty City be over there, so you already know.
Yeah, I've popped over there as well. So you guys be on the lookout in the future for that type of stuff, and I'm sure.
I already told people if they don't get it together, people with studios and tech and stuff gonna come in. Look at this whole shows,
Yeah, see, a
You
lot
know?
of guys like this, like people know. I mean, basically, this type of dude and these other guys, they built up their reputation and their subs in another sector of YouTube.
and then switch.
Yeah, and then switch. So these guys are known for their finance type stuff. So you notice how he kind of makes them. He was making John Anthony really talk about that in the beginning, and it looked like he was uncomfortable with it. So he can still maintain some of his audience from the
Because
past.
bro, losing money, you can't hang around all of that or all of those women and make money unless you want some Andrew Tate type shit. So I don't know.
Yeah, but I
Even
think
that.
he recovered. He recovered nicely, and overall, I'd give him maybe a 5 or 6 out of 10. But he started off real shaky, but I think he did decent enough to where he didn't hurt his reputation too much. At the end of the
I
day,
gotta
a lot
check
of
out
people
his
don't like
channel.
Yeah,
I'll
I
check
mean,
out
it's gonna
his
be like a master roast session. I mean, that's that's pretty much what you see. He really loosens up on his own videos and really starts showing his personality. I think that for myself, I think that's kind of difficult. I've had a hard time really doing that in my videos, but I mean, who knows? Maybe in the future I can fix that.
What do you mean, like showing your personality?
Yeah, showing like the more
Well, it
goofy
gets
side.
it comes with you getting a little bit more comfortable on it, you just gotta be a little bit more comfortable. You just gotta be a little bit more comfortable on camera. That's all.
Yeah, and every kind of content creator has their own style. See, like, like
Yeah.
Darius M,
Like
he's not.
I appear comfortable on camera. I'll be nervous. It's like, no, I'm not nervous. But like I appear comfortable on camera, you know.
Yeah, and like in the shorter videos, I don't want them to drag out. I want to get the message across because people want to sit there and they want to, okay, this dude's doing short
Right.
videos.
They want you to do it quick. Yeah. So sometimes you got to skip certain things, skip different little things, you know. Try to do some shorts. Shorts work too. But try to do as much as possible and be on camera as much as possible. I'm comfortable on camera, but that's a thing too. So that's why I see why a lot of people in the manosphere are scared to cam up, because you definitely got to be comfortable on camera. You know, somebody, shout outs to Obsidian, but you know, if Obsidian cams up, he might not be as comfortable on camera. Sometimes when women go live and stuff like that, they'll be on camera for like 30 seconds and then go back off and stuff like that. So a lot of people are definitely not comfortable on
Well,
camera, because
well,
it's like a little bit worse than public speaking in their head.
Well, I'm comfortable on camera, but I'm talking about like more so the style. Like, okay, hey, I'm gonna really go in, kind of like rant style, or be more intellectual, or be like more goofy side. And I think I'm feeling more comfortable with the straight, let's straight from the hip type stuff, because that's what Darius M does, and I think that fits more so what I'm trying to accomplish. Because my goal is to crank out high quality information, some unique information that people can use in an actionable way, right? Okay, this guy said something in this 5-minute video. Okay, I'm gonna try it with the woman to see what happens. That type of stuff.
Right. Hey, it makes sense, man. Just take every opportunity to be on camera, talk, and definitely just try to portray your personality. That's really what it is. You know, you're gonna have a different voice. You're gonna have a different tone. You'll know when you're comfortable. You know.
Right.
Yeah, and then start doing podcasts like this. If you need me to team up on something with you, it's always good for the reference points and experience points. You know,
right?
Learning how to do at the same time, learning how to do long form content, because YouTube is gonna definitely start catering towards what I'm doing, long form content. You know.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, Kuda. So hey, I appreciate having me on. I'm gonna jump off.
No problem, man. Come on again, man. We got a lot of stuff to chop up on, man. Definitely love the energy. Like your input, man. You know what you're talking about. You know, I could talk to you about some stuff from back in the day, and it's like it's happening today, you know?
Yeah, and that's my thing. My goal is to just put the most accurate information out there, and whoever wants to use it, they can use it. That's always kind of been my goal. Like, I look up at channels and streams, I'm like, no, I don't agree with that. No, I don't agree with that. And at the end of the day, if you put the information out there and it's accurate as much as possible, there'll be guys out there that can use it, and it'll help some guys.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you can help like at least one person a year or 2-3 people a year, because a lot of times the people that will listen to you, or a lot of times the people that listen to you, they don't say nothing, and they'll come out the cut every so often, and they'll be like, hey, I've been listening to you for years, just never really said anything, but I think you're right about this, or I think you're right about that, or I want to get your opinion on this or that. So,
Yeah, and that's kind of one problem I've seen in the space. Oftentimes, a lot of people, they kind of forget that most of the people aren't in the chat, and there's a bunch of people in the clouds. So people is like, well, we having these repetitive conversations. It's repetitive to you, but there's a bunch of people out there, 70%, 60%, maybe even 80% of the people in the clouds, or the people that watch the streams after they're done, where the information is new to them, and they're trying to stuff. So people get in the silo and they think it's just like, oh, well, we're just wasting time. That's not the way I see it. This is like a good place to be.
Even on the playback too. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. So you just never really know in the cloud. Like that one guy, I don't know if you ever remember, but I'm sure you know who Smoke Ghost Perp is, right?
Yeah, Space Ghost Perp.
Yeah. Did you ever know that he popped in the stream? that he popped down. He got on a panel on the Honest Truth.
Oh, I didn't know that, but I know I'm pretty sure because the Honest Truth did a hit piece on him. So I don't know if that was before or not, but he was going in on I
He was
think
going in on
Cynthia
Cynthia
G.
G. Yeah,
Yeah,
no, he was
Cynthia
going in
G.
on
Yeah,
Cynthia G. And when the Honest Truth
I used
was,
to listen to Space Ghost Perp back in the day.
oh, you got to see that, man. I'm telling you, I can't believe. I
Yeah.
mean, if you haven't seen it, I
He
don't
was
know.
saying a bunch of crazy shit, man.
But you sure you haven't seen where he dropped into the clouds to the panel?
No, I didn't. I saw when they were reacting to it, but he was saying a bunch of wild shit. But then again, to Cynthia G, but then she turned into a victim, acting like she don't say wild shit neither.
Yeah, I guess my point is you just never really know who's in the clouds. It's like because
Celebrities watch us, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, even RDC World, LeBron admitted that he'd been watching them for years, but he just really didn't say nothing because you know he really can't say nothing contractual wise sometimes. So
Yeah. So you just never really know. I mean, like I was telling Tommy, couldn't believe it. He's like, I was like, hey man, I'm not sure if you're gonna be on Rumble or YouTube because I haven't seen you in a while. He's like, man, everyone knows we need to be on Rumble. I'm like, dude, I'm trying to share the stream to someone, and you never know who's fucking sharing it to who. And then I told him about how Space Ghost Perp was, and he dropped down from the
yeah, I
clouds.
mean, look at all of our lexicon is popping up in celebrities' mouths too.
Yeah. So I mean, the point is here's my overall point. You know, my thing is, okay, I might get in some chats over there, Ramil Discord or these different places, and I might do a little bit of trolling. But once I get on the stream, once I get on the panel, to me that's a more serious thing because you never know who's out there listening, and there might be some guy.
What's going on, Darshawn?
There might be some guy out there that gets one little piece of information that can help him get over some issues with women and calm down and avoid him doing something stupid, if you know what I mean.
Right?
So,
Yeah. You too. I mean, we talk. You know how much suicides we talk people out of yearly.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
nobody ever commends or thank us for that shit though.
Yeah, and that's why like I take serious what I put in my videos and the opportunity to be on your panel in these different places. Like to me, it's not like, hey, I'm gonna come over here and start screaming at dudes and trolling dudes and trying to make dudes do stupid stuff. Like
Right.
to me that's just kind of lame. But I don't know. Everyone
Right.
does what they do.
To each his own, and to own is each. You know.
So yeah, I'm gonna hop off. Appreciate it, Kuda. We'll do another show sometime soon.
All right, bro. Definitely, man. Make sure you guys subscribe. The channel link is in the chat. If you feeling what the brother JR, aka the Knight and the Bishop, is saying today or tonight or any other time, his Cash App is scrolling right here across the screen. Hold on. Wait to shut up so I don't get it wrong. Cash $ Ace of Spades 100. Okay. Make sure you guys like and subscribe to his channel. And yeah, man, really good brother. Got some really good game. Doesn't shove the game down your throat, no homo. Just tells it to you straight like it is. And really good content creator. Can't stress it enough. All right.
Yeah,
Very consistent too.
Yeah, no, I would say one more thing before I hop off. I mean, I guess one problem we kind of have in the space, and I know that as I grow, it's going to be an issue that I have. A lot of people kind of want to attach labels to you. And if you kind of sit there and I don't want to say change your message, but a certain part of your message starts growing more than the other part, people kind of start saying you're flip-flopping. So like my thing is, my content, if someone pays a bunch of close attention to my content, what they'll see is it's a mix of a red pill, black pill, a bunch of different complicated stuff, right? Purple pill, if you want to call it that. Like, a lot of people, they would say,
What's going on, LSP? Yes, Link.
Yeah, well, not like a lot of people, they would say, well, taking women on dates is blue pill. And the first thing I would tell them is, you don't understand the logic behind taking women on dates. It's not all about just getting laid. It's about gaining experience and knowledge to not get punked by women. And you use that knowledge moving forward to the future.
And it's for you too. It's for your safety. I mean, when you take a woman out on a date, I'm sorry, I hate to say this like that, but when you take a woman out on a date and you want to learn about women, you watch her the whole night and you study her. She got to be a guinea pig. So you're paying for your education. You're paying for your tuition.
So what I just described and what you just described, now we're in red pill territory.
Yeah.
So you see how that kind of flipped. And people, the point is, once a guy has a bunch of experience with women, and I'm not trying to preach to anyone out there, all I'm saying is, once you have a bunch of experience with women, you can sit there and start breaking down all these different distinctions. It's just like ARC.
You can do what we could do and talk, say what we say and stuff, you know, just through off of experience.
Yeah. No, and you break it down in a way where you don't have to say these catchphrases and these slogans. And that's kind of the issue that I've always kind of had, like with AMS and these other guys. Like, okay, you're beating the slogan into the paint, like be on your purpose and all that other stuff. But at the end of the day, you got to give guys the actionable stuff. You got to give them the actionable stuff so they can use it in an actionable way to get the results they want, right? To get more dates, to get sex or whatever, you know?
Yep.
That's the way I've always seen it. So, yeah.
Well, that's the way it should be seen in a lot of cases. Like I said, you know, you get one of those girls, you take her out on a date, pay attention to her, make her your guinea pig. Even if she's going to give you something to say, bid her a good night. You have a great night. You know?
Yeah, and you know, like me being able to break down a particular woman's reasons for messing with me. Okay, hey, well, 70% of my looks, or 70% of the reasons.
Yeah, like what about you? Do they like you? Yeah, these are all the stuff. You know, I'll see if I can put on my community tab one day a tab like a checklist. So if these guys, you know, are dating by the time spring or soon Valentine's Day, you know, which is the worst day for players, but you know, when these guys are you know, checking. You know, I mean, when these guys are out on dates with women, they can, you know, have a checklist to take with them. Hey, has this happened? What are you observing? Is she on her phone? Is she talking to you? Are you talking to her? Have you guys touched each other throughout the whole date? Kino escalation. What is she wearing? You know, because what a woman wears too is a big indicator of a lot of things. So.
Yeah, and you know, that was a good example. What I just described. Okay, me being able to attach a percentage of the reason that she's with me or whatever. Okay, 70% is my looks, sexual attraction. Now we delved into black pill.
Right. And are you sitting beside her or are you sitting across from her? Are you, you know, all of that shit.
So and that's the type of thing. I mean, that's my only goal. I put the accurate information out there, and whatever happens. The channel grows, it doesn't grow, and you know, it levels out, whatever. I mean, my thing is
definitely
I'm always going to be authentic, and there's integrity behind what I say, and that's it.
Definitely, man. Stand on it. You dig?
So I appreciate it, Kuda. Let me jump off, and we'll do something real quick here some other day.
All right. Peace, bro.
All right.
Peace. Shout outs to JR. Thank you guys for liking, supporting, and sharing tonight's stream. Did a double header. I'm a little bit tired. I'm gonna go take a nap and then get up later and return back to work. If you guys enjoyed tonight's show, make sure you guys hit me up on the back end. You know what I'm saying? Leave a super chat, super thanks. We have a super thanks button too. Leave a super thanks. You know, hit me out of the blue. You know, throw some topics at me you may like me to cover, and yeah, some more of it, man. It's Player Talk Radio. We shit, my throat. It's Player Talk Radio. We out. Peace.
Breath longer than Big Red. So kiss a little longer, stay close a little longer, hold tight a little longer, longer with Big Red. That Big Red freshness lasts right through it. Your fresh breath goes on and on. While you chew it, say goodbye a little longer, make it last a little longer. Give your breath long-lasting freshness with Big Red.
Now, look, I want to speak on this about a little young player. I see little young player, Ramil up in here. I ain't got no problem with the pump and dump thing. I see where he coming, and I feel him. He in Atlanta. Them hoes is going. You niggas be leaving that shit out. Them hoes is going out there. Them hoes is fucking all over the place. And niggas is getting at them. And niggas is getting at them. And you niggas start fucking me up with that weak shit, telling niggas not to fuck on the bitch. Nigga, I'm gonna fuck this bitch. That's what I'm gonna do, nigga. I'm getting tired of you trying to check my motherfucking game, nigga. I'm in this shit. I'm gonna knock on this bitch, nigga. Fuck you. And I'm getting tired of you, nigga. You can't take it. I'm in this shit to win this shit. And I'm sick of you weak ass, over the hill, dusty ass niggas. You wanna go smoke cigars with some old white boy in the exclusive Moose Club, nigga? Fuck you. I'm out here with these bitches, nigga. I'ma hold it on. I'ma get it in. I'ma get it in. And you niggas gotta be out there. It's about having your motherfucking game. It's about being a motherfucking player out here. It's about being a real nigga. You niggas don't understand nigga. You don't know how to talk it up. You don't know how to get it in. You niggas weak in this shit. I'm sick of you niggas. Them hoes over there fucking with Kevin. Them bitches looking to get married. Them some married-minded bitches. I ain't trying to fuck on no hoe like that. Go over there and fuck with Kevin. Let me fuck with the rest. I'ma do my best, nigga. Fuck y'all niggas. And you gotta put this out because you niggas don't put the whole side of the black man out here. You put one side out here. And I'm tired of that shit. And real niggas out here like me, we getting it in. We ain't got nothing to cry on. We let the bitch lie on us. The bitch lying on me, nigga. That's what she did. And I'm gonna do it again. And again, motherfucker. That's what I do. I'm sick of these motherfuckers crying. I'm gonna give you some tissue next time, motherfucker. That's how we do out here, though. Look, keep pumping and dumping. I don't blame them. Respect the Cardi bitch, WAP and shit. All these hoes wanna do is fucking suck. And why get fucked up, they go fucking suck your partner. You know what? Just accept it. Be done with that shit. You niggas go to church, man. You know what I'm saying? Take that shit to church. I can't help it. The whole fucked you over, nigga. That's your problem. That ain't my problem, nigga. I solve problems. I don't make them, nigga. That's what I do. You guys don't understand what it is to be a motherfucking Mac out here. It's just like playing football, nigga. We get a prep. We get a motherfucking pep rally before we get at these bitches. Let's get it up. Let's get it in. You don't understand that, though. That's what's killing me with that. But look, I'm gonna pull up out of here, man. I'm gonna pull up out of here. Look, appreciate you pop in, man. We need, that's the whole black man. Show the whole thing. You know what I'm saying?